The novels in this world are all extraordinary skills. Some people read science fiction novels and can then build airplanes, aircraft carriers, rockets, and cannons from scratch. Some people read martial arts novels and can then perform Tai Chi and Wing Chun effortlessly. Some even read magic novels and can then summon meteorites and cast forbidden spells with a wave of their hand. Yet, after transmigrating to this world, I unexpectedly discovered that the writing here generally doesn't exceed the level of a 10-year-old, and the content written by contracted authors is both lousy and lengthy. What's most frustrating is that no one here has ever written fantasy novels. In my previous life, I was just a fat otaku bookworm. If I didn't read fantasy novels for a day, I would feel ants crawling all over my body. Now that I've been reborn, if I were to write the first fantasy novel, wouldn't it be easy for me to comprehend all kinds of extraordinary divine towers? So I quickly opened the Tian Dao panel, but unexpectedly, the main page displayed a global announcement mocking the Dragon Country, stating that it has been a long time since they had a qualified author, and hoped that the people of Dragon Country would strive to improve. However, this is all because for over 20 years, the Dragon Country has not been able to produce a Tian Dao contracted author. In comparison, the neighboring Zhou country signed a novel called Smiling Proud Wanderer with Tian Dao 5 years ago. Since then, various sects have sprung up in Zhou country. Among them, the most famous is the Xianla sect, which has already reached the pinnacle and has become an undeniable force in the world. The act of sword flying and sword returning is quite common in the Zhou kingdom. Apart from the martial arts sects led by the Zhou kingdom, the United States is a major country led by technology. They signed a contract with Tian Dao for a book called Hacker Empire. As a result, various groundbreaking technologies have developed rapidly. 2.5 years ago, other countries also began to have Tian Dao signed authors. Only the Dragon Kingdom remains at the low level of 20 years ago and has been under Tian Dao's alert mechanism for a full 5 years. Although the original owner of this body was a novelist, even 2 signed authors appeared in the family, becoming the most prestigious presence in the Dragon Kingdom. But after a full 20 years, the original owner couldn't even produce a decent novel. There were a total of 11 books rejected on the Tian Dao platform. Seeing this, I took a deep breath and deleted all these drafts, then gave myself a new pen name on my homepage. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Since it's a world of novel rise, how could it not have my beloved world of cultivation? I swear I will definitely change the current landscape of novels. Let the Dragon Kingdom become a major country led by cultivation and chi cultivation. As I swiftly typed on the keyboard, before I knew it, I had already finished writing the synopsis and the first chapter. However, at that moment, a woman in red walked into my room and loudly asked, "Shinfeng, what is still supporting you to continue writing?" According to the original owner's memory, this woman is my fiancée, Wang Ruotong. She is the only daughter of the Wang family in Longwa City, and she is already a dancer who has reached the innate level. Although the Shin family has declined now, they used to be close to the Wang family. Wang Ruotong and I were betrothed from a young age. So, no matter how desolate I become, as long as one party is unwilling to annul the engagement, this betrothal must be carried out. If anyone wants to violate it, they will be subject to the heavenly punishment. The mild consequence would be meridian rupture, and the severe one could even cost their life. But when I saw another man standing next to her, I couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I have just arrived in this world for less than 2.5 days, and I have luckily received an exclusive green hat, but I just can't figure out. Why did Wang Ruotong dare to commit adultery in front of me? Has her power transcended and gone beyond the heavenly path? After a moment of contemplation, I decided to hurry them to leave. Besides, I need to continue writing the next part quickly. After all, this engagement is not mine, so I don't care about anything. Do you have something to tell me? If it's not urgent, please leave. I need to continue working. At this moment, the man beside me suddenly introduced himself. I'm Du Ming, a student of Long Lao. Hearing this, I was surprised. I remember Long Lao. He is the most prestigious person in the Longwa Capital Academy. Currently, under Long Lao, there is another person who is highly likely to become a contracted author of the Heavenly Path. Seeing Du Ming being so arrogant, the student Long Lao mentioned must be him. Right at this moment, Du Ming looked at my panel and disdainfully said, "I heard that you write a lot but get rejected a lot. With your kind of trash, how could you be worthy of the unparalleled beauty of Longwa City, Wang Ruotong?" Hearing this, I just shook my head. How dare Long Lao say that about such an unethical person? Can he become a signed author of Tian Dao? But seeing that I didn't respond, Du Ming continued to mock. "I see, you don't even dare to speak. Are you afraid of me? But since you haven't given up on writing novels, as a student of Long Lao, I'll reluctantly give you some pointers." With that, Du Ming leaned in front of my panel. although the Tiandao panel has an anti-eavesdropping function. But relying on his ability to read quickly, he promptly bypassed the protection and skimmed through the general content of the first chapter on my panel. As for Wang Ruodong beside him, she didn't have this ability and only saw the title of the novel. Seeing this, I suddenly exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing? Who allowed you to peek at my content?" Hearing this, Duming didn't feel ashamed, but instead mocked the first chapter one wrote. I thought that the famous Shen family young master could write a decent novel, but what he wrote was about a protagonist who suddenly becomes a destitute waste. And the bizarre cultivation technique design, level hierarchy, it's simply something a human can't write. Based on this alone, it's impossible to be recognized by Tiandao. And Du Ming's reason for saying this is not unreasonable. In the common impression of everyone, any novel must follow the two rules of Tiandao, which are to create science fiction or martial arts novels. Later, Du Ming mocked him again. No wonder 11 of your books got rejected. You can't even clearly write the essence of the first chapter. Instead, you write these absurd things. Upon hearing Du Ming's confident words, Wang Ruodong also seriously doubted that this book would be invalidated by Tiandao again. Either it would be returned, or she would kindly tell Shen Feng how to write the first chapter. After a couple of light coughs, Du Ming decided to show off to Wang Ruodong beside him. The so-called introduction of the first chapter naturally has to make the protagonist stronger during their experiences. A good novel that can be signed by Tiandao is nothing but getting straight to the point in the first chapter, attracting readers' attention, not to mention Tiandao's most picky writing style. It seemed that Wang Ruodong didn't finish her sentence about Shen Feng's novel this time. She then gestured, hoping Du Ming could finish speaking on her behalf. Naturally, Du Ming liked this kind of situation the most. Master Shen, in my opinion, you might as well not waste your effort. Let's not even talk about the stinky and long synopsis you wrote before. If you don't make the protagonist awesome in the first chapter and instead directly call him a waste, do you think the readers in Longwood are all brainless? After listening to Du Ming's comments, Wang Ruodong became even more convinced that her future husband was a completely useless writer, with a lifetime of big dreams but unfortunately unable to get into the capital academy. No matter how you look at it now, he firmly believed that Du Ming, this senior disciple of Long Lao, was the most suitable. After all, the Wang family upholds the title of the strong. Only a signed author can help elevate the overall strength of the Wang family. However, what they said just now went in one ear and out the other. In front of a bookworm like me who has been studying for 10 years, they are nothing. So I decided to mock them back. So, Long Laoda's disciple, how many novels have you been signed by Tiandao? As soon as the words fell, Du Ming's face turned red in embarrassment. Everyone knows that Longhua has not signed an author for more than 20 years. Obviously, I said it on purpose. Du Ming was about to plagiarize a few lines of our national essence, but Wang Ruodong stepped in to stop it. Then she said to me, my Wang family has always cherished old relationships, but only with Shen Feng. Tomorrow, you will come to the family with me. I want to cancel our engagement. After Wang Ruodong made the harsh statement, he didn't even look at what expression I had right now, and then he left the Shen family with Du Ming. Unexpectedly, I don't care about the engagement at all. What I care about is what happened just now. He made me know how to write the next chapter of the novel. Yes, it's about breaking off the engagement. So, I decisively added Du Ming and Wang Ruodong's secret affair. In addition, it's because the protagonist is affected by public opinion, so I didn't realize it in time. Because the people around me are the best material, so the more I write, the smoother it gets. Unconsciously, a whole night has passed, and I have already completed more than 10 chapters. But even though I've been up all night, I can't help but yawn at this moment. It's also time to lie down and rest, waiting to continue writing the next chapters. And after I successfully uploaded these more than 10 chapters to Tiandao, suddenly, there was a commotion on the Tiandao network. At this moment, 3 global announcements have been made. Congratulations to Longhua's Starfire Ignites for obtaining the qualification to sign with Tiandao. Following that, another announcement, the long-standing alert mechanism of Longhua has been lifted after 5 years, and special rewards will be given to the authors. It's been a full 20 years, and Longhua has finally lifted the humiliating alert mechanism. At this moment, all the people of Longhua are in tears, celebrating on the spot. However, many envious authors have also appeared at the same time. They don't need to doubt, they all know that this reward must be a priceless treasure. After all, it's been so long before Tiandao reopened Longhua's reward mechanism. They have all started discussing indignantly, determined to work tirelessly to write. At this moment, seeing the global announcements, both the United States and Zhogwei are also unsettled, because they haven't had signed authors for a long time. So, these 2 countries have decided to follow suit. It seems that it's easy to gain Tiandao's approval at midnight. In the future, our Zhogwa needs to set a designated boarding time. Mr. Liao Yuan, we will adopt all the things we can learn from. Yes, we in the United States wholeheartedly agree. But the successful signing of Longwa's people has given England a massive headache. They were originally counting on Longwei to trigger the alert and cleverly lag behind. They never expected Longwei to actually have a signed author. Now there are only 2 months left. They will become a force in the world. At the same time, at a hotel in the city, Du Ming and Wang Ruotong, who were in the middle of exercising, stopped. After learning that Longwa has lifted the alert mechanism, Wang Ruotong excitedly asked Du Ge, "This Starfire Ignites should also be Long Lao's student, right?" Du Ming shook his head when he saw the situation, then opened the author's homepage. Little did he know that at this moment, both of them showed a look of horror. Wang Ruotong, because she saw this novel signed by Tian Dao, the name of which was the same as the one she secretly glanced at on my panel, Mortal Cultivation Chronicles. Du Ming, on the other hand, finished reading the first chapter of the previous text, and both of them were completely dumbfounded. This person who was just recognized by Tian Dao as the abandoned girl from the Shin family. Du Ming couldn't wait to read the second chapter. What appeared in his eyes was himself and Wang Ruotong, the process of causing trouble at the Shin family today. Damn, Shin Feng actually portrayed us as despicable scum. At this moment, Du Ming suddenly clenched his fist. He really didn't expect this kind of trashy novel to be recognized by Tian Dao. But Wang Ruotong, who was sitting beside him, was very flustered. The names in the novel are exactly the same as in reality, and even if the protagonist is Shin Feng, there is no use of homophonic characters. If he chooses to divorce at this time, wouldn't she become one of those despicable couples? Moreover, today's global announcement has made it known to everyone that Shin Feng is not worthless, but it is Wang Ruotong who mistook gold for dross. Afterwards, he left the room with lightning speed, leaving only Du Ming glaring fiercely at Shin Feng's pen. "Tian Dao, you are too unfair. He could have benefited both parties fairly, but now he has failed in the hands of those he considered worthless." The next morning, I was awakened by a terrifying scream. "Young master, wake up, it's time for dinner." But after waking up, I was stunned by the Tian Dao system's prompt. My mind was frozen in place. It's going to be successful so quickly, even faster than I imagined. I thought the original owner had been rejected so many times that Tian Dao wouldn't notice quickly, but I never thought that after a nap, I became a celebrity in Dragon Country. I was equally shocked, and everyone at home was too, as if they had heard an extraordinary story. I almost fainted. At the same time, after signing the contract with the Tian Dao system, I became the 13,742nd contracted writer of Tian Dao, and received a special reward of feedback multiplied by 10. After the Tian Dao signing ceremony ended, my body suddenly felt much lighter, and even the scene in front of me was different. I even knew without opening my eyes that there were many people outside my room. But I knew this was a sign of reaching the foundational stage. Now I can achieve the level of fasting, and even fly for a while. Immediately after, I opened the Tian Dao network, and it let me know that the internet is already buzzing. "Brother Gua Xinqing, quickly update for me, or I'll have the whole village send you razor blades. Report to me quickly. I want to see the protagonist Shixing, and see them crush that despicable couple." Not only are many people urging for updates, but some have even organized the first forum in Dragon Country, specifically to discuss the protagonist and every character that appears. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing I stopped writing after a dozen chapters yesterday, otherwise today would have been a disaster. Dragon, who had just finished work, couldn't wait to start reading the Mortal Cultivation Chronicles. Before even reaching the first chapter, he was already fired up by the synopsis, with the most stunning line being 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river, don't underestimate the determination of a silent heart. Immediately after, Dragon excitedly clicked on the first chapter and finished reading over 10 chapters in less than 2.5 minutes. The app kept reminding that the author was actively updating. To satisfy his inner emptiness, Dragon promptly called his top disciple, Du Ming. Because the Du family specialized in trading information for a living, there was an 80% chance that Du Ming could find the author of this novel. After the pleasantries, Dragon went straight to the point. "Teacher Du Ming, I have a task for you. Find out who the author of the Mortal Cultivation Chronicles is." Who is the author of this Mortal Cultivation Chronicles? His intention was clear. If he could recruit this author, wouldn't he be the first to see the sequel to the novel? However, Du Ming clearly knew who the author was, yet he pretended to be calm and evaded the matter, saying he would deal with it after finishing the last chapter himself. At the same time, having just finished writing a chapter, I clicked on upload again. As Dragon had set up update alerts, he quickly learned the news and immediately started reading the latest chapter. But as soon as he finished reading, Dragon's pupils suddenly contracted. He had actually seen his name appear in the novel, defined as an unknown supporter. Now, he was completely unsettled. The content inside could not possibly be a coincidence. After all, the name Long Lao is recognized by most people in Manhwa. Clearly the author is using the novel to satirize people in real life. Thinking of this, Long Lao wondered, could this matter be closely related to Du Ming? Although his character is indeed poor, but how big of a grudge does he have with the author? So he first told Du Ming not to worry about it for the time being. The immediate priority was to quickly contact the author of this book. Whether he is a friend or an enemy, it will be clear with just one question. At the same time, I clicked to upload another chapter. Seeing the comments below, I couldn't help but smile slightly. I'm almost depressed. For heaven's sake, author, why haven't you updated yet? I'm going to be tortured to death. No wonder he's been chosen by Tiandao for over 20 years. The quality of his writing is really amazing. However, this is not the most distressing thing for Uncle. The announcement of the Tiandao rewards almost made them suffocate on the spot. What the heck, the reward is actually the Wu Ying Qiwang. This is a rare pill that enhances strength once in a millennium, something the whole world has long coveted. I was quite satisfied as I shut down the computer and prepared to go downstairs to pick up the delivery. But as soon as I got the delivery, an old man pointed at me and scolded, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? Pick up the trash for me." I didn't complain too much. I picked it up and threw it into the nearby trash can. I also added, littering banana peels, really lacking in manners. Unexpectedly, the old man mistook me for someone who litters. It's good that he knows, but he shouldn't litter in the future. Hearing that, I could only accept my bad luck. It turns out, the banana peel was actually dropped by the woman who walked past me just now. However, it was precisely that recent experience that showed me how to write the next chapter. At this point, I absorbed it according to the instructions on the Wu Ying Qi pill manual. In an instant, I only felt my heart surging with passion. The power also kept reverberating within my body. Honestly, if I could have more of this Qi pill, I could ascend right here on the spot. At this point, my strength had almost reached the level of the original, plus I had just read a martial arts secret manual, so my current strength had long surpassed Wang Ruodong and Du Ming. After that, I started today's writing. Zhang Jie talked about encountering the old man Wang Min while taking a delivery. Then it was time to rearrange the rankings in this world. First place is still Tiandao, second place is Xin Feng, and third place is Long Lao. As for Du Ming and Wang Ruodong, originally their strength was close to 100, but I deliberately ranked them at 168 and 169. After I successfully uploaded this one, Du Ming and Wang Ruodong were so angry that they could explode. There are only 200 rankings in total, and 168 and 169 are at the bottom. At the very least, I am Xin Feng's fiancé. How could they treat me like this? Du Ming, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly and remained silent. He wanted nothing more than to punch me right now and beat me to a pulp. But this is not the most crucial part. The comments below this post are all full of curses, targeting Wang Ruodong and Du Ming, calling them a despicable couple. Immediately, Du Ming, infuriated, violently slammed his computer to the ground. Damn it, how dare they mock me? I will definitely find a chance to get back at you. On the other hand, Wang Ruodong wore a look of melancholy and began to devise a plan in her mind. Xin Feng was signed by Tiandao as a writer, and even wrote rankings in this book, changing the original rankings. Such a person with capital and ability turned out to be her fiancé who she wanted to break up with. The reason for breaking up was to find a man who was not as good as her fiancé. Ruodong, don't you regret finding me? Du Ming grabbed Wang Ruodong and asked anxiously. No, I have something to do. I'll leave first, call me if you need anything. Wang Ruodong mumbled and left immediately after speaking. Continuing to stay would ruin her reputation. The most urgent thing was to leave here quickly, find Xin Feng, explain the situation, and try to mend the relationship. Du Ming saw her leaving and knew in his heart that Wang Ruodong's little thoughts made her face turn pale with anger, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, Xin Feng updated another chapter. After the security guard knew the truth, he was moved to tears and donated money voluntarily. Wang Ruodong and Du Ming went their separate ways, surprisingly because Wang Ruodong thought Xin Feng was better and went to him. Xin Feng received a reward from Tiandao and mastered powerful martial arts. Du Ming, filled with hatred, read a lot of undercover technique books and dug a big pit for Xin Feng. Another chapter ended with another pit dug. At the end, a flower was left for readers to appreciate and support. I wonder how many viewers want the protagonist to beat this couple to death. Darn, another pit dug. Hurry up and update, I want to see how the protagonist beats the supporting characters and solves the problem. Beat him to death, beat him to death. As long as there's an update, I'll support. Flowers, flowers all for you. As long as you update, I'll give you everything. The comments section was full of comments, so dense that you couldn't see the end. There was even a harsh comment directly calling the author a dog for not updating. Look at me, I'll hack into your computer, hack your computer. Li Rui cursed, and his series of codes appeared on the computer, with his fingers continuously tapping on the keyboard, making a clattering sound. If you don't update, you're a despicable person, not updating on time. In the whole of China, everyone is constantly updating to get signed by Tian Dao and make more people discover this book. This kid is something else, updating every few days, getting deep into people's hearts, making them itch. Today, Li Rui, as China's top hacker expert, will contribute to the people of China. System prompt, failure, failed to hack into someone else's computer, immediately initiate self-destruct system. What the heck, this kid set up multiple layers of protection, and my computer got destroyed. Li Rui's face darkened, immediately shut down and tried his best to save it. This sneaky guy used dirty tricks to mess with things, teasing the top hacker, making him experience unbearable pain. On the other end, Shinfeng smirked, looking at the success message on the computer, tapping his fingers on the table. Kid, with such little skill, you dare to challenge me. Luckily, I stayed up last night to study technology books. Fans were so crazy that they directly invaded his computer to peek at his drafts. Fortunately, he was prepared and always updated chapter by chapter, not messing with drafts, as everything was based on facts. It's all because he's too outstanding, driving these people crazy. Tick-tock. A news push notification, due to the extreme popularity of Mortal Cultivation Chronicles and being the only author signed by China in over 20 years, has caused chaos in China. Next are multiple videos and pictures. On the various frames, the situation is constantly changing. For example, the outstanding technical personnel of a company suddenly lost tens of millions, almost got hit crossing the street, the bus driver almost caused a major accident during work hours, and most importantly, the martial arts competition scheduled for today had no participants as everyone was eagerly waiting for updates in front of their computers. In just a few days, the people of Huaxia became completely confused, all because of the chaos caused by the popularity of Xin's novel The Mortal Cultivation Chronicles. Shinfeng furrowed his brows, surprised but mostly delighted. I never expected my writing to be so popular. I'll have to wait a few more days before updating to keep the suspense. In his previous life, he was well aware of these tactics. The more the author teased, the more eager the readers became, and the more praise he received, the higher the popularity of his book. Taking advantage of this time, he decided to go out and explore the world. Since arriving here through time travel, he hadn't stepped out, at most just strolling downstairs to buy some food. Without further ado, Shinfeng immediately packed up and went out. Just as he passed by the parcel locker, a voice called out, "Boss, boss, don't go." An old man ran over, panting, holding a large red bag. "These are some vegetables I specially picked for you from my own garden. Please don't dislike them. I don't have anything else to offer. Also, I was wrong about the last time, please don't take it to heart." "No need, I didn't take it to heart," Shinfeng replied. "What's going on?" The old man was grumbling to himself in the morning, and in the afternoon, he did a complete 180-degree turn. The red bag was filled with organic vegetables, a valuable commodity that even his closest relatives wouldn't share generously. Take it, take it. This is my heartfelt gesture. If you don't take it, you'll be disrespecting me." The old man was anxious, afraid of being rejected again. In the morning, he read a novel where an old man had a similar experience to his own. Upon reflection, he suspected that the young man he encountered in the morning was likely the author of that novel. If that was the case, it would be a big deal. As a contracted author of Tian Dao, he couldn't afford to offend such a person. Hence, the large bag of organic vegetables and the old man's sincere apology. The old man was on the verge of tears, and Shinfeng couldn't refuse him again, so he accepted the gift and placed it in the parcel locker to retrieve later. Seeing this, the old man was overjoyed, feeling as if he had won a jackpot despite only giving away a bag of vegetables. In the following days, Shinfeng explored the area around his house thoroughly. Everything was conveniently located, making shopping much easier in the future. Suddenly, he felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed. "Damn it, that rascal!" At the same time, Li Rui was cursing in frustration. It had been 2 hours already, why hadn't there been an update? The anticipation was unbearable. The computer screen remained black, and he couldn't access the drafts. Oh, right, he could post on various forums to gather information. People power might help him find the author by chance. Without hesitation, he posted the message, and within 10 seconds, The comments section was flooded with various responses. I know the author of the Mortal Cultivation Chronicles is in the building above mine. Don't talk nonsense, your IP address shows you're in another country. Don't deceive people, you have to be in Huaxia to deceive us. I dreamt of the author being in Huaxia yesterday. Nonsense, I even dreamt of us getting married. Various opinions abound, but there is no useful clue. People are getting agitated, causing much controversy. It seems that it will take some time to find the person. In the past, finding someone through a photo would pinpoint their location in minutes, but now, with such a large book, it's embarrassing that the location cannot be determined. The more this happens, the more curious he becomes, eager to find the person as soon as possible. Unable to update, he can only repeatedly reread it. Only through rereading can he find some sense of security in his heart. Damn it, that bastard Duming, on one hand wants to steal someone's wife, on the other hand pretends to be a gentleman. This kind of thing is simply insane. Kill him, I want to see the author beat him up. Duming took Wang Ruotong to find the protagonist together, even mocked him, and even Su Ruotong wants to break off the engagement. The next chapter is about Shin Feng, the protagonist, signing a contract with Tian Dao, gaining martial arts skills, including the Ling Weibo step and the dragon subduing 18 palms, 2 powerful techniques. Clusters of smoke rose into the air, shimmering with faint golden light, slowly entering Li Rui's body. The next moment, a burst of aura surrounded his head, booming like a drizzle, slowly entering his body inch by inch. Heavens, I've already experienced the power of this so quickly, it's incredible. Li Rui felt a sense of excitement, realizing it belatedly. In a short time, he seemed to have absorbed the author's techniques, which was truly miraculous, even more intense than the fantasy he had read before. More, I can completely master these moves. The first time he read it, he only learned trivial things, but now he has learned more techniques. Li Rui desperately flipped to the next page, but no matter how much he flipped, he couldn't read ahead, reaching the end. Damn it, what is this? It's all the same, playing with him over and over again. Feeling hopeless, he lay on the ground, his heart feeling as if thousands of ants were constantly scratching, making him uncomfortable. At a critical moment, the author still hasn't updated? In the vast land of China, authors are diligently updating, no author dares not to. Shin Feng, of course, will not easily tell them that this is a trick, intentional. Of course, if he continues to update, he can also gain popularity, but not as much as now. This is a common author's routine from the previous world. In the evening, Shin Feng returned home after 8 o'clock, carrying a large pile of daily necessities. What made him feel good was the beautiful women in this world, all similar to those in the three-dimensional world, each one so beautiful, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and well-proportioned figures. They were simply the ideal goddesses for otaku. It was because of this that he was exceptionally happy today. The alarm clock ringing Didi broke his thoughts. It was 10 o'clock, time to update the novel again, but he had just decided during the day to update in a few days. He turned off the alarm, took a shower, got into bed, subconsciously read a book, a series of things that followed. He kept waiting until 12:15 at night. The computer kept ringing Didi with messages coming one after another. It's late at night, when will it end? Who is so annoying to send messages? Shin Feng was displeased, but had to open the computer to check. Update. Important things are said 3 times, all urging for updates. If you don't update soon, I'll come to your house immediately. The blade has been sent out, please check it. The author's home address is already known. If you don't update, it will be exposed immediately. Various threats to update the novel are in the comments. Most people in this world are cultivators, and things get complicated when there are many people. I'm really afraid that someone will find my home address and come to attack. This kind of private meal is very scary. It seems that the idea of taking a few days off during the day cannot exist. Shin Feng took a deep breath, his fingers quickly tapping on the keyboard, and in just half an hour, a chapter was written. Pressing a key, it was sent out. In just a second, the comments below instantly surged. These people are really scary. Shin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. Heaven's Dao System Reward, 8 Spirit Pills. 8 Spirit Pills are enough to learn more than 10 skills. Although in this world, skills are mostly learned by reading novels, under normal circumstances, learning one skill from a book is already good. Some talented individuals can learn 2 or 3 skills from one book at most. Not to mention more than 10 skills, that is simply impossible. Shin Feng took out a transparent small jar, put 7 spirit pills in it, and swallowed one. This thing cannot be eaten all at once, otherwise his body won't be able to handle it. No matter what, he came here through time travel and hasn't adapted to this cultivation level yet. 1 pill a day is enough. The Heaven's Dao System rewards are becoming more and more generous. If I update more than 10 chapters at once, will there be more rewards? Thinking about this, the idea was quickly dispelled. He is a late-stage lazy cancer author. Updating more than 10 chapters is out of the question. Finally updated, thank God, the wait wasn't in vain. Li Rue, who was waiting in front of the computer, saw the update content for the first time and couldn't wait to read it. Li Rue leaned over the computer as if a hungry wolf had found a delicious lamb. This time, he would definitely be able to learn the essence of the skill. The author used the Lingbo microstep. A light wave hit Du Ming's body, a mouthful of black blood spurted out, followed by the appearance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, quickly resolving the person. Du Ming called for help. It was Dragon Elder, and the outcome can be imagined, just as the author used the dragon subduing 18 palms. Author, flowers for everyone, flowers have reached 1 billion, giving you a crazy update of 15. Oh, no, 2 chapters. It's really shameless, 1 billion flowers, this is a matter of life and death. Li Rue was in despair, expressing his indignation. This was more unbearable than killing him, a little torment, it would be better to just stab him to death. Constantly muttering in dissatisfaction, he obediently sent out a small flower. Not only was Li Rue complaining non-stop, even the book reviews were stirring up trouble. This resentment was even greater than being wronged, it was almost to the point of seeking revenge at night. Why is it so little? How am I supposed to survive until the next update? Author, you're so good at cutting, you might as well cut a high-voltage line. Does anyone know where he lives? I want to go to his doorstep and poop. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Elder's side, he almost spat out old blood. It's over already? Shinfeng, however, didn't care about the opinions of these people, as no matter how many updates there were, it was always like this. His conditions had already come out, so how much he updates depends on their reactions. At this moment, Dragon Elder sat on a chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, his brain spinning rapidly. Fortunately, he received reliable information in the past few days, knowing that the author capable of setting the world on fire was Shinfeng. But according to the information, this Du Ming had some subtle relationship with Wang Ruodong, and if Wang Ruodong were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but she had a childhood engagement with the author Shinfeng. And because of Du Ming's relationship, she had proposed to break off the engagement with Shinfeng, which made things a bit tricky. Fortunately, at the beginning, he didn't let Du Ming investigate this matter, otherwise, it would have been difficult to handle the outcome. Prepare a gift for me, I will personally visit this big shot, Dragon Elder said to a subordinate beside him. Yes, it's no wonder that the book has its own name inside. If you don't visit it soon, you might turn into an unforgivable villain in the next chapter. At the same time, in order to give Shinfeng a good impression, Long Lao quickly recommended the book's link in the group. This one? A signed book? Long Lao's recommendation must be good. The groups were buzzing with excitement. Long Lao was considered a talent in their hearts, and anyone under his guidance was considered fortunate. Of course, a figure like Long Lao shared books sparingly, even his own books were rarely shared. 5 minutes later, the groups exploded again. Is this author a friend of Long Lao? It's amazing, no wonder he's a signed author of Tian Dao. Lao, Long Lao, hurry and urge your friend to update. Learn the Dragon Subduing Palm, update, the first book in 20 years that feels so powerful. They were all excitedly pleading with Long Lao. Of course, in the group, Du Ming and Wang Ruotong could see every word clearly. Du Ming angrily threw his phone on the ground. You lucky brat, not only did you sign a book with Tian Dao, but you also had Long Lao personally forward it to so many groups. Long Lao had never forwarded anything for himself, and he didn't know how much effort he had put in to please him. Now, this brat who was a nobody signed with Tian Dao, and was being praised by so many people, boldly writing about himself. Damn, he's dead. Who can blame him? If I were also signed as an author by Tian Dao, I could do the same. Wang Ruotong suddenly said coldly. After so many years, what if he was Long Lao's disciple? He was still surpassed by someone who wasn't even his disciple. Really, the weak are jealous of the strong. On the other hand, having such a fiancé was like doubling her worth. Thinking of this, Wang Ruotong's mouth curved into a smug smile. Du Ming saw everything clearly, grabbed Wang Ruotong's arm tightly, exuding a terrifying aura, and roared, "What do you mean by that? Do you want to go find that nobody? Can a nobody be signed by Tian Dao?" Wang Ruotong didn't give him any face and pushed him away. Just as they were about to get physical, she used this as an excuse to leave. Du Ming, if you dare lay a hand on me, our relationship is over from now on. Upon hearing this, Du Ming cowered. He knelt on the ground, begging. Ruotong, I was too emotional just now. I love you, and you love me. Please don't leave. Wang Ruotong was the daughter of the Wang family, with her own capital. If she left, it would be hard to find someone who could help her. Although he was seen as Long Lao's disciple outside, all his capital was actually supported by Wang Ruotong's money. As for Shinfeng, that useless guy, revenge is a dish best served cold, and he will be beaten sooner or later. Du Ming, don't think like that. Between us, you want to go find Shinfeng, right? Let's go, I'll take you there, as long as you don't leave me. Du Ming, without distinguishing right from wrong, pulled her along, wanting to leave. Wang Ruotong. She didn't expect Du Ming to love her so much, even kneeling down, to take her to find Shinfeng. After spending so much time together, she realized that Du Ming wasn't that bad to her. Let's not go, and let's not break up. In the end, Wang Ruotong softened. We must go find Shinfeng. He is now a signed author of Tian Dao, with a great reputation. Let's take this opportunity to get close to him. Maybe we can benefit from it, Du Ming said. Shinfeng, this guy, although he has signed a contract, his mind is still the same. As long as he lowers his head a little, he can definitely make himself smile. By then, with Shinfeng's reputation, publishing articles, maybe even catching the attention of Tian Dao and getting signed. These days are just around the corner, and then it will be more than enough to suppress Shinfeng. As a direct disciple of Lon Lao, he will definitely support himself. Who keeps talking bad about me every day, nagging day by day, really can't stop. Shinfeng at home was flipping through a book of riddles on the bed, sneezing several times in a row. Having fame is not a good thing, you can't even take a break. The tricky riddles in his mind turned into tiny specks of golden light, flowing into Shinfeng's head. Shinfeng took a deep breath, flipping through books swiftly, absorbing all the riddles in the thick book. The spiritual pill is indeed powerful, just eating one has already made a difference. There are still 7 left, if he eats a few more, his cultivation will greatly increase. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of intense knocking echoed. He crossed over here, hasn't made any friends, and the previous owner of this body didn't have many friends either. Who could be knocking on the door? Could it be those irrational viewers really coming with knives? It's better not to make a sound, pretend not to be home. The knocking continued for over 10 minutes, not stopping but getting louder. Shinfeng, open the door, I'm Wang Ruotong, I know you're at home, open the door first, I have something to tell you. Wang Ruotong's voice could be faintly heard from outside the door. Shinfeng's tense heart suddenly relaxed, almost thinking the readers were coming with knives. We had a little misunderstanding before, today we came specially to resolve it. The speaker was Du Ming, and the two almost echoed each other sentence by sentence. Unable to bear it, Shinfeng shouted, I'm not here, hurry up and leave. I brought something important, there's really something important to say, open the door first, we can talk inside, there was a little misunderstanding between us before, don't take it to heart. Wang Ruotong was gentle, completely different from her confrontational attitude when she first arrived. Today she must clarify things with Shinfeng, she must not let him continue to criticize her work. At the current rate of development, Wang Ruotong's name will become infamous in Huaxia. On the contrary, if she can reconcile with Shinfeng, the result will be completely different. Not only will she become famous, but she can also become the envy of everyone, the happiest woman in Huaxia. Hurry up and leave, I'm not seeing anyone, we have nothing to talk about, even if you talk until the sky breaks, I won't see you. Shinfeng's tone was firm, resolutely refusing to open the door. He knew very well what kind of people they were, just trying to take advantage of him, but they won't succeed. Wang Ruotong was persistent, kept knocking forcefully, shouting, trying to force Shinfeng out. Too noisy, knock on the door again, and I'll call the police. A woman upstairs poured a basin of water down and scolded angrily. Wang Ruotong's face turned cold, looking at the woman upstairs. She was angry but couldn't say anything, after all, she was in the wrong. Du Ming was afraid of causing a scene and persuaded Wang Ruotong to leave quickly. The next day, just as the sky was getting light, Shinfeng couldn't sleep. Subconsciously, he opened the Tian Dao network's backend on the computer, with 1,880,000 fresh flowers. Wow, amazing, so many flowers. Originally, he just wanted to casually mention it, but he didn't expect to have 1 billion flowers. 1 billion flowers, not just a few thousand or tens of thousands, 1 billion, since ancient times, no one in all of Huaxia and its neighboring countries has ever received 1 billion flowers. He hit the jackpot. Heavenly Dao System prompt, rewarding the technology book. Starting with playing technology brain, Shinfeng opened the book, densely packed inside. The beginning is a big skill. This made him continuously infused with power in his body, because of the effect of the spiritual pill. Now he can quickly learn the skills in almost any book he reads, and he has also learned the essence of them. Taking advantage of this momentum, he wanted to vigorously read another chapter. This time the content directly came to the golden finger, along with several more major skills: sunflower acupoint hand, 10-eyed line, getting all the skills he learned. Readers who had been waiting for a long time eagerly opened the book to check upon receiving the message. With the appearance of the golden finger, readers in front of the computer all felt full of power, as if something was amiss. I actually mastered the sunflower acupoint hand that I have always wanted to learn. I have read Martial Arts World many times before and still didn't learn it, but now I learned it from this book. Listening to what the person above said, I do feel that I can read 10 lines at a glance now. I learned the lightness skill. The book reviews are all about various skills. The only common thing is that all these skills are from Mortal Cultivation Legend. For a moment, the news spread widely, and for the first time in China, this kind of thing happened, causing a new wave of news on various media outlets, all about how Mortal Cultivation Legend has greatly benefited the masses. This book, passed around, caused a sensation, instantly rising to an explosion, prompting the continuous increase of rewards from flowers and the heavenly Tao, and Xin Feng was lying down like Guyu, enjoying all this cultivation to the fullest. This feeling is simply too cool, no regrets in this life. Suddenly, a comment appeared below. It was from Long Ruatong. If there is a chance, I really have something to tell you. There are already more than a dozen comments like this from Long Ruatong. Xin Feng tapped his finger and immediately blocked her. Nuts, she didn't show up directly yesterday, and she's still not giving up. Wang Ruatong really has a bit of thick-skinned ability. How did he not notice it before? Too lazy to read these comments again, Xin Feng simply closed the computer, ready to go out for a walk, buy some food. The ones he bought last time are almost finished. In order to keep a low profile, he deliberately wore pajamas out, so that no one would think he is the spark of Xin, capable of igniting a fire. Just as he reached the entrance of the supermarket, an old man stopped him in his tracks, even looking him up and down, making Xin Feng feel a bit uncomfortable. Xin Feng, you were Xin Feng, I didn't expect, a young man like you, I, an old man, have lived for a lifetime, can't compare to a young man. Who is this person? Does he know him? Oh, I almost forgot, I am Long Lao. I already know that you are the author of Mortal Cultivation Legend. When he said the last sentence, Long Lao even leaned in and whispered in his ear. With fame comes many troubles. If people find out that Xin Feng is the spark of Xin, capable of igniting a fire, he will definitely be surrounded and unable to escape. It will be crazy. Du Ming's teacher? Long Lao? That's right. Getting the correct answer, Xin Feng indicated that he didn't want to continue the conversation, although he hadn't interacted with him before. He didn't want to say much about anyone associated with Du Ming. Obviously, Long Lao also felt this, which made him very anxious. It's fate to meet Xin Feng at the mall today, but it can't be ruined because of Du Ming. Xin Feng, are you hungry? Let's go eat together. I know a place in China that serves especially delicious dishes, my treat, but you must give me face. Long Lao smiled bitterly, afraid of being rejected, so he added a final sentence. Long Lao from China is so gentle, not at all like those online rumors of being cold and difficult to get along with. Instead, he is more talkative and warm. Dragon Lao's face, how can I dare to refuse? Xin Feng showed a smile. It's not a problem to maintain a good relationship with Dragon Lao. Having more friends is much better than having more enemies. The two then arrived at a restaurant, with a Tang Dynasty-style decoration, exquisite and elegant, clearly a place for high-class individuals. Whether in the past life or in this world, neither had been visited before. It seemed like Dragon Lao was really going all out this time. Xin Feng, feel free to order whatever you want to eat, make sure you don't go hungry. Dragon Lao handed over the menu generously. Building a relationship with Xin Feng was a good thing for him personally, as well as for the academy. After Xin Feng shared Mortal Cultivation Legend, most people in the group crazily mentioned him, confirming that Xin Feng was Dragon Lao's friend. If they didn't become friends for real, it would be a slap in his own face. Xin Feng was not shy either. He had been feeling a bit tired of the food he had been eating these days, so he ordered a lot of different dishes. Dragon Lao was pleased to see this, as it helped strengthen the relationship between him and Xin Feng. After finishing the meal, Dragon Lao whispered, Du Ming is just one of my disciples. At most, it's a relationship based on reputation between a disciple and a master. Xin Feng, is there a bit of conflict between you and Du Ming? Should I arrange for you two to resolve it? Without hesitation, Xin Feng rejected the offer upon hearing that name. No need. Indeed, the information he found matched the reality, even more severe. Judging by Xin Feng's attitude, it was clear that he was going to become enemies with Du Ming, and there was no chance of reconciliation. Worried about being misunderstood, Dragon Lao hurriedly clarified their relationship. It's fine not to mention it. Du Ming has a high ego, it's better not to bring him up. Dragon Lao subtly hinted that he didn't have a close relationship with Du Ming. If anyone was to blame, it would be Du Ming for getting involved with the wrong person, especially getting involved with Xin Feng's woman. We've almost finished eating, it's time to go back, Xin Feng said. All he needed to confirm was that Dragon Lao wasn't siding with Du Ming, and that had been proven. As for their previous relationship, he didn't care at all. Dragon Lao personally hailed a cab to take Shinfeng home, and also brought along a bunch of gifts. Shinfeng accepted them gladly, with no negative impressions of Dragon Lao. Once back home, Shinfeng immediately opened the author's backstage and started writing 2 chapters. Last time, he received over 100 million flowers, which greatly improved his cultivation. These 2 chapters could be considered a bonus. 2 hours later, Shinfeng published the articles. The eagerly waiting readers couldn't wait to read them. I told you Dragon Lao is a good person, you didn't believe me, now it's confirmed. Dragon Lao teaming up with the protagonist is so cool. Du Ming is in big trouble now, but how does he have the face to approach the protagonist? This is the legendary birds of a feather flock together. Let Du Ming and Wang Ruodong stick together, never separate. The content of this update was Shin adding fuel to the fire between Du Ming and Wang Ruodong, detailing how she had been trying to find him, and Dragon Lao successfully whitewashing his image and teaming up with the protagonist. Just as the readers were getting excited, the next chapter indicated 856 points are required to view. On the Tiandao website, 1 point equals 1 yuan, so 856 points would be 856 yuan. Normally, they had never spent money on reading books because there were very few stimulating books like this, and no one dared to cut off the content for so long, demanding 100 million flowers, and even escalating directly to paid chapters. A normal chapter of a book only requires 6 points, at most 10 points, but his book directly costs a sky-high price of 856 points. The book reviews exploded instantly, causing a heated uproar. This time, it wasn't just about criticizing the irregular updates, but attacking the author personally. This is truly godlike operation. I've lived for half a lifetime and never seen such arrogance, asking for 856 points. Can you tone it down a bit? This is too direct. Do they think we readers are fools, treating us like ATMs? The fire of XIN can ignite a prairie, but it's too ostentatious. I want to complain. Heavens will, come and punish this evildoer. Calling Heavens will, calling. All readers were desperately calling out to the Heavens will website. As expected, the Heavens will system responded with a reasonable statement. If you don't want to pay, you don't have to read it. They could also share the points, and over the years, no one had ever asked for so many points. How could they refuse such a good deal? Readers were left feeling helpless. It's too harsh, I have no choice but to grit my teeth and buy it. Well, I bought it too, a week's worth of food expenses gone. To the 2 above, getting such good skills, spending this money is worth it. There are pros and cons. From initially complaining to eventually accepting the point system. Many people had already purchased the chapters with 856 points each. Fortunately, Shinfeng's writing was exciting enough, with consecutive cool points, Dragon Lao kicking out Du Ming, and the protagonist using the Kuihua acupuncture technique to control Du Ming, torturing him at will. The ending marked the beginning of a new journey, setting out to find the Dragon Ball, which was no ordinary Dragon Ball. It could ascend to the heavens and descend to the earth, making the possessor invincible. Everyone in Huaxia knew about this, and many powerful cultivators who went in search either returned with injuries and confusion or never returned at all. Hence, it was also known as the life-taking bead. This only fueled more attacks from the readers, as they all wanted to know if the Dragon Ball could be found and if the protagonist would succeed. Pay more, update immediately, one top-ranking tycoon said. He also generously rewarded a full 10,000 points. Both the readers and Heavens Will were stunned, double-checking the number of zeros, afraid of making a mistake. Shinfeng, however, casually replied, "Who do you think you are? Just because you have money doesn't mean you can order me around." With such a bad attitude, he refused. "Please, author, update. I'm really interested in the Dragon Ball, I'll pay any amount, I apologize for my previous attitude." Accompanied by an emoji bowing 90 degrees. Then, he proceeded to reward 50,000 points, 8 times in a row, totaling 450,000 points, an amount that many people couldn't earn in a lifetime, yet Shinfeng obtained it in just 1 second. Money was indeed powerful, but even if he had money, he refused to update. So, he simply replied, "Going to sleep, we'll update another day." With that statement, all the readers exploded, with one leading the way to create a group called Chapter Cutting Dogs. The group was filled with people discussing Shinfeng's irregular updates, which were unsightly. However, Shinfeng paid no attention to all this, casually saying that both black and red were fiery. Amazing, it would be a great honor to know this author in this lifetime. In a corner of the Jingshi Academy, Su Wei's eyes sparkled as she flipped through the pages. Shinfeng's reputation was well-deserved, as the various skills in the book Mortal Cultivation Chronicles were all quite spectacular, and the protagonist was truly outstanding, invincible under the heavens, coolly defeating the male lead. "Little girl, Don't think you can avoid paying your food expenses by hiding here, quickly bring it to me. 5 or 6 young girls gathered behind, with one of them standing in the front directly rummaging through Su Wei's backpack in search of treasure. After a while, they only found about 50 yuan. Are you kidding me? You know what day it is today, and you brought so little. The leading girl, Wang Shasha, was the most outstanding brain girl in the Capital Academy, and her cultivation had reached the 9th heavenly layer. Among the other students, the highest cultivation was only at the 5th heavenly layer, so no one dared to oppose Wang Shasha. Su Wei's cultivation was just at the 5th heavenly layer, barely comparable to Wang Shasha, making it insignificant. Wang Shasha directly pulled her, trying to take off the necklace around her neck. The necklace looked valuable, and she thought she could sell it for a good price. Senior sister, please don't. This is the only keepsake my mother left me. Su Wei cried, struggling desperately. Having lost her parents at a young age, this necklace was a symbol of faith for her, constantly supporting her. If she lost the necklace, her life would lose its meaning. The more Su Wei struggled, the more Wang Shasha thought the necklace was valuable. A soul keepsake would surely fetch a good price. The commotion attracted other students, but no one dared to help as they were well aware of Wang Shasha's cultivation level. Give it to me. Wang Shasha exuded a powerful aura, causing everyone to step back. With Wang Shasha's 9th heavenly layer cultivation, one strike could be fatal. Why provoke her? It's pitiful. Let's hope nothing serious happens. If Dragon Lao were here, he could subdue Wang Shasha. Everyone assumed Su Wei was doomed, showing a resigned attitude. Smack! Wang Shasha was sent flying by a slap. Damn, how dare you hit me? Wang Shasha angrily got up. Smack! Smack! 2 more slaps were delivered, and smoke emanated from Su Wei's palms, displaying immense power. She had mastered the dragon subduing 18 palms, a skill she had just read about in the book Mortal Cultivation Legend. Unexpectedly, she could absorb it invisibly, albeit only a third of its essence, but it was enough. I'm coming for you. Su Wei exuded a majestic aura. Though her cultivation was not at the 9th heavenly layer, she had broken through to the 6th heavenly layer and possessed a powerful skill, more than enough to deal with Wang Shasha. Realizing she was no match, Wang Shasha fled in defeat. Wei, where did you learn such a cool skill? It's awesome. Please tell me, teach me, I beg you. Did you see how pathetic Wang Shasha looked? It was so satisfying. Everyone rushed forward, clamoring to inquire. Su Wei didn't hide anything and directly opened the book Mortal Cultivation Legend, explaining the whole story. In no time, the entire incident spread far and wide, attracting viewers from various countries. Fan value starting at 10,000 plus point value 100,000 plus 5 billion flowers received. The heavenly system prompted, inviting XIN's fire can certify the author as a heavenly website. The heavenly system is divided into several stages. The first stage is being signed by the heavenly system, the most basic entry. The second stage is being invited by the heavenly system to participate in a ceremony for formal certification, letting other websites know that this person belongs to the heavenly system and is protected by it. The heavenly system continued to prompt, the certification ceremony will be held at the Capital Academy in 2 days. Please make sure to attend. Shenfeng wasn't surprised to hear the system prompt. With the quality of my brother's writing, getting certified by the heavenly system is a piece of cake. However, when Shenfeng thought about the generous rewards of the Tiandao system, he couldn't help but feel excited. The rewards given by the system before were indeed generous, and this time, the rewards for Tiandao certification were truly thrilling. However, having to wait for 2 more days, Shenfeng angrily said to the system, I have already obtained the Tiandao certification myself, why not give me the reward now? Is it any different from giving it to me in 2 days? However, the system completely ignored this request, leaving Shenfeng feeling disappointed as he lay on the bed. Oh well, I don't feel like writing for these 2 days, I'll just stop updating. At this moment, the readers still had no idea what terrifying events awaited them tomorrow, eagerly anticipating the author's updates. The next day, Shenfeng opened his computer and informed the readers that there would be no updates for the next 2 days due to the upcoming certification ceremony. Damn it, the ceremony in 2 days, I'm going to crush this thing. Aren't you afraid of inciting the crowd at the ceremony? How many lives will you lose then? Add me to the above too, my family sells wrenches, I'll bring some wrenches for everyone. Shenfeng saw these comments as if he hadn't heard them. Humph, looking for trouble with me? I just learned a new technique and was worried I wouldn't have anyone to practice on. 2 days later at the Jingshi Hall, even before dawn, it was already crowded with people, everyone wanting to see what this mysterious author looked like. Sitting in the front row at the ceremony was none other than Long Lao, a well-known figure in this continent, naturally holding a prominent position. Behind him were Du Ming, Wang Ruodong, and some other disciples. Long Lao, did we come too early? The ceremony doesn't start for another half an hour, Du Ming whispered to Long Lao. What do you know? Such important ceremonies naturally require some attention. Shin Feng is destined for great things in the future, we cannot afford to be at odds with him. Due to the feud between Du Ming and Shin Feng, Long Lao had originally not planned to bring Du Ming along, but Wang Ruodong insisted on accompanying Du Ming, so Long Lao reluctantly agreed. During the ceremony later, you better not provoke Shin Feng. You better forget about your grudge with him completely, don't blame me for not warning you. Long Lao thought for a moment and gave Du Ming a precautionary reminder. Du Ming clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, his sinister eyes glancing at Shin Feng. Damn it, he was supposed to be the most respected person in Huaxia. How did this useless guy steal the spotlight? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Everyone, this is the author of XINXIN's Fire, the original Shin Feng. Li Wei from the Tian Dao website announced. Shin Feng also politely greeted everyone. Among the visitors today were a few reader representatives who couldn't contain their excitement upon seeing Shin Feng in person. Update the novel, update it quickly. He's so handsome, I thought the author was some old man, turns out he's a handsome guy, I love him. Boss, I bow to you. The readers at the scene erupted in excitement, men, women, young, and old, holding a flag that read Mortal Cultivation Legend, XINXIN's Fire, can ignite. Shin Feng also politely smiled, thank you for your support. He never expected that as a former otaku in his past life, he would be so popular in this world after crossing over. Originally, he had only seen the crazy comments under the book reviews, but now, he finally experienced the feeling of being respected, which was simply too enjoyable. Support your head, I'll smack you to death. In the crowd, a deep voice sounded completely different, coming from a man who was 8 feet tall, with a scruffy beard. Shin Feng, you're just a nobody, writing a lousy book, acting all high and mighty. Long Tu furrowed his brows, recognizing the man as Dushan, one of Du Ming's henchmen. Dushan was previously called Li Hua, but after meeting Du Ming, the two became familiar with each other and Dushan changed his name directly. The whole story can be traced back to an accident 5 years ago. How did he come? Dushan listened to Du Ming's words. This time it was most likely him who had brought trouble. Teacher, I don't know, this has nothing to do with me, Du Ming denied. Dushan's cultivation was different from his, specializing in martial arts, including the most powerful skill, the Beiming Divine Palm. Up to now, the most powerful Beiming Divine Palm in Huaxia, with one palm, could crush a person into pieces, which is why he specifically asked Dushan to publicly beat Shin Feng. Call me teacher, and I will take you as my disciple. Some things are not as simple as you think. I'll say it again, don't go against Shin Feng, you are not his match. Long Lao advised earnestly. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and if he didn't listen, there was nothing more to be done. The worst outcome, he had already thought about it, the worst being the severance of the master-disciple relationship with Du Ming. Du Ming didn't listen at all, with a smile on his face, waiting for Shin Feng to make a fool of himself. A Tian Dao editor immediately stepped forward to stop Dushan. As a Tian Dao contracted editor, Xiao Zhang had read many books, and his cultivation level was evident. How dare you cause trouble at my Tian Dao certified author ceremony, looking for a fight? Boom! Like a bolt from the blue on a clear day, lightning and thunder, dark clouds overhead. Xiao Zhang's face darkened, surrounded by a strong murderous aura, the atmosphere dropping to zero. The people of Tian Dao were furious. This little guy, even if he was 3 meters tall, was still a weakling. The Beiming Divine Palm clashed with the Qian Kuan Great Shift, echoing through the sky with a loud noise. Pang! Xiao Zhang was knocked back several meters, blood spewing from his mouth, barely clinging to life. Useless guy, a small fry. Dushan didn't mince words, mocking and taunting. The scene fell silent, no one saying a word, as if the previous scene was all fake. How powerful were the editors of Tian Dao, not only deciding on signed works but also possessing the most skills, yet they were being knocked down in minutes. Shin Feng, you coward, get out here, aren't you arrogant? Look at you now, scared in minutes. Dushan laughed heartily, full of mockery. His eyes occasionally glanced at Du Ming, as if saying, this guy is nothing. Du Ming nodded, giving a thumbs up, taking it all in. A shadow flashed by quickly, a slap hitting Dushan's face. You little brat, I just went to the bathroom, didn't expect to give you the wrong idea. Shin Feng was imposing, not losing to Dushan at all. *ting on his head, damn, if I don't beat you, I won't call myself Shin Feng. Ha, has the arrogant editor of Tian Dao ever done this? Can he do it? Although Mortal Cultivation Legend is very powerful, it doesn't mean the author is also powerful. Pray! Everyone gasped, feeling sorry for Shin Feng, who was so young to leave the world. Mortal Cultivation Legend was such a good fantasy book, But unfortunately, it was no longer being updated. At this moment, they felt that even if they had to give more points and flowers, as long as it was updated, it would be good. Listening to the public opinion below, Dushan was also full of confidence. You're seeking death, kid. Dushan unleashed his power, like Mount Tai, charging forward. You little bastard, dare to lay a hand on me, I'll make you cry for your mother. I'm a tough guy. Smack! Go to hell, who the hell do you think you are? The 18 dragon subduing palms, sunflower acupoint finger technique, Shinfeng leaped forward, striking with a palm followed by an acupoint technique. You dare to speak arrogantly without knowing your own capabilities. It's not interesting to just kill you directly, it's more fun to toy with you slowly. Shinfeng then used his spare time to study medical books, and with some medical knowledge he learned, he helped Xiao Zhang recover in just a minute. Then he walked over to Dushan, who was immobilized, and said to Xiao Zhang, "You are in charge of this person. The methods of heaven are enough to torment this guy to death, he is not worried at all." Dushan desperately tried to move, but he couldn't speak a word. Like a dead pig, he could only accept whatever was done to him. "Leave it to me," Xiao Zhang said with a stern face. She was a sensible person, everyone knew what she was going to do. Dushan's forehead was covered in sweat, and he was trembling all over. Du Ming dared not say a word at this moment, fearing he would be implicated. "I have high hopes for Shinfeng, he is a promising talent," said Bai Qi, one of the most prestigious mentors in Huaxia. "Everyone knows that he and Long Lao are lifelong companions." "I disagree, I think Du Ming is better," a dissenting female voice chimed in. It was Wang Feier, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, the older sister of Wang Ruodong, the only young and talented writer in Huaxia who had written several books and had some fame, but had not received the approval of heaven. "Oh, what a big joke. One is a contracted author approved by heaven, the other is a disciple of Long Lao. Although Long Lao is indeed the most respected person in Huaxia, but..." Bai Qi paused and then sneered, "It seems like Du Ming has nothing to do with you." The crowd immediately stirred. Although it was a bit chaotic, Du Ming could still make out a few sentences. A useless person who knows nothing dares to question the contracted author of heaven? Someone found a scapegoat to make trouble, but unexpectedly got knocked down with one move. Hilarious. Hey, what if he is Long Lao's disciple? Did he spend a lot of money just to have Long Lao take him as a named disciple? Even though Du Ming's face was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear it and shouted, "What's so special about Shinfeng? He just got lucky and wrote a mediocre book that gained some popularity. Just wait. I will definitely write a better book." An elegantly dressed old man sitting next to Du Ming laughed heartily, with a hint of trembling in his voice as he reminded, "Young man, don't you know the saying, the river flows east for 30 years, and west for 30 years? If you don't have the ability to surpass others, you should still be humble and not speak harshly too early." Seeing Shinfeng's increasingly unpleasant expression, Long Lao cleared his throat and the scene quieted down. Long Lao was speaking, "Be quiet." After the scene calmed down, Long Lao slightly embarrassedly said, "My disciple's words were a bit too extreme just now. I will have him apologize to Mr. Shan and everyone present. Although Mr. Shan is young, he can write such excellent works and gain the approval of heaven. It can be said that he is exceptionally talented and has a bright future." After Long Lao finished speaking, he turned and glared at Du Ming before slowly sitting down. Wang Feier stood there looking somewhat embarrassed. Wang Ruotong pulled her and whispered for her to sit down, saying softly, "Sister, you don't need to speak up for Du Ming. I used to think he had some charm, which is why I was with him, but now seeing him so frustrated." Wang Ruotong hesitated to speak, and in the end could only sigh quietly, inwardly complaining, "I was really blinded by love to be with Du Ming. Now she only cared about her relationship with Shinfeng and how to salvage it." Editor Xiao Zhang stepped forward and said, "All right, let's end these little incidents here. The ceremony will continue." After a long time, the certification ceremony finally ended. Shinfeng sat on a long bench and sighed, "So tired, damn, when can I go home?" At this moment, Wang Ruotong walked over. Shinfeng, who was squinting, naturally saw her, but still pretended to be asleep. "Shinfeng, how have you been these days?" Wang Ruotong smiled, her tone gentle, and her mysterious figure approached. "As you can see, it's not going well. I can only say it's a step to heaven." Shinfeng drawled, laughing somewhat recklessly, glanced at Wang Ruodong, and added, "I'm sure you've also enjoyed a lot of benefits with that Du guy, right?" Wang Ruodong smiled bitterly, "I also have some difficulties." Understanding that this was intentional sarcasm towards her, whether she was doing well or not, it didn't matter. Du Ming didn't have the ability like Shinfeng. If she had known earlier, she would never have followed Du Ming to the end. Before Wang Ruodong could finish speaking, Shinfeng interrupted, "Your difficulties have nothing to do with me, and I don't care. The sins of the past benefit the present." Wang Ruodong's little thoughts, how could she not understand? She disdainfully ignored her troubles. She wouldn't give her hope, the illusion of returning to her side. Seeing the strained relationship, Wang Ruotong restrained her temper again, swaying back and forth, occasionally leaning on Shen Feng, looking aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. I didn't know before that Du Ming was such a petty person, now I just want to be with you. Shen Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with her and walked away. Shen Feng, Wang Ruotong called out persistently, while Du Ming standing beside her was about to explode with anger, his eyes full of hatred fixed on Shen Feng. Despicable woman, whoever she sees as good, she clings to, damn it, wasn't I good enough to you? I almost gave you my heart, you little slut. Shen Feng, who had already arrived home, immediately opened his computer and updated the next chapter with a worried expression. As usual, within an hour, a chapter with a golden finger, full of exciting points, was freshly released. As expected, the comments section exploded a second later. Finally seeing the author in person, not lacking in looks, I admire you. The person above has no shame? Speaking of the author being so good looking, does he have a girlfriend? Consider me. The two above are probably too late, the author has already got a marriage certificate with me. Seeing such comments, Shen Feng felt depressed. Although I am handsome, they are not urging me to update. Could it be that my talent is not as good as my looks? I'm moving tomorrow, if they don't urge me to update. Should I take a break tomorrow? When he returned, Tian Dao specially gave him a key, saying it was a reward for becoming a certified author of Tian Dao. After much thought, he finally decided to forget it. These people are too crazy. If he stops updating, they might dig up his personal information. It's too troublesome to think about. Having too much fame is not a good thing. The next day, early in the morning, Shen Lao brought a truck and a luxury car to Shen Feng's house with many people. Lao Long, you're here really early, these days have been hard on you. Shen Feng warmly welcomed Lao Long outside. We don't need to be so polite about these little things in our relationship. These people are all family, they keep secrets well and won't leak your address. Lao Long, you're still considerate. Let's not say more. If Lao Long has any requests in the future, I will do my best. Speaking of which, there is one thing I would like to ask. I don't know if I should mention it. Oh, don't be polite, go ahead. Can you spoil me the plot of the later part of Mortal Cultivation Legend? Lao Long smiled and whispered. It's not that I don't want to say, but there are regulations from Tian Dao, no spoilers allowed. I'm afraid it will disappoint Lao Long. No problem, you just got certified now. I'm just a bit obsessed with your book. It's okay. After a busy half-day, he finally arrived at his new home. Shen Feng lay on the spacious bed with 4 or 5 people, feeling that this new home can be said to be luxurious to the extreme. Indoor and outdoor area of 300 to 400 square meters, although not considered large, but a total of 9 floors, with all kinds of entertainment facilities. The kitchen, living room, and bedroom are not only outrageously large, but also exquisitely decorated. Shen Feng picked up a delicate ornament and couldn't help but sigh. However, looking through the window, he saw a huge floating swimming pool protruding from the 9th floor. Shen Feng was immersed in the shock brought by his new home, and at this moment, countless readers also recalled the move Shen Feng used to defeat his opponent at the certification ceremony. The move the author used at the ceremony seems to have appeared in the book. Yes, I also have some impression. At that time, I was just watching the excitement, but now I remember that it was indeed a move from the book. This author just got certified, so he should update quickly. Be careful not to be expelled right after certification. In less than 2 days, the comments section was filled with a large group urging for more updates. Seeing the discussion in the comments section, Du Ming sneered and mocked, "Kid, the higher you stand, the harder you fall." An evil idea emerged in Du Ming's mind. Du Ming took out his phone and called a professional organization that boosts traffic. Post a comment in the Mortal Cultivation Legend comments section. I want this comment to be the first in the comments section tomorrow. How much do you charge? After negotiating the price, Du Ming then used his connections to steal an account that had not been logged in for a long time and posted a review under Shen Feng's latest chapter. I knew Shen Feng before he became famous. He used to be a useless and talentless loser. It's really surprising that he can now be certified by the heavens. In this situation, I think it's necessary to verify if he used any unsavory means. Kid, this time I'll make sure you fall and never get up again. That woman, Wang Ruotong, will turn her attention to herself when she sees Shen Feng fall, and she will be thoroughly dealt with. Those who humiliate Du Ming will either die or be disabled. Who knew that as soon as he requested the boosted review, the organization immediately called back? Don't you know how popular Shen Feng is? Accusing him without evidence like this could get us into trouble. Even through the phone screen, one could hear the urgency and panic from the other side. If it's a lie, not to mention what Shen Feng could do to him, just those readers, spitting one after another, could drown him. This matter is risky, and if things go wrong, he might lose his meal ticket. Just tell me, how much? Du Ming was not interested in small talk. Things that can't be solved without money are often those where the money is too little. 100,000. Truly heartless, 100,000 to turn his fate around. It's worth it to see Shinfeng fail. Du Ming gritted his teeth and agreed. The next day, as expected, the review quickly rose to the top of the hot search list. With fame comes controversy, and the haters replied with many skeptical comments under the review. I heard that ghostwriting is very common. Wasn't that famous writer Wang Hao a few years ago found to have hired ghostwriters? If he really used a ghostwriter, that's disgusting. Can any big shots investigate this matter quickly? I also feel like this Shinfeng suddenly became popular, with a high suspicion of ghostwriting. The comments section was in a heated debate over this matter, and the comments under this chapter were significantly more active than in previous chapters. Meanwhile, Shinfeng, who was sleeping at home, was awakened by a phone call from Long Lao. He had just finished reading the new chapter and was browsing the comments section when he saw these comments and immediately called Shinfeng. Upon hearing the whole story, Shinfeng remained calm and nonchalant, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. It's a small matter. Long Lao was instantly stunned. How could this be a small matter? Being accused of using a ghostwriter is a big deal. Who in the entire Huaxia would dare to do such a thing? Those who are found to have used ghostwriters are now rummaging through the trash cans. Shinfeng, if there is anything, you can tell me. My old man can help, and will definitely support you with all his might, Long Lao asked with concern, afraid that he might be troubled. I will handle it, no need to worry, Shinfeng replied calmly. Even if the sky falls, it's just a small matter, no need to make a fuss. Ghostwriting was a common practice in his previous world, and everyone understood it. As long as he proves himself, nothing else matters. Hearing this, Long Lao had to give up and could only let things take their course, praying that Shinfeng would be fine. After hanging up the phone, Long Lao still felt uneasy. Could this be the work of Du Ming? If it really was him, it would be troublesome, and there would be no way to protect him. Investigate this matter. Someone must be jealous of Shinfeng's popularity and spreading rumors intentionally, Long Lao sighed to his assistant standing beside him. Shinfeng opened the comments section and saw a heated discussion. He immediately announced he would live stream his writing process in 2 days, welcoming everyone to supervise. However, this reply did not dispel the doubts in the comments section. Can't we have the live stream today? Why wait for 2 days? Are you trying to memorize the updates during these 2 days? I don't care if the author uses ghostwriters or not, as long as the updates are on time, that's what matters to me. Come on, Tian Dao's certification has a strict review system, ghostwriting situations are impossible. Seeing that the comments section was still chaotic, Shinfeng simply closed his computer to avoid the annoyance. The truth will be revealed in due time. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the ghostwriting incident had become the hottest topic. As the live stream time approached, the topic's popularity soared. Major media outlets were also closely monitoring Shinfeng's every move. Shinfeng turned on the camera and began the live stream. In the live stream, Shinfeng sat in front of the computer, clearly visible from head to toe. At the beginning of the live stream, the number of online viewers had already reached millions and was increasing at an astonishing rate. Shinfeng's fingers flew over the keyboard, creating a clattering sound in the live stream room. As the text on the screen increased, the skeptical barrage in the live stream room gradually decreased. I said before that Tian Dao's review is very strict, ghostwriting incidents would never happen. Do you believe it now? People are afraid of fame, and pigs are afraid of being fat. The author was just starting to gain popularity and was already being slandered. This is despicable. Can someone expose this villain and help the author clear his name? With the final sentence, Shinfeng clicked send. The latest chapter has been updated. You can go check if it matches the previous style. I understand your doubts, and I also detest ghostwriting. As for the truth, I believe it will come to light soon. On the other side, Du Ming, who was closely watching the live stream, looked pale. He had been sending many barrages attacking those who supported Shinfeng, but it had no effect. It seemed that the current measures were not enough. He needed to take stronger action. Du Ming, Long Lao's voice sounded from behind Du Ming. Slap! A slap landed on Du Ming's face, causing him to fall to the ground with blood trickling from his mouth. You fool, I told you not to provoke Shinfeng, but you didn't listen. Do you think your actions were flawless? Luckily, I investigated early and found out it was you. If Tian Dao had found out, it wouldn't have been just a slap. Upon learning the news, he immediately found Du Ming. As expected, it was Du Ming behind the incident, causing trouble. Du Ming paused for a moment, realizing that his scheme had been exposed. This is too fast, but it's not surprising considering Long Lao's reputation and ability to work quickly. However, dealing with Tian Dao, that's not easy. Teacher, what should I do now? Please save your disciple, Long Lao. Du Ming knelt down on both knees, looking like he was about to die. A real man can bend and stretch, and Long Lao can definitely save himself. After all, they have developed a bond over the years. Next second, Long Lao scolded, "You are no longer my disciple. While I have no intention of killing you now, you better roll as far away as you can." Initially, Du Ming was thought to be just competitive, with good character, but now it's clear that he is beyond redemption. Daring to touch the Dragon King's reverse scale is a sure way to seek death. This is the last help for him. Tian Dao probably still doesn't know about it. Fortunately, Shin Feng timely stopped the spread of rumors before it escalated further. Du Ming, with no hope left, cried bitterly, knowing Long Lao well enough to understand that this is the final step of their relationship. The only way out now is to leave Huaxia before getting beaten up and leave early. Teacher, until we meet again. With tears in his eyes, he left, as Shin Feng, who had just finished the live broadcast, stretched lazily, preparing to rest. The doorbell kept ringing. Who could it be, so untimely? I am Wang Dong, the head of the Wang family. I am here today to congratulate you on obtaining the Tiandao certification and also to quickly finalize the engagement between you and my daughter Wang Ruotong. A burly figure in a solemn black suit, a clean and middle-aged man, spoke respectfully. Master Wang, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. While it's true that I had an engagement with Wang Ruotong, she has already cancelled it. Shin Feng took out a recording pen from the drawer. The evidence is here, you can listen to it if you don't believe me. After listening to the recording, the head of the Wang family looked ashamed. More so, he regretted his actions. That silly child Ruotong, how could she say such things? Shin Feng is so outstanding, not just in Huaxia, but in the whole world. There is no one better than him. Moreover, they had a childhood engagement, which made him even more excited. He had been away for a while on business, and upon returning, he heard about Shin Feng's situation and immediately rushed to discuss the engagement personally. He was afraid of losing Shin Feng to someone else, so he came without resting. There must be some misunderstanding between us. I hope her foolish words won't delay the engagement. You may not have a strong impression of me, but we have deep connections with your parents. Oh, how are your parents? It's been a long time since we met. Let's meet up. Wang Dong smiled, with no airs, speaking gently. Foolish words? Shin Feng sneered, if Master Wang has no other business, then I won't keep you any longer. He didn't want to hear any flattery, it was a waste of his time. He had never thought about who the original owner's parents were, he had never even met them. As for this marriage, he had no interest in it, and even if he were to consider it, it would never be with someone like Wang Ruotong. Xin, don't say that. There are deep-rooted connections between our two families, which cannot be explained in a few words. There must have been misunderstandings between you and Ruotong. Young people are bound to have friction. Wang Dong was persistent, still smiling and kind. There's no need to waste words. Whether there are misunderstandings or not, the engagement between me and her has been cancelled. Shin Feng didn't give him a chance, abruptly cutting off the conversation. With a stern tone, he directly issued the order to leave. You may leave now. Just moved in here, can't even have a peaceful meeting. Wang Dong's face couldn't hide his embarrassment. No matter what, he was the famous head of the Wang family. Even if Long Lao saw him, he would be polite, never showing impatience. Being humiliated by this young man was truly losing face in his old age. Seeing this situation, there was no way to continue the conversation, so it had to be put on hold for now. If Ruotong and he communicate well, things can still work out. This girl from his family, she has the looks and the figure, and she is still the daughter of the Wang family. The most important thing is that she is young and has a high cultivation level. There are countless people who want to marry into the Wang family, but he is confident about this. Shaoxin, I'll leave first. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll help with whatever I can. Before leaving, Wang Dong didn't forget to say a subtle sentence. Shin Feng couldn't be bothered with so many things. The most urgent task was to refine the spiritual energy pill given by the heavenly Tao last time and improve his own cultivation level. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, palms together, a faint golden light emerged from the top of his head, soared into the sky, rushed into the ceiling, and in a matter of seconds, the entire room was filled with clouds and mist mixed with a faint golden light, like a fairyland from a movie. A piece of smoke hovered directly below him, wrapping around him and gradually approaching his body. The effect of the spiritual energy pill was indeed too powerful. After taking them all at once, his body was a bit overwhelmed, but fortunately, his cultivation level could handle it, otherwise, he would be bleeding from all 7 orifices. For an ordinary person, taking one spiritual energy pill would be more than enough. If someone were to enter the room now and see the shimmering golden light and swirling smoke, they would definitely suspect that they had ascended to immortality and were no longer in the mortal world. 3 days later, in the blink of an eye, Xinfeng's cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 10th stage, mastering all the essential skills from mortal cultivation legend and even digesting all the rewards from the heavenly Tao. Even if the heavenly Tao of Huaxia came to challenge him now, there would be no meaning in winning. This feeling is simply too great, full of energy all over my body. Xinfeng stretched his muscles and bones freely, exuding an extraordinary aura. Unfortunately, that guy Du Ming had left Huaxia, otherwise, he could have sparred with him. When news came out about him finding a ghostwriter, he decisively used his pseudonym to hack into the other party's computer and found out it was Du Ming. The reason he didn't take action was out of respect for Long Lao, but if Long Lao protected Du Ming, he wouldn't let that kid off easily. Fortunately, Long Lao was still sincere towards him, considered a fair person, and worth getting to know better. Just then, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Xiaoxin, there's a college entrance exam in the state, I think you should go. Long Lao on the other end of the phone sounded excited. College entrance exam? In the previous world, he was just a homebody, and his academic performance was not that great, so he didn't even go to college. The college entrance exam could be a good thing, and if he could pass it, his wish would be fulfilled. The problem was, even though the body was not his own, the inner self was still his, and his intelligence couldn't be changed. Bittersweet. College entrance exam, my studies are not that good, can I make it? Xinfeng was unsure. You will definitely pass with flying colors. This is a test of cultivation and skills. If you're not good at studying, no one in the whole of Huaxia can pass. Too modest. Being a contracted and certified writer by the heavenly Tao, this kind of capital was a sure pass. Xinfeng cleared his throat a few times and immediately changed the subject. Long Lao, you're too kind. I will take the college entrance exam. In this world, exams based on cultivation were tailor-made for him, which was simply too good to be true. Don't worry, I will help you find a good place to stay in Huaxia. Go ahead, and if you need anything, just let me know. Even through the phone screen, one could feel Long Lao's sincerity and dedication. Although the state is said to be a neighboring country to Huaxia, in reality, it is over 1,000 kilometers away, with different customs and traditions, known as the North and South. With Xinfeng's formidable cultivation level, he would definitely be able to enter the academy. It wouldn't be easy to come back, so his house in Huaxia would need to be taken care of. The matter with Du Ming has been settled, and I won't dwell on it. Xinfeng said. Long Lao's expression turned awkward, and his words got stuck in his throat. Beating around the bush to say that he has lined his pockets, but not caring about him, can be considered a good thing. Just didn't expect that a couple of days later, Xinfeng could remain so calm, and everything was still clear. Rest assured, I, Long Lao, will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Mr. Shen, if you have any issues, just give the order. Long Lao said firmly. Just call me Xiaoxin, stop talking, go busy. He didn't like these provocative words. Actions speak louder than words. He just reminded Long Lao, after all, he was a big shot at the capital academy, and the people of Huaxia relied heavily on him. If he wasn't around and wanted to cause trouble or frame him, the chances were still 60%. But from what he just said, most likely, there shouldn't be a big problem. A few days later, at the #1 academy in the state, the White Horse Imperial Academy, a crowd gathered together, a sea of people. Magnificent and towering buildings. In the middle stood 2 houses of about 50 square meters each, adorned with golden beads shining brightly in the sunlight, quite valuable. Xinfeng, as one of the examinees of the White Horse Imperial Academy, stood on the side, looking particularly inconspicuous. In the front row stood a young man, with a dignified air and a furrowed brow. Yu Fei, so handsome, and his cultivation is also the highest. Love him, my idol. Many female fans below held up signs, shouting excitedly. The White Horse Imperial Academy is the top-ranked academy in the state, and every year during the entrance exams, many people come to watch. Among them, many come to see their idols and to learn various skills. Those who can take the entrance exam here are quite skilled. Casually learning a move or two here is enough for them to show off for a lifetime. Even the lowest level skills reach 3 stars, with a full score of 5 stars. Dear examinees, there is 1 minute left, the exam will begin. This year, the academy will only admit 10 students. On the stage, a beautiful and slender vice dean of the academy, Zhao Qina, with a simple academy uniform, showcasing her well-proportioned figure, spoke softly. With a cultivation level of the 10th heavenly realm and numerous skills, the most commonly used ones are the dragon subduing palm, the biming palm, and the sunflower acupoint hand. Just based on this, they are the most formidable, and it is precisely because of their beauty, high cultivation level, and good character that they became the vice dean of the academy. The #1 beauty in the state, ranked first on the women's list. Some people also come to the academy just to see her. This time, there are over 100 examinees participating, each drawing lots to compete against each other. Next is the first round of competition. Now, please all examinees come up to draw lots. In the first round, number 1 will compete against number 100, number 2 against number 99, and so on. After Zhao Qina introduced the rules on stage, hundreds of students began to draw lots one by one. After drawing the lot and returning to his original position, Shinfeng looked at the number 1 on his lot. Does this imply that I will get first place this time? Shinfeng pondered silently. Look, Yu Fei drew lot number 88. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Then Shinfeng saw a pretty girl sitting on the ground next to him, holding lot number 38 in her hand. Oh, why am I so unlucky? It's really pitiful. In my opinion, in this situation, it's better to just admit defeat directly, so as not to end up crying embarrassingly in the end. Ha ha! A tall and muscular man in the crowd laughed loudly, seeing the girl crying even harder, then said, if I were paired with Yu Fei, I would definitely compete with him, even if I can't beat him. I want him to know that I'm not easy to mess with. He then clenched his fists, revealing a strong physique. Ha, I don't know if you have any skills, but you sure are good at bragging. Don't end up getting beaten up and turned into a pig head. A mocking voice came from the crowd. A muscular man turned around and roared, don't let me catch you, you punk. Quiet down. Zhao Qina shouted from the stage, and when the venue quieted down, she continued, the first 10 and last 10 contestants, please enter the competition area. There will be 5 rounds in the first round, with 50 winners advancing. Shinfeng saw the number 1 arena in front of him and walked in steadily. Standing in front of Shinfeng was a middle-aged man with a refined figure. I am Zhou Dingshan, the 8th generation disciple of the Zhou family. The Zhou family's martial arts belong to the 2-star combat skills. Please enlighten me. Shinfeng was taken aback and thought to himself, I don't know about his martial skills, but his introduction is quite intimidating. Should I also come up with a powerful introduction? Seeing Shinfeng's distracted expression, Zhou Dingshan became angry and threw a punch. Kid, you're distracted in a fight. I see you've had enough. Shinfeng waited for Zhou Dingshan to rush over before calmly blocking the punch with his left arm and swiftly striking with his right hand, stopping right in front of Zhou Dingshan's face. I concede. Shinfeng calmly said 2 words and walked away, leaving Zhou Dingshan looking shocked and confused. Shinfeng, who had left the arena, sat bored in a corner watching the matches. In the second round of the competition, Yu Fei was undoubtedly the first to leave the arena. In the following matches, Shinfeng also easily dominated. There are no challenging opponents. Yu Fei is not even in the same group as me, how boring. Shinfeng sighed as he watched the other candidates leaving the arena. It's unfair. Why isn't someone as talented as Yu Fei directly admitted? Anyone unlucky enough to be in the same group as him is bound to lose. A muscular man who had mocked a girl before the competition staggered to the front of the stage, now clearly lacking the arrogance he had before the match, holding his chest with one hand, showing signs of internal injury. Luck is also part of one's ability. If you think it's unfair, you don't have to participate, Zhao Qina said coldly. This rough but reasonable statement was the reason for being selected for the White Horse Imperial Academy. After the first round of competition, Yu Fei did not disappoint the crowd and successfully entered the top 3. However, there was still Shinfeng. Although the top 10 could all be selected, according to the rules, one person had to be chosen as the first place, and upon admission, they would be rewarded with skills and points, with tuition waived. These rewards were indeed tempting, as this was the number 1 academy in the state, with powerful skills. Who wouldn't want to be selected? Most importantly, the full waiver of tuition worth hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Shinfeng, Yu Fei, ranked first and second. Now, in the final match, who will receive the reward? Let's wait and see. With Zhao Qina's words, everyone's eyes turned to Shinfeng. Who's this skinny guy like a stick? How come he's ranked ahead of the big shots? He doesn't look like a local, who cares? His ranking is only temporary, the big shots will still be first in the end. Agreed, go for it, Yu Fei. Go for it. The crowd cheered and cheered, all rooting for Yu Fei, while Shinfeng seemed a bit out of place. Yu Fei was full of confidence and waved to the crowd. He, Yu Fei, was destined to win. Yu Fei used the sunflower acupoint hand directly, immobilizing Shinfeng in just 1 second. You're just a small fry, daring to compete with him for the ranking. The crowd cheered again, clearly showing that Yu Fei had defeated Shinfeng with 1 move. The match is over. Zhao Qina frowned, not expecting the end to come so quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a loud bang. Then Yu Fei suddenly lay on the ground, barely breathing, his face as pale as paper. Shinfeng stood in front of him, clapping his hands disdainfully, unscathed. The sunflower acupoint technique lacks a bit of finesse if it wants to hold me down. However, the rewards from the will of heaven are quite useful, allowing one to unlock and decipher others' skills on their own. This feat, I'm afraid no one else can achieve. Not to mention that no one in the state or even the whole country can do it. The audience fell silent, staring in disbelief at the stage. Clap. Followed by a round of applause, many people below the stage started clapping their hands. Impossible, this is definitely not real, it's a dream, wake up. Wake up! Yufei, the only son of the Yu family, a military strategist family of the Zhou kingdom, excelled in both military and swordsmanship, unparalleled by anyone else. Therefore, he had led expeditions on behalf of the country multiple times, returning victorious without exception each time. Obviously, Yufei, who grew up in such an environment, was influenced by it. He was well versed in various military strategies from a young age, and being fearless of challenges as a youth, coupled with his habit of reading Mortal Cultivation Chronicles, he was familiar with most skills. The sunflower acupoint technique just now was from the Mortal Cultivation Chronicles. Shun Feng. Are these people out of their minds? Clapping themselves? Who knows how long it took for a voice to finally speak up at the scene. This time, the first place goes to Shin Feng, who will receive a skill book, a scholarship, and a year of tuition waiver. Li Qina announced. With the announcement, everyone sighed in relief, realizing that it was true. Yufei struggled to stand up, trembling, and pointed at Shin Feng with shaky fingers, unable to speak for a while. He couldn't even see when this person made his move, just feeling lightheaded and uncontrollably falling to the ground. Wait, his sunflower acupoint technique targets specific acupoints on the body, how did he unlock it? The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became, various questions flooding his mind. Your cultivation is too low, you will understand in the future. Shin Feng walked forward on his own, suddenly smiling. How do you know what I'm thinking? Can you read minds? Yufei regained his composure and could barely speak, questioning in a skeptical tone. He didn't say it out loud, but how did he know? This person's strength was simply too powerful, almost inhuman. Shin Feng helplessly raised his hand and then asked Li Qina about the date of the school opening before leaving. As Shin Feng left, the scene erupted in commotion once again. He's too terrifying, who is this person? It must be a conspiracy, otherwise, General Yufei wouldn't have lost. Whether it's true or false, Yufei knew it very well, the opponent's cultivation was extraordinary. At this moment, in a palace, grand and magnificent, the walls were adorned with portraits of various cultivators, framed in gold, and crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, making the entire palace exceptionally beautiful. In the center of the palace, on a golden throne, sat a woman in a red gown with a crown on her head, exuding an extraordinary aura. She asked coldly, "Are there any outstanding talents this year?" The woman was none other than the Empress Su Yin of the Zhou Kingdom, with a dozen old ministers kneeling about 50 meters away from her, all pillars of the state. Yufei is not bad, General Yu's son, one of the old men said respectfully. Su Yin nodded slightly, indicating her approval. General Yu is indeed outstanding, but according to the information I received, the top scorer in the national exam is a young man named Shin Feng, around 20 years old. Specific information about him is unavailable, which is quite suspicious. It's uncertain whether he is a citizen of our country, Chen Lao said. Upon hearing this news, he was also incredulous. Everyone in the state had bet on Yufei to win, but unexpectedly, he was defeated by a young man in his 20s. Is he really that formidable? Sometimes, there can be false information. Su Yan smiled lightly, clearly skeptical. The queen of the state is clear about the state affairs, and she is also clear about Yufei's cultivation. She cannot believe that she was defeated by an unknown person without status. Yufei originally used the sunflower acupoint hand. Just when the matter was settled, Shin Feng miraculously unlocked the skill for you, the footwork of Lingbo Weibu, and a chapter of the 18 dragon subduing palms defeated. Chen Lao spoke passionately, with a momentum that couldn't be finished even after 3 days and nights. As someone who has lived half his life, he has seen all kinds of cultivation skills, but it was the first time he saw someone who could cultivate a skill that could unlock other skills. Go and find out the identity of this guy for me. Bring it to me within 3 days. If this kid is really as powerful as Chen Lao said, the state does not need to keep him. Su Yan's tone was serious. Someone with an unknown identity, high cultivation, and the ability to unlock other skills is definitely not a good thing to keep in the state. Recently, there have been conflicts between the state and the northwest and southern regions. Who knows if this guy was sent from the northwest or southern region? Queen, it is better to find out the cause of the matter. If we find the wrong person, it may cause panic. Chen Lao, it is the most frightening for someone with this kind of identity to enter our state. Indeed, the White Horse Imperial Academy has never disclosed student information. It is likely that we won't find any information anywhere. Below, the elders discussed with different opinions. The Whitehorse Imperial Academy is also the most free academy in China, not registering student information to avoid comparisons, and not knowing each other's family backgrounds. Better to kill 100 than to let one go. Spread the word. If Xin Feng is not found within 3 days, kill the nameless male cultivator in his 20s on the spot. Su Yan ordered sternly. In special times, one must not be careless. The lives of the people in the state are more important than anything else, and the nameless pose a great threat. The queen's orders are above all else, and as subjects, they dare not disobey. Moreover, if this person is really sent from the northwest or southern region, killing him would be a bargain. No amount of punishment would be enough. On a moonlit night, in a certain jungle, there were a dozen bodies lying in all directions on the ground, their blood staining the air. Damn, where did this kid go? He's hiding really well. I've been searching for a week and found nothing. A middle-aged man wearing a cloak, with a scruffy beard, and holding a Qinghong long sword in his hand, is Li Dongdong, a guard of the Imperial Palace of China. After searching for a full 7 days, the entire state was turned upside down, not only without finding the person but also being scolded by the queen. Originally given 3 days, he forcibly extended it to 7 days, and with the attack from the northwest and southern regions, he had no choice but to persist in his determination to kill these nameless individuals. If I have to die, it's not my fault. Blame it on you for not having an identity. Go find Xin Feng and settle the score with him in the afterlife. Brother, the person has been taken care of. One of the young cultivators bowed and said. Li Dongdong's face twitched, and he said aggressively, "Who is Xin Feng?" No one knows, and we don't know if he's dead or alive, or if he's a spy sent by the northwest or southern region. We must intensify our efforts and confirm his information. As the commander of the Imperial Palace Guards, he cannot take risks that endanger the people of the state. Xin Feng is completely unaware of all these events outside. After writing a leave request, he immediately closed the door to cultivate, preparing to integrate all the skills he had seen at the Whitehorse Imperial Academy into one. These skills may not be powerful, but with a slight modification, turning weaknesses into strengths, he can still deal with characters like Yu Fei. Without wasting any effort, he can defeat people, so why not do it? Under Xin Feng's knees, a continuous stream of golden light slowly emerged on his body. Even the Tiandao network system occasionally has spiritual energy, born and flowing directly into Xin Feng's body. It is said that reading makes one a god, and writing makes one a saint. And what Xin Feng sees is the privilege that he, as an author, receives. Initially, authors can only receive some basic rewards during the initial review, but once they successfully pass the ultimate certification, authors can collect various spiritual energies and skills. The more people read, the more spiritual energy there is to absorb from between heaven and earth, such as transcendent cultivation, magical spells, superhuman hacking, and so on. As long as all the books in the Tiandao are concerned, authors can obtain them all. This is also the strength of cultivators, and Xin Feng is among these cultivators, the only one contracted with Tiandao, making his first book, Mortal Cultivation Legend, the most popular work. This is what propelled him to become the most powerful person. And just as Xin Feng was crazily leveling up, the nameless young cultivators from the entire state of Zhougua fell into a great panic. Many of their colleagues were killed, so they had no choice but to hide secretly, disguising themselves as Zhougua people. Angry, because of one person, so many of us were killed, it's truly a sin. It is said that he was the #1 ranked student in the Whitehorse Palace Academy entrance exam, with outstanding cultivation. What exactly is his name? I really can't remember. Whatever his name is, he is a spy sent by the Northwest and South districts, without identity. The Empress has ordered the extermination of the nameless people. On the streets, many people were curious and discussing this matter. Xin Feng happened to be walking by and overheard their conversation. Aren't they talking about me? But what spy from the Northwest and South districts? He is a proper student. On second thought, his identity as a Huaxia person is not acceptable in Zhougua, as the two countries have different systems and methods of verifying identities. It seems he needs to register his identity information, or else misunderstandings will arise. Excuse me, where can I register my identity information in Zhougua? Xin Feng casually asked a passerby. The person he asked had participated in the entrance exam as soon as he arrived and then closed himself off for a week, so he had no idea about the surrounding environment. Identity information? Li Dongdong questioned with a cold and stern tone. Could it be the nameless people? Yes, my name is Xin Feng, I just arrived, so Xin Feng patiently explained, only to be interrupted by Li Dongdong's scolding, as he released all his power, surrounded by a dazzling silver light. Kid, your time is up. It was effortless to capture him. It seems this brat was the one causing trouble for them. Xin Feng was puzzled. What did he do to deserve such treatment? being attacked without any explanation. What time is up? Let's talk it out, Shinfeng said in a friendly tone. However, the other party couldn't hear a word and the biming palm was already out. With one palm strike, death was certain. Bang! A large figure suddenly lay on the ground, and upon closer inspection, it was Li Dongdong. Brother, are you okay? His subordinates rushed forward to help him up, looking extremely nervous. Li Dongdong was the commander of their guard unit, with high cultivation skills, otherwise he wouldn't have been appointed as the commander. Being beaten by a young brat was unacceptable. This won't do, right? Weren't you just boasting that today is my time to die? How come you're the one on the ground now? I haven't even made a move. Shinfeng looked down at him with a mocking tone. You truly are a spy from the Northwest and South districts. Seize him, take him to the palace, and hand him over to the Empress for punishment, Li Dongdong shouted with all his might. That punch just now was too fast, too powerful, and it made his body tremble even now. A powerful spy from the Northwest and South districts was sent here. Luckily he was found. If he hadn't been found, Zhouguo would have fallen under his covert operations. The few people under him hesitated but eventually raised their fists and charged forward. If the commander was beaten so badly, could they, as mere rookies, stand a chance? Out of command, or rush up? Shinfeng casually clapped his hands, danced lightly, circled around them a few times, and the guards were left buzzing in their heads. Some of them with lower cultivation levels directly sat paralyzed on the ground. I'll go by myself. Unjustly accused of being a spy, if they didn't come to him on their own, he would personally go find them to clarify the situation. Living a lifetime with dignity, he couldn't afford to lose his reputation here. Several guards hesitated for a moment, then followed behind Shinfeng, heading towards the palace. When did we change our military commander in our country? Not to mention the new military commander looks quite handsome. The previous military commander was also fine, probably made a mistake and got demoted by the Empress. Along the way, many citizens of the state pointed and talked. Opinions were divided. Damn it, this kid is a spy from the Northwest and South District. With this temperament, this cultivation level, how can he compare to Li Dongdong? It's infuriating, being in this state for so long, working hard, only to be suddenly overshadowed by a young guy in his 20s. If this were in the past, a punch would have been thrown. Li Dongdong awkwardly cleared his throat, not saying another word. You wait for me, there will be a time when you cry. When we reach the palace, I will definitely teach you a lesson. In the palace hall, as usual, prominent practitioners of the state were standing by. You have some nerve, not knowing how to greet the Empress when you see her. The Northwest and South District really lack manners, Li Dongdong shouted. Shinfeng shook his head helplessly and stood in the center. Accused of being a spy, he didn't need to greet politely, he wasn't stupid. A cold gaze locked onto Li Dongdong. Damn, this kid is still so arrogant here. Li Dongdong took a few steps back. What information were you sent to gather from the Northwest and South District? As long as you confess truthfully, I can make your death quick. Su Yan's cold voice, with a serious and indifferent gaze, stared at him. A mere spy, so arrogant, looking for trouble. There is no information to gather. I came from Huaxia to participate in the college entrance examination. I am not the spy you mentioned. How dare you, even at this point, you still dare not admit it. Su Yan was furious, unwilling to give up. Shinfeng remained silent, not believing, not bothering to answer. This action further angered Su Yan, who immediately ordered his execution. I'll do it, an elderly man in the crowd said. He was none other than Wang Lao, who had been in conflict with Shinfeng's cultivation level for 5 days. Bronze, foundation building, golden core, these are the initial levels of a practitioner, followed by skill breakthroughs. When each skill reaches its highest level and all aspects reach the advanced level of the 10th heaven, one can absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Over time, the accumulated spiritual energy in the body forms a golden bell shield, commonly referred to as defense. When under attack from the outside, the internal spiritual energy will automatically reflect out, forming a large golden bell shield to protect oneself. Invincible. Wang Lao moved lightly, and at some point, he was already in front of Shinfeng. A heart-piercing punch was thrown. His specialty was heart-piercing. His fist technique was extremely vicious, coupled with the golden bell shield cultivation. The opponent couldn't even touch him. Li Dongdong chuckled to himself, thinking, kid, you're in big trouble now. With Wang Lao dealing with you, even the gods can't save you. Go to hell with your pretentious acts. Shinfeng's words fell, and a flying leg swept towards Wang Lao. Making a fuss, it's all fake and pretentious. Following Shinfeng, a big-mouthed skill pounced. Wang Lao's tooth was knocked out, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. This kid is not human, he's a devil. He just used the Lingbo microstep in that slap. He has never seen these skills before. Fortunately, his foundation is good. He quickly stabilized himself, exerting all his strength, using the golden bell shield to protect himself, the Biming palm, the dragon subduing 18 palms, the heart-seeking fist, all gathered for one strike. With the protection of the golden bell shield, he was invincible, preventing the opponent from attacking, and then launching an attack with 3 major skills combined, ensuring certain death. Boom! Thunder and lightning flashed above his head, and the diamond lights on the ceiling fell down. "Watch my 3 strikes," Wang Lao said confidently. "This time, this kid won't die." "I will." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly and used the dragon swinging tail skill. The next moment, the scene fell silent, the atmosphere cooled to the extreme. "Who are you? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. You don't have these skills and moves, how could you? You learned forbidden techniques." Wang Lao's nose was bruised, his forehead covered in sweat, panting heavily, looking incredulous. He knew that the opponent had only used half of his strength just now, not intending to take his life. "You're overthinking it," Shen Feng said calmly. These were skills he had developed while improving his cultivation. You devil!" Wang Lao dared not stay any longer, dragging his body to hide behind. "I'm not a devil, not a spy, I'm Shen Feng, just an ordinary examinee," Shen Feng said seriously. This time, Wang Lao believed without a doubt. He had encountered people from the Northwest and South District before. Their cultivation was nothing special, definitely not as powerful as this person. "Subdue him and investigate later," Su Yan ordered. Dealing with her most powerful subordinate, Yuan Long, was not an easy task. Once she figured out a reason, she would deal with him. No one dared to approach Shen Feng after this incident, afraid of accidentally provoking him and getting themselves killed. Shen Feng. They were too timid, he had to rely on himself. Even if he left now, he would still be labeled a spy. It was better to let them investigate and clear his name. "Which room?" "I'll go by myself." Li Dongdong's trembling finger pointed to the first room, "This one." Shen Feng walked straight in without looking back. The room was very ordinary, with just a simple bed and no table. "Keep an eye on him," Su Yan said, instructing the ministers to leave immediately. Just in case, this person seemed to have high cultivation, and with so many ministers present, losing face would not be good. If he really was a spy, as the empress of the state, she would spare no effort to eliminate him. Shen Feng, with nothing to do, subconsciously turned on the computer and started typing on the keyboard, preparing to update a few chapters. He hadn't updated in the past few days, and he knew the readers must have been complaining. "Author, we support you. Don't just talk, we authors have credentials, how else would we have signed with Tian Dao?" "Makes sense, I agree. No matter what happens, I will always support the author as usual." The recent incident involving the nameless young man from the state had caused a stir, coupled with the author's long absence from updating. They might think he was killed by mistake. Shen Feng looked at the comments, feeling warm inside. It had been a while since he updated, but they didn't rush him at all, they even cared about him. Shen Feng quickly updated 2 chapters, adding a few skills as a special bonus for the readers. "Recently something happened, too much. Almost mistaken for a spy, and my fiancé is gone. Life's journey is truly long. If the original owner experienced these things, they might have died suddenly or even committed suicide. Fortunately, I crossed over and in the previous world, as a homebody, I read a lot of fantasy novels. This is the first time I feel being a homebody is one of the right things to do." The night grows darker. Moonlight shines through the palm-sized window, casting a faint light. In the bushes outside, a large shadow suddenly appears under the thick trees. "I heard this woman is very beautiful. If I could collect her feet, that would be a treasure." Zibelia is one of the most powerful killers in the Northwest-South area. It is said that those who encounter him are already dead. This person has a very peculiar hobby. He loves collecting human feet. One human foot is not enough to kill, so Zibelia, in order to silence these people, before that, he tortures them alive, then cuts off their feet separately. His methods are extremely cruel. Also, on a dark night of the month, countless strong men in the Northwest-South area died overnight, so they specially sent out an elite team to capture him. But they never returned. A week later, in a moat, the bodies of the elite team were found, charred on the surface. According to the examination, they were subjected to inhuman torture before death, roasted over charcoal for more than 10 hours. It was simply unbearable. It's hard to imagine how painful it was when they died. In every pocket of his, there were different pairs of feet. Seeing a small window above his head, Zibelia decided to sneak in from there. Unnoticed, he quietly entered and successfully eliminated the target. The room was pitch black. Shen Feng rested his chin on his hands, watching his every move. "Trespassing on my territory?" Shen Feng spoke, and unnoticed, he had already appeared behind Zibelia. A dangerous attack was imminent. Zibelia was muttering the magic spell of the little witch Balala in his mouth. Balala little witch, change. The Balala little witch spell is a magical spell that can make people invisible and attack, just by softly chanting a few spells. Shin Feng's mouth twitched, and he used the dragon descending palm, hitting him on the chest. Zibelia hit the wall, sweat beads the size of soybeans dripping down his forehead. Balala little witch, invisible. Zibelia turned completely transparent. Invisible, he couldn't see himself, so he raised his hand and slapped the kid to solve him. For no reason, having an extra pair of feet is not a bad thing. Zibelia rushed up, full of confidence, and punched. His fist stood in the air, a sharp pain in his abdomen. Shinfeng punched him, his head buzzing, his body trembling uncontrollably. Who sent you to kill me? Shinfeng looked down at him, his tone serious. Someone else came to assassinate him? Zibelia was shocked. He used the Balala little witch spell he learned in elementary school, and no one who encountered him could escape his hands. This is exactly why he tortured to death the elite team and many strong men in the Northwest-South area. He never thought there would be a moment when he would be beaten up, experiencing this near-death feeling. Even if you kill me, I won't say anything. He has professional ethics. Once he takes the money, he will never betray the employer's information. Shinfeng smiled, rubbing his hands continuously, raised his hand, and slapped him. Will you talk? Smack. Talk. Smack. Won't talk? 2 consecutive slaps, his face swollen 5 centimeters, completely unrecognizable from the original appearance. Zibelia, without any ability to fight back, could only lie on the ground and endure the beating. Grass, this was the most humiliating day of his life. If you want to kill, just do it quickly. This kind of torture, unable to die, feels like hundreds of ants crawling around in his body, itching unbearably. I am Zibelia, from the Northwest and South District. The employer was unclear, gave me $1 million, and asked me to assassinate the queen. Assassinate the queen? Why did you provoke me? Shinfeng was speechless. He was not the queen, and there was a clear difference between men and women. Did he look so much like a woman? No, I accidentally saw a small window, so Zibelia explained desperately. Bang! The door was opened. A fair-skinned and beautiful figure with well-defined features appeared invisibly. It was Su Yan, followed by Li Dongdong and several ministers. Seeing the scene in front of her, she was completely stunned. Because the person in front of her, who was beaten up and miserable, she recognized as one of the assassins from the Northwest and South District, Zibelia. What was he doing here? Was he here to save Shinfeng? Take him down, Su Yan ordered. Li Dongdong led several guards to surround the two immediately. Returning kindness with enmity? Shinfeng frowned, his tone indifferent. Although it was a misunderstanding, he saved this woman. But he still had to thank himself. Also, he hated hypocrites the most. How dare you, acting out a play in the palace, treating us like fools, seeking death. Li Dongdong roared, obviously not believing it. This trick, seen too many times. Working in the palace for a long time, he had seen all kinds of things in people. Shinfeng was completely speechless. He looked up at Zibelia, his eyes hinting at something. I have nothing to do with him. Besides, look at me being beaten like this. Do I look like his accomplice? Zibelia hurriedly said. However, Li Dongdong did not believe him, which made him anxious. Grass, open your eyes wide and see. I am Zibelia. This woman has seen me. If you don't believe it, ask her. Zibelia pointed at Su Yan, shouting at the top of his lungs, afraid that she would not dare to admit it. Su Yan was startled by his momentum, a bit suspicious. Was this guy really Zibelia? Mr. Shen, thank you for helping us catch an assassin. There was a misunderstanding before. I apologize sincerely. When it reached this point, it was clear that the man in front of her was no ordinary person. To be able to turn Zibelia into this ghostly appearance, he was definitely talented. Fortunately, nothing serious was done to him, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Captain Li, take care of him for me. Li Dongdong was slow to react, as if the world had turned upside down. From an assassin to a life-saving benefactor. Things don't change so quickly, even during meals. Where is the place to register identity information, so that some people don't arrest me again? Shinfeng said sarcastically. Thanks to his abilities, otherwise he would have reported to the King of Hell long ago. I will help you with the identity verification matter, consider it as an apology. Su Yan said. It was indeed her fault first in this matter. If it weren't for him, she would probably have died at the hands of Zibelia, and her feet would have become one of his collectibles. Now, there's no need to stay here anymore, right? Let her handle it, to save trouble. But the room here was too small, the bed was too hard, it was really uncomfortable to sleep. Mr. Shin, please. Su Yan stepped aside, and the ministers also made way. This feeling, as if she were the leader of this country, it felt really good. Back at the residence, Shin Feng learned that the house he rented was only a kilometer away from the palace. This damn fate, he couldn't escape it. The next day, the White Horse Imperial College sent a message, informing that the enrollment would start in the afternoon. Shin Feng, as the top-ranked cultivator in the college, had special personnel to pick him up and arrange a separate dormitory for him at the beginning of the school year. The top 10 in the school are 2 people per room, while the rest are 6 people per room. Shin, can you teach me the skills you used in the college entrance examination? The welcoming volunteer teacher, Wu Tailin, smiled and eagerly asked. He had been watching the scene all the time and wanted to ask on the spot, but due to time constraints and his own unfinished tasks, the person disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he was assigned the task of receiving the student who ranked first in the entrance exam this time. Many teachers are unwilling to take on the task of receiving students, as it damages their status and is not their responsibility. Practitioners are always comparing with each other. The higher their cultivation level, the higher their status, and they are no exception. This time, the first-ranked student's cultivation level was truly extraordinary. Being able to interact with him made one's heart blossom with joy. It's all about natural talent. In this world, it's all about natural talent. Shin, you're really good at joking, Wu Tailin chuckled. If natural talent really exists, would Yu Fei have lost to him? He is General Yu's son, with a childhood experience richer than anyone else's. If he doesn't want to tell him, then so be it, speaking so grandly and magnificently. Teacher Wu, don't you believe it? Of course not. Wu Tailin didn't say this out loud. Shin does have natural talent, what's there not to believe? I also want to tell you, but if I do, you'll just think it's a fantasy. After all, who would believe in crossing to another world? The next few days at school were relatively peaceful. He quickly gained fame in the class after mastering many skills taught at school. Are you really not planning to teach him a lesson? Look at his smug face, I just want to punch him hard. The person speaking was Wu Fan, a student from the previous batch. Standing next to him was Yu Fei. Brother, are you really willing to let it go? This kid hasn't even started school and is already showing off in front of us. Now even the principal is paying a lot of attention to him, completely ignoring us. Xiaoyan is right, we can't spoil such a person, we have to solve it with our fists. The people speaking, along with Yu Fei's companions, were all at the 5th level of cultivation. Their cultivation level may not be high, but their loyalty was unwavering. Xin, would you like to have dinner together tonight? A soft female voice came from nearby. Su Wei was the protagonist of the last video, and it was because of her that ordinary people cultivating immortality became even more popular. Of course, she didn't know who the author of Ordinary People Cultivating Immortality was, she only knew that Xin's popularity was soaring. Not interested. Shin Feng rejected without hesitation. He had no interest in love or anything like that, he was only here to fulfill his wish of not going to college. But if he could meet a beautiful woman with extremely high cultivation and good looks, it might not be impossible. Just to clarify, he was not someone who judged based on appearances, it's just that he personally couldn't accept it. After all, he was Shin Feng, a big shot. The above 2 sentences are purely for entertainment, please do not take offense. Brother, look at this kid, a beautiful woman approaches him and he still refuses, what a damn dog. I remember this person came in the same batch as us, ranking 3rd, right behind you, brother, Wu Fan muttered discontentedly. Why doesn't anyone approach him? It's been a year and he still doesn't have a girlfriend, it's painful. Why does this kid, who just arrived a few days ago, get confessed to by such a beautiful woman, and he still unhesitatingly rejects her? It's a blow to his self-esteem. Hey, kid, don't get too cocky. Yu Fei's tone was cold, exuding a chilling aura. Damn guy, treating him, Yu Fei, like thin air, thinking he's a talent. He only won against him by luck during the college entrance exam. Hey, are you talking to me? Do you have a hearing problem? Are you talking to me? Shin Feng finally stopped and questioned. Mom, this kid is really a brain-dead troublemaker. He provokes in person. Yu Fei is not a troublemaker, but that doesn't mean others can bully him without a rebuttal. For example, this bastard, repeatedly writing on his head to defecate, is intolerable. Classmate, do we know each other? Shin Feng thought about it, subconsciously not recognizing this person. In the state country, he didn't know anyone, let alone offend any enemies. If talking about enemies, there should only be the deceased Sibelia. You're looking for trouble. Wu Fan was furious and launched the beaming fist first. Then a desperate scream rang out. Shin Feng delivered a high kick, hitting his shoulder. Wu Fan's shoulder moved up and down, clearly indicating a broken bone, resulting in a dislocated shoulder. Practitioners know that in this situation, it's basically a disability. If more force is applied, the person will die. Wu Fan stared at Shin Feng with widened eyes, only shouting loudly after a few seconds. People watching on the side knew there was a big problem. Yu Fei was the first to rush over, followed by others. Is this acceptable? Beating someone to this extent requires a trial, publicly judging him. Some in the crowd started shouting, pointing directly at Xin Feng. Xin Feng turned to see who had the audacity to propose such an action. Just as he turned, Yu Fei and his group echoed, "We can't let this go, Wu Fan's life will be affected, we can't let him suffer. Yes, even if there's a public trial, he must pay a price first, it's only fair." Several people rushed forward, led by Yu Fei, attempting to surround Xin Feng. Xin Feng, being new, didn't know everyone in the Jingshi Tang. He didn't know the situation of those rushing towards him, but he understood that a fight was inevitable. If you want to stand up for someone, you should consider your own strength before daring to attack me. Xin Feng didn't know Yu Fei was among them, but that didn't stop him from engaging in the upcoming battle. He immediately used the skillful descending dragon 18 poems. The person in front dodged, but those behind him all fell to the ground. The person hit by Xin Feng struggled to stand up but didn't dare to approach again. Only Yu Fei managed to dodge Xin Feng's attack but was tripped by a mantis leg. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh, some trying to hide their amusement. No one expected a simple mantis leg to have such an effect. Yu Fei felt embarrassed and humiliated. Although Wu Fan was almost disabled from the beating, he managed to push through the pain and shouted, "Stop, stop!" Yu Fei, concerned about his condition and seeing Xin Feng's advantage, obediently stopped. Xin Feng, also in a winning position, agreed to pause since the other party wanted to stop. He looked at the person and asked, "What now?" Wu Fan immediately said respectfully, "I was wrong. We were manipulated. We now realize our mistake. Please stop." Manipulated? Xin Feng looked at the person in front of him with suspicion, feeling that things were not as he claimed. Wu Fan nodded vigorously, even getting others to confirm. In the end, Yu Fei and his group stood by Wu Fan's side, nodding to confirm his words were true. Following Wu Fan's words, "Don't take your anger out on us." To be honest, this whole thing was instigated by Zhang Zitao. If you want to vent, you should go find him. Zhang Zitao was already Wu Fan's archenemy, and now he was conveniently being used as a scapegoat. Xin Feng was indeed not someone to be trifled with. If Xin Feng were to beat up Zhang Zitao, Wu Fan thought it would be a worthwhile deal. Xin Feng coldly snorted, "You people, thinking you can bully me just because there are more of you. Now that you can't win, you resort to this?" Seeing that Xin Feng was about to hold a grudge, Wu Fan and Yu Fei became even more anxious and respectful. "If we tell any lies in this matter, we'll be waiting for you to teach us a lesson." Yu Fei was the first to swear. Xin Feng didn't care what the others said. He grabbed Wu Fan and asked him sternly, "Are you sure that what you just said is true? Including the person next to you?" Wu Fan was scared by Xin Feng's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, "Yes." Xin Feng wasn't planning to do anything more to these people in front of him. He had saved face and given them a lesson, so he decided to let them go for now. He waved his hand, turned around, and casually said, "Let's forget about today. When I want to find someone, I will naturally find them." He didn't mention who he would ultimately find. Right now, he was thinking about moving on to the next chapter. The current chapter was easy, just some minor obstacles encountered in the new school at the Capital Academy. However, he had easily resolved them, and those troublemakers had all been put in their place. He had smoothly finished this chapter and clicked send. The new chapter was now updated. Finally updated. I've been looking forward to seeing what the protagonist will encounter at the new school. The next chapter should be interesting. I've read through it quickly. The author should receive the blades I sent. He only embarrassed those present, but he hasn't completely exposed their true intentions. Don't worry, based on our understanding of the readers, the humiliation of Wu Fan and the others will surely come in the next chapter. Ding! Heavenly Reward, 9 Lives Resurrection Grass. 9 Lives Resurrection Grass, also known as Longevity Grass or Indestructible Grass. Although not considered a top-grade immortal herb, it is indeed highly effective in anti-inflammatory, pain relief, blood circulation, and stasis. Xin Feng saw the new reward displayed on the panel, briefly understood its effects, and set it aside. Although it's a good thing, unfortunately, I don't need it for now. The most important thing is that based on my current abilities, I probably won't need anti-inflammatory, pain relief, or blood circulation. This wasn't Xin Feng boasting, but rather the confidence he gained from the people he had encountered recently. He wouldn't waste the good things from the heavenly reward and decided to set it aside for now. Since Xin Feng had left, the crowd that had gathered to watch the commotion thought it was over and dispersed. However, Xin Feng was still at the center of the vortex. After leaving the independent space, he decided to take a stroll near the Capital Academy. Unexpectedly, he saw Su Wei and Li Dongdong leading a group in a hurry towards another direction. He was curious and turned to look. Su Wei stopped in her tracks and looked towards Shinfeng. Su Wei said to Li Dongdong, "Why not ask Shinfeng for help? Maybe he can provide some assistance with this matter." Li Dongdong looked at her incredulously. "Are you crazy? Even if he's somewhat capable, he's just one of the top scorers in the college entrance exam. We don't need him to solve the current issue with the Empress." Their conversation ended in a few sentences, and they continued briskly in the other direction. Like Shinfeng, the people standing nearby only caught a few words here and there. Someone said, "It seems like Li Dongdong mentioned the Empress just now. Could the Empress be facing some kind of problem? It seems like I heard Shinfeng's name." Several people involuntarily shifted their gaze towards Shinfeng, but he ignored them and left directly. The fight between Shinfeng and Wu Fan was just a small disturbance in the Jingshi Tang. There were new news every day in the Jingshi Tang, and the small disturbance quickly faded away, becoming a topic of conversation again soon. That day in the Jingshi Tang cafeteria, Shinfeng discovered some new dishes and happily took some, sitting aside to enjoy them. Suddenly, there was another person in front of him, and when he looked up, it was Su Wei. Seeing Shinfeng look up, Su Wei said to him, "Let's eat together." Shinfeng thought there was no need to refuse, so he nodded without saying anything, which was considered an agreement. He could tell that Su Wei seemed to have something to say to him, and he also noticed that her expression was not very good. Before Shinfeng could ask, Su Wei spoke first. "I know about the things between you and Wu Fan before. Isn't that all in the past? No one talks about it anymore," Shinfeng said. "It's different, I have to tell you something." Su Wei looked very serious. Shinfeng stopped his actions and looked up at her. Su Wei said, "The Zhang Zitao that Wu Fan mentioned is his archenemy, so he wouldn't send someone to deal with you." Shinfeng smiled helplessly and shook his head. Su Wei was surprised by his smile, as it was the first time she had seen Shinfeng smile like that. It wasn't until Shinfeng looked back at her that Su Wei realized and quickly shifted her gaze. "I knew there was something off about those few people, but I haven't had time to study it seriously. It turns out the situation is like this." Su Wei's explanation saved Shinfeng a lot of time, showing that it was beneficial to get to know more people in this academy. "Thank you for wanting to tell me about this." Even though Shinfeng didn't really need it, he knew to thank others for their kindness. Su Wei then shifted the conversation to the main topic. "Have you seen the Imperial List?" Shinfeng shook his head. "There have been a lot of things recently, so I haven't paid attention to other situations." It implied that he hadn't seen the Imperial List. Su Wei looked as if she expected this, and then she told Shinfeng about the situation. It turned out that the Empress had contracted a strange illness, with her whole body turning purple and having difficulty breathing, which had stumped many doctors as they were helpless. The Empress's condition could potentially affect the political situation. Some ministers were worried about this and had no choice but to post the Imperial List. The Imperial List states that as long as someone can cure the Empress's strange illness, she will agree to 3 conditions from that person, or you could say 3 wishes. Shinfeng became somewhat interested after hearing this. After listening to the description of some symptoms, he speculated that it was at least a blood stasis condition, and the 9 lives resurrection grass he had just obtained happened to be a perfect match. He didn't have any special thoughts about treating her, but the 3 wishes and conditions intrigued him. But what if the conditions proposed are impossible for the other party to fulfill? Shinfeng seemed to have some doubts about the credibility of this Imperial List. Su Wei replied, "If the Empress cannot fulfill them, the entire country will do everything possible to find a solution. The Empress's word is her bond, so if she promises, she will naturally fulfill it." Seeing that Shinfeng seemed somewhat interested, Su Wei decided to elaborate further. Since being able to state one's conditions and wishes through this means they are difficult to achieve, with the Empress's guarantee, it should bring them closer to the goal. Shinfeng nodded and said, "That makes sense." With a better understanding now, Shinfeng decided to take some time to consider it. Seeing that the food was almost finished, Su Wei quickly made plans with Shinfeng for the next time. "How about eating together next time?" Shinfeng, however, frowned and said, "It's not necessary, too much trouble. It's better for each of us to eat in the cafeteria." After saying that, he prepared to leave. But then he heard someone nearby starting to mock him. "Thinking highly of yourself, daring to casually reject others' kindness? Only someone who thinks too highly of themselves and doesn't care about others would do this." Quite an eye-opener. Su Wei also frowned. Shinfeng didn't care about anything else. He turned his head and saw the person speaking. He saw that this person was somewhat unattractive. Holding back the urge to mock his appearance, Shinfeng asked directly, "Who are you?" The other person, clearly a tough character, felt even more proud when Shinfeng asked him. With an air of fearlessness, he said, "I am who I am, Zhang Zitao." Shinfeng chuckled, "So you are Zhang Zitao? Isn't this Wu Fan's archenemy? Let's see how I can make them clash." Zhang Zitao only started making sarcastic remarks because Shinfeng had directly rejected Su Wei. As one of the strong bullies on campus, Zhang Zitao's only flaw was his unattractive appearance, causing no girls to spare him a second glance. Shenfeng, a newcomer, actually directly rejected a beauty, which made Zhang Zitao feel quite angry. To put it more vividly, jealousy kills. At this point, Shenfeng had some understanding of the person in front of him, but he had a better way to make Zhang Zitao and Wu Fan clash, so he didn't need to waste more effort. Instead of talking about me, why don't you find your real opponent? The one who said you were worthless a few days ago, or the one who said I should find trouble with you? I think that person is worth your attention. Zhang Zitao was easily distracted by him, wondering who would say such things. Soon, he refocused on Shenfeng. Come, let's fight, and then I'll deal with the person behind you. Shenfeng shook his head. You? Fight me? I'd rather not. Beat the person I mentioned first, then come find me. His name is Wu Fan. Seeing that Shenfeng didn't want to engage with him, Zhang Zitao felt a bit annoyed and thought that Shenfeng was looking down on him. We must fight. You've touched my sore spot today, I'm not happy, I have to fight you. As he spoke, he slapped the nearby stone table. The stone table cracked instantly, and not only that, even the tree 5 meters away shook. More and more onlookers gathered, curious to see the legendary Shenfeng and the current Zhang Zitao fight, to see who would win. Just as they were still anticipating, Zhang Zitao's expression suddenly changed, leaving everyone puzzled. He took a few steps forward, his expression becoming solemn, and bowed to Shenfeng. I truly admire you. This sudden turn of events left everyone speechless. Zhang Zitao said, I used all my strength to shatter the stone table, while you just had a thought and shook the tree 5 meters away. Indeed, you are powerful. The onlookers suddenly realized, and they became more admiring and curious about Shenfeng. They also wanted to know how he would deal with Zhang Zitao. But he didn't say anything, just turned around and prepared to leave. Zhang Zitao tried to stop Shenfeng, but Shenfeng skillfully avoided him, making it awkward for Zhang Zitao to reach out again. He followed Shenfeng and said, I've already admitted you're powerful, and I apologize for what happened just now. You don't have to treat me this way. I accept your admission and apology. You can disappear from my sight now, Shenfeng said, quickening his pace. Although he had accepted the other party's apology, it didn't mean he had forgotten the grudge. Ultimately, Wu Fan and Zhang Zitao would have to confront each other. Wu Fan's reputation was already known, and Zhang Zitao had a personal vendetta against him, which was exacerbated by Shenfeng's words. Since that's the case, can I be your follower? I believe I will have a better future following someone like you, said the person, amusing Shenfeng. You're quite something, seeking a future in this way? Shenfeng stopped and said, You're not strong enough to be my follower. With that, he walked away, leaving Zhang Zitao standing alone. Rejected by Shenfeng, Zhang Zitao's dissatisfaction reached its peak. Feeling humiliated and weak, he directed his anger towards Wu Fan and his group. Call me weak? I'll show them my strength by beating them up. Meanwhile, Su Wei had wanted to follow Shenfeng but eventually gave up as she couldn't catch up. Shenfeng, after leaving the cafeteria, pondered Su Wei's words about the Empress's strange illness. His Tian Dao reward was somewhat useful, but he needed to wait a bit longer. With some inspiration, he decided to include more about medicinal herbs in his new book. Spotting a nearby pharmacy, he decided to gather some materials there. Wu Fan's shoulder had healed, but the broken bones were not easy to recover from, posing a problem for his future training. He was now walking dejectedly beside Yu Fei. Seeing Wu Fan's state and recalling his own humiliation in front of Shenfeng, Yu Fei was determined to seek revenge. We can't let Shenfeng off easily. We can't suffer in vain, we must retaliate, he said. Wu Fan asked, Do you have a plan? Yu Fei smirked, Poison. That kid may have some tricks up his sleeve, but he might not be skilled in medicine. Agreeing, Wu Fan pointed to a distant pharmacy. Let's go. I saw some rare poisons there when I was at the store owner's place before. Excited, their companion, Xiao Lu, urged, What are we waiting for? Let's go now. The group arrived at the pharmacy and discreetly made their request to the store owner, quickly obtaining what they wanted. However, as they turned around, they saw Shenfeng. Wu Fan and Yu Fei casually greeted him, intending to leave, but Xiao Lu remained frozen. Yu Fei scolded Xiao Lu, What are you doing? Let's go. But Xiao Lu stood still, trembling and unable to move, his eyes fixed on Shenfeng. Seeing this, Wu Fan took a bold step, secretly placing a poison pill into a bottle of drink, shaking it vigorously, and offering it to Shenfeng. Shenfeng, we were wrong before, and we've changed. This drink is a token of my goodwill. What kind of goodwill? Shenfeng asked calmly. I want to coexist peacefully with you, hoping you accept our apologies so we can get along. Thinking his words were flawless, Wu Fan was met with a mocking smile from Shenfeng. Shenfeng swiftly grabbed the drink from the person's hand, held Wu Fan's neck, and forced the drink into his mouth. You're trying to give me poison before it even dissolves. Is there something wrong with your head? Shinfeng controlled Wu Fan while speaking, not letting him break free. Xiaolu, who was following beside them, had long since collapsed and sat on the ground, staring blankly at the scene before him. Seeing all the drink had been poured into Wu Fan's mouth, not a drop left. Yu Fei had retreated to the position by the door, neither stepping forward to help nor running away, seemingly unable to choose between the two. Wu Fan couldn't care less about much. He quickly turned to find the boss. Boss, antidote, antidote, pointing to his mouth as he spoke. The shop owner finally realized and said, "It's not a powerful poison, just some laxatives." Only then did Wu Fan relax, placing the drink bottle aside. Having resolved the life and death matter, he could now communicate with Shinfeng with peace of mind. However, apart from the few people around him just now, Shinfeng had long since disappeared from the shop. At this moment, Shinfeng was already on his way back to the residence in the capital. Just a few lackeys, not enough to affect him. With the materials all prepared, Shinfeng had basically outlined and drafted the new chapter, just needing to tidy up a bit more for it to become a new piece. Now he had another important matter, the Imperial List. He walked to the location where Su Wei had mentioned the posting of the Imperial List. Seeing the contents written on it were the same as Su Wei had said. Some people around were also discussing this matter, but they looked troubled, even shaking their heads, seeming not very optimistic. Shinfeng went forward and took down the Imperial List, then turned and left, ready to return to his residence. The few people who had been watching the Imperial List beside him saw Shinfeng's actions and couldn't help but point at him and say to those around them, He took down the Imperial List? Yeah, who is this person? After asking several people in a row, everyone's gaze still followed Shinfeng. Finally, someone remembered his identity. Isn't this Shinfeng from the Capital Academy? Shinfeng's action of taking down the Imperial List was immediately known to the royal guards. A team was directly dispatched to find Shinfeng. They were very respectful, with the team's movements uniform. The head guard inquired, "Do you know when you will have time to go to the palace?" Wu Tailin, who had been talking to Shinfeng, couldn't help but be amazed at the situation. "Shinfeng, I really believe in you, and I look forward to your performance." Shinfeng was already used to Wu Tailin's change in attitude. Instead, he earnestly responded to the guard, "I can go now." The destination was naturally where the Empress was, and Shinfeng decided to bring the 9 lives resurrection grass reward with him. Shinfeng left his dormitory with the guard. Just as they arrived at the school gate, they found that the palace had sent a special vehicle to pick him up. Quite a good treatment. "Mr. Shin, please," the guard respectfully gestured. They did not treat Shinfeng as just an ordinary student of the Capital Academy. This was someone who could heal the Empress, deserving their respect. Passing students noticed Shinfeng, driven by curiosity. They all speculated in their minds about what was happening. Shinfeng soon saw the patient this time, only to see someone sitting behind the gauze curtain on a soft couch. Just by looking at the figure, he knew it must be the Empress. Shinfeng remembered Su Wei's description from before, which had made him think the Empress's illness was already very serious, but from the current situation, it seemed not to be that severe yet. Upon seeing Shinfeng's arrival, the gauze curtain was gently lifted by someone beside it, and this time he finally saw the Empress herself. Due to the proximity of his residence to the palace, Shinfeng had some understanding of the internal affairs of the palace. The Empress's name was Su Yan. She was the center of power in the state. In this world, not bound by more formalities, the gauze curtain was already open, and Shinfeng naturally looked up to see. Su Yan's complexion was indeed as Su Wei described, with stagnant qi and blood, and now her skin was already showing a bluish tint. Shinfeng understood and remained calm, knowing he could handle the situation. Empress Su Yan also noticed Shinfeng's demeanor, as he showed no shock at her appearance or any difficulty at her condition. Su Yan spoke first. "You are Shinfeng? Since you have revealed your name on the Imperial List, you must show your true abilities, or else you will have to pay for your actions." Shinfeng, feeling the Empress's authority, calmly responded, "Naturally." Without wasting more time, Shinfeng quickly diagnosed Su Yan's condition. "Empress, you are poisoned. I can detoxify you, but other matters are not within my responsibility." The 9 lives resurrection grass came in handy at this moment, with detailed instructions on its use. Within an hour, Su Yan's complexion slowly returned to normal. Not only Su Yan herself, but also the attendants around her were all amazed. The visible effects made it clear that she had been cured. Su Yan greatly admired Shinfeng and asked, "What are your 3 conditions? I haven't thought about them yet. Is it the same if I decide later?" Su Yan smiled, finding Shinfeng quite interesting, not only for his outstanding abilities but also for his unique approach. She decisively replied, "Naturally. Although Su Yan, as the Empress, appreciated Shin Feng's healing abilities, that was as far as it went. Shin Feng did not stay long and returned to his dormitory. He immediately took out his computer to continue writing his novel. He had collected some materials on medicinal herbs and was planning to incorporate them into the next chapter. Wu Fan and the others failed in their attempt to harm others and left. They have not truly reformed and have decided to seek out their leader, Yu Fei, and others. They hope their leader will deal with Shin Feng, but the preparations are still ongoing, and there is nothing significant yet. Shin Feng felt that this chapter was almost complete. Reflecting on his experiences in the palace, he suddenly had an inspiration and decided to create something new based on them. The protagonist is a genius who was poisoned by family members from a young age, eventually becoming useless and humiliated. Just as he was about to reveal more after the protagonist's humiliation, the chapter abruptly ended, with no continuation. Readers who had eagerly awaited updates on the original story were now intrigued by this new development. Recognizing the author's talent, more people read the new chapter, unable to contain their excitement and leaving enthusiastic comments. What's going on? It stopped at a crucial point, and now we want to know if Wu Fan and the others' leader took action, and what kind of face-slapping tricks Shin Feng has. The previous story isn't finished yet, so why start a new one? What's the new plot like? Is it a side story that can overlap with the previous one? It seems like it could be. I don't care, I just want to know when this useless protagonist will rise up. Commenters expressed their thoughts, mainly focusing on the protagonist. Long Lao, who had read the latest chapter, was pondering the author's intentions but couldn't quite grasp them. Shin Feng stretched and noticed the comments, understanding the reactions and deciding to ignore them, going to sleep directly. Perhaps due to the new storyline introduced during the day, his thoughts continued into the night, and he dreamt of wandering in a sea of books. Shin Feng couldn't contain his excitement and reached for the nearest ancient book to read. You should know that what is lacking on this continent now is all kinds of materials. Even though there are already many in his mind, who would refuse new materials? However, as soon as he reached out, the book turned into a bubble and disappeared. Shin Feng also found this situation very strange. He began to change direction to find other books, wanting to see if other books were also in this situation. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer books, none of which he held in his hands. In the end, only one book, thicker and higher than the others, remained in its original place. Shin Feng kept going up. This was already his final goal. The closer he got, the more he realized that the cover of this book seemed to have hidden secrets. The cover was very exquisite, looking like a rare treasure. Shin Feng finally managed to get hold of this book after all the hardships. Landing on the ground, Shin Feng immediately opened the book to read, only to find the words Book of No Words on the title page. Book of No Words? He continued to flip through, and indeed there was nothing, confirming the words on the title page. Shin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this even acceptable?" It turned out like this. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly woke up, the experience just now vivid in his mind, as if he had just shouted, but the current scene was in the dormitory. He quickly turned his head to look at the bed next to him, only to find that the person there was not affected. Maybe I was just shouting in my dream, and there was nothing in actual life, Shin Feng thought to himself. But he couldn't help but think about the Book of No Words. Shin Feng, who had no sleepiness at all, sat up and recalled the plot he had just added. Could this be a kind of warning? Asking me not to open books at will, or else I might easily open the Book of No Words. Shin Feng was still thinking about the dream situation during breakfast. In the end, he decided not to continue with the newly opened subplot and instead continue with the original book's plot. After figuring it out, he felt much more relaxed. When he arrived in class, as the teacher for this class, Lu Lin had already begun teaching everyone the basic steps. Everyone must pay attention, the foundation must be more solid. Once this step is fully mastered, the later stages will be easier. The students listened attentively, and on the spacious field, they began to practice seriously. Shin Feng just stood on the side, taking advantage of the many people in the class to hide his figure. After being blocked by other students, Lu Lin wouldn't see him. He did this because it was already too basic, and he had already learned it long ago. After teaching everyone, Lu Lin began to walk around, observing the students' movements step by step. As he walked, he noticed Shin Feng standing there without any movement. This won't do. Although the entrance exam results were good, it doesn't mean you don't have to study hard after entering school. Lu Lin sighed and shook his head, taking steps forward to ask Shin Feng about the situation. At the same time, he wanted to supervise him. The student standing on Shin Feng's right side had already noticed Lu Lin's arrival. When he turned his head and saw Shin Feng standing still, he immediately understood. He cleared his throat and sarcastically said, "It's really strange, not even able to do something so simple." Shinfeng, are you a waste, not even able to cultivate? Shinfeng frowned slightly upon hearing this and turned to glare at the person who spoke. He also saw the teacher Lu Lin approaching. The person who spoke about Shinfeng, taking advantage of Lu Lin's arrival, had already walked to his side, pointing at Shinfeng and saying, "Teacher, look at his attitude. He can't cultivate or study, yet he doesn't let others learn." As he spoke, his tone became angrier, and he started moving closer to Shinfeng's side, preparing to hit him. This action was too sudden, even the willow forest swayed for a moment, ready to reach out and stop the person. However, he missed, and that classmate had already arrived in front of Shinfeng. He slapped down, but Shinfeng easily avoided it using the Lingbo micro-step. After a few times like this, the classmate became angry. When he was about to continue attacking with bared teeth and claws, Shinfeng stood still and looked disapprovingly at Willow Forest. "Teacher, you need to do something about this," Shinfeng said loudly. Willow Forest missed at first, but that didn't mean he couldn't handle a student, so he immediately grabbed the troublemaker for Shinfeng. After Willow Forest restrained the person, he turned to look at Shinfeng with a look of being wronged, feeling even more unjust. "Teacher, it's clearly him who is so annoying, not practicing in class. Why did you grab me?" Willow Forest pushed his glasses and said, "Regardless of why he's not practicing, there's a reason for everything, and that's not a reason to hit someone." The troublemaker didn't get away with it and was left speechless. After class, all the surrounding students gathered around, even Willow Forest stood to the side. The students quickly asked, "What skill did you just use? It looks so easy to dodge." "Yeah, we've never seen anything like it before." Shinfeng smiled amiably, "This is a skill I developed through daily practice. It's only useful for running fast, nothing else." "That's still great, teach us. Let us also have such a cool move." Shinfeng briefly explained the basic principles and then said, "That's basically it, the rest is up to you to figure out." Shinfeng was no longer prepared to talk more about the matter, and not everyone present was interested in the move he had just demonstrated, including Willow Forest. "Everyone disperse." Willow Forest's words were very effective, and all the students dispersed, except for Shinfeng, who was stopped by Willow Forest as he was about to leave. Willow Forest stood there gently and asked Shinfeng, "To be honest, I'm also a fan of your book and I'm more interested in knowing how the story will unfold next." With just these words, Shinfeng was slightly surprised, as he hadn't expected the person in front of him to stay just to urge him to write more. Shinfeng looked embarrassed and was already considering how to refuse, unless he wanted to write, he really didn't want to spoil anything. Willow Forest sensed Shinfeng's dilemma. He smiled slightly and said, "To get the follow-up results, you also need to pay a price. If you can find out in advance, you won't have to do homework today." "Ha?" Shinfeng couldn't help but ask, "The homework we were supposed to learn today? Of course, otherwise, what other homework do we have today?" The two of them looked at a large screen in the distance, where today's homework was indeed written. This basic homework was indeed a piece of cake for Shinfeng, but he really didn't want to do it. "Deal," Shinfeng agreed readily. Shinfeng told Willow Forest the plot of the next half-chapter, and Willow Forest asked, "Is that all?" "For now, that's all there is, and it's as valuable as today's homework." This was Shinfeng's theory, and Willow Forest had to acknowledge it. After school, Shinfeng went back to prepare the content for the next chapter. At that moment, he saw the forum Huaxia's number 1, which had become active again. He clicked on the forum, where there were over 15,000 new messages. Curiosity drove him to continue reading. It turned out that everyone was discussing the sequel to Shinfeng's book. To his surprise, Shinfeng found out that the sequel was leaked by someone named Lu Shufei, which was the same part that Shinfeng had discussed with Willow Forest earlier. Under the comments, someone has started to ask, "The OP's comments are quite good, learn something similar to the original author." If the general direction is like this, it's quite normal. How do you know for sure that the future development will be like this? I guess the OP is the original author's alternate account? Just as Lu Shufei replied, "This is my exclusive news," Shinfeng immediately reported him. Shinfeng wanted to contact Lu Lin immediately to explain the situation, but he held back. "This is too unethical. I will never allow such a situation to happen again in the future." Shinfeng made up his mind repeatedly about this matter. When he refreshed the forum, Lu Shufei's post was already gone, replaced by discussions from other netizens. Where did Lu Shufei go? I told you not to trust what he said. Unknown full picture, no comment. I decided to wait for the author's update tomorrow before saying anything. Who wants to bet with me? Let's see if the author's content tomorrow is the same as what Lu Shufei said. Shinfeng saw this and closed the forum. I won't do as you wish. It's confirmed now that the new update will definitely not follow the original plan. With a bit of anger, when Shinfeng typed on the keyboard, the sound was louder than before. The new chapter was completed, completely different from what was said to Lu Lin before. Most of these people not only wanted to see the real content but also wanted to see the differences from the forum predictions. The crowd found out that what the guy named Lu Shufei said was completely wrong. I told you the author is the one who knows his own work best. Look at the current plot, much better than that so-called prediction. Please author, see me now, the pressure to update and receive flowers today is about to explode. I advise you not to be ungrateful, update immediately to thank your readers and fans. I was just about to mention this issue. Authors from other places all know about the rewards for updating more frequently. How come our author here never stirs up any ripples? Shin Feng ignored all the messages urging him to update. After all, he had his own pace, so uploading a dozen chapters at once felt somewhat wrong, and now he was trying hard to control it. On the way to class, Lu Lin suddenly appeared. Shin Feng saw him but didn't greet him. Apparently Lu Lin was waiting for him here. He just said, "Why did you tell me so little yesterday? It turns out what you told me was not what you really wanted to update." I don't know who started spoiling on the forum already. If I update the same thing again, what if it's considered plagiarism? Shin Feng's question left Lu Lin stunned on the spot. Because what Shin Feng said was the actual situation, after all, the spoilers were written first, and Shin Feng writing them later could easily be considered plagiarism. Originally, Lu Lin was a bit annoyed, but after hearing this, he immediately realized he had made a mistake. Fortunately, he dared to admit it and directly apologize to Shin Feng, saying, "I have to apologize to you for this matter, it was my fault, I didn't consider it thoroughly, I hope you can forgive me." Shin Feng didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he accepted the apology. However, after leaving, Shin Feng decided to change classes. I can ignore those online pressures to update, but the real-life pressure to update is even scarier. I should find a way to avoid it. Shin Feng became more determined in his thoughts and prepared to go to the vice dean to handle the procedures. Just as he reached a three-way intersection, someone stepped forward to block Shin Feng's path. It was obvious that the person did it on purpose, staring at Shin Feng, even using a rude gaze to size him up. Shin Feng, impatient, asked, "Who are you? Is it fun to block the road here?" The other person, in an angry tone, said, "You don't even know who I am, how dare you bully my brother? I'm going to teach you a lesson so you understand not just anyone can mess with me." Without giving Shin Feng a chance to react, he had already made his move. However, Shin Feng easily manipulated his opponent with his agile footwork. "See that? Even if you give it your all, without me doing much, you can't harm me," Shin Feng taunted. Just then, Zhang Zitao rushed out and headed straight for the person attempting to attack Shin Feng. "Wu Wen, if you want to fight, you have to get past me first," Zhang Zitao said before turning to explain to Shin Feng, "This person is Wu Fan's brother. I heard he was looking to take you down, but I didn't expect him to go to his own brother." The most surprised by Zhang Zitao's arrival was Wu Wen. Wu Wen directed the anger he couldn't unleash on Shin Feng towards Zhang Zitao. He used his swift techniques to immobilize Zhang Zitao with acupoint techniques before returning to face Shin Feng. Despite his speed, Shin Feng effortlessly struck the opponent's neck with his hand, causing even the toughest person to faint. Seeing Shin Feng about to leave, Zhang Zitao became anxious, but he was already immobilized and could only watch Shin Feng walk away. Vice Dean's office. Shin Feng sat across from the Vice Dean. The Vice Dean glanced at the documents in his hand before looking up at Shin Feng. "Are you sure?" the Vice Dean asked. "Once you change classes, you can't switch back." "I'm very sure, I didn't want to stay in the original class anyway." The Vice Dean closed the file. "Based on what you've said about the situation in the class, it's indeed not conducive to your future studies." With Shin Feng's affirmative response, the Vice Dean signed the document and handed it to Shin Feng. "Take this and proceed. Since you declined the current class, you'll have to move to another one. If you're sure, you can leave with the document." This was the Vice Dean's final chance for Shin Feng to reconsider. Shin Feng stood up from his seat without hesitation and smiled at the Vice Dean. "Thank you, I've made up my mind." With the document given by the Vice Dean, Shin Feng proceeded to a few more places for processing. After completing all the procedures, Shin Feng arrived at the new class to assess the situation. Some classmates were already there and noticed Shin Feng's arrival. "What's going on? Isn't this student Shin Feng from the other class? How did he end up here?" Some classmates shifted their attention to Yufei, knowing there was some tension between Yufei and Shin Feng. They thought Shin Feng had come to settle a score with Yufei, and some even distanced themselves to avoid getting caught in any potential fight. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom and introduced, "This is our new transfer student, Shin Feng. From now on, you're all in the same class." The teacher briefly mentioned Shin Feng's academic achievements and current situation, officially welcoming him to the class. Yufei was in disbelief, thinking he misheard or was dreaming. It took a tap from someone nearby to bring him back to reality. Shin Feng decided to familiarize himself with the class environment and at least understand the situation within the class. At first glance, this is just a school in the capital, with students from various families. Based on their family's power and personal abilities, there is a hierarchy within this class. He put on a pair of glasses, trying to appear as ordinary as possible, and began preparing at his desk. Despite this, he still attracted a lot of attention in class. After class, Yufei remained firmly seated at his desk. The people around him urged, "This Shin Feng actually came to our class. We must show him how powerful our brother Yu is." Yufei turned his head and glared but did not respond directly, clearly in a displeased state. Another classmate beside him said, "He couldn't even suppress him at the beginning, so he probably won't have a chance in the future." Yes, Yufei, although your and his test scores were slightly different, you have the advantage in the class now. You can stand up for yourself. Everyone was cheering on this side, and Yufei began to waver. The only thing holding him back was his fear of Shin Feng's abilities. He said to the others, "I'll go out for a walk and come back with a plan." The others did not follow him, leaving Yufei to walk out alone. However, as soon as Yufei reached the corridor, a strong force suddenly pulled him aside. In an instant, he realized that someone was attacking him. He tried to resist but was powerless, even finding it difficult to breathe. When it stopped, he found himself in a narrow space at the end of the corridor. "Yufei," Shin Feng spoke. Yufei immediately recognized that Shin Feng was the one who dragged him here, even though Shin Feng was just in the classroom moments ago. Yufei felt a sense of panic. Not knowing what Shin Feng would do to him, he couldn't move. Shin Feng firmly pressed him against the wall and said, "Remember how you felt just now, don't try to provoke me. Besides, don't mention anything about me, or you should know the consequences." In this situation where he had no power to resist, Yufei could only nod in agreement. "Speak." Shin Feng didn't hear Yufei's response or see him nodding. "Yes, I understand. Don't worry, I didn't plan to do anything to you in the first place." Yufei quickly said what Shin Feng wanted to hear. Only then did Shin Feng release his grip. When Yufei turned around to say something to Shin Feng, he found that Shin Feng had already disappeared. Knowing about Shin Feng's skill of Lingbo Weibo, he realized that Shin Feng must have used it. Feeling threatened, he was unwilling to give in. Despite Shin Feng's strength, he decided to skip class and find Wu Fan. "We must get your brother to come and deal with Shin Feng." Wu Fan frowned. "It's better not to. My brother was just defeated by him." Using the term defeated to describe his own brother, Wu Fan was already being quite tactful. Yufei understood and decided to privately investigate Shin Feng's background thoroughly. Shin Feng didn't care about what Yufei did after leaving. He returned to the dormitory and continued writing the story. The protagonist is now aware of the school bully who wants to cause trouble for him. This time, he will expose the bully and deal with him thoroughly to prevent any further resistance. The story continued to elaborate on the situation of Lingbo Weibo. After understanding the basic theory of Lingbo Weibo, it moved on to the practical stage, using different positions based on the 8 trigrams to achieve a higher level of cultivation. After finalizing and sending the new chapter, Shin Feng closed his computer and prepared to attend to other matters. Earlier, he had met Su Wei, who mentioned wanting to discuss something and was now ready to meet for a detailed conversation. However, readers who had already read the new chapter were causing a commotion in the comments section. Why didn't they look for the school bully? It's too slow. I really want to know how the school bully will be dealt with once found. Are your attentions only focused on the school bully and not on Lingbo Weibo? There's an explanation here. I will work hard, study seriously, and see when I can learn Lingbo Weibo. It's just a novel, don't take it seriously. Different viewpoints will always exist, but these discussions seem endless. Some people have never seen it and think it's just a novel, but I know there are people in real life who have mastered it. Isn't that just boasting? Do you even need to ask? Even a child would know. Before Shin Feng could reach the agreed meeting place, his phone rang. When he picked it up, he saw it was from Long Lao. Long Lao? Why suddenly call me? Long Lao usually didn't contact others often, and Shin Feng understood this. Long Lao got straight to the point, saying, "It's about the new chapter." New chapter? Shin Feng muttered, "Hasn't it all been updated already? There's even an explanation of Lingbo Weibo. Since there's already an explanation, just study it. I'm more interested in knowing about that school bully now." After experiencing the previous incident with Du Ming, Long Lao was more concerned about Shin Feng's side. Shin Feng responded, "It's nothing, just a novel." This response was clearly evasive, and as someone who had lived for so many years, Long Lao naturally understood. If it were someone else, Long Lao would have been angry, but since it was Shin Feng, he couldn't get angry. However, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "I'm calling you not just for this, but also for something else you need to know." Someone has been asking about you, and I've helped hide your identity, but you still need to be careful. Long Lao knew Shinfeng's situation and understood the seriousness of it. Shinfeng hadn't expected things to escalate to this stage. He was slightly moved and said, "Thank you, Long Lao." Long Lao sighed, "I've done my best, you should say something too." Shinfeng understood his meaning and said with a smile, "Then let me tell you about the school newspaper." Considering the friendly gesture from the other party, Shinfeng decided to offer some corresponding return. Long Lao, satisfied with the new plot, hurriedly said to Shinfeng, "That's all for now, I need to find out more about Lingbo Weibo." When he hung up the phone, it was evident that Long Lao was very happy. Speaking of this emotional influence, Shinfeng also felt lighter. Shinfeng went to school as usual the next day. Despite Long Lao informing him about someone investigating his identity, he wasn't worried, just slightly more attentive to external situations in certain circumstances. In the morning, Yufei sat obediently in his own seat, not causing trouble for Shinfeng. A few students at the back of the class were still discussing, occasionally glancing at Shinfeng sitting not far ahead of them. Is he really that strong? Why doesn't Yufei go challenge him? Maybe Yufei has his own thoughts, didn't he say for us not to interfere? If even Yufei doesn't dare to cause trouble for him, let's not think too much about it. There seemed to be no way to deal with Shinfeng in their discussions, but their gazes remained fixed on him. Shinfeng has always been able to notice several glances from behind during the class, but he tried to focus on his own affairs as much as possible. Finally, it was time for lunch and rest at noon. Shinfeng quickly left the classroom to go to the cafeteria, but on the way, he saw Long Lao coming from another path. The two met, and Shinfeng naturally greeted Long Lao. Long Lao stopped Shinfeng and said, "I was looking for you, where are you going? We can talk as we walk." Due to Long Lao mentioning the day before that someone was inquiring about his identity, Shinfeng thought that Long Lao finding him this time might be related to the previous day's events. He said, "I was just about to have lunch at the cafeteria, are you going there too, Long Lao?" People of Long Lao's level usually do not go to the cafeteria with students. After hearing Shinfeng's explanation, Long Lao suddenly realized and said, "Oh, right, it's time for lunch, let's go, I'll treat you to a meal." Shinfeng then realized that something was not quite right. This might not be about someone inquiring about his identity. He stopped and asked, "Long Lao, what is it that you want from me? Just tell me directly, there's no need to treat me to a meal." Seeing that Shinfeng was hesitant, Long Lao finally revealed the reason for seeking him out. "It's nothing special, I just wanted to ask if you would like to be my disciple." Disciple? Shinfeng was truly surprised. "I can teach you, with my level of expertise and your abilities, we can definitely achieve greater heights in this world." Shinfeng slightly smiled and said, "Thank you for considering me, but I'm not interested in these matters." Not even a little consideration? Long Lao was a bit persistent. "No, I believe you also understand that in this world, there may not only be warriors in the future." With that said, Shinfeng decided not to continue explaining and left. Long Lao, left behind, also pondered over Shinfeng's words. He knew Shinfeng's identity and found some truth in what Shinfeng had said. Finally, as if he had figured something out, Long Lao muttered to himself, looking back, "I should really study those martial arts techniques in the book." He decided to read Shinfeng's novel from beginning to end again, this time with a more focused approach. While everyone should have been having lunch at noon, in another dilapidated apartment in the country, Wang Long was sitting in a corner flipping through Shinfeng's novel. Every few pages, he would cautiously look outside, and only continue reading after ensuring there was no one around. When he reached the part about the Lingbo microstep, Wang Long sighed, "This Lingbo microstep is explained in such detail, maybe I should try practicing it?" As he spoke, he began to consider the different directions of the 64 hexagrams. Since the apartment was too old and had been uninhabited for a long time, it seemed unlikely that anyone would come. Wang Long boldly walked around the small room in the apartment, following the steps of the Lingbo microstep's 64 hexagrams. Unknowingly, he had reached the last word of the final chapter of the novel. "Ha!" Wang Long searched hard, making sure there was no extra word left. "How can it end here? It was getting to a crucial stage, it should have been more comprehensive. How can it end like this? How can I practice?" Wang Long was anxious, so he posted his question in the comments section. What happens next in the story? Why isn't there a specific description of the final form of the Lingbo microstep? As soon as he typed these words, he heard a noise from the window. The dilapidated apartment had no windows, so the man in black entered directly by climbing over the wall. Wang Long immediately realized that the person chasing him had found this place. He quickly put away the novel and rushed towards another door. The assassin followed closely behind him, and when Wang Long went to another room to prepare to go to the stairs, he also encountered other assassins coming towards him. In the process of being caught in a pincer attack, just as it seemed he would be captured, Wang Long instinctively dodged. Ha! Wang Long realized that his instinctive dodge had already put him 2 meters away from the 2 assassins. Most importantly, by the time the assassins reacted, they were already half a beat too slow. Feeling a bit of success, Wang Long prepared to try again, and indeed he managed to avoid being touched by the assassins, almost as if he was leading them in circles like a monkey. Ha ha! Wang Long couldn't help but laugh, grateful that he had learned the skill of lightness technique. Having successfully tested the lightness technique, he decided not to linger any longer, quickly evading and shaking off the assassins. With the boost of his new martial arts skill, Wang Long finally arrived at another hiding place, and instead of relaxing, he posted his comments and asked about the upcoming plot. The next step was a long wait. Xin Feng returned to the dormitory after lunch, and at that time Yufei had not yet returned, making the dormitory very quiet. He glanced at the comments on the new chapter and noticed someone named Wang Long asking about the lightness technique and the upcoming plot. Forget it, I was thinking of replying, but asking about the plot guarantees that I won't respond. Because there are precedents for this, it's impossible to provide advance plot details. Xin Feng muttered to himself as he closed the page. This time, he put both the original novel and the new one on hold. Lying in bed, ready to rest, Xin Feng felt much more relaxed. 4 hours passed. The comments section for the old and new books exploded again. It's really strange, it's already this late. Why hasn't there been an update yet? Yeah, it's almost breaking the record for the latest update. Everyone hurry up and urge them. I've been waiting so long, checking my phone at least 10 times in 5 minutes. Something seems off, usually it would have been updated by now, why not this time? Readers began discussing the author from the moment they started waiting for updates. It was already 8 p.m., and Xin Feng was still asleep. The urgency and discussions were only in the comments section of the old book. Now even the new book had become a major communication platform for readers. We need to figure out a way to find more contact information about the author. I suspect something happened to them. It's not just me, the author may update slowly sometimes, but it's never been this late. I advise everyone not to panic, even if it's not updated by 8, we can continue waiting until 10. A few individuals believed nothing would happen and were willing to wait quietly. But most people were discussing whether the author had encountered some unexpected situation. I think it's better to be safe than sorry, let's call the police. They must have the author's contact information. I agree with this approach. If there's nothing wrong, it won't have any impact, but the longer the delay, the worse it is for the author if there is a problem. The calls to report to the police grew louder, and there were even people conducting polls specifically for this purpose. The noise in the hallway woke Xin Feng up. He realized the room was already dim, and he could only hear the sounds of other students moving in the corridor. He fumbled to find the bedside lamp, turned it on, and decided to take a break before getting up. He had been sleeping since after lunch until this late hour, hadn't had dinner yet, and it was already too late to go to the cafeteria. While considering what to eat for the evening, he opened the computer interface and decided to upload the chapters he had already written. He saw the comments in the book, and the number of notifications in the comments section showed that there were already 99. This was indeed more than before, and Xin Feng clicked to check. Wow, these readers' imaginations are even greater than the author's. They have already listed out 100 unexpected situations for me. Xin Feng shook his head inside as he read, eventually pinning his reply at the top of the comments section. Everyone, I'm still here, disperse. After sending out these few words, the comments section exploded even more. They did not disperse, but became even more active, like a blizzard sweeping in. Author, where's the update? Why haven't you updated yet? Since you're here, update quickly. Don't you know the consequences of delaying any longer? You're still here. What are you waiting for? Go right. With one sentence, Xin Feng found himself in another whirlpool. He quickly clicked the X in the top right corner of the webpage. Out of sight, out of mind. The article that was already in the drafts folder was ultimately not uploaded by Xin Feng. Who gave you the right to be so rude? I've decided not to update anymore. The more Xin Feng thought about it, the more he felt the need to vent. Whistling, he began to get up and prepare to go out to find something to eat. Yufei, who did not return to the dormitory, was standing at another corner of the dormitory building at this time. In front of him were several other classmates. We still haven't found any information related to Xin Feng. I suspect that his situation is different from ours. Yufei said this mysteriously, and coupled with the dark night, the other classmates became even more curious. What's different? Yufei pretended to be profound and revealed he might be a spy. That's the only explanation why we can't find more information about him. That makes sense. Everyone who comes here to study has their own records, easily accessible, but we can't find his. There must be something fishy. All the other classmates agreed and echoed. Yufei then said, I've decided to seek help from my father to see what we can find. Among these people, in terms of personal ability and family background, Yufei was top-notch, and only he had a father who could help in this regard. He made the call, but his father's words on the other end were a bit disheartening. Are you talking about that Shinfeng, the one whose grades are one ahead and one behind yours? Yufei sighed inwardly. His father really knew how to hit where it hurt. He ignored the grades and went straight to the point. Yes, it's Shinfeng. If it's Shinfeng, I can't help with the search on my end. You shouldn't bother either. The Empress has ordered special treatment and protection for him. Why? Yufei found it unbelievable. However, his father was not prepared to explain further. He just gave a command and hung up the phone. Yufei punched the wall, leaving a dent. The classmates beside him guessed that the content of the call was not going smoothly and might have upset Yufei, so they each found an excuse to leave. After being bombarded in the novel's comments section, Shinfeng no longer had the mood to eat anything. Although he had the upper hand, it didn't mean he had no emotions. His mood was affected. He lay back down on the bed, closed his eyes to rest, and unknowingly fell into a dream again. This time, he found that the dark space he had seen before reappeared, and not far away was the wordless book he had opened previously. The identical cover made Shinfeng recognize it almost instantly. Could there be different content this time? Shinfeng said as he went over to pick up the book, carefully weighing it in his hands. He exclaimed in surprise, "Why is it so easy this time? Could it be because I already took it last time, like I've cleared a checkpoint?" Without caring about anything else, he opened the first page and saw the same 4 words of the mysterious book. Flipping through another page, he was astonished to find that the paper was no longer blank. It displayed spiritual symbols, which excited Shinfeng. His hand trembled, and the symbol he had just seen seemed to evaporate. He quickly flipped through a few more pages, but they were still blank, so he gave up. It seems that this book is not entirely useless. Perhaps at the right time, I can obtain more things. Shinfeng was hesitating to explore the space when he suddenly woke up. Opening his eyes, he found the dormitory brightly lit, with an extra figure present. He could even hear Yufei making noise. Since becoming roommates, the two had barely communicated, but this time Shinfeng couldn't take it anymore. He sat up directly and said to Yufei, "Keep it down, please have a little decency." Yufei was angry with Shinfeng. He had contacted his father but didn't get the answers he wanted. Instead, he received a warning. He felt that Shinfeng must have a problem. Now Shinfeng's words made him feel like he was being provoked. Seizing his anger, he threw a book he was holding directly towards Shinfeng. Yufei's book-throwing action was a common occurrence, and Shinfeng easily dodged it. However, the tension between them was high. Shinfeng retaliated by taking the other's book and said, "You throw one, I throw one, that's fair." After saying this, he threw the book back, but it didn't fly towards Yufei. Instead, it landed on Yufei's bed. "That's enough. If you're angry, take it elsewhere. Don't come looking for trouble with me. Have you forgotten my previous warning?" Shinfeng had no intention of wasting time fighting with the other person at this moment, but he wanted to remind Yufei of his warning. Perhaps it was Shinfeng's reminder, or maybe Yufei had finally calmed down, but he immediately thought of the situation where Shinfeng had threatened him in a narrow space. He didn't respond to Shinfeng, just went back to his bed and lay down, no longer provoking Shinfeng, effectively ending the conflict. Shinfeng opened his computer and uploaded the draft he had prepared earlier. Not only the old book but also the new brainstorming chapter had been updated. Readers waiting by the bookshelf were the first to notice the changes. "I thought the author wouldn't update anymore. What's this?" I was ready to spend the whole night cursing in the comments. Why didn't the author announce the update decision, making us curse here for hours? Stop asking so many questions, hurry up and read. Wang Long also waited for the new chapter, no longer mingling in the comments section but quickly moving on to the next chapter. Wu Fan found Wu Wen, knowing that Wu Wen had been embarrassed in front of Shinfeng. But after all, Shinfeng was his brother, and the two stood on the same side. Wu Wen looked at Wu Fan and said, "Brother, don't worry. I will definitely teach Shinfeng a lesson. I have challenged him, and he must accept the challenge." After hearing this, Wu Fan was a bit worried. You know his abilities. Will it be more troublesome to challenge him now? Hearing Wu Fan's words, Wu Wen smiled. "I won't fight an unprepared battle. You can rest assured." He looked confident. Wu Fan knew the rules of issuing a challenge. The person who accepted the challenge must participate in the final battle. If they didn't participate, it would be considered a surrender, and they would have to apologize. So in this situation, Shinfeng had to participate in the challenge. Although Wu Fan was a little worried about Wu Wen, he still had a faint expectation in his heart. After all, his own brother said he was ready and waiting for Shinfeng to take the bait, so there shouldn't be any surprises. Shen Feng received the challenge letter 3 days later. He understood the rules here, and when he saw the signature of Wu Wen, he understood the situation. Could it be that he hasn't had enough beating? Shen Feng was quite speechless as he looked at the challenge letter. Su Wei was by his side, and seeing Shen Feng's expression, she also knew that Shen Feng was disdainful of this kind of battle. But if you don't participate, you still have to apologize to him, or even make amends, Su Wei said. Shen Feng said, then reluctantly beat him up. The people around him followed with laughter. Su Wei became even more worried. I'm afraid things are not that simple. He clearly knows that his level is not as good as yours but still wants to challenge. There must be some reliance. Shen Feng was clear about this in his own heart, comforting the people around him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Shen Feng did not tell others what stage his current abilities had reached. This ability was a kind of dimensional reduction strike. No matter what tricks that Wu Wen used, it would be very simple to deal with. When the agreed time came, the arena was already surrounded by spectators. This is a rare arena match. I'm starting to look forward to it. Wu Wen is a very powerful character. Who is the one standing opposite him on the arena? The speaker pointed to Shen Feng standing on the arena, whom he had not seen before. The people around him frowned and squinted. I heard his name is Shen Feng, but he looks a bit different from what I've seen. The one I saw was the top student in the whole school. Everyone in the discussion completely ignored the fact that Shen Feng had been at Jingshi Tang for a long time and his appearance had already changed. Plus, he deliberately adjusted himself, making a slight disguise, so many people didn't recognize him. Wu Wen looked at Shen Feng triumphantly. Since you've come to challenge, you have to show some skills. Retreating at the last minute is not allowed. Shen Feng ignored this and asked directly, this arena match not only has some conditions for the invited person, but the challenger also has to offer something. Now that I have come to challenge, what prize can you offer? As a challenger, after the challenged person accepts the challenge, he also needs to offer a corresponding reward, otherwise it wouldn't be fair. He directly took out a brocade box and said, this is the spirit pill. As soon as the name was mentioned, there was a buzz in the audience. Spirit pill? That's something from legends. Even if you have it, you might not use it. Does Wu Wen really have such a thing? Is it a family heirloom? Unfortunately, at this stage, even the best thing is useless if you don't use it. Is he bullying people? Even if Shen Feng wins, he won't use the spirit pill. Wu Wen is really going too far. The discussion under the arena continued, but Wu Wen didn't care at all. Since he could produce the spirit pill, he knew what results he might get. Not everyone guarding the arena took the spirit pill lightly. Some people also knew it was a treasure and wanted to have it for themselves. But the fight on the arena had not yet begun, so for now, they could only watch. Shen Feng looked at the brocade box and said with a smile, spirit pill? Alright, our final battle can begin. With Shen Feng's words, their arena was officially established, and their battle would follow. Wu Wen used the ancient Nala Dark God's transformation to create clones, used black mist attacks, and increased his speed. Shen Feng saw through him directly, using the Foshan Shadowless Kick, and then using the Sunflower Acupoint Hand to knock the person down. Every move made the people present gasp in cold air. No way, why does your move look like the Foshan Shadowless Kick written in novels? It seems so, I think it looks a bit like it, but unfortunately, I can only see a Sunflower Acupoint Hand in front of the math. Shen Feng's learning ability is a bit too strong. He learned it as soon as it was serialized in the book? No, after watching this match, I have to quickly read the novel again. The crowd began to discuss the moves of the two people on the stage, and overall they saw Shen Feng constantly dominating and suppressing Wu Wen. Wu Wen was hit and fell below the stage. When he stood up, he couldn't believe he had lost. He thought he was unprepared last time, and combined with Shen Feng's sneak attack, that's why he lost. This time, there was no way he could lose. He never expected to lose so quickly. Enraged, he threw the brocade box on the stage and disappeared. Wu Fan was still waiting to celebrate, thinking his brother was well prepared to win, but this happened. Taking advantage of everyone not paying attention to him, he quickly left. Shen Feng had already picked up the brocade box and saw that it indeed contained a spirit pill. The reward had to be shown to everyone, not for anything else, but to let everyone witness whether the challenger's gift was real and whether it really ended up in the hands of the winner. It seems to be a spirit pill, but ordinary people wouldn't know how to use this. Shen Feng? Are you the one who entered the Imperial Capital Academy with the top score? Did you really learn the Foshan Shadowless Kick just like that? The questions from the crowd were too many, and Shen Feng was not in the mood to answer. The things they said and asked were like those readers in the comments of a new book. Shen Feng knew when he needed to explain, but it was not necessary now. He knew that Wu Wen's challenge must have some connection with Wu Fan and the others. Thinking about how to deal with it, he prepared for the possible situations that might arise next. Shen Feng then returned to the dormitory. Holding the spirit pill in his hand, Shinfeng thought, I have to go and see if there are any spirit symbols in that book without words. This spirit pill in his hand was not a useless item for Shinfeng. In this world, everyone only practiced low martial arts, and no one had practiced spirit cultivation yet. Regardless of others or the current time, Shinfeng lay down on the bed and prepared to sleep. This time, he dreamed of the book without words again. With the previous experience, Shinfeng easily obtained the book and opened it to read. He soon smiled because the first page showed the spirit symbol he had seen before. Not only that, the content had increased and even more had not disappeared. Afraid the words would disappear, he quickly read through it. After reading it all, Shinfeng sat down on the ground. Finally, I see how to absorb spirit. He was not going to waste this opportunity. Since obtaining the content of this book without words, Shinfeng felt refreshed. Others only knew that Shinfeng was happy, thinking he had won the match, but they didn't know the real reason. Daily school life continued. Lu Lin, as Shinfeng's former teacher, had not appeared for a long time, but this time he came to Shinfeng. Although you are no longer a student in our class, to be honest, the popularity of your 2 books is already at the top of the rankings. Congratulations. Shinfeng remained non-committal. Apart from my books, it seems that no one else has really been able to sign a contract. Who else could be at the top of the rankings? This statement was flawless, and Lu Lin smiled awkwardly. But that didn't stop him from continuing to talk to Shinfeng. The book is popular now. No matter where you go, everyone is discussing it. It's because of your performance on the stage last time that everyone has started to seriously study the content of the book. Shinfeng nodded slightly. I never thought of hiding anything. I am not stingy in teaching others, and it's good that everyone likes it. Facing Shinfeng, Lu Lin not only admired his talent and abilities, but also appreciated his attitude towards others. Alright, I just wanted to congratulate you. I have to go back to class now, let's chat later. Lu Lin left, and Shinfeng continued on to his own classroom. Suddenly, a prompt sounded on the system as he walked. Ding! Heavenly reward, nameless book. At first, Shinfeng just listened casually, but when he heard the 4 words nameless book, he immediately stopped in his tracks. He checked the system reward directly. It was indeed the nameless book, the one he was sure he had seen in his dreams. Upon flipping through it, he found detailed content inside. This time I really hit the jackpot, it's exactly what I like. Shinfeng sighed and put away the nameless book, eager to find a place to study it carefully. Just as he was considering when to study the book, the forum called The World's Number One was already filled with posts. The book called Mortal Cultivation is now known to everyone, and I, as one of the original fans, feel proud. Now pay attention to the author's new book Trash Overturning the Heavens. You can also become a fan from the beginning. The Foshan Shadowless kick described in the book is really good. In real life, some have started practicing it through the arena matches, so let's all practice it. Meanwhile, Shinfeng was earnestly studying the situation inside the nameless book. He found that there were very few people in this world who used spiritual power, and to change this situation, more effort was needed. In the book Trash Overturning the Heavens, he added new content. After uploading it, the reader's discussion shifted to a different direction. Have you read the new chapter? The author actually wants to teach us how to absorb spiritual power. I think this is a bit unrealistic. I tried it too, but I couldn't do it at all. I can't do it either. It shows that what the author writes is not something everyone can learn. I even doubt if those things written before can be cultivated at all. Author, come out and speak, otherwise we'll have to criticize you. After everyone had finished reading the chapter and tried it out, the vice principal finally saw the latest chapter. Although his progress was a bit slow, he was indeed studying the book carefully. Following the instructions in the book to absorb spiritual power, he suddenly felt a surge of energy flowing through his meridians. This situation was exactly as described in the book. Excited, he sat up straight and checked the chapter content again, murmuring to himself, "It's really possible, I seem to be able to absorb spiritual power." Seeing that others in the comments couldn't do it, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Not bad, in this martial arts world, being able to absorb spiritual power already puts you at the forefront of abilities. The vice principal had this realization and became even more attached to the book in his hands. Looking at the author's name on the book, Shinfeng, he made a new decision. He quickly called the head teacher of Shinfeng's class and said, "Shinfeng's attention is on your class now, remember to take extra care of him." The head teacher received the special call from the vice principal and naturally agreed readily. After ending the call, the vice principal felt that this situation was not very safe. The presence of this Shinfeng is invaluable in itself, there can be no mishaps. The vice principal finally got through to another phone call and instructed, "I have an important task for you to do, make sure to record it carefully." Shin Feng was not concerned about or aware of what was happening to others, as he was focused on studying the wordless book at this time. In the dormitory, Yu Fei was still not back, which Shin Feng was used to, as it was convenient for his research. At this time, Yu Fei was with Wu Fan. Wu Fan's injuries from being kicked by Shin Feng before had healed, and he was now lively and energetic. He excitedly said to Yu Fei, "You know about the previous challenge, right?" I didn't expect him to use the Foshan shadowless kick from the novel. Yu Fei, of course, knew he was referring to Shin Feng, but he frowned and asked, "Are you sure it's the Foshan shadowless kick?" "Of course I'm sure, it's exactly like what was written in this chapter, both in terms of the master's moves and their effects." Wu Fan began to talk to himself. "I'm also planning to learn from the novel and master the Foshan shadowless kick. It doesn't seem too difficult." Yu Fei smirked, although he didn't have high hopes for Wu Fan. If it weren't for the fact that he could still be of assistance, Yu Fei wouldn't bother saying much more. Wu Fan was so focused on practicing what he had read that he didn't even notice when Yu Fei left. However, after practicing each move from the novel multiple times, he still couldn't perform the techniques displayed by Shin Feng, let alone as spectacularly. He threw everything in his hands away, saying, "What rubbish, it looks simple but is so difficult to learn." He never thought there was anything wrong with his talent, as he had been praised by others before, and his current strength was achieved through his own hard work. And if Shin Feng could learn it, why couldn't he? Wu Fan didn't care about the things he threw away until he heard a loud noise and realized that they had hit a nearby building, causing it to collapse. Wu Fan looked at the building with excitement. "It seems there is some effect after practicing. Since he is the Foshan shadowless kick, then I can be the shadowless hand." When he had thrown the items away, he unintentionally transferred the shadowless kick technique to his hands. After confirming this, he decided to retrieve the items he had thrown. "There are only a few techniques in the world. Although I can't reach the level described in the novel, I can still make some improvements." Wu Fan was confident in his ability to make improvements and adapt them to suit himself, so he began to study more attentively. He became more familiar with it and created something based on the Foshan shadowless kick, calling it the Magic Mountain shadowless kick. After mastering it, he put the novel aside, knowing it might come in handy in the future. And now he needed to find someone to test it on. When Shin Feng returned to school again, he found that the students in the class were discussing something enthusiastically. At first, he didn't pay attention, but Su Wei came to him and told him about the current situation. "That guy Wu Fan is almost invincible throughout the whole school now," Su Wei said with a hint of surprise in her tone. Shin Feng looked up at Su Wei and asked, "How did he manage that?" Su Wei tilted her head and thought for a moment. "It seems he has mastered a new martial art called the Magic Mountain shadowless kick." She then laughed and asked, "Isn't it funny? There was just the Foshan shadowless kick before, and now it's become the Magic Mountain shadowless kick." Shin Feng found this a bit strange, but he only thought that Wu Fan was still practicing the Foshan shadowless kick, just with a different name. Su Wei then warned him, "You better be careful, he's looking for someone to spar with, and he might come looking for you at any time." Perhaps Su Wei had foresight, or maybe she was just being pessimistic. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Fan's figure appeared not far away. Wu Fan saw Shin Feng and shouted directly at him, "Shin Feng, I've been practicing something new recently. Let's go spar." Shin Feng turned to look at him but did not respond. However, this approach had no effect on Wu Fan, as he had already walked over to Shin Feng. "Do I need to challenge you to a duel as well?" "We're just sparring. It's not that serious," Shin Feng said. Wu Fan restrained himself on the surface because he believed that defeating Shin Feng in a battle would be the greatest insult to him. Shin Feng had originally wanted to ignore him, but he noticed the expectant gazes of all the surrounding classmates. In the end, he agreed, "Let's go spar and demonstrate what we've recently learned." Wu Fan was naturally happy and accompanied Shin Feng to the training ground of the Capital Academy. More people on campus already knew about the situation between Shin Feng and Wu Fan. Coupled with Wu Fan's high-profile battles in recent days, the legends about them had spread even further. The more it spread, the more interested everyone became not only in these two individuals but also in the possible outcomes. Su Wei followed Shin Feng over, still hesitating a bit. When Shin Feng was about to go on stage, she said, "Wu Fan is not that great of a person. Since you've agreed, be careful." "Don't worry, it's just the Foshan shadowless kick," Shin Feng said with a meaningful smile. Su Wei then relaxed. Upon reaching the stage, what was supposed to be a spar turned into a personal demonstration. Shin Feng stood in place, having already mastered the Foshan shadowless kick, and the only thing he needed to consider was how well he could perform this set of moves. "If you want to compete, Wu Fan, then watch closely," he said. Unlike other martial arts, the Foshan shadowless kick mainly focused on footwork. When fighting the enemy, especially when using speed to gain an advantage, stable footwork was essential. After Xin Feng's demonstration, the people present applauded wildly. Wow, I didn't expect that one could reach such a level at the end of their studies. Everyone must not slack off. Xin Feng truly deserves to have been admitted to the Capital Academy as the top student. His learning ability is strong, as he has already mastered the Foshan Shadowless Kick to such a high level in such a short time. As long as everyone is willing to work hard, they should be able to achieve it too. Now it's Wu Fan's turn, someone urged. Wu Fan, hurry up. Wu Fan was also very confident in his abilities, as he had gained confidence in victory through so many real combat experiences. During his demonstration, Wu Fan unexpectedly tripped over his own feet, but he quickly got up again. However, no matter how he demonstrated after that, it was of no use, and the people below burst into laughter. The Foshan Shadowless Kick emphasizes the need for a stable base, but you're floating around like a feather. It's like a pirated version of the Shadowless Kick. He said it himself, it's not the Foshan Shadowless Kick but the Magic Mountain Shadowless Kick. Haha, what garbage is this? Trying to win against the original with a knockoff? Better go catch up on your training. Dismissed. On the stage, only Xin Feng stood in place, as his opponent had long since disappeared. Su Wei found it amusing and even contacted others, saying, everyone saw it clearly, right? Who's the one causing trouble here? Everyone should have a say in this from now on. The onlookers responded to her words. We saw it clearly. Xin Feng's Foshan Shadowless Kick is really impressive. I really want to learn more about the finer details. Isn't Xin Feng right here? What can we ask face to face? Everyone rushed up and surrounded Xin Feng in the center. However, when they were about to ask something, they found that Xin Feng had disappeared again. During this time, someone felt that they had been bumped into something, and when they reacted and looked, they saw a glimpse of Xin Feng. The others were the same, and finally they found that Xin Feng had already walked out of the encirclement. He used the Lingbo microstep, so he could easily dodge those people. Not neglecting them, Xin Feng turned his head and said to them, regarding the Foshan Shadowless feat, those who read novels should be able to understand a little bit. Even if you find me, whether it's different from what's in the book, as for asking about the follow-up plot, do it sooner rather than later, don't look for me again. After saying these things, Xin Feng turned and left, and Su Wei followed his pace closely. This time it's really satisfying. Wu Fan is asking for trouble himself. Su Wei was somewhat proud. From the beginning, he had experienced the conflict between Xin Feng and Wu Fan. After all, he stood on Xin Feng's side, and naturally felt joy when Xin Feng won. Xin Feng responded, there is no special problem. I believe that after this time, they will be a little more restrained. At this time, Su Wei asked, how about having a meal together? Let's celebrate this victory. Xin Feng smiled slightly and refused, there is no need, I have other things to take care of, see you another day. For Xin Feng, there is nothing more important than going to see the Book of No Words now. However, these things cannot be told to anyone, so he can only casually refuse the people in front of him. Su Wei has been rejected by Xin Feng not for the first time, even with a bit of habit. She also smiled and said, let's wait for another opportunity. At this point, Su Wei stopped following Xin Feng, as she could see that Xin Feng was preparing to leave alone. Su Wei had some insight, so she stopped and bid farewell to Xin Feng. After saying so much, the activities of Xin Feng and Su Wei were seen by Yu Fei in the distance. He watched Su Wei turn away in disappointment. Looking at Xin Feng, who seemed completely unaffected, made him even angrier. Even if Su Wei actively contacted him, Xin Feng would not respond, which made his goddess so sad. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he suddenly felt the need to improve his skills. Remembering how he had been taught by Xin Feng before, he decided to take out that novel again and study it carefully. The part about absorbing spiritual energy was indeed attractive. As long as someone could train in it, they could basically defeat many people here. Even Long Lao's martial arts seemed very basic compared to this spiritual energy. Yu Fei made up his mind to study hard, but from morning to night, he had no gains. At this moment, someone nearby said, there's a new update, go check it out. The author seems to be in a good mood today. Really? Then let's go check it out quickly. Hearing this content, Yu Fei knew that the novel that was so popular with many people must be the one he had read before. Carefully flipping through it, it was indeed a new update. Thinking that what he had just learned was useless, he decided to comment on it. Who is writing novels here to mislead the public? There is no such thing as spiritual energy in the world. The message was sent out, and he received more replies. Yu Fei was furious when he saw that these replies were from book fans who defended the author, and he was being criticized relentlessly. Maybe it's really a lack of intelligence, otherwise why can't he learn? Such a difficult thing can only be learned by a few people. Ordinary people should not think too much about it. What I can't stand the most is that some people, clearly lacking in ability themselves, still say that others' writing is not good. Yu Fei couldn't bear it anymore. Even if he replied to himself, he couldn't compete with so many people. So he decided to be an ostrich, no longer paying attention to those voices, but the replies from those fans made him even more annoyed. Knowing that Wu Fan had just been upset, Yu Fei came over to him and said, "Have you really been beaten by Shinfeng Bai like this? Don't you think of any solutions?" Wu Fan replied firmly, "Isn't his writing good? So many people admire it. It's all because no one has been able to sign successfully for so many years. Since his style can get signed, why not find someone to plagiarize and imitate? The same thing can also work." Upon hearing this, Yu Fei also agreed, "I think there is some truth to that." The two of them finished their discussion and started networking with others. In this world, there are more people trying to write books. After all, personal family heritage or personal hobbies are what support these behaviors. Encouraged by Yu Fei and Wu Fan, those who had not succeeded in signing finally decided to join forces. 2 days later, Shinfeng discovered an interesting phenomenon when checking the comments on his newly released chapters. He saw the words plagiarism and imitation, wondering if there were such things here now. Evolution seems to be quite fast. But he quickly thought of a possibility. Now that only his book has been signed, if someone were to plagiarize, would it be related to him? After reading the comments, he found that they were indeed discussing the fact that his book had been plagiarized. Shinfeng immediately replied, "Thank you all for the reminder, I will deal with it right away." Upon seeing Shinfeng's reply, the people in the comments section naturally gathered again. "The author is here, hurry up and update. What I want to know most now is whether that useless person has found a master willing to take him in. How did he handle it? Probably found such a master, and now has a good platform to advance, right? We need the author to reply now, hurry." However, when they gathered together, the author had already disappeared. Since the founding of the state, several major families have occupied important positions. The Chu family is one of them. Like other families, they also have some shortcomings that they find regrettable. Xu Zhe, the young master of the Chu family, was originally strong in ability, but later suffered an accident and lost all his abilities. The hope of the entire family was also affected, to the point where the young master who was once in the clouds found it difficult to accept his fall into the mud. The steward and other servants in the courtyard all had their eyes on their young master. One of them sighed, since the young master had these things happen, he really doesn't want to do anything. His daily performance seems like he's planning to self-destruct. After speaking, he shook his head, looking very regretful. Upon hearing this, the steward slapped him and said, "Are you all gossiping like this? Go and do your own tasks, stop discussing these matters." The steward had spoken, so the others naturally remained silent. Xu Zhe knew that these people in the family might have some opinions about him, but he no longer cared about that. Leaning against the side, he picked up the book in his hand and continued reading. It was a novel brought by a friend who had grown up with him. Chuz, who originally had no passion for anything else, has been uninterrupted since he started reading this novel. When he closed the book again, he felt a surge of fighting spirit. Recalling the content he had seen in the book, he finally brought the book over and flipped to the page he was interested in. It was about the absorption of spiritual power, and although he was also interested in other techniques, due to his physical illness, he could only use the spiritual power part for now. Following the instructions in the book, he could inject the abilities from the two books, and he faintly touched the spiritual power. To his surprise, he tried again and found that it was indeed the case. The people around him felt that their young master seemed to have changed. Coming forward to ask, "What makes you so happy?" Chuz immediately told him, "Go call the steward, I need to check someone's information." When the steward hurried over, he also noticed Chuz's change in status. Initially, when others explained to him, he didn't believe it, but now he saw it for himself. 2 days later, the steward came back to report to him. "Regarding the information about Shinfeng that you were looking for, apart from his situation at the Imperial College, nothing else was found." This situation was indeed difficult to understand, but Chuz said, "This is normal, after all, he is different from others." At this time, Shinfeng was in the Vice Dean's office. Shinfeng solemnly said, "If you want to ask about the follow-up plot, I really can't help." The Vice Dean smiled and said, "It's about spiritual power." He concealed the part where he could cultivate and focused only on Shinfeng's side. "How far have you reached in terms of spiritual power?" Shinfeng was puzzled, but he didn't show it on the surface. The Vice Dean could ask this way, which basically confirmed that the spiritual power was at least smooth on the Vice Dean's side. Shinfeng thought it over, didn't reveal it, but answered seriously, "I haven't triggered it myself, so I can't say anything about it. I'm afraid I really don't have the talent." The Vice Dean looked incredulous. He believed that Shinfeng must know something, otherwise how could he write such a plot? However, since Shinfeng didn't directly say it, the Vice Dean couldn't continue the topic. But he could handle the current situation. Seeing that Shin Feng was not particularly cooperative, the topic shifted, saying, "Recently, I have noticed that others seem to have made great progress. In a month, all of you new students will have a re-ranking competition, so you need to pay extra attention." When Shin Feng heard this, he responded seriously. It had been some time since he entered school, and everyone's level had fluctuated. "I will also pay attention to this," Shin Feng said. The vice dean sat up straight, leaning back in his chair, looking somewhat authoritative. He said to Shin Feng, "If you fall out of the top 10, you will have to change dormitories." Such trivial matters didn't really need the vice dean to remind him, at least Shin Feng thought so. But the person in front of him seemed to be giving him some pressure for not cooperating just now. However, Shin Feng didn't think he would be affected, and cooperating on the surface could solve many problems. "I am indeed aware that after the top 10 rankings at the Imperial College, 2 people cannot share a dormitory." At this point, Shin Feng was no longer prepared to continue communicating with the other party and stood up directly. In a polite manner, Shin Feng said to the vice principal in front of him, "First of all, I want to thank you for your reminder. I believe you have good intentions." After leaving these words, Shin Feng turned and left without even waiting for a response from the other party. Shin Feng's uncooperative attitude left the vice principal with no choice. At this moment, Shin Feng was still planning to return to his dormitory. He was quite concerned about the upcoming rankings, as he wanted to maintain his position as number 1 in this college. However, he needed to change dormitories and did not want to stay with Yufei anymore. To switch to another dormitory, he needed to meet at least one condition: either be ranked outside the top 10, or have a significant difference in ranking from Yufei. Since he was definitely not outside the top 10, the latter option was the only choice. On his way back to the dormitory, the sound of an ambulance caught his attention. More people in the dormitory building followed the ambulance, and Shin Feng was unsure of the situation but overheard discussions among others. Everyone has been pushing themselves to the limit for the upcoming competition, training relentlessly, which is why we are seeing these results. It's a difficult situation, whether we train or not, it's still challenging. Could it be that there's an issue with the book itself? That's why there are so many problems during training. Hearing these conversations, Shin Feng immediately thought about whether they were related to his own book. Back in the dormitory, Shin Feng turned on his computer. Since only Shin Feng's book was under contract in this world, it was not difficult to search for information. Upon searching, he found that there were no other contracted books, but there were several unsigned ones with similar themes to his own. He opened them and found that they were basically similar to his first book, just with different titles, but the content was almost the same. At that moment, Su Wei called. "Have you read those novels? It seems like they are all written based on your book." "I'm reading them now," Shin Feng responded while flipping through the pages. "I think they are really going too far. These are not their original works, they are clearly copying from you." Su Wei became angrier as she spoke and suggested, "I will report this matter. I believe someone will take action." Initially focused on the story's content, Shin Feng paused when he heard Su Wei's words. He said, "Let's wait for now. Let's understand the situation first and not rush to file a complaint. What if it's not considered plagiarism under the new rules? Then it would be meaningless, right?" Shin Feng was not avoiding defending his rights, he just wanted to see the actual situation of these books. Although the books had different titles, the techniques inside had not changed significantly. The sunflower acupoint hand had become the chrysanthemum acupoint foot, and the Foshan shadowless foot had become the demon mountain shadowless hand. Shin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Wu Fan changed one, and it gave you all inspiration to start changing everything. Finally, he told Su Wei, "Let's stop here for now. I see they have a fan club, so I will focus on understanding that." This fan club was not only online but also had offline gatherings. Shin Feng went to investigate and see if the new techniques presented in the so-called new chapters had any issues when used. When he arrived at the fan club, he saw people showing off their new techniques. The moves they displayed were far different from what was presented in his book. As he was about to inquire further and ask someone, suddenly someone collapsed, causing more people to panic. They had long been accustomed to a more turbulent way of life, to the point that when faced with danger, they thought more about how to quickly leave the place. It was Shin Feng who instead faced challenges head-on, not with any lofty ideas, but simply to investigate why the person who imagined himself to be showing off his newly learned moves had suddenly died. Before the fan club had officially gathered, there was someone here who wanted to show off a move they had just learned. Everyone was eagerly anticipating, forming a circle to watch his performance. But as that person approached Shin Feng with clumsy steps, he seemed to want to startle him by surprise, only to end up spitting blood himself. Shin Feng furrowed his brow and asked the people around him, "Have there been many people like this around here recently? I heard about it on my way here." The members of the fan club, upon hearing Shinfeng speak such unfamiliar words, began to doubt his identity. However, because Shinfeng had always been well liked by everyone, they still explained the situation to him. Indeed, recently it has been like this. Once things start happening more frequently, people start to think more seriously. Everyone thinks it might be because the techniques described in the novels they are reading are malfunctioning. With just that one sentence, the person got up and left, afraid that Shinfeng would ask more questions. Shinfeng went to check on the person across from him and found that he was still barely alive, contrary to what others had said about him already being dead. The medical staff arrived to address the urgent situation. Amidst the chaos, Shinfeng also saw the reason why everyone had gathered here. It was because of the pirated versions of his novels, where the content was not genuine, and the techniques taught were haphazardly created, with the writers probably not even knowing what they were. When others practiced these techniques, it could lead to life-threatening situations. Shinfeng was not prepared to continue discussing his views with the crowd. He knew that the people there had already been heavily influenced. He chose to leave the fan club and return to his dormitory to write the new chapters he had obtained. The theme was related to these martial arts schools. All the techniques in my novel have been tested over time and through human effort. Only those who fail to cultivate properly will encounter life-threatening issues during the process. The pirated materials do not verify the authenticity of these techniques. If many people who do not understand continue to practice like this, it will only lead to internal injuries and hinder future progress. He also included the incident of participating in the fan club that day in his novel. However, the original members of the fan club, besides reading the novels they were familiar with, were more interested in seeing what Shinfeng had to offer next. It was only then that the members of the fan club realized they had missed something. Could the issue of pirated materials he mentioned be related to what happened to us today? Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be anything else. Besides Shinfeng's book, everything else could be considered a copy of this book. Shinfeng had originally intended to close his computer and attend to his own matters, but he felt it necessary to inform others about some of the issues at hand. He opened the comments section and inputted everything he believed needed to be said. It's fine to enjoy fake things for fun, but never imitate them recklessly, as it can lead to internal injuries and even hinder your cultivation. Recently, Shinfeng had been frequently sharing his opinions in the comment section. Some people also noticed the situation Shinfeng had mentioned and began discussing it together. So, does that mean everyone except for you is producing pirated versions? Are they not leaving any room for others? The plot is not really the same as yours. Probably jealous of their rapid development, so there are those follow-up actions. Someone actually said the original author would be jealous of the pirated version? I don't think so. If the original author doesn't update, I'm afraid other pirated versions won't survive either. Shinfeng looked at the ongoing debates in the comments section and decided not to participate. Everything that needed to be said and additional information had already been fully expressed. Shinfeng couldn't force others to change their thoughts. Meeting with Lu Lin was unexpected for Shinfeng, and more importantly, Lu Lin was representing the school because he had been reassigned to Shinfeng's class. In Lu Lin's office, Shinfeng stood by the desk and asked, "Teacher Lu, you wanted to see me?" Lu Lin had been watching him since Shinfeng entered, and upon hearing Shinfeng speak, he smiled and responded, "There are some things I need to discuss with you. Please have a seat first, this matter requires a detailed discussion." Lu Lin pointed to a nearby seat. Shinfeng sat facing Lu Lin. "This time, with the personnel changes in the academy, I am in charge of your class, and that's why I called you here." Shinfeng listened attentively, as this was not about the update of his book but rather about some arrangements in the academy. Seeing that Shinfeng was ready, Lu Lin continued, "It's been some time since the start of the school year, and before the next competition rankings, the academy will assign tasks to different students. I haven't heard about this. Because it's not publicly announced, only a few students in each cohort are assigned such tasks." After hearing this, Shinfeng asked in confusion, "If that's the case, what are the criteria for assigning tasks, and does it affect future assessments?" Basically, it's for students with outstanding performance, which refers to a comprehensive evaluation. Additionally, completing the assigned tasks will result in a score bonus. Lu Lin smiled and said, "This score bonus won't affect the next ranking, as it's not disclosed to the public, but it does have some subtle effects in the future." He decided not to go into further detail with Shinfeng, as he would gradually come to know about it. Shinfeng nodded in understanding and asked, "What is the content?" Lu Lin handed him an envelope and said, "It's all in here, burn it after reading." Shinfeng accepted the new task, which required some preparation time. During these days, some significant events occurred in the academy. Su Wei happened to meet Shinfeng in the cafeteria and updated him on the recent situation. "You've been busy lately, you probably don't know that some people in the academy have suffered internal injuries due to cultivation issues, which may even affect their lifelong practice. What kind of cultivation? Sue sighed. There's no specific report yet, but I think it's related to what you mentioned last time about pirated stuff. This was just their speculation, and they couldn't completely believe it until an official response. When Shinfeng went back to the classroom to teach, there were already many empty seats. He asked the person in the front row, "What's going on? Why are there so many fewer people?" More importantly, those who left took away their study-related items, as if they were leaving forever and not coming back. The person in front turned to Shinfeng and said, "It's because of improper practice, injuries can lead to dropping out." While they were talking, there was already some commotion on the playground, attracting everyone's attention. People looked out the window and could hear the noise outside as well. "We must give an explanation to the school. It's the first time I've heard that just by learning something in this school, it can lead to such serious injuries. The school has an obligation to solve these problems. When a child has trouble at school, they have to come to you." The noise was incessant, and the vice principal came out to take charge at this moment. He first asked the other teachers to call back the students who were still outside, and then he led the parents who had come over to a more secluded area to avoid affecting more students. Shinfeng saw through the window the crowd heading towards another conference hall. Everyone was discussing, "I wonder how the vice dean will solve these issues. To be honest, I'm a bit worried about their conditions. For these people, coming to the school was to learn martial arts, and it wouldn't be worth it if they ended up dropping out." The vice principal had some ability, and the parents went back to wait for news. He immediately set up an investigation team to look into the actual situation. Just 2 hours later, the results were out and even announced throughout the school. The heavy responsibility of teaching was put on hold, and they began to review the main announcements of the school. After reading it, everyone sighed and started discussing eagerly. So it was really because of those pirated books. Piracy harms others and oneself. The key is, can't they learn from what's in the novels they read? Is it harder than what's in those pirated novels? Anyway, the author had foresight. We should have listened to the author long ago. Sue deliberately went to Shinfeng and said, "This incident fully proves that not listening to Shinfeng's words leads to losses." With the school-wide announcement, cracking down on piracy was inevitable in the next phase. Wu Fan was also afraid. He called out the students from Yu Fei's class. "What should we do now? We are about to start investigating those pirated things." Yu Fei immediately said, "What are you waiting for? Transfer everything that can be moved by express. If we can't find it, there's no way. Besides, I can also ask my father to solve it. This matter is not difficult for him." Yu Fei also hurried back to explain to his father, but as soon as he left, the vice dean came knocking. At this point, Yu Fei and Wu Fan were directly blocked in the room. The vice dean looked at Yu Fei and said, "After the investigation, this matter is related to you. I really can't imagine it, but with solid evidence, I have to take you over for further confirmation." It should be noted that Yu Fei's performance at the school was among the best, second only to Shinfeng when he enrolled. For students with good grades, the vice dean also felt regretful. It would be best if they could continue to stay. However, at this moment, Yu Fei directly pointed to Wu Fan beside him and said, "Actually, Wu Fan arranged all this." The focus shifted to Wu Fan, who looked incredulously at the person next to him. Yu Fei didn't care about this and continued to tell the vice dean, "That's the case. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." The vice dean could only look at Wu Fan, who was afraid of Yu Fei and could only nod in agreement. The situation was now confirmed, and the vice dean looked extremely disappointed. Wu Fan and Yu Fei were taken away, and further communication was needed for confirmation. But there was nothing more to it, and it was easy to determine Wu Fan's issue, ultimately leading to Wu Fan's severe punishment. The news spread throughout the school. After all, it was a big event in the school. That Wu Fan not only didn't make much money from pirated books, but he also had to fully compensate for the medical expenses of those injured. Why do you seem a bit pleased with his misfortune? Who made these people not listen to the original author's advice, and casually practice pirated books? They have such an ending. It is also the punishment they deserve. Pirated books are not signed, so there is no guarantee. That's why so many people criticize them. Shinfeng is no longer in the midst of these whirlpools. In order to complete the task arranged by Lu Lin, he has spent several days preparing. The task is simple: to find a person to forge a weapon at the designated location and follow the clues. The letter containing the task has been burned, and all the information is stored in Shinfeng's mind. After leaving the academy, he proceeded along the right path, changed routes several times, but still could not reach the destination, instead returning to the academy gate in the evening. It seems like I've gone in a circle, but how should I handle this situation? Feng was a bit embarrassed. He firmly believed that the route he remembered was correct, so it must be a problem with the route. Just as he was about to review the map again, Su Wei happened to arrive. I saw you from afar here, why haven't you come in yet? Su Wei asked. I'm not going back to the academy now, there are some things to deal with. After hearing this, Su Wei immediately said, is it to complete the assigned task? Seeing Feng's puzzled expression, Su Wei quickly explained, because I also have such a task, so I guessed. Well, your guess is quite accurate. Isn't it said that we can't discuss this issue with each other? It should be kept as a secret separate from the academy. Su Wei smiled indifferently. I haven't told anyone else, you are different, I believe it won't have any impact even if I tell you. Feng had no way to refute this statement. He did encounter some trouble because of the new task, and since Su Wei was willing to help, he no longer concealed it. The two sat down in a nearby place, and Feng explained the content of his task. After listening, Su Wei said, forge a weapon? I understand, I can take you there. How do you know? Feng had to ask. I can only say that there are many things in our academy that are not communicated, different classes learn different things, and I am very familiar with this person who forges weapons. Feng finally understood that there was such a side to the Imperial Academy. Now he felt relieved, and when he followed Su Wei to find the master who forged weapons, Feng asked, what can I do to help you? Su Wei thought for a moment, shook her head and said, I will find you when I need you. They soon arrived at a location halfway up the mountain. There was a carefully constructed cave here, with relief pillars outside the cave entrance. This is your opportunity, I can't participate in the rest, and there are other things to do, so I'll leave first. Su Wei didn't stay at all. Even if Feng asked her to stay, she couldn't succeed. When Feng entered the cave, he found it very bright inside. Upon closer inspection, he saw some night pearls embedded above the cave, illuminating the entire cave when the external light was not enough for illumination. Going further into the cave, there was a person sitting next to a stone table. The person didn't move at all, and Feng thought there was a problem with the other party. Only when he got closer did he realize that the other person was also looking at him. What are you here for? Asked the old man with white beard. Imperial Academy task, to forge a weapon. After hearing this, the old man frowned and finally shook his head, saying, no, I don't have time, I have other things to do. Can the academy task be like this? Feng clearly doubted the person in front of him. His questioning made the other party very unhappy, but he couldn't care less about Feng's side of things, and instead turned his head to continue looking at something. Feng noticed that the other party was ignoring him, so he took a few steps forward to see what the other party was up to. However, just like this, he heard the old man muttering, what author, hasn't updated yet, I've already read the latest chapters, just waiting for the next one. After ranting for a while, as if he had expended a lot of energy, he wanted to lie down and rest. Feng knew that the two novels he mentioned were his own. He also noticed that the old man really wanted to rest. Feng, of course, couldn't allow this to happen, so he responded in a way he had learned. Are you slacking off just because of the novel? I'm resting now, the old man insisted. What if I say I can get the author to continue updating the novel for you? Would you immediately start making a weapon? The old man began to size up Feng, as he didn't know who the author of the novel he was reading was. Feng had no choice but to say, don't you know the author is from our academy? Of course, I know him, and I can make him update it. This made the old man completely believe what Feng said, and he eagerly hoped that Feng could help. Seeing this, Feng asked, new content for the novel in exchange for a weapon, but it's to help me make a weapon, not the kind of task from the academy. This time, the old man looked more seriously at Feng, perhaps because it was the first time they were so close. Your own? Clearly, it's an academy task, the old man said. As far as I know, academy tasks are actually within your duty range. If you really slack off and refuse to handle them, the consequences are serious. This kind of scare made the old man hesitate for a moment, vaguely remembering what Feng had said. In the end, he said to Feng, alright, a new story can be exchanged for your weapon. As for the academy tasks, they can be arranged slowly. Feng achieved his goal and began to fulfill his duties. Originally, Feng had never thought of spoiling his own plot, just like last time, this time was the same. So he didn't tell the old man the originally planned content, but instead improvised some new plot lines. Unless he read the new chapters, the old man wouldn't know that there was still a price difference between what he bought and what was actually sold. Immersed in the preparation of the follow-up story, Feng had completely surpassed their previous checks. The old man turned to Feng and said, there are 2 books in total, tell me about each one. Feng did not refuse, as it was already rare to have someone from the past craft a weapon for him. The old man was surprised by how readily Feng agreed, and he scrutinized Feng. I suspect you are the original author? How do you want to verify that? Shinfeng was also serious because he needed a new weapon. In the end, the old man gave up. Whether it was him or not, the author would be more updated, so Shinfeng also gained the old man's trust. Anyway, you'll be able to see a new book the next day. If there is one, I will naturally help you create a custom weapon unconditionally. Shinfeng smiled slightly, then I'll thank you in advance. The old man did not respond to Shinfeng's thanks, but continued to say, rest assured, the new weapon we create will not be of low level, it will definitely be useful to you. Shinfeng agreed and said, then I'll come back later. He didn't need to stay overnight here, it would be the same to come back early in the morning tomorrow. Shinfeng returned to the dormitory. Bring out the computer right away and type. Shinfeng went out to play and got lost, but unexpectedly encountered an old man. The old man and he have reached an agreement to build a weapon. They need more new articles, and they need to be updated. When Shinfeng came back, he had already uploaded the new chapter, and the next arrangement is to update more. If everyone sees the new chapter later, they should thank the old man who urged online updates. This chapter is published to thank him. Now that a new chapter has been released, fans' comments are boiling. Who came up with the exclusive update reminder? Being directly named by the author, isn't that great? I didn't expect to be able to request updates face to face. I really want this kind of exclusive update. If anyone wants to have exclusive updates, they must have some value for the author to feel the need to exchange. People shifted the topic to another direction because they found that they couldn't get information from Shinfeng on their own. But they were still persistent and thought of a more appropriate method. We should find the fan who requested updates. Since he is so valuable, we should use his value to urge the author to update more. While everyone was discussing heatedly, Shinfeng replied, everyone should be realistic, it's absolutely impossible for the author to update more. Shinfeng, breaking his own tradition, updated once more. Although he sometimes hesitated about whether his actions were correct, he was also grateful that his identity had not been exposed. No longer managing the information on the internet, Shinfeng opened the Book of Nothingness, and whenever he had a little time, he would intensify his cultivation. At the current pace, his speed was naturally the fastest. However, there were many people on this continent with strong learning abilities, gradually learning more things that had never existed before and surpassing common knowledge. Shinfeng also devoted himself to learning some new skills so that he would be more capable of protecting himself in case of emergencies. When Yufei returned to the dormitory, he saw Shinfeng meditating, but as soon as Yufei returned, Shinfeng lay down to rest. Shinfeng did not say a word to Yufei throughout, and the two did not even make eye contact. Having experienced the incident where the former vice principal found him, Yufei grew more resentful towards Shinfeng. Despite Wu Fan having already been punished on his behalf, he still felt he had suffered a serious blow. He sat there, glaring at Shinfeng with resentment, thinking about what kind of method could completely deal with the person in front of him. Meanwhile, Shinfeng was only thinking about the morning arriving sooner, as he needed to find the old man. Just as the day was breaking, Shinfeng had already gotten up and left. There was still plenty of time before school in the daytime, and he went directly to where the old man was. The old man was still sitting in the same place, and when he saw Shinfeng coming, he waved his hand and said, it seems you really have some skills, actually able to connect with the author of that novel. Shinfeng smiled and continued, so you should have taken care of what you promised me. It's not fully determined what kind you want, as long as you mention it, I can quickly create it. The old man spoke with confidence at this moment, believing that in the entire state, he was second to none. With such confidence, the old man was already confidently waiting for Shinfeng to make his request. Shinfeng was not in a hurry, but instead confirmed with the person in front of him. First, the weapon to be built is my personal one, and then it's the academy mission. They are one after the other, but there won't be any other additional conditions. The old man suddenly sighed and said, why do I suddenly feel a bit cheated? I should have asked the author to update a few more chapters. This is not bad. One of them has already been updated. Isn't there another one? Hearing Shinfeng say this, the old man's eyes lit up a bit more. Good. The old man readily agreed. Tell me, what type of weapon do you want? Shinfeng did not say it at the beginning because he was a little worried that the existing knowledge in the state might not be able to create what he wanted. But he was also hopeful, just to confirm with the old man to avoid any changes in between. In the old man's expectant eyes, Shinfeng spoke up, meteor hammer. What? The old man asked. It's a chain connected to a ball, and this ball has many protrusions that can be used for effective strikes. After hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and said, ah, you really put me in a difficult spot. Is there such a weapon in this world? Or is it your own creation? He also wanted to make up for himself. If it was something Shinfeng imagined, it was normal for the old man not to know, Otherwise, it would ruin his reputation. Shinfeng originally wanted to say that it was not his creation, but explaining it to the person in front of him might not be easy. Sort of. Even so, the old man was still not entirely clear. To make the old man feel comfortable, Shinfeng paid close attention to his emotions. He quickly said, "How about I draw it, so it can be more realistic? I trust you anyway. As long as it's something you know, you can definitely make it, and the quality will be very good." With Shinfeng's praise, the old man also understood what he didn't before. He laughed and said, "You are quite insightful. Come on, let me get you paper and pen, you can draw it for me to see." For this old man, forging weapons required drawings many times, so he easily found paper and pen for Shinfeng. Shinfeng was sitting across from the old man. Although he was very familiar with him, he still didn't know the old man's name. This familiarity came from their interactions and conversations, nothing more, but it could continue. With the pen in hand, Shinfeng carefully drew a chain, detailing each link to show the interconnected appearance. Next was the hammer part, which he thought was the simplest, but after drawing it, he felt it didn't look quite right. He nervously asked the old man beside him, "Can you tell what it is?" The old man looked at him strangely, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Shinfeng thought his poor drawing skills were a thing of the past, but now it seemed to continue. The old man sighed and finally said, "Why don't you describe it to me? Let's see if I can draw it." The reason for drawing it completely was to ensure that after it was made, it wouldn't deviate too far from what Shinfeng envisioned. The old man was very meticulous about his work and didn't want any mistakes. So they switched roles, and Shinfeng handed the paper and pen back to the old man. He carefully described the appearance of the chain and hammer, explaining and gesturing, until he finally saw what the old man had drawn. Shinfeng pointed at the pattern on the drawing excitedly, saying, "That's it." This time, not only was Shinfeng satisfied, but even the old man was pleased. At this point, the master began to carefully examine the drawing. "It seems that we actually have something similar now, just not as intricate as yours. Looking at it now, it is indeed a good weapon." Because the overall shape had emerged, the old man immediately understood the method of using this weapon. Shinfeng didn't say much anymore. Now all he had to do was continue waiting. Since the manufacturing of the weapon also required some time, the old man eventually asked, "Let's talk about the other task as well, so you don't have to come back and forth frequently, I'll handle them together." Only when facing the weapon Shinfeng needed would the old man ask for some details. But currently, if he wanted to ask about some academy tasks, he wasn't particularly cautious because academy tasks were nothing special, having become familiar long ago. Shinfeng completely recounted the task content mentioned in the previous envelope. This time the old man nodded, apparently understanding, and even had no further response. Back at school, Shinfeng felt relaxed, with only the final step left to complete the task, and he had nothing else to deal with at the moment. Just as he arrived at school, he saw Su Wei walking towards him. Su Wei knew that Shinfeng had been busy with academy tasks recently, so when she saw him return, she hurriedly greeted him. "Everything going smoothly?" "Smoothly, now we just have to wait." Shinfeng reciprocated the courtesy and asked, "What about your task?" "The same, the tasks assigned to us here are relatively simple, probably because these tasks are also classified according to the person's level," Su Wei said as they walked, and soon they headed towards the cafeteria together. Originally, they had no agreement between them, but it was a coincidence. In Su Wei's mind, she had always been the one to invite, but had never been able to, so being able to go to the cafeteria together this time was considered lucky. What she didn't expect was for Shinfeng to suddenly say at this moment, "Let me treat you to a meal. It's a good opportunity today." Ha! Su Wei clearly didn't understand why Shinfeng would suddenly make such a change. She even wondered if Shinfeng had started to respond to the affection she had shown before. However, at that moment, Shinfeng said, "Thank you for helping me the other day." This made Su Wei suddenly realize that it was because of her help in finding the weapon forging master for him. Her originally excited mood now had a tinge of disappointment, but it didn't affect the fact that Su Wei was still in a happy state. Being invited by Shinfeng was already a happy thing for her. The two of them chatted as they walked to the cafeteria, but when they were about to leave the cafeteria, Shinfeng was called over by the vice dean's assistant and had to leave first. Just as they parted ways, Su Wei turned around and saw Wang Shasha. Initially, she didn't pay attention, but Wang Shasha suddenly said to Su Wei, "Is that your boyfriend? He's a bit ugly, isn't he?" Su Wei liked the first half of the sentence, but the second half made her angry. She raised her fist to hit the other person, but at that moment, Shinfeng appeared. He grabbed Su Wei's wrist and pulled her aside. When Wang Wei saw Shinfeng, she was stunned for a moment. She was sure that Shinfeng had looked ugly when she saw him before, so how did his face change so drastically when she turned around? The sudden change to a more handsome appearance made Wang Shasha think she was hallucinating. However, Suwei's attention was focused on Wang Shasha, so she didn't notice Shinfeng's change. Shinfeng then said to Wang Shasha, if we're talking about ugliness, you should take a look in the mirror yourself, otherwise it's hard for us to describe it to you. He then turned Suwei around, wiped something off her face with his hand, reapplied something to cover the skin color, and returned to the appearance that everyone knew. A new round of competition is about to start, so it's not wise to act now, Shinfeng said. Suwei finally realized, blaming herself for being too impulsive just now. However, she quickly remembered Wang Shasha's previous sarcastic remarks about Shinfeng, and hurriedly looked up at Shinfeng and said, she just can't stand anything related to me. Don't believe what she says. She's just trying to bring me down. Shinfeng smiled at her and said, I don't care about that. After the next competition is over, there will be plenty of time to deal with it. Just as the two of them were about to disappear around the corner, Wang Shasha was still standing there in a daze. Other classmates who saw her standing there also felt curious. Wang Shasha, what are you doing standing here? Are you waiting for someone? Wang Shasha quickly turned around and said, Suwei, is the guy next to Suwei from our school? Why have I never seen him before? Do we have such handsome guys in our school? The classmates nearby did not directly answer her question, but instead smiled and said to her, this time, Suwei is going to outshine you. These people seemed to be deliberately provoking her, and after saying that, they left with a smile, leaving Wang Shasha standing in place. She was full of thoughts on how to deal with Suwei's anger, but she had to reconsider a new approach. After getting rid of Wang Shasha, Suwei continued to walk with Shinfeng. Shinfeng was supposed to go to the vice dean's office, but now Suwei followed him, just wanting to say a few more words. The grudge between Wang Shasha and me has been going on for a long time. I have never known a better way to deal with it, but luckily I have you, Suwei said sincerely. Me? Shinfeng felt it was a bit too much to take credit for it. It was just a small effort. When someone bothers me on a regular basis, you also provide me with information, which is a mutual help between us. Suwei smiled and said, not just now, but since I read your book, I have learned a lot of techniques, and they have been very effective. Hearing this, Shinfeng became alert. He said seriously to Suwei, I hope you won't tell others about my identity. As time goes on, it will only bring more trouble. Shinfeng briefly explained to Suwei, hoping she would understand the stakes involved. Suwei immediately said, don't worry, I know how to handle it. As they spoke, they had already arrived outside the vice dean's office. Suwei naturally didn't need to stay here any longer, so she left with Shinfeng after graduation. The vice dean found Shinfeng to discuss the upcoming tasks. I have received feedback from the task leaders from various places, and the feedback about you is obviously more outstanding. Shinfeng suddenly remembered the master responsible for forging weapons, and his task feedback should be replied by the master. At this moment, he was eager to know the follow-up situation and looked at the vice dean with anticipation. Seeing his serious and concerned expression, the vice dean was also pleased. He then said to Shinfeng, your evaluation is excellent, so I want to inform you that due to your outstanding evaluation among many others, there will be additional rewards. After that, the vice dean took out a brocade box from the drawer. Placing it in front of Shinfeng, he said, this is just a small reward from the academy, mainly to show encouragement to you. Don't think it's some miraculous medicine. Shinfeng also smiled and said, first of all, thank you for the reward from the academy. I will continue to work hard. After the vice dean left, Shinfeng looked at the brocade box and found a medicinal herb inside, which was of medium grade. For other students, it was already a good medicinal material, but for Shinfeng, it was not particularly useful at the moment. He put it away carefully, ready for when it might be needed. Back in the dormitory, Shinfeng remembered the master who had forged weapons before. The book about Wastewood also needed to be updated. Wastewood met the mentor, obtained the meteor hammer. Not only did the weapon improve, but even personal martial arts have also been enhanced, and strength has increased a lot. However, in the martial arts world, too many people already know about the existence of the meteor hammer and are starting to fight for it together, about to stir up a bloody storm. After updating a chapter, Shinfeng felt a bit relieved. Thinking of the previous master blacksmith, quietly waiting for the chapter updates, Shinfeng felt it was necessary to pay attention to such a group of readers. Most importantly, he had promised the old man and must fulfill it. All the chapters for the day had been updated, and he was ready to rest. Seeing the updates from Shinfeng, the readers in the comments section were as active as usual, but their focus had shifted. This time the author is talking about weapons instead of martial arts, but it doesn't say how to use such a weapon. It doesn't seem like Shinfeng's style anymore. Could it be that there will be more weapons in the future? That's not necessarily the case. The key is that Shinfeng always gets stuck at crucial points, so we only understand new things now, but we don't know the development of these new things. Everyone should remain calm. After all, so many chapters have already been updated. Shinfeng's condition is very stable. Early the next morning, as Shinfeng was preparing to go to class, he found an old man on the way to the classroom. He carefully identified him and found that he was the one who had forged the weapon for him. Could it be that everything is ready, but it doesn't seem like it from his appearance? Shinfeng thought as he walked towards the old man. Senior, why are you here so early in the morning? At this moment, Shinfeng looked the old man up and down again and said, I don't see you carrying any weapons. Didn't you say you would wait for me to finish my classes and then come to get the task from the academy myself? Shinfeng spoke so much because he noticed that the old man in front of him was approaching aggressively towards him. The old man seemed to be inspecting and preparing to speak, looking for a suitable opportunity to speak. If his other classmates had noticed this situation, they turned to look, and finally, some recognized the old man, but they were all senior students. I just came to ask you one thing. The old man still looked serious. His extreme seriousness made Shinfeng a bit nervous too, as he recalled that he hadn't had any special problems during this period, which reassured him a bit. The master asked, Are you the author? The only contracted author on the entire continent for over 20 years. This time Shinfeng understood, the old man had come for this matter, and he quickly thought of the chapters he had updated and the meteor hammer. He quickly responded with a smile, So you came to doubt my identity after I started a new chapter? Shinfeng laughed heartily, as if he had heard a great joke. He continued, The author is my friend, otherwise why would I be able to help you update? I told him about my situation, and he used part of the plot. In the course of this communication, Shinfeng behaved like the right party, grasping the situation that the old man was unsure about, and began to output freely. Indeed, the old man was skeptical, but eventually, with Shinfeng's serious cooperation, he completely believed that the author was someone else. After seeing off the master, Shinfeng had more tasks. The senior students, after meeting the master, automatically assumed that Shinfeng had some background. How did he meet that master? The most important thing is that the master actually came to the academy to find him. Maybe he has some background, it's really envy-inducing. Shinfeng overheard the classmates' discussion. In order to avoid being bombarded with questions by everyone, he hurried a few steps to try to get back to the classroom early. Zhang Zitao ran over on the street, almost colliding with Shinfeng. Fortunately, after Shinfeng made a slight move, the other party also slammed on the brakes. Shinfeng looked at the other person displeased, but Zhang Zitao seemed oblivious and smiled. Bro, do you know there are some competitions going on now? The rewards are very generous. What does that have to do with me? Shinfeng's tone was somewhat cold. I'm not your bro. Zhang Zitao automatically ignored the second half of the sentence and continued, These rewards can help with cultivation, and not only that, there are also some that can increase your credits. Shinfeng was intrigued by the variety of rewards, not because he needed them, but because he wondered what kind of competition would offer such unrelated rewards. With a curious mind, he allowed Zhang Zitao to follow him. Tell me about the competition. Shinfeng spoke up. Seeing his idol finally showing interest, Zhang Zitao eagerly explained, This is actually a private organization, but it has cooperation with the academy, hence the different rewards. There are competitions for both two-person teams and solo players. Each first-place winner receives different rewards. If you sign up, you will find out the specifics. Shinfeng hesitated for a moment and asked, Where do I sign up? Leave it all to me. If you want to sign up, I'll take care of it. You don't have to worry about anything. I admire you so much, Zhang Zitao proudly expressed. Shinfeng couldn't help but look at him a little more after hearing his reaction. The rewards for two-person teams are even more generous. It's definitely worth it. Zhang Zitao seemed to understand Shinfeng, and knowing that Shinfeng was leaning towards the solo competition, he first mentioned the two-person option. Shinfeng also understood his meaning and didn't mind, so he agreed to participate in the two-person competition. He left everything to Zhang Zitao to handle, and Shinfeng was relieved. The classes in the classroom were still as dull as ever, all of which Shinfeng already knew, but he still needed to actively engage, which consumed a lot of his mental energy. During break time, Yufei came to Shinfeng's desk with a condescending look and a hint of mockery on his face. Shinfeng frowned, thinking, It seems like he's ignoring my previous warnings again. I can't bear not teaching him a lesson. Shinfeng was already calculating in his mind, waiting for the right opportunity to see how the person in front of him would behave. I heard you're participating in a competition? And it's even a two-person one. Considering you don't have many friends right now, do you think it's necessary? Which eye of yours saw that I don't have friends? Besides, this kind of competition is meant to be with friends, not with other individuals who are strong on their own, right? Shinfeng smiled more calmly than Yufei. Only someone like you would have to rely on friends around you. After all, you don't know or have connections with stronger individuals. Yu Fei couldn't hide his embarrassment, but he had already decided not to let Shen Feng off easy this time. After a period of training, he had gained some confidence in his abilities. Seeing that Shen Feng was unwilling to back down in the conversation, he warned Shen Feng, "You better not mess with me, or you'll regret it." Yu Fei did appear more arrogant than before, and Shen Feng certainly noticed his change, starting to speculate that there must be something special going on. Shen Feng had a plan in mind, deciding to take a good look at the situation at the right time. Wu Fan came over with Yu Fei, and Yu Fei did not have a particular advantage in arguing, but he had some words to say to Shen Feng at this moment. Wu Fan said, "When your abilities are stagnant, and each of us is improving, you need to reconsider your situation." Facing Wu Fan's reaction, Shen Feng said, "It seems that you think you have improved, so you can prance around in front of me. Let's meet on the battlefield, and if I happen to disable you, it won't matter." Shen Feng came up with the best and most reasonable solution after some thought. Yu Fei and Wu Fan, who were scolded by Shen Feng, eventually left their current position in anger. They ended up outside the classroom, and Yu Fei said, "We cannot afford any mistakes in this matter. Don't worry, the hired killer is already on the way." In the heat of the competition, some casualties are inevitable. Wu Fan was now feeling happy, sensing that victory was not far off. "Hurry up and urge them, so they don't waste any more time," Yu Fei urged Wu Fan. After the day's classes ended, Shen Feng had just come out of the classroom when he saw Zhang Zitao leaning against the window, staring at the door. When he noticed Shen Feng, Zhang Zitao approached him with a smile. "What's up?" Shen Feng asked. "Boss, you signed up for the doubles competition. Have you decided on the other person?" Shen Feng walked outside, and Zhang Zitao followed, waiting for Shen Feng's response. Shen Feng had fought Zhang Zitao before and found that he had some skills. Most importantly, he realized that if he teamed up with Zhang Zitao, there were many rules and other aspects that Zhang Zitao needed to be more familiar with. Thinking about this, Shen Feng asked him, "What are you good at?" Zhang Zitao scratched his head and said, "I just have a bit more strength. Besides that, there's nothing particularly suitable." He often sparred with others and only later realized that he lacked skills in other areas, relying solely on brute strength. Shen Feng also recalled the situation when they had a fight. "You're good. Many people lack a solid foundation in their practice, making it difficult for them to progress further. Your strength can overcome these people." After hearing Shen Feng's words, Zhang Zitao was filled with hope and looked at Shen Feng seriously, wanting to confirm his suspicions. Shen Feng told him, "Since it's a doubles competition, let's team up. I believe we can handle Yu Fei and the others with ease." Shen Feng was impressed by Zhang Zitao's strength and solid foundation, but it required some reasonable arrangements to make good use of them. "I have a weapon to give you later, which will greatly enhance your effectiveness." Shen Feng's words made Zhang Zitao ecstatic. They had finished the classroom phase, and fortunately, Shen Feng decided to take Zhang Zitao to retrieve the meteor hammer. Zhang Zitao was not part of the school's mission and could not meet the master, so he had to wait outside the cave. When Shen Feng presented the meteor hammer to Zhang Zitao, he didn't understand what it was. Shen Feng explained, "This is called a meteor hammer. For someone as strong as you, using it will greatly enhance your effectiveness." Holding the iron chain in both hands, you can control the meteor hammer to attack others as you wish. Shen Feng placed the meteor hammer in Zhang Zitao's hands. After a brief adjustment, Zhang Tao wielded the weapon skillfully. Some people clapped, and Shen Feng and Zhang Tao turned to see the master walking out of the cave. "This is indeed a good weapon, and the person you brought with you is quite suitable for using it. I also found it to be the case. It must be something made by you, old man, with sufficient standards." Shen Feng knew he had to flatter a bit, as they would need to rely on the master to continue forging weapons in the future. The old man looked at Shen Feng seriously. "When are you going to remind your friend to update?" Shen Feng realized that the master had chosen him for this purpose. He smiled and said, "I will try to remind him, but ultimately, I can't directly influence whether he updates or not." The old man tried to find flaws in Shen Feng's words, but it was a challenge. Zhang Tao's learning ability was not better than others, so the various moves in the novels seemed like a foreign language to him. He preferred relying on his brute strength, but now that Shen Feng had given him a weapon, he found it very handy, and his strength increased. After all the experiments, Zhang Tao looked at Shen Feng and said with a smile, "Thank you so much." Shen Feng frowned, "I'm not your boss, don't call me that." "Why? Because I'm too weak?" "It's just not a habit of mine," Shen Feng said. His refusal was firm, leaving Zhang Tao standing awkwardly on the side. With the partner chosen and an understanding of their weapons and strength, they were ready. When they finally returned to the dorm, they realized too much time had passed. Shen Feng's update was even later than before. He quickly checked the comments and saw that readers were demanding updates. Shen Feng felt he could update a chapter. To appease the readers and avoid criticism, he quickly updated the recent training progress. Readers are interested in the cultivation of various techniques, so I'll update a few more chapters to keep them occupied. A new chapter was updated. The readers calmed down as they read the new chapter, waiting for the comments to flood in. The meteor hammer should have more follow-up uses so we can all practice. The author seems dedicated. The chapter is full of information, which is why the updates take so long. The author is already late with updates. They should be punished with extra updates. Agreed. Despite the late hour, the discussions continued fervently. Shinfeng ignored them, knowing he had to wake up early the next day for training in the upcoming competition with Zhang Tao. There was too much to do during the day, so they had to practice early in the morning. So much so that even if the readers said a lot in the background, Shinfeng couldn't go through each one to see as he was about to rest. Su Wei happened to come over to ask during Shinfeng and Zhang Tao's rest. I heard you are participating in the next match, do you want to team up? Her question made Shinfeng pause for a moment, then Shinfeng said, shouldn't we be with the same grade? After all, Su Wei was already a second-year student, fearing that there might be some special arrangements in the rules. Su Wei quickly responded, these are not important, even if I am a second-year student, I can still be your teammate. Looking at Shinfeng with hopeful eyes, but the more she looked like this, Shinfeng had to tell the truth. I really didn't know about this, so when deciding on a duo, I already chose Zhang Tao. Shinfeng said with a slight apology, hoping Su Wei could understand. Su Wei was visibly disappointed, and could only say more helplessly, well, there's nothing we can do about it. Although the two couldn't team up, they could still discuss these matters. Second-year students can also team up for the competition, but they cannot receive any gifts. Shinfeng was hearing about this rule for the first time, but since it had already been decided by the Jingshi Tang, there shouldn't be any problem. Su Wei continued to explain to him, so second-year students can only be teammates, which is also a way to encourage and help first-year students. In form, it's still acceptable, but I don't know if this will have any special far-reaching effects. Shinfeng could only sigh. Zhang Tao had been waiting for a long time on the side, noticing that Su Wei and Shinfeng were chatting enthusiastically, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. He came directly to Shinfeng and said, didn't you say we should come out early to coordinate? When will that be considered early? Shinfeng looked seriously at Zhang Tao, realizing that this guy was getting more and more presumptuous. Although he had given the other party an identity, he had not forgotten about him, so they were on an equal footing, at least for now. We have already practiced for a while, we can go directly to the classroom next, Shinfeng said to Zhang Tao. While Shinfeng was earnestly preparing for the upcoming match, Yufei was busy picking up someone. At the designated location, Yufei looked around and finally asked Wu Fan, when will he arrive? Soon, Wu Fan replied, we are not far from the agreed time, he should be here soon. They were still waiting at the designated location, and they attached great importance to the person who was about to arrive. I heard he is very skilled in the Lingbo microstep, Yufei chatted. Of course, and he is quite ruthless, I have carefully selected him, so he arranged for this person to deal with Shinfeng. Both Yufei and Wu Fan had already decided to target Shinfeng in this matter. They had reached a consensus on this matter, and now Yufei was just waiting for some urgency. Finally, they saw a figure. Since the place they chose was relatively secluded, usually no one else could be seen. The appearance of this figure meant that it might be the person they wanted to meet. Sure enough, after the person came to Yufei and introduced himself, he began to state his requirements. Yufei said, money is not a problem, we can pay you half of the previously agreed amount first, and the other half after the job is done. The assassin agreed readily, as long as he solved his target, he was fine. He also gathered some information to find out where Shinfeng might be. When Shinfeng truly encountered the assassin, he was discussing further arrangements with Zhang Tao. The assassin came forward with punches to the flesh. Under the fierce attack, Zhang Tao was slightly affected. When Shinfeng found the current situation a bit tricky, he immediately thought of a possibility. Zhang Tao, it's time to test the results of our previous efforts. Initially, Shinfeng and the others could only practice on their own, without any special reference, which made their progress slower. After hearing Shinfeng's words, Zhang Tao began to cooperate actively. Sure enough, once they started working together, the assassin began to retreat repeatedly. After a few rounds, the assassin wanted to use the Lingbo microstep technique, but as he moved a bit, he found himself unable to move. Seeing Shinfeng reaching out, the assassin was already immobilized. Zhang Tao clapped his hands in celebration of what he considered his own prowess. The sunflower acupoint technique is truly well-deserved, Zhang Tao praised. The sunflower acupoint technique was naturally applied by Shinfeng, leaving the assassin motionless. The assassin was starting to feel frustrated because she hadn't used all her abilities and was already at a disadvantage. Shin Feng, however, was not concerned about the assassin's situation. He turned to Zhang Tao and said, "It's up to you now. Aren't there a few more skills to test?" Originally, Zhang Tao only had brute force and no other skills, but Shin Feng had taught him some of his abilities in the past few days. Now it was time for Zhang Tao to show what he could do. He approached the assassin, who was furious but couldn't stop Zhang Tao's attack. With one strike of his ghostly palm, the assassin fell to the ground, feeling intense pain throughout her body. The sunflower acupoint technique made it impossible for her to move, leaving her feeling helpless. This was the first time this assassin had encountered such a blow. Among them, Zhang Tao was the most excited. He approached Shin Feng, seeking praise for his crucial role. "It's because of the abilities taught by the boss that I have reached this level. But why is this person still alive? Is my strength not enough?" Zhang Tao said, preparing to strike again, but Shin Feng stopped him. "Your ghostly palm doesn't immediately cost the opponent their life. That's where you need more practice. After enough practice, you will gradually understand the different impacts of varying strengths on the enemy." While Shin Feng and Zhang Tao were still discussing, the assassin was preparing to commit suicide, trying to bite her tongue while Shin Feng was distracted. Shin Feng slapped her, dislocating her jaw. The assassin was ready to die, but she couldn't even achieve that. With a desperate look, she turned to Shin Feng, fearing what torment he might inflict. "You are still useful," Shin Feng said, turning to Zhang Tao. "You take care of him, arrange a place, and I will deal with it when I have time." Shin Feng remembered that he hadn't updated his manuscript that day, and it was getting unbearable. But this sudden assassin also means there are other interests at play. It was precisely because of this that Shin Feng decided to keep this person and slowly interrogate him. Zhang Tao was very proactive, saying, "Leave this to me. I have ways to deal with him." Shin Feng had to leave due to an urgent matter, leaving Zhang Tao with a casual remark of, "Take it easy," before departing. At Yu Fei's house, Wu Fan was still pacing back and forth, making Yu Fei increasingly agitated. "Stop pacing around here. There wasn't a problem to begin with, but your pacing is making me more nervous," Yu Fei said. Glancing at the time frequently, Yu Fei should have already returned by this point according to the previous plan. However, things did not unfold as expected, and as time passed, Yu Fei began to sense that something might have changed here. Wu Fan also realized the situation and suggested, "Let's go take a look. If needed, we can lend a hand. If it's unnecessary, we can also witness how Shin Feng is being dealt with," Wu Fan proposed, a suggestion that Yu Fei found reasonable. He quickly stood up and said, "Let's not wait. Let's go check the situation." Yu Fei was the first to walk out, picking up speed, with Wu Fan struggling to keep up. But when they returned to the dormitory building and saw Shin Feng, Yu Fei's heart sank. Wu Fan quietly asked, "What about the assassin?" Yu Fei and Wu Fan stopped moving forward. They watched as Shin Feng walked from a distance towards the dormitory building. Seeing this, Wu Fan weakly remarked, "Could it be that he has already been taken care of? Hiring an expensive assassin, could it be resolved so easily?" After much hesitation, Yu Fei decided to contact the assassin. He told Wu Fan, "We can't assume that person has failed based on this alone. There may be some special issues in between that we are unaware of. We need to confirm that before considering other matters." As he spoke, he walked in the opposite direction, no longer intending to return to the dormitory because he did not want to face Shin Feng. Understanding Yu Fei's situation, Wu Fan realized they had encountered trouble once again. Shin Feng, oblivious to the external situation, was unaware that Yu Fei and Wu Fan were already in a difficult situation. He quickly opened his computer, preparing to write the next chapter. After Shin Feng joined the sect for cultivation, he began preparing to go to the trial grounds. Everyone had to undergo a trial to determine their current level. His use of the sunflower acupoint pressing hand technique and the lightness skill played a crucial role in this trial, to the extent that a daughter of one of the major families took notice of Shin Feng and started inquiring about him. With this abrupt ending, Shin Feng finally completed this book and started working on the other one, which also needed updating. However, he decided to take a break first. That night, Shin Tao managed to contact Shin Feng through other residents of the dormitory building. The messenger relayed to Shin Feng, "Shin Tao is waiting for you at the playground. There is something important he needs to discuss with you." In the past, Shin Feng would have ignored Zhang Tao, but the current situation was different. Despite feeling annoyed that Zhang Tao wanted to meet at the playground so late at night, Shin Feng decided to go and see what it was about. "If it's a trivial matter, I'll make sure he remembers it," Shin Feng muttered to himself, tidied up, and left the dormitory building. The playground was not far from their location. Following the road out of the dormitory building and turning a corner, they would arrive. At that moment, many students were still at the playground, but it was easy for Shin Tao to wait near the entrance for Shin Feng. "What is this all about? If it's not important, don't blame me for being rude, Shinfeng said as he raised his hand and gestured in Zhang Tao's direction. Zhang Tao immediately said, yes, it's about the assassin during the day. Upon hearing this, Shinfeng also became serious and asked, what happened to him? I found something in the hidden pocket of his clothes. Turns out he is actually a fan of your book, Zhang Tao said. Shinfeng looked at the things that had been searched, which were used for reading novels, a common item. Upon opening it, he discovered that this person not only read every day but also had reminders to read more. In terms of reading novels, he must have spent a lot, even more than an average fan. Shinfeng saw a mini diary, which he carried around daily, making it hard for others to notice. Reading the contents, he realized that the assassin's daily training was based on the techniques in the novel, mastering about 80 to 90%, except for the spiritual energy from the useless book. Let's go check the situation. Shinfeng prepared to leave the playground after putting away the items. Zhang Tao understood him very well and knew they were going to find the assassin. After leaving Jingshitang, they eventually arrived at a residential area where the assassin was tied up. Shinfeng pushed open the door and saw the person inside. The person mumbled because his mouth was sealed, unable to say anything. Shinfeng approached and removed the gag, then heard the person grumbling, "Give me back my things." Shinfeng held the items he had found earlier but casually threw them aside. "You have no right to make demands now. If I value these things, you need to offer something in return." The assassin stared at Shinfeng, knowing he couldn't escape this situation. He became quiet, allowing Shinfeng to continue explaining the situation. "Are you a fan of Xin Jihua who can ignite a fire?" "Sort of, his writing is indeed good. If you reveal who is behind you, I can consider having the author update more chapters, even a special chapter just for you." The assassin widened his eyes upon hearing Shinfeng's offer. Before this, only one person had received a special chapter, and many others also hoped for this honor. He hesitated, thinking that knowing new chapters after death was also a good thing, but he needed to be free first. Shinfeng understood this and said, "I only need to know who is behind you, your fate doesn't concern me." After hearing this, the assassin realized that this was a way to gain his freedom. After a moment of hesitation, he said to Shinfeng, "It's Yufei." When the name Yufei was mentioned, Shinfeng felt a sense of significance. He had considered this possibility but didn't expect things to unfold in this direction. With this answer, Shinfeng instructed Zhang Tao to untie the assassin. As the assassin was untied, he rubbed his wrists, looking at Shinfeng with disbelief. Shinfeng reassured him, "I will provide you with the new chapters." Giving the assassin a meaningful look, he turned towards the door. The assassin quickly used his lightness technique to reach the door, and before Zhang Tao could catch up, he fell to the ground. Zhang Tao went over in surprise and then said to Shinfeng, "He's dead." Shinfeng responded nonchalantly. "Didn't you say you were going to let him go?" Zhang Tao was puzzled, eager to get an answer from Shinfeng. Shinfeng had already reached the doorway and said to Zhang Tao, "I never said I would let him go, think carefully about it." After Shinfeng's reminder, Zhang Tao thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. However, he felt something was not quite right but couldn't pinpoint it. Shinfeng walked out the door and said to him, "Good fortune can lead to disaster." He thought it was good luck, but due to some of his own reasons, it turned into a calamity. On the way back to the Jingshitang, Zhang Tao remained silent. He was usually talkative around Shinfeng, but now he was acting out of character. It wasn't until Shinfeng was about to return to the dormitory that Zhang Tao warmly bid farewell to his idol. "Boss, don't forget, we still need to practice together tomorrow." Although Shinfeng didn't like being addressed that way, he seemed to have gotten used to it over time and couldn't be bothered to correct it. He returned to the dormitory, finding no one else there except himself. Since he had already acknowledged that it was Yufei who sent someone over, dealing with Yufei would require more seriousness. Although Shinfeng planned to make Yufei pay during the actual competition, the specific plan needed to be reconsidered. As he pondered this, Yufei was becoming increasingly anxious on Wu Fan's side. "I can't believe it," Yufei said, scratching his head. "I can't believe the assassin is nowhere to be found." "So, this matter." Wu Fan seemed to have guessed the possibility. "It's probably been taken care of by Shinfeng, but how much does Shinfeng know about it is what we need to consider," Yufei said. Wu Fan's gaze towards Yufei had changed, reflecting his improved abilities and mindset. He said to Yufei, "If you dare to send an assassin to kill Shinfeng, are you afraid Shinfeng will find out?" After hearing this, Yufei found some truth in it. "It seems we'll have to wait until the actual competition to make a decision," Yufei said. Today's discussion had ended, and they still needed to deal with follow-up matters. However, it was time to rest, and they needed to return to their respective dormitories. A new notice was issued at the Jingshitang regarding the competition being postponed for a month. People had different thoughts about participating in the competition. When Zhang Tao learned about this, he was ecstatic and said to Shinfeng, "I think this is a good thing. Since we haven't been very coordinated, we can continue to practice together." Shinfeng also didn't expect to spend so much time on a single competition. However, it was necessary to take the time to make better decisions. During this month, Shinfeng's updates had been sporadic, and there had been a period of no updates at all. When Shinfeng saw Shinfeng again, he surreptitiously placed something in his hand. Shinfeng opened it to find a blade and said, "Many people have asked me to find you and give you this blade." "What does that mean?" Shinfeng asked. "They all know you are close to the author. Pass this on to him and tell him that fans have been sending blades." Shinfeng then realized that he had indeed not updated for a while. Although Shinfeng knew Shinfeng's identity, she had never rushed him to update, knowing that after learning about Shinfeng's situation, she wouldn't overly focus on updates. He quickly said to Zhang Tao, "Let's stop practicing here today." Although Zhang Tao didn't know what was going on, he understood that Shinfeng might be leaving with Shinfeng. He stood in place muttering to himself, "Suwei's charm is greater than mine, I can't compare." Shinfeng didn't understand these things, he was just busy trying to update faster. Amidst the busyness of updating a new chapter, he realized that even the trash needed updating, so he updated both books. In the author's note section, it said, "I've kept my readers waiting for too long, there have been too many things happening recently, causing a bit of a delay." Shinfeng's new chapter update quickly attracted a lot of people. When Shinfeng responded in the comments section, people began to reply to his message. Delaying updates means there's still more to come. You haven't updated for almost half a month. It's not just a small delay, it's practically a direct hiatus. Although I know the author rarely updates, as long as there are updates, I will continue to follow. I advise the author to change this bad habit immediately. I might consider following if you do. Despite readers complaining, they continued to persist in following the updates. Shinfeng's guilt was fading away, but seeing more people still supporting him reignited his guilt. So he added another comment, "Apologies for the delay, thank you for your understanding and support. Due to upcoming competitions, updates will be delayed." Shinfeng's sincere responses were rare, making readers more willing to follow the updates. As far as we know, even without competitions, the updates are slow enough to understand. There's a difference, even if updates were slow before, at least there were daily updates, but this guy has been absent for over half a month. If there were other stories to read, I would have thrown this novel in the trash. Without other alternatives, it's unlikely to discard it directly. Overall, the author's work is still good. Just as Shinfeng was about to close his computer and ignore the comments, another message popped up. "Why not add me as a friend and tell me the upcoming plot?" Shinfeng felt the comments were going off track, so instead of wasting time reading them, he decided to focus on his own matters. In the end, he ignored what most people in the comments section were saying. Based on past experiences, although it sounded tough on the surface, it was actually a joke from the readers. Once understood, it became easier to accept. When Zhang Tao came over, he brought the name tags for the upcoming competition. He placed Shinfeng's tag in front of him and compared it to his own. "See? Even the name tags for the duo competition are different." Shinfeng noticed because the duo's name tags had both their names on them. Shinfeng didn't pay much attention, appearing rather indifferent. Zhang Tao tried to make Shinfeng understand the significance of their unique situation. "This is the name tag we can use as a duo, so it holds great significance." After Zhang Tao's explanation, Shinfeng couldn't help but feel surprised at how long he had been working with Zhang Tao continuously. He sighed, "You don't need to tell me about these things in the future, I have other matters to attend to." After quickly leaving Zhang Tao's location, Shinfeng felt a bit relieved. When he first decided to collaborate with Zhang Tao, the latter was more reserved. Perhaps the increased contact between the two of them recently has led to Zhang Tao becoming more talkative and closer. Shinfeng's only option is to try to stay away from this chatterbox as much as possible. Their cooperation has become quite tacit, and time quickly passes until it's time for the competition. The competition will last for several days. Shinfeng first explained the current situation in his article. "These 2 days are for the competition, and after it ends, we will update properly. After all, during this time, even I am not too sure about the plot." However, even though Shinfeng said this, readers' anticipation for updates was diverse. "It doesn't matter if you're unsure about the plot, as long as it's written by you, we love to read it. Why not gather some ideas in the comments section, and everyone can add some plot twists based on their own understanding. You can see which one fits." After reading numerous replies, Shinfeng had to tell everyone, "You guys are all over the place with your ideas, so I'm pulling back. I'll resume updates after the competition ends." After saying this, he truly withdrew, refusing to come out no matter how readers tried to coax him. The competition officially began, with pairs facing off against each other. After the pairs faced off, the final two teams needed to battle one-on-one. This situation was in line with Xin Feng's previous demands. They could win prizes in the doubles match and showcase their strength in the one-on-one battles. Yu Fei cast unfriendly glances towards the direction where Xin Feng was, but since Xin Feng was busy communicating with others at that moment and didn't notice, Zhang Tao caught on and glared back. Yu Fei noticed this gesture and quickly retracted his provocation. Su Wei was by Xin Feng's side at this time, explaining a bit of the current situation to him. Look at the screen over there, those are the teams you'll be facing next. Judging from the situation, your team and Yu Fei's team should be able to hold out until the end. She said this with a hidden meaning, then smiled at Xin Feng. Xin Feng replied, I hope so. There are things waiting for him when the time comes. Aren't you planning to report the hiring of a hitman incident? It would have a better deterrent effect once reported to the Capital Academy. There isn't much evidence, just the testimony of one person, which is of no use. Just as he finished speaking, the bell rang, signaling the start of the competition. The arena was divided into two parts, with pairs of teams facing off against each other. During their fights, the audience could choose to watch one team over another, as their abilities and entertainment value varied greatly. Gradually, the crowd around the circular arena began to shift. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the location where Xin Feng was. Su Wei said to Li Dongdong beside her, Do you see that Xin Feng's current level is sufficient now? I've known he had some skills for a while now. Ever since successfully treating the queen's illness, there have been rumors about him. Li Dongdong responded. As a minister in the court, Li Dongdong mingled in the crowd, watching the competition to scout for talent. Xin Feng had won one match after another, with Zhang Tao also showcasing his skills. The audience cheered for them, and they were even more eager for them to win again in the next match. In this situation, there were no longer any participants on the adjacent arena, and some people were so excited that they said, I'm going to line up on Xin Feng's side and fight with them when the time comes. Some with a lower level said, let's stay here for a while first, defeat the people here, and then go queue up at Xin Feng's place. Otherwise, if we are eliminated first, it will be a joke. However, this did not prevent Xin Feng from dominating the competition. But in such a high-intensity competition, they encountered a little problem. Although Zhang Tao was powerful and used the meteor hammer properly, the position of the arena was a bit too small. Whenever he attacked the enemy and swung the meteor hammer in a circle, there was still a possibility of affecting Xin Feng. Every time this happened, Xin Feng had to dodge, and gradually the audience also noticed this situation and even began to discuss it. Their combat ability is too strong, and the cooperation between the two sides is really tacit. The most important thing is that I am completely attracted by Xin Feng, I can't see anything else. This is the impact brought by true strength, not everyone can achieve this level. While people were admiring the bravery of the battle, they couldn't help but notice Xin Feng's appearance. Xin Feng's appearance, disguised through special treatment, did not quite conform to the public's aesthetic here. Xin Feng did this intentionally, always thinking that more people would find him unattractive and not even want to look at him. But now the situation has completely reversed, people have gotten used to his level, and started paying attention to more subtle things, including appearance. At first, I ignored him, now I can't reach his level. When I first saw him, I thought he was extremely ugly, now he has changed my aesthetic. They are about to finish here, the one-on-one is about to begin. Yu Fei naturally noticed everything on the scene. He did not choose the arena on Xin Feng's side, but chose the arena opposite to Xin Feng. When everyone found out that both sides had already determined the winners, it was quite dramatic, because Xin Feng and Zhang Tao became the final winners on one side, while the other side was Yu Fei and Wu Fan. People in the audience started discussing. How come I remember they had a grudge before? It was that Xin Feng and Yu Fei. Exactly, they used to fight, and now it's starting again. Just as everyone was anticipating, the Vice Dean came over and said, now that the winners of both sides have emerged, the next round will be a showdown between the winners of both sides. He pointed to Xin Feng and Zhang Tao, and then to Yu Fei and Wu Fan. He also said to everyone, lunchtime is here, the next battle will start in the afternoon. Everyone also began to notice the changes in time because of the Vice Dean's words. Yu Fei and Xin Feng did not have a one-on-one match, but that was not a problem anymore, as the subsequent arrangements had already been confirmed, and they were just going to have lunch. There were many people on the scene, and Xin Feng and the others were still standing on the arena, waiting for the people around them to retreat faster. However, this idea was obviously a bit wishful thinking. They were standing on the arena, but the surrounding people became even more crazy, and their target was all Xin Feng. Xin Feng, we believe in you. Would you like to have lunch with us? There were too many such approaches, which instead affected the speed of retreat. Lu Lin, who was in charge of scheduling, came to Xin Feng and said, follow me, there is a separate passage here that can help you leave faster. Shin Feng followed Lu Lin, and as he said, they continued forward and indeed found a special passage. After Shin Feng left, the remaining onlookers also began to find positions to leave, and the original congestion was quickly resolved. Yu Fei and Wu Fan followed closely behind. They were behind Zhang Tao, and their frustration could be imagined. Yu Fei glanced at Wu Fan and received the same response. They were originally participating in the arena competition, and it was still uncertain whether Shin Feng or they would win. However, Lu Lin insisted that Shin Feng leave with him, completely dividing their relationship. During lunch, no one came to disturb Shin Feng, solely to avoid interfering with the upcoming matches. Just as Shin Feng finished getting his meal, Zhang Tao called out to him, causing Shin Feng to turn around to respond to the situation. Yu Fei quickly swapped their meal trays, intentionally giving Shin Feng a dish with croton beans added. After Shin Feng and Zhang Tao finished their conversation and turned back, they already felt that something was amiss. Facing the constant gaze of the other party, Shin Feng directly said, "This was originally my best seat, you shouldn't be here." Yu Fei didn't believe those words and remained seated in his original spot, but many people had already noticed Yu Fei switching the meals. Someone even directly called out to Yu Fei, "I saw that you and Wu Fan performed really well, can we take a photo together?" While they were communicating, Shin Feng once again switched the containers of orange juice and meals. Due to Yu Fei and Wu Fan being overly nervous and unaware of the trap, they each finished their meals. When Zhang Tao arrived, Shin Feng realized that there was still some time left before the previous deadline. At that moment, he decided to share something interesting in the chapter. "Today, because I'm in a good mood and have time, I've decided to add an extra chapter for everyone." Shin Feng responded to the readers in this way, causing more people in the cafeteria to put down their bowls and start reading the novel. Shin Feng encountered obstacles during the trial. The fierce beast was too powerful, and amidst evading, he began to consider how to counterattack. A set of Wing Chun helped him, and when the fierce beast approached, he unleashed a combination of punches. This set of Star Spring technique made him outstanding in the trial field, but he decided to pass on this ability to others. Shin Feng described the practical application of Wing Chun in detail. At that moment, some people couldn't wait to start training, hoping to gain something in the future. The afternoon matches began. Shin Feng and Zhang Tao faced off against Yu Fei and Wu Fan. After their battle ended, the competition finally came to a close. The original author just happened to introduce a new set of martial arts. It would have been better if we had encountered Wing Chun a little later. Now we have been eliminated, no need to look at ourselves. Let's see who between Shin Feng and Yu Fei can win early. As everyone observed attentively, Yu Fei's actions suddenly slowed down. When he continued to actively respond to Shin Feng, Yu Fei seemed to encounter a sudden situation and bent down. Shin Feng and Zhang Tao both showed a smug smile. When he had a moment, Zhang Tao said to Shin Feng, "It seems he took quite a dose of his own medicine." This was originally meant for Shin Feng, not an impromptu decision, and it might require more time and effort. This incident made Yu Fei understand who feeling unwell would affect the following battles. Shin Feng's words were directed at Yu Fei, who naturally understood Shin Feng's meaning. He began to suspect that he was the one who actually ate the croton bean meal, but he had reasons to negotiate some conditions regarding this matter. "Shin Feng, you tampered with my lunch, causing me unbearable stomach pain. There will inevitably be consequences for this matter." It seemed like he wanted everyone important in the capital to know about this incident, with Shin Feng being caught in the middle. When the whole situation is getting more and more intense, the truth is also getting closer. Wu Fan saw the scene and began to regret a bit, stopping Yu Fei and saying, "It seems that our success or failure is at stake here. We must first get one of them, Shin Feng, off the stage no matter what." This was originally what Wu Fan said to Shin Feng, who did not agree, but eventually dealt with some of it. Yu Fei was also very unhappy, partly because of her physical condition. She could not continue the match, and their match was interrupted. This means more difficulties ahead, and a match to determine the winner. Given the opportunity, Yu Fei scolded Wu Fan, saying, "Do I have to handle and solve all situations? Do you have no way to deal with Shin Feng, no useful role to play?" Hearing this, Wu Fan was also unhappy, and coupled with Shin Feng's provocation earlier, he decided to handle the problem better. Wu Fan said to Yu Fei, "There are still opportunities." The exciting part of the arena match was not seen by anyone. Shin Feng and Zhang Tao became campus celebrities. It was somewhat difficult to leave, as they had to accept interviews from the school. "How do you view the unexpected situation this time?" Without hesitation, Shin Feng pointed south and said, "It's a pity that we couldn't determine the winner immediately, but there will be another chance in the future. Some people want to cause trouble for me even after dying twice. I will definitely find that person and deal with them properly." He said these words while staring at Yu Fei and Wu Fan. This made Yu Fei and Wu Fan the focus of attention for others. After leaving the current arena through a special passage, Zhang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned back and saw some people looking over from the passage, but they couldn't come over. Zhang Tao then said to Shinfeng, "It's hard to imagine that just one match attracted so much attention." Shinfeng glanced at him and said, "When the next individual match comes, more people will be interested." "Not necessarily, because this time the focus is mainly on the two of us in the doubles battle. If it were just me, there probably wouldn't be much to watch." Zhang Tao was very casual and relaxed, able to say such things, showing that he was not jealous of Shinfeng's popularity at all, and even treated it with indifference. "I just don't know when the next one will start. There have been quite a few changes this time." Zhang Tao also seemed puzzled. However, Shinfeng knew the reason behind this, and in the face of absolute strength, other conspiracies and tricks were insignificant. Before parting ways, Shinfeng instructed Zhang Tao, "You know what happened today. Yu Fei and the others are willing to do anything to win, so be careful." Shinfeng didn't need to say anything extra, and Zhang Tao understood on his own. If anything happened before the match, it would affect their rankings. He responded seriously to Shinfeng, "Rest assured this time, I won't give them a chance, but I think their main target should be you." After saying this, he left with a smirk. Shinfeng watched Zhang Tao's back and commented, "They really have no boundaries." Back in the dormitory, Shinfeng turned off all methods of communication with the outside world. He didn't need anyone else to contact him. The most important thing now was to quickly update the new chapters. Under the pressure of many readers urging for updates, Shinfeng decided to add some detailed content in this chapter. Shinfeng encountered a tough opponent in the trial ground, who used a sneaky move during the battle, clearly using the Foshan Shadowless Kick, but after transforming it into the Magic Mountain Shadowless Hand, it surprisingly had a unique function. Due to the opponent's strong abilities and unconventional tactics, Shinfeng initially had some difficulty dealing with it. However, the opponent's actions were somewhat comical, and although their combat abilities were formidable, the comical aspect caught the attention of the audience and led to some ridicule. Shinfeng paused for a moment, recalling the events that had taken place on the arena before regaining his composure. The new striking method of Yu Fei had some impact on Shinfeng, but with his proficiency in every skill, he found it relatively easy to handle. Shinfeng did not mention anything about Zhang Tao's meteor hammer in the new chapter. He introduced a new character in the trial ground, who possessed a meteor hammer. The meteor hammer also played a role at that moment, breaking the enemy's weapon during the fight. Victory was achieved in this manner, but both sides had not yet reached the final showdown. Shinfeng finally finished the update, and this chapter was based on the events that occurred on the competition arena today. Many people witnessing such a scene might also make connections, but mere speculation would be of no use unless they were exactly the same. After the update was completed, the comments section began discussing who would win the next match. Zhang Tao also saw the new chapter and was surprised to find that there was no mention of some martial arts training methods in it. The tone of the writing was clearly different from before, but this discrepancy did not cause a major issue. Instead, the audience urged for more details on the situation. Although some readers were eagerly awaiting updates, Shinfeng had other new developments to deal with. When Lu Lin found Shinfeng, he specifically came to Shinfeng's dormitory. Shinfeng was quite surprised when he saw Professor Lu coming over. "What kind of urgent matter brings Professor Lu to our dormitory?" "It must be very important," Shinfeng asked. "It is somewhat urgent. Jing Shirtang has arranged for someone to come and interview to understand the situation. You need to get ready to go out soon," Lu Lin replied. After hearing this, Shinfeng looked at Lu Lin and asked, "Are you sure? Is it really necessary?" "Under certain circumstances, it is necessary. So, for this matter, you have to deal with it, you can't just brush it off casually," Lu Lin explained. "You represent Jing Shirtang's image and abilities, otherwise why would I come to your dormitory to inform you?" After listening, Shinfeng tidied up a bit and went out. The person in charge of the interview seemed to have not even watched the match that day, but was asking Shinfeng about his views on the competition. Shinfeng took a deep breath, hoping to throw out the ignorant person in front of him, but obviously, he couldn't do that. After calming down, Shinfeng said, "I see that many of you are not aware of the final showdown on the arena. First, let me tell you about the situation at that time, which will help you ask more professional questions." Shinfeng's words made the people in front of him fall silent. As Shinfeng started walking in another direction, the others followed suit. "I'm sure you've noticed that when Zhang Tao's meteor hammer clashed with Yu Fei's weapon, it completely annihilated the opponent." A journalist who had some understanding responded, "Indeed, I am aware of this situation. The opponent's weapon was shattered, and the real battle was about to end." However, Shinfeng then said, "The situation is far from over. There are some things that he did not notice in the end, but they did happen." Are you saying that even the people watching the match live didn't notice? The journalist asked. Shin Feng nodded, confirming and affirming the situation described by the other party. At that time, Yu Fei had a dagger in his hand, intending to injure me when I was off guard, but I turned the dagger back and injured Yu Fei. At that time, he did not show off at all, because your hands were poisonous. If it was exposed, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Shin Feng could have chosen not to mention these things, but he was not going to let Yu Fei off easily. He was determined to confirm the impact of the dagger stabbing and the subsequent media coverage. He would spare no effort to make Yu Fei pay the price. Indeed, the media reporters in front of him widened their eyes and opened their mouths in disbelief. They couldn't believe that someone would use poison in such a competition. Shin Feng only told the interviewer what he knew. Leaving the others astonished, he had already finished the interview and was ready to return to the dormitory to rest. Those who tried to interview more had already missed their chance, but it was no longer the most important thing because they had already gathered a lot of material. Early that morning, the news had already spread throughout the academy. Shin Feng vaguely heard others discussing, and when he looked back, he saw that no one was sitting in Yu Fei's seat. Classmates gathered around Shin Feng, curious about what had happened at that time. We just noticed the news now. Did Yu Fei really use a poisoned dagger in the arena? We didn't even notice. Is this true? After all, only you and he faced each other in the arena. The classmates' questions made Shin Feng think for a moment and he said, it's true, but even if that's the case, it seems to have no effect on Yu Fei. Well, it's because he still has some other channels in the Capital Academy, and we still have to consider his reputation. So your match will continue. Now the classmates were more on Shin Feng's side. They not only deliberately paid attention to the impact on Shin Feng when speaking but also subtly tried to belittle Yu Fei. Some even pointed to Yu Fei's desk and chair, saying, this is true. Otherwise, why couldn't he come to class today? This is something that would never have happened before. The current classmates had all become detectives, but this had little to do with Shin Feng. He hoped for real chaos, the more chaotic the better. The one-on-one match took place as scheduled on the third day, and everyone seemed well prepared. Yu Fei appeared normal on the surface, showing no signs of previous injuries. Zhang Tao stood next to Shin Feng and said, when the time comes, hit his injured area hard, keep striking frequently, I believe he won't be able to take it. Although Shin Feng understood Zhang Tao's suggestion, he was not planning to use it. I have a better plan, Shin Feng responded. The real match began, with Shin Feng facing off against Yu Fei and Zhang Tao against Wu Fan. After noticing the reactions from Shin Feng's side, Yu Fei curiously asked Wu Fan, don't you think they seem a bit off? It's normal for things to seem off. We all know that they have many situations to deal with on their side. The gong had already sounded, and they began their one-on-one match. Shin Feng did not focus on hitting Yu Fei's injured area as Zhang Tao had suggested. This forced Yu Fei to move constantly, gradually weakening his ability to respond. When a person already has toxins in their body, frequent movement will accelerate absorption, and that was the case for Yu Fei. Before Shin Feng and I could determine a winner, he was already on the verge of losing control. Shin Feng naturally wouldn't continue fighting with someone in that state, so he immediately asked the staff to intervene, stating, he is no longer in a condition to continue the battle. The rest was left to the staff for diagnosis and evaluation, and when it was deemed unnecessary to stay any longer, he was taken away. When Yu Fei was defeated on the platform, Wu Fan was also knocked out. The cheers from the audience below were deafening because the true victor had emerged. Zhang Tao, without considering anything else, went straight to Shin Feng. He exclaimed repeatedly, without you, I could never have reached this level. I have to stick with you, boss. I've decided to participate in the solo competition next. He said this earnestly over and over again, and even when Shin Feng and he left together, he remained the same. Given the circumstances, Shin Feng had to pay attention and respond. Aren't the solo matches supposed to be held concurrently with ours? Why are they going elsewhere? Shin Feng had indeed thought they were simultaneous, so because of you, he had to choose the doubles competition. Zhang Tao explained, because the participation is large, there are too many people present, so their matches take a bit longer. If you're interested, you can join them too. Upon hearing this, Shin Feng decided to seriously consider it, thinking he might gain something more in the future. At the Capital Academy, the organizers of the solo competition had arranged for some faculty members to distribute badges to each class. This was an opportunity only for those who were going to the Dark Forest. Shin Feng looked at his badge, surveyed the surroundings, and saw many others preparing to go. Just as he was about to put away his badge, someone called out to him at the door. Shin Feng looked up and saw Su Wei. The classmates witnessed this and started making noise. Su Wei ignored them and stood there waiting for Shin Feng to approach. Shinfeng was also puzzled by this situation, as Su Wei had never acted this way before. Under the gaze of his classmates, Shinfeng left his seat and went to the door. Su Wei, as far as I know, your class is not very close to ours. What's the matter? I need to talk to you, come over here quickly. Su Wei waved her hand, signaling for Shinfeng to follow her. Shinfeng followed her, curious about why she had called him. I know you're participating in the solo competition. Now that you've already won the doubles competition, you're the focus of the entire Capital Academy. Do you really need to participate in the solo competition? Initially, Shinfeng didn't respond to the question but instead asked, is there something special going on? Su Wei looked surprised and said, you really don't know? At that time, the competition is more intense, and you will be targeted by more people, and it's not one-on-one. It was only then that Shinfeng understood that this solo competition had such a rule, possibly because of his participation in the Dark Forest event. However, Su Wei's true purpose in coming over was not just that. After discussing some other matters, she asked Shinfeng, the new chapter isn't that great, right? Hearing this, Shinfeng disagreed and replied, I am writing it seriously, not as you described. After Su Wei's question, Shinfeng began to consider whether to write a new chapter before the forest event. However, before a decision could be made, Zhang Tao arrived at a good time. Su Wei knew that Shinfeng and Zhang Tao were working together now. When Zhang Tao arrived, he took the initiative to say, you two are busy, let's meet again when the Dark Forest solo competition starts. Watching Su Wei leave, Shinfeng then focused his gaze on Zhang Tao, asking, is it still about the upcoming Dark Forest solo competition? Initially, we could team up, but we have received some new information that teaming up is no longer possible. After saying this, Shinfeng had to look in the direction Su Wei had left, as they had just been discussing such related topics. Zhang Tao suddenly realized he had made a mistake and should have mentioned it earlier, especially when Su Wei was present. Realizing this, he looked a bit troubled, but Shinfeng said, forget it, she will find out in due time. Her information won't be slower than ours. With that settled, everyone began to look forward to the start of the solo competition. This time, the talents were different from before, and everyone was filled with curiosity. His arrival disrupted Shinfeng's plans, leaving him with no time to start a new chapter. Frustrated by this, Shinfeng was somewhat annoyed, to the point where he was ready to confront Zhang Tao when he arrived. Zhang Tao, knowing Shinfeng's temper, spoke first, are you completely ignoring what's happening outside, or do you think you can skip this step as long as I'm here? Is there a problem with skipping this step? Shinfeng retorted. Zhang Tao had nothing to say and was eager to team up with Shinfeng to deal with what was to come. Since winning the arena match, Zhang Tao's status had risen. He knew that this was all thanks to being with Shinfeng, so he paid special attention to Shinfeng. That night, Zhang Tao said, there's no way we can cooperate now, let's wait for further updates. Due to some new information, Shinfeng was no longer concerned about starting a new chapter. He needed to spend more time preparing the basics. As Zhang Tao had mentioned earlier, teaming up was no longer an option, and the dangers faced by solo players would increase. At this point, nothing was more important than their training, making this situation more severe. Shinfeng looked at the badge in his hand, which was given to him when confirming the competition. After some inquiries, he found that the badge could receive signals from headquarters but couldn't transmit them out. His only task now was to ensure the safety of his badge after entering the Dark Forest and then to plunder others' badges. After the competition, the one with the most badges would be the ultimate winner. Shinfeng had gradually adapted to this rhythm. He even said to Zhang Tao, the current situation is very clear. If you don't want to get beaten up, you can follow behind me. Their previous cooperation had indeed been effective, and Shinfeng had reduced his arrangements for him. However, what he didn't expect was that the situation he thought would separate them was still found by the other party. As you said, following behind you is fine under normal circumstances, but now you can't be too close. Because more people are ready to deal with you, I'll take it easy at that time. Being too close to you might cause trouble. Zhang Tao had many tricks up his sleeve, but in front of Shinfeng, he truly showed this side of himself. The situation made Shinfeng extremely annoyed, driving people away one by one. Don't let this kind of situation happen in front of me again. The current goal of the competition is to find more identity cards, which were distributed to each person beforehand. By understanding the contents on these cards, one can also know the abilities they possessed at the basic level. However, all of this has become ordinary because more people want to surpass others and obtain their identity cards. The real competition has begun, and Shinfeng did not team up with anyone, as it was arranged beforehand. Soon, he entered the Dark Forest and realized that the battles outside were child's play compared to the challenges he faced inside the Dark Forest. Without Zhang Tao or Su Wei, there was no particular difficulty in dealing with the situation. He quickly noticed that the two were discussing whether to travel together. In this situation, Shinfeng swiftly took action and obtained the two identity cards from the others. If everyone who comes here is so weak, then the problem is easily solved, Shinfeng muttered to himself, knowing that harsher battles were unfolding elsewhere. He looked at the identity card in his hand and said, I have worked hard for this identity card, so let others fend for themselves. Su Wei had previously reminded him to assess the actual situation, which would be beneficial for future actions. During this process, he also saw a familiar figure, Zhang Tao, who was not on Shinfeng's team but often appeared before him. The real reason was that he wanted to show off his current achievements to Shinfeng to avoid trouble in the future. It seems that Zhang Tao has mastered this matter effortlessly, Su Wei remarked. All this is useless, only those who can obtain the number cards are making progress, she added. As the competition progressed, everyone became more vigilant, fearing they would become targets. Shinfeng was relatively calm at this point, and no one dared to provoke him boldly, the person who had excelled in the previous two-person battles. Because of this, Shinfeng's progress was faster than others, and he also collected some identity cards along the way. Upon hearing some noise, Shinfeng quickly climbed up a nearby tree. From the tree, he saw two people approaching. These two were not allies but were fighting for each other's number cards. Their skills were evenly matched, so they spent a lot of time without making any progress. Shinfeng waited for the right opportunity upon noticing this situation. When the two couldn't determine a winner in a short time, he leaped down from the tree. The two were unaware of Shinfeng's sudden appearance, and by the time they saw him, it was too late. Their number cards were now in Shinfeng's hands. Shinfeng said to them, "You two don't need to fight this time." After speaking, he was about to leave, and the two behind him were hesitating whether to target Shinfeng at that moment. Clearly, they decided to back down, as Shinfeng's skills were beyond their capabilities. After advancing for a while, Shinfeng heard some noises coming from the sky. When he looked up, he was surprised to see drones flying overhead. He quickly realized that the teachers from the Capital Academy were monitoring the competition here. Shinfeng waved and smiled in the direction of the monitoring. His reaction was noticed by the teachers in charge of monitoring. This Shinfeng, when everyone else is finding it difficult, he still has the leisure to do this. The monitoring teachers started discussing, even smiling in unison. Among all the students, Shinfeng's performance was the talk of the town. Every person's performance was being observed. So when Shinfeng encountered some new situations, others also became aware. Lu Lin, seeing Shinfeng not going elsewhere to collect number plates, started feeling anxious. Currently, he had no one to chat with and could only stand alone watching the situation. However, more people noticed the progress on the southern side. Another teacher directly asked Lu Lin, "Come see what Shinfeng is doing?" While others are trying to get identity cards from others, he has stopped. Lu Lin turned to see the actual situation and found Shinfeng trying to build a house in a tree. What is he busy with at this time? It's not like he has a cold, Lu Lin said angrily, but he couldn't do anything about it. Everyone's attention was now focused on Shinfeng, while others were engrossed in their battles. Shinfeng was close to victory in his construction. Isn't this a waste of time? Can he do this just because he is good at it? People started criticizing Shinfeng's behavior, which Lu Lin couldn't stand. If you want to watch, stay here. If not, leave quickly. It's as if you are the ones participating in the competition, also relaxed. With Lu Lin's words, the others quieted down. However, their doubts about Shinfeng's actions remained, considering him somewhat negligent. The vice dean kept an eye on the situation but remained silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Shinfeng, noticing two people approaching him. Everyone watched intently because they knew these two people would surely catch Shinfeng's attention, and Shinfeng would not back down. Shinfeng was already prepared to jump down at any moment. His gaze followed the two newcomers. Shinfeng realized that the new arrivals were twins. These two were not in a fighting state, meaning Shinfeng would have to deal with both if he wanted to get the identity cards. These twins were somewhat formidable, and in no time, one of them asked, "Who is over there?" They quickly spotted Shinfeng, leaving him with no choice but to face the twins. Without a word, the twins greeted Shinfeng, seemingly unaware that he was a former champion in doubles matches. Due to their decent skills, they didn't seem to care much about Shinfeng's abilities. "Hand over your identity card, and we can save some time. But if you resist now, we can handle it well." One of the twins started threatening Shinfeng. Shinfeng then showed signs of weakness. "I know how capable you two are. If you need an identity card, you can take it, but there's no need to fight. Do you think we're willing to waste time here? Hurry up and show your identity card." Shinfeng approached the two of them and gradually handed out his own identity card. The two people opposite also reached out their hands, trying to take something from Shinfeng. However, as soon as they reached out their hands, Shinfeng grabbed them, pulled them aside with force, Not only did he not give his own identity card to the other party, but also took the other party's identity card. These two people immediately realized the situation, but they had no way out. According to their plan, once the identity card was taken away, they could no longer continue the fight, and the competition would end. The twins looked at Shinfeng, unwilling to back down. The two people rushed up again to confront Shinfeng. At this point, Shinfeng did not reason with them, as he had realized that these two people were unreasonable. Their frequent dodging made the two people more anxious, even starting to shout loudly. It was because of their shouting that attracted more people, including security personnel who had arrived. The security personnel did not hesitate to help introduce these people. They have been caught red-handed and are still causing a scene here. After Shinfeng's words, the twins were also taken away because they had broken some rules and were not allowed to stay under such circumstances. No one paid attention to Shinfeng's situation anymore, as he was still dealing with the things he had set up. Yufei came over at this time to mock Shinfeng. I heard you only have 5 or 6 cards, while I already have 20. Shinfeng frowned at Yufei, realizing that since the other party knew so much detail, they must have some ability to contact the outside world. Before Shinfeng could react, Yufei spoke first. Don't worry too much, I just came to tell you something I know, not to stay and fight with you. After saying this, Yufei left triumphantly, even showing off his identity cards to Shinfeng. Watching Yufei leave, Shinfeng rechecked the place he had set up and finally jumped down from the tree. It's time to move on to the next step, Shinfeng said before leaving his current position. The competition this time lasted for a week, and the person with the most identity cards at the end would be the winner. It was clearly stated before the competition that it was a solo competition, but things did not necessarily go according to plan. Wu Fan and Yufei had just snatched 2 identity cards and split them between themselves. At this moment, Yufei pointed to the other side and said, "Go over there, Shinfeng is over there, and we don't have much time now. It's been many days, wouldn't it be better to accumulate more cards now?" Wu Fan said. At that moment, Yufei suddenly became irritable, saying, "Can't you tell what's urgent now?" Wu Fan remained silent, and Yufei realized that his words were a bit too harsh, so he explained directly, "We still have a few days, but we need to find an opportunity to deal with Shinfeng when the teachers are not paying attention. If we delay too long, there may be some changes here, and there may never be a suitable opportunity again." After Yufei's words, Wu Fan's attitude improved slightly, and they followed Yufei towards the direction where Shinfeng was originally located. On the way, they would still encounter other competitors. However, after solving the problem of one competitor's identity card, Yufei couldn't help but frown and say, "You were too heavy-handed. Nobody was killed, the rule is not to endanger lives, and then you can get your ID card," Wu Fan said confidently. At this moment, they were still searching for Shinfeng's direction, while Shinfeng was in a corner. He checked the novel's data and current comments. There were too many requests for updates, but at this moment he couldn't update. At least not in this trial process. He hadn't expected to spend so much time, plans couldn't keep up with changes. He directly applied for leave in the leave column. "I have things to deal with recently, I will definitely come back to update after I'm done." "What? The author is still alive? I thought he had run off to some Java country. Just one update and you think you can brush us off? Just say you're lazy, we won't blame you." The urging of the crowd had become somewhat different, at least with more jokes. After Shinfeng tidied up, he decided to go find other people again. The matter of competing for the ID card still needed to be done, and in this process, he saw Zhang Tao. From a distance, Zhang Tao waved to him, but Shinfeng ignored him and went in another direction. After Zhang Tao missed him, he wanted to catch up. "Boss, although it's a solo competition, you don't have to be so strict. Everyone actually looks for someone to team up with. Even if your skills are so outstanding, you can't really do everything alone, adding me won't affect anything." He chased for a while, only to find that Shinfeng had long disappeared, but there were still people around him who wanted to team up with him. The person smiled and said to Zhang Tao, "What you said makes sense, so having one more teammate shouldn't be a problem." Zhang Tao said, "I suddenly understand why the boss doesn't want to take me, just like at this moment I don't want to team up with you." At this time, Yufei and Wu Fan had already arrived at the place where Shinfeng had built the house before. After looking around and finding nothing, Wu Fan said, "What's the point of him spending time here building this thing when he's free? No matter what, we still have to find people. There are not many people around now," Yufei said, also finding nothing after looking around. "Then let's go to other places, wherever there are name tags, he will go there. You should take advantage of this time to solve it," Wu Fan said. Yufei responded, "Shinfeng should have paid some price a long time ago, but unfortunately at that time I was in a hurry to find the ID card, I didn't stop to fight him." "Forget it, It's not just because you didn't have a chance of winning. Let's not think about this for now. After finding it, we can use what we have prepared before, combined with our current abilities, it will be more than enough to eliminate him. While the two were discussing, they suddenly heard the sound of a branch breaking. Quickly looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a figure running away, trying to leave their area. Yu Fei and Wu Fan didn't give the person a chance, especially since the person had overheard their conversation, particularly about completely embarrassing Shin Feng in this competition. The person was just an ordinary participant, and when facing Wu Fan and Yu Fei, he was no match. This time, Wu Fan's attack was even heavier, directly causing the person to die on the spot. Although Yu Fei felt some complaints after checking, he didn't say anything. This time they had truly encountered trouble, because someone had actually died. Find a way to deal with it. If someone finds out, the consequences could be serious, Yu Fei said. He had already started to look for some thick branches nearby, and Wu Fan followed along, saying, "Let's bury him here first. I believe in a few days he will be almost rotten, and many people won't notice." Their biggest concern, of course, was that more people would find out about what they had done. Besides that, there wasn't much else to worry about. After dealing with these matters, everyone received a signal. The direction indicated was towards the depths of the dark forest, where there were more rewards. Apart from personal ID cards, there were things that could help people improve their abilities. After looking for a while, Wu Fan said, "Why don't we go take a look too? It's relatively dangerous here, and Shin Feng may not be there either." "Our target is Shin Feng. We must understand the situation clearly," Yu Fei responded. Wu Fan seemed a bit impatient with his response and said, "With our current abilities, we are actually ready to advance further. Wouldn't it be better if we could get something more? How can you guarantee that Shin Feng is not in the depths of the dark forest?" Wu Fan's question left Yu Fei speechless, as there seemed to be some truth to it. They arrived at the area between safety and danger in the dark forest. Shin Feng carefully surveyed the depths of the dark forest, recalling what his teachers had said. He decided not to go further but to wait for others to arrive here to also obtain ID cards. It was very quiet here, and no more people would come here for a short time. Shin Feng decided to prepare the outline needed for the new updates. Even though he was not updating here, it would be better to have it ready for when he left. Time passed quickly in this manner. One day, he heard some noises that were not typical of the forest. Upon investigation, he found someone trapped and being chased inside. Shin Feng quickly packed up his things to go help. By the time he reached the person, there was no one to rescue. It seemed that wild beasts had caused the disturbance, affecting the person who had come. Shin Feng stood still and finally determined a direction to chase after. "Don't move from there. Wild beasts love to chase after those who run. Stop." Shin Feng saw a student from the Capital Academy, who was also participating in the solo competition. The person was too panicked to listen to Shin Feng's words and continued running. Seeing this, Shin Feng chased after him. His lightness skill came in handy, and he quickly brought the person back. However, the person had several injuries from being chased by the wild beasts. Now that it was safe, Shin Feng helped bandage the wounds, and the person handed over his ID card. "I can't go looking for anything else. After recovering this time, I will withdraw from the competition. You can have these ID cards." Shin Feng saw that there were already 6 or 7 ID cards here. The person insisted, saying, "Otherwise, I can't take him out. You can keep them. I have to thank you. I don't need to push myself so hard as a competition participant." After saying this, the person moved his arms and legs, finding that he was not seriously injured. With Shin Feng's help, his wounds had been taken care of. He then walked towards the exit of the forest. Shin Feng collected the ID cards, totaling 7. He stayed in place, thinking that it would soon be time for the competition to end. At that time, he would need to find more people in advance to win ID cards and be able to stay here for a long time. The person who was about to leave was stopped by 2 people, Yu Fei and Wu Fan. The person was confused and said, "I have already reported and am ready to leave the competition." After some communication, Yu Fei realized that this person had been saved by Shin Feng. It was confirmed that Shin Feng was deep in the dark forest, although in a safe zone and not too deep. Yu Fei and the others could still take advantage of the situation. While on the road, Yu Fei said, "This guy gave his identity card to Shin Feng. When we solve Shin Feng, we will not only win the competition but also eliminate a threat." Wu Fan chuckled and said, "That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." They continued on their way and encountered another person who seemed weaker. The person struggled and said, "This is just a competition. I have given you my identity card. Where do you need to take me?" "What? Deep in the dark forest?" The captured student shook his head. "No, it's too dangerous there." His struggles were in vain, and he was even given a new task. When he encountered a wild beast in the dark forest, he started shouting for help. Shinfeng came to rescue him, but the person warned him, "Don't come. It's too dangerous here." Shinfeng insisted on helping, but the person said, "It's dangerous for you to come and rescue me. Just stay away." Shinfeng didn't listen and eventually scared off the wild beast. On his way back with the person, he encountered Yufei and Wu Fan, who seemed determined. The person rescued by Shinfeng cried, "I told you not to come." Shinfeng replied, "You should have been more direct." Yufei then said, "There's no use in resisting. You need to hand over all your identity cards now." Shinfeng was in a dilemma as he not only had to deal with Yufei and Wu Fan but also ensure the safety of the student with him. He realized that Yufei and Wu Fan were not going to let the student go. Dealing with this situation would be challenging for Shinfeng, especially since he had not seen Yufei and Wu Fan for some time and was worried that they had improved their skills. The drones responsible for observing the participants in the forest had started searching more areas. Teachers also needed to pay more attention to the students' safety to prevent any unnecessary incidents in the dark forest. As they observed the enemy forces, they also prepared to assess the situation on this side. At that moment, Lu Lin saw a familiar figure. "Go back, I think there's someone over there." He was referring to Shinfeng, who was facing off against Yufei and the others. However, when the drone turned back, it found nothing. The operator complained, "Although the leaders said the students might come here, you shouldn't worry too much. Some are just overly cautious." Lu Lin was a bit unhappy and decided to find Shinfeng's location using another method. Some felt he was focusing too much on Shinfeng, which seemed unfair. The vice dean arrived at their location at that moment and noticed the tense atmosphere and the contents displayed on the big screen. He reminded, "Be sure to check carefully. Although the impact of the beasts is not significant, it's best to avoid any special situations." Now, he somewhat regrets why he opened up the deep area of the dark forest. But at this point, there is no better way to handle it, and they can only avoid more people getting hurt. Shinfeng, along with the student who was previously used by Yufei and others, has already ventured deep into the dark forest. In front of them are Yufei and Wu Fan. Yufei smiled and said, "This is a good opportunity. I suddenly feel that I should deal with you in a different way now." His words were naturally meant for Shinfeng, and all eyes were focused on Shinfeng. After hearing this, Wu Fan asked, "You don't plan to let him live, do you? We brought him here this time to make the final decision." Yufei explained, "Of course, I am just considering the method to use, but the ultimate result will be the same." Shinfeng was not particularly concerned about what the two of them said. He was thinking about the missed opportunity when there was a chance for the drone to see them. Unfortunately, these two focused on the student next to them, causing Shinfeng to miss the drone's footage while trying to save the student. Presumably, Yufei and Wu Fan did this because Wu Fan threw something at the drone, causing it to shake and leave its current position. The student next to Shinfeng held onto his clothes tightly and said, "It's all my fault." Shinfeng looked back at him and said, "If you really had that awareness, you wouldn't be in this situation now." Shinfeng's words made him feel ashamed, but he still didn't dare to leave Shinfeng's side. "Whatever you say, I can follow you, but I absolutely cannot go to Wu Fan and Yufei." The student was firm in his decision, and Shinfeng said, "Of course, let's stick together." From the moment Shinfeng decided to help the student, he had already decided to keep him by his side. Although adding another person caused more trouble dealing with Yufei, he wouldn't let go. When the student realized that Shinfeng was willing to help him, he introduced himself, "My name is Wang Lei. If we can get through this difficulty, let's not talk about the future for now." Shinfeng didn't give Wang Lei time to continue because Yufei and Wu Fan had already started. One of them targeted Shinfeng, while the other went straight for Wang Lei. At this point, Wang Lei was powerless and could only stay by Shinfeng's side. Wu Fan laughed, "How can someone like you participate in a solo competition when you have no combat power?" After being mocked by Wu Fan, Wang Lei said confidently, "It's precisely because of my lack of ability that I came here to gain something." His words were strong, leaving Wu Fan and Yufei unable to respond. Shinfeng timely reminded, "Be careful." It turned out that Yufei's weapon also poked Wang Lei, and Shinfeng's reminder had no effect because Wang Lei indeed had no combat power. In the end, Shinfeng reached out and grabbed the clothes on the other person's shoulder, pulling him back to avoid being hit. From that moment on, Wang Lei was already grabbed by Shinfeng's side, being pushed and pulled around to evade the attacks of Wu Fan and Yufei. However, the fighting abilities of Wu Fan and Yufei became stronger, making it difficult for Shinfeng to handle them. From the frequent attacks, Shinfeng was indeed greatly affected by the burden of Wang Lei. Wu Fan said at this time, "I really wish more people could see how powerful Shinfeng is now, but in reality, it's just a so-so." Yufei said, "It turns out that the difference between us and him is just a little bit. If we had known from the beginning, we would have used this method to deal with him." Both of them were emotional and even changed their tactics. Shin Feng had no choice but to continue dealing with Wang Lei, so he directly led him deeper into the dark forest. In the process of Yu Fei and Wu Fan chasing after them, they suddenly stopped. A large area of fog appeared ahead, making it impossible to see the figures of Shin Feng and Wang Lei. Their arrival at such a deep location in the forest meant danger. Wu Fan said at this time, "I think there's no need to chase them anymore. It's dangerous enough for them to come to this place. Whether they can make it out alive is another matter. It's a pity that we can't watch him die." "There's still some unwillingness," Yu Fei responded. Both of them had the same thought, but neither of them took another step forward. The situation was already clear that the level of danger here might be beyond their control. After staying in place for a while, they did not see Shin Feng and the others returning, so it was likely that they had gone deeper into the forest. Yu Fei then said to Wu Fan, "Let's go back first. If there's any situation, we can come back with a new plan." In the academy, the vice dean was paying attention to various situations. He pointed at the screen in confusion and asked the person next to him, "Why is there still no sign of Shin Feng? I thought this kid had set up a resting place, and I was curious about what he was up to, but now he's nowhere to be found." The vice dean had already spoken, so they naturally cooperated actively to redirect the video to where Shin Feng might be. Lu Lin also noticed something and said, "I saw a person flash by in the video, heading towards the deep part of the dark forest. If the students really go to such a place, it's dangerous. I'd better go and find out." Lu Lin volunteered. The vice dean immediately agreed, "Okay, let's do that." After receiving the new task, Lu Lin quickly set off with the academy team members, moving much faster. When they arrived at the location they had observed earlier, they also saw Yu Fei and Wu Fan. "Have you noticed any other students?" Lu Lin asked. He didn't want to mention Shin Feng's name directly to avoid causing obstacles in the students' interactions. Yu Fei quickly responded, "No, it's very dangerous here. Very few people can make it here, and if we encounter anyone, we will remember." He was very confident that the drone did not capture more, so he dared to say so. Lu Lin asked further, "Why did you fly the drone at that time?" Wu Fan then took over and said, "I thought it was something dangerous, so I flew it." Both Yu Fei and Wu Fan's explanations made some sense, and Lu Lin returned empty-handed. After seeing other teachers leave, Yu Fei praised, "Wu Fan, you did a great job this time. Not only did you prevent the drone from seeing our situation, but even the teachers couldn't do anything." They decided not to leave this place, ultimately choosing to stay nearby to prevent Shin Feng and the others from coming out and intercepting others who had just arrived. Wu Fan even proudly said to Yu Fei, "The current situation is more favorable for us. Although we cannot be completely sure of Shin Feng's situation, I placed something on him." Yu Fei was curious and asked, "What did you put on him, when, and what effect will it have?" "When he was protecting Wang Lei, I sprinkled some medicine powder on him. He didn't notice it at all because he turned his back. These things can attract wild beasts. I believe he will encounter many interesting things in the depths of this dark forest." Wu Fan spoke with a proud look, and Yu Fei also showed a more joyful expression. Shin Feng and Wang Lei arrived and stopped at a slightly flatter place. Shin Feng looked around and found that the visibility here was already low. They decided to rest there for a while, knowing it would be relatively dangerous to stay there at night. Shin Feng had already found a suitable camping spot for the night, but didn't mention it at that moment. Wang Lei said, "I have been a burden to you. Don't worry, I will contribute my part." Shin Feng looked at him with some sympathy and a protective attitude towards the weak. "It's good to have such a heart. When the time comes for you to do something, be diligent." Wang Lei immediately approached and said seriously, "There is only one thing to do now." Shin Feng was already tired and didn't want to pay much attention, but Wang Lei's next words made him have to take it seriously. "I noticed a special smell on you. It's the scent of a medicinal herb powder that can attract some wild beasts. I suggest you throw away your clothes." As Wang Lei spoke, he sniffed around Shin Feng, trying to locate the source of the smell. Shin Feng couldn't allow him to continue this way and pushed him aside, demanding a convincing reason. Wang Lei explained, "Our family has been practicing medicine for generations, so I know a bit about this. That's why I came here alone for the competition." Shin Feng only believed the first part of his explanation and felt that there was still some concealment in the latter part. Despite having some medical skills, survival in such a place was not guaranteed. Shin Feng noticed that Wang Lei had not handed over all his identity cards to Yu Fei and had secretly kept a few, indicating his combat capability. However, Shin Feng was unsure of the method Wang Lei would use to fight, and he had no interest in discussing further. Wang Lei was anxious. "I'm serious when I say this. These wild beasts not only affect you but also affect me. Of course, I want to live longer. Although I don't have other combat skills, this is definitely my specialty." Finally, he found a standard spot, which was the back of Shin Feng's shirt. Right here. Despite Shin Feng's reluctance, they ended up throwing away his jacket. They had to change their location and couldn't stay where they were. However, they realized it was too late because a python had already appeared in front of them, eyeing them menacingly. Two people noticed that the clothes that had been thrown out were already far away, but they didn't dare to act rashly because the snake would sense it. Shin Feng was ready to strike at any moment. Wang Lei naturally had no combat power. Trembling, he took something out of his small backpack. By the time Shin Feng looked over, he had already thrown out what was inside the backpack, a paper package that suddenly scattered in midair, drifting in the direction of the python. The python quickly retreated, and Shin Feng looked back at Wang Lei, praising, "Now I know why you dared to come alone." At the same time, Shin Feng also noticed another tiger charging towards them. Shin Feng asked again, "So do you have any medicine to deal with this thing?" "No, dealing with a tiger depends entirely on your strength," Wang Lei said before climbing a tree, leaving the rest to Shin Feng. Initially, Shin Feng wanted to hide, but the tiger's speed was fast, and he had no other choice but to temporarily evade using his lightness technique. Although the tiger could catch up to Shin Feng in a short time, he gradually grasped some patterns. In this situation, Shin Feng could only barely keep the opponent from getting close to him. "If we continue like this, your stamina won't be enough," Wang Lei reminded Shin Feng from the tree. "Shut up, do you think I don't know that?" Shin Feng was disdainful of climbing the tree in this situation. He hoped to solve the current situation with his own abilities. Finally, he gathered some spiritual energy, channeling it into the palm of his right hand. Thinking about the direction of the enemy in front of him, he pushed forward forcefully. The tiger recoiled in pain, quickly leaving its current position, and Shin Feng was finally safe. Wang Lei came down from the tree to check on Shin Feng's condition, sighing as if he had survived a disaster. "I'm glad I came with you, it was really worth it. You were not affected at all, you are truly my idol." The two decided to leave their current location and go to the place Shin Feng had already chosen, where they would make proper arrangements. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw a furry animal. The furry animal saw Shin Feng and Wang Lei but was not afraid. It even ran to Shin Feng's feet. Shin Feng and Wang Lei saw clearly that the animal running towards them was a tiger. Hesitating, Wang Lei also looked at Shin Feng. "What should we do? It doesn't seem like the other beasts in the dark forest, it looks like a normal animal." Shin Feng had heard about this before. In the dark forest, some animals were affected and underwent certain changes. At the moment, the tiger did not seem particularly dangerous. But regardless, it was a carnivorous animal, and Shin Feng carefully watched its every move, ready to act if he felt threatened. Just as the tiger was about to turn around and attack Shin Feng, it suddenly stopped, grunting and whining. Wang Lei said, "I think it sees us as its own kind." Shin Feng did not agree with his statement. Although it was just a tiger, it still had intelligence and could distinguish between its own kind and humans. "Since it poses no threat, let's leave it be for now." As they walked, Shin Feng observed the tiger's behavior. He found the tiger's following a bit strange but did not reject it. Not only that, he took out food from his backpack and even poured some water for the tiger to drink. Indeed, with this series of actions, Shin Feng began to think of the tiger as a pet. Wang Lei saw this situation and took something out of his backpack to give to the tiger, but it did not stay, only following Shin Feng's footsteps. Seeing this, Wang Lei marveled, "It might really consider you its master, it didn't even want what I gave it." Shin Feng was too preoccupied to pay attention to more things, reminding Wang Lei, "The current situation is to be careful of Yu Fei and Wu Fan. If they don't show up, then it's still manageable. Wait a little longer, we will have to leave from here. The dark forest is a dangerous place, especially its depths, even the teachers have warned about it." The two of them walked while searching for directions, trying to leave the depths of the dark forest as quickly as possible. However, they couldn't find the exit in a short time, only encountering some unknown wild beasts. The tiger seemed spirited upon seeing these wild beasts, perhaps because of its previous performance, making Shin Feng feel like it really was like a pet. He decided to help the tiger find some real meat to eat. After dealing with two smaller wild beasts, the rest of the work was left to Wang Lei. Although Wang Lei couldn't kill enemies, he was decent at cooking. One of the beasts was already given to the tiger, while the other was roasted and eaten. By the time everything was done, the moon was already high in the sky. The tiger, content after eating and drinking, leaned against Shin Feng's leg, ready to rest. Shin Feng sat in place, taking a short rest, not daring to fall into a deep sleep. He began to circulate his spiritual power around his body, trying to further master his new abilities. During this time, he hadn't had a chance to properly examine the reward from the heavens, the wordless heavenly book. He decided to take a look at a few more pages now. Wang Lei took on the responsibility of guarding, as he didn't have much to do during the day, volunteering to watch over their safety at night. Suddenly, Shinfeng realized that there was a new surge of spiritual power within him. This feeling was strange, quite different from when he was reading the wordless heavenly book before. Could it be related to the meat we ate earlier? Shinfeng thought, but he couldn't be sure. He felt that the animals and plants in the dark forest possessed a lot of spirituality. If his abilities were truly improving, it was possible, but he needed more evidence. The next morning, Shinfeng woke up Wang Lei. They took turns standing guard, and this time they could finally continue their journey together. I think the exit should be ahead. Let's keep moving forward, Shinfeng said. But the problems we've encountered recently seem to be increasing. What if we're not heading towards the exit, but deeper into the dark forest? Wang Lei, having been through several battles and narrowly escaping, owed it to Shinfeng's help. If they continued deeper into the dark forest, he feared that even Shinfeng might not be able to protect him. Upon hearing Wang Lei's concerns, Shinfeng responded, I'll go ahead 100 meters. If the situation remains the same, we'll change direction. This was a compromise between the two, but ultimately they continued forward. The furry tiger followed them, and Wang Lei sighed, it's still a cub, maybe it doesn't see you as its master, but as its mother. No need to say more, at most it's just following someone it deems strong because it has no one else to look after it. After Shinfeng finished responding, he glanced at the furry tiger again, feeling that it must be for this reason. However, they hadn't walked far before they found that the road ahead was blocked, and they had to consider turning back before reaching 100 meters. The trees in front of them were covered with uneven threads, and there were also other animal bones on these threads. While considering the situation, Shinfeng saw a spider leg behind the thread. Following this leg, it could be determined that it was a 3-meter-high spider. Wang Lei also saw this and was scared, stepping back. He pulled Shinfeng and said, let's change direction immediately, we can't stay here any longer. Shinfeng also had the same idea, as long as they were not touched by the spider's silk, the spider would not sense their presence or pose a threat to them. Just as they were preparing to quickly retreat, Shinfeng noticed something in the center of the web that seemed different. Due to the height, Shinfeng couldn't see clearly what it was. He could only ask Wang Lei, have you seen what's in the middle? Something seems off, we should go check it out. You dare not touch the edge of the web, and you want to go to the middle? You must be out of your mind. Wang Lei could only desperately pull him, trying to drag him away from their current position. Not only that, he also earnestly said, the situation is too dangerous. You can go check it out, but I might be in trouble. Even if you don't consider me, you should think about that little tiger, right? Shinfeng was quite helpless about Wang Lei's remarks, and in the end, he did not immediately go to check, but tried to see clearly while retreating. As they were about to completely exit the area, Shinfeng made a mark on a nearby tree. Given his current situation, he really couldn't take any risks, especially with a tiger following Wang Lei. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely come back to take a look, because whatever was in the center of the web was indeed extraordinary. Following their new route, the mist gradually dissipated, and both Shinfeng and Wang Lei understood that they were moving away from the depths of the dark forest. Wang Lei's pace had become lighter, and he was smiling more. In this situation, he always had endless questions and words to say. This time can be considered a test of true friendship. Although the wording may not be appropriate, it is definitely brotherhood. It's not that serious. You don't need to elevate it to that level. We can form a team after we leave this dangerous place. No, even if we leave the most dangerous place, we still need to stick together as a team. Wang Lei was very insistent on this matter, and despite Shinfeng's refusal, he tried every means to persuade him. Finally, by showing weakness, he gained Shinfeng's sympathy and they decided to continue the journey together. As soon as they stepped out into an open space, the sunlight shone warmly. It was completely different from the situations encountered deep in the dark forest. The tiger was still following Shinfeng, showing no intention of leaving. Shinfeng said to it, if we continue walking, you may have to leave this forest. You came from that direction, and now you are here. If you keep going, there will be more, and you will leave your familiar territory. He wasn't sure if the tiger could understand, but things in the dark forest were already different, so he decided to give it a try. The tiger came over, rubbed against Shinfeng's leg, and looked at him, as if it had made up its mind to follow Shinfeng. Since it was already like this, Shinfeng didn't wait any longer and decided to continue on. Just a few steps away, they heard some sounds of fighting. They hurried to see what was happening. It was a chaotic situation, and the people fighting were all familiar to them. Zhang Tao, another student, Yu Fei, and a few others were fighting together. If you look closely, it's as if Wu Fan is taking on 3 opponents by himself. This scene surprised Wang Lei next to Shinfeng. How did Yu Fei and Wu Fan become opponents? This question can only be answered by the parties involved, as Shinfeng is still in the dark forest. In this situation, Shinfeng naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. He would definitely join in and make some effort to make some people pay a price. However, before he could act, he was already discovered by Zhang Tao. While dealing with Wu Fan, Zhang Tao asked Shinfeng loudly, "Boss, are you really the boss? You're still alive." Still alive. Shinfeng felt uncomfortable with Zhang Tao's words, as if being alive was somewhat unsettling. The battle between them continued, and Zhang Tao was already seriously injured because of what he said earlier. Shinfeng quickly went over and separated the people fighting with his own strength. Everyone took a step back, and their enemies in their eyes gradually turned into Shinfeng. Yu Fei and the others seemed more grateful for Shinfeng's arrival, but Wu Fan had no special reaction. Why is there so much dark energy on him? Shinfeng asked Yu Fei to understand Wu Fan's situation. According to Shinfeng's understanding, Wu Fan used to have some dark energy on him, but it was very little. Shinfeng thought it was influenced by something in the forest, but he didn't expect it to become so serious. Yu Fei helplessly said, "I don't know why it suddenly became like this," and his condition seems serious, as if he's confused. As a comrade, even Yu Fei could describe his partner in such a way, indicating that there might be some real issues. However, their pause was brief, and Wu Fan quickly targeted Shinfeng and started attacking. Zhang Tao stepped forward to stop him and said, "It seems like you can't control yourself, daring to provoke my boss. You must be tired of living." Before he could really make a move, Wu Fan was already kicked away by Shinfeng. However, this kind of injury didn't seem to have a significant impact, as although the wound looked big, the other party seemed not to feel any pain. After noticing this, they realized the situation had become more serious. At this point, everyone except Wu Fan stood on Shinfeng's side, forming a united front against him. Shinfeng asked Yu Fei again, "Do you really not know why he's like this?" "I don't know, maybe he was tempted by some content of the training and went astray, it's hard to say." The fight resumed, and Wu Fan became even more crazy, covered in black, surrounded by mist, almost unrecognizable. Due to this situation, both Yu Fei and Zhang Tao suffered serious injuries. Yu Fei was severely injured and couldn't speak anymore, while Zhang Tao said to Shinfeng, "Boss, it seems I can't help you anymore." Faced with this situation, Shinfeng quickly distanced himself from those people. "Let's stay here for now, I'll lead them away. Wang Lei, you take care of the injured." Wang Lei knew his duty. He wasn't good at fighting, but he could still bandage the wounds of the others and gather some information. As he busily checked the conditions of Zhang Tao and Yu Fei, the little tiger followed Shinfeng as they left together. Wu Fan followed Shinfeng into the forest, heading deeper into it. All of this was observed by Wang Lei, but he couldn't help much, as he had to deal with the current injured individuals. The situation on their side has already been captured by drones. The leaders in the college have all seen these circumstances, especially the vice dean, who was very certain that what he saw before is exactly the scene now. It was already certain that they would encounter some dangerous things deep in the forest, and now they really went deep into the forest. "Quickly send people to find them and bring them back," the vice dean hurriedly directed the people present. Another teacher said, "Hasn't Lu Lin already set off for a long time? Why haven't we heard anything?" After this person's reminder, everyone remembered that Lu Lin had already set off a long time ago, and there had been no response for such a long time. The vice dean's expression became even more unpleasant. He went directly to the side of that teacher. "It seems necessary to go and see. No matter what the situation is, we must ensure the safety of the students first." For this trip, the vice dean took the lead, and since the leaders had done so, others had to follow suit. So they all went to the dark forest. Following the position indicated by the drone earlier, they quickly found Zhang Tao and others. Wang Lei was most excited when he saw people from the school coming. He stood there waving and pointing to the ground frequently, eventually attracting the vice dean and others. "Teachers, you're here. It's really dangerous now." Shinfeng has already gone deep into the dark forest. At this moment, he still remembered Shinfeng, whom he had teamed up with before. The vice dean, seeing the situation at the time, also noticed Zhang Tao still lying on the ground. He quickly came over to Zhang Tao and asked, "How are you feeling? Can you still move? We will arrange for someone to take you back for proper treatment." Zhang Tao replied, "I'm okay. No matter what, I'm still alive. At most, I'll face some blame. But the situation on Shinfeng's side is a bit worrying." Everyone was very worried about the situation Shinfeng was facing. The vice dean urgently arranged, "Send the injured and other students who are not prepared to continue the competition back. The rest of us will go together to see the situation on Shinfeng's side." The personnel were quickly assigned, each busy with their tasks. This did not have much impact, as Zhang Tao, Wang Lei, and another student all decided to withdraw. At this point, Zhang Tao said, "But what about my ID card? I want to give it to Shinfeng. If that's the case, it will be counted at the end of the competition." "There's no need to worry about it now," a teacher nearby said. While they were arranging these matters on their side, Shinfeng had taken Wu Fan to the place he had marked earlier. Wu Fan paid no attention to anything else, he only knew that Shinfeng had stopped walking. "I couldn't do anything to you before because your personal strength was still considerable. But now I'm not worried anymore. Your abilities may not necessarily surpass mine," Wu Fan said confidently, already prepared to battle Shinfeng. At that moment, Yu Fei unexpectedly arrived. Due to the previous events, he was in a difficult position. Yu Fei was on his side this time, but unexpectedly, he stopped next to Wu Fan. Seeing this, Shinfeng couldn't help but ask, "Yu Fei, you weren't like this before. You know that Wu Fan is in a bit of trouble now, so why are you still standing by his side?" Yu Fei replied, "Isn't it simple? I've wanted to deal with you first. No matter what, you are my biggest enemy." After he said this, Shinfeng fully understood that he could not rely on Yu Fei. They were definitely still in a tense state of confrontation. While they were talking, a powerful monster was not necessarily approaching the location where the two of them were. But this did not have any effect, as it seemed to still be in a state of observation, not doing anything. Yu Fei and Wu Fan continued to chase Shinfeng, relentlessly pursuing him as before. Shinfeng knew that the 3-meter-high spider he had seen before was nearby. He kept moving in his predetermined direction, with Yu Fei and Wu Fan chasing him with great effort, becoming more frantic as the pursuit intensified. Initially, Shinfeng had some pity for them, but now it was time for complete punishment. In this situation where it was either your way or my way, Shinfeng finally arrived near the spider web. With a quick turn during the rapid run, Yu Fei effectively avoided the spider web blocking the way ahead. Wu Fan was not so lucky, as he ran directly into it while trying to turn back to continue catching Shinfeng. Unfortunately, what caught him was not just an ordinary thread, but the spider's silk. The web moved, and the spider began to move as well. The prey was caught, and it was time for it to actively respond. Yu Fei continued to chase Shinfeng. Shinfeng not only had to evade Yu Fei but also had to constantly watch out for the person already caught in the spider web. To Shinfeng's complete surprise, Wu Fan's abilities had indeed exceeded the imagination of those present. He struggled desperately, with part of his body stuck to the spider web and the spider approaching, but he was not completely captured by the spider. His further darkening was just a momentary thing, perhaps due to his excitement causing this situation. Wu Fan had completely freed himself from the web that bound him. The web broke, torn apart by his strong pull. A spider leg emerged from the broken web and landed directly in front of Shinfeng and the others. If Shinfeng had seen it before, this time would have become even more dangerous. Yu Fei and Wu Fan had already realized that this was not a simple place. The arrival of the spider made them involuntarily retreat, momentarily forgetting about Shinfeng. Seizing this opportunity, Shinfeng aimed to deal with these two individuals and then retreat effectively. However, executing this plan was not as easy as it seemed. The spider was uncontrollable, targeting anyone who moved, not only Yu Fei and Wu Fan but also Shinfeng. Nevertheless, Shinfeng thought he could deal with these two individuals one by one. While continuously attracting Wu Fan's attention, he directly led the other to collide with the spider. Wu Fan attacked the spider's leg frantically, trying to prevent the poisonous stinger from touching him. His relentless assault was approaching madness, unable to consider more, even affecting Yu Fei beside him. Now Shinfeng's only remaining enemy was Wu Fan, whose strength was indeed formidable, requiring a strategic approach. Yu Fei had been taken care of by his own people, which Shinfeng found unbelievable. But that was how things unfolded, and Shinfeng had to focus on dealing with Wu Fan. Shinfeng could not leave his current position as long as Wu Fan was not resolved. He could not easily leave. However, things were not as easy as he had imagined. As long as Wu Fan continued to chase Shinfeng, the spider would follow. Faced with the situation of harming one enemy but risking self-damage, Shinfeng had to consider another scenario. The spider blocked the continuous actions that Shinfeng and Wu Fan originally wanted to jointly target, and Shinfeng's Lingbo microstep played a good counteracting role. Wu Fan completely relied on force to deal with the spider, but this kind of force gradually weakened as individual strength was consumed. His speed slowed down gradually, and Shinfeng even reminded him, "You've already killed Yu Fei, don't you know?" But Wu Fan said at this time, "All I've dealt with are Shinfeng, who else is there? Don't confuse the situation now." When Shinfeng heard Wu Fan say this, he knew clearly that Wu Fan was completely insane. Fighting against such a madman was a very troublesome thing for himself. Fortunately, the spider could only touch Wu Fan at this point, and Shinfeng found a suitable position for himself in the ongoing battle. The ground in this forest was not flat, and there were trees to dodge. Wu Fan seemed to charge recklessly as if he didn't feel pain, but Shinfeng couldn't. Due to this difference, Shinfeng encountered a situation where he stumbled. Wu Fan charged forward, and when Shen Feng used his first well-practiced spiritual power attack, Wu Fan was hit and immobilized on the spot. It seemed like the spiritual energy had some effect, as Wu Fan momentarily recalled the current situation. He immediately realized that he was currently fighting with Shen Feng, and when he looked around, he saw that Yu Fei was already lying on the ground. The person who had regained clarity immediately realized what he had done. Just as he was feeling terrified and incredulous, the spider descended. No matter how much Wu Fan repented and was incredulous, it was already too late, as his life had come to an end. When Shen Feng saw this situation, he quickly retreated, knowing that this spider was not something easy to deal with. Wu Fan had become the prey of the spider, but he absolutely did not allow himself to be so. He quickly left his current position and headed towards where Zhang Tao and the others had rested before. It was very difficult to determine the direction here, and it was even harder to find a specific point. In this process, Shen Feng unexpectedly discovered something else. Approaching to take a look, he said, "This grass is indeed somewhat different," suspecting it has other effects. Shen Feng also knew that encountering spiritual herbs and beasts in such places was quite normal. However, he was not entirely sure if this particular grass had the meaning he imagined. Besides, Shen Feng wanted to share something novel with others, but all the others were gone, leaving him alone to slowly enjoy it. There was a spiritual spring here, with bubbling water that initially gave Shen Feng a refreshing feeling. If I could always be in such an environment, it would be great, but unfortunately, no place is truly peaceful. Shen Feng had such feelings, but he couldn't really solve more problems. After deciding to take a short rest, he left his current position. He had taken the grass with him, as well as some of the water from the spiritual spring. After eating Wu Fan, the spider still seemed unsatisfied. It turned its head towards where Shen Feng had been before, only to find nothing there. In this situation, it roared in anger, even pushing over the surrounding trees. The vice dean who had been planning to find Shen Feng, upon hearing this sound, also stopped in his tracks. Lulin and the others had just encountered the vice dean, and Lulin quickly explained, "Other students have run into some trouble, so we're helping them." The vice dean understood Liulin's explanation in his heart. What troubles them the most right now is not this matter, but whether Shen Feng and other students are still in the remaining area. Under the leadership of the vice dean, everyone headed towards the direction where the sound had just come from. Shen Feng used the Lingbo micro-step technique to increase his speed significantly. This time, he realized for the first time that the tiger seemed to be missing. When they separated from Zhang Tao and the others, the tiger had always been by his side. Now that it was missing, Shen Feng was somewhat concerned. However, he quickly realized that perhaps it was the tiger's own choice to stay in the forest rather than follow him to the academy. Bringing a tiger into the academy would indeed be a novel situation. After much thought, Shen Feng decided that he should not bring the tiger along anymore. With the absence of the tiger, it might actually be a good thing. He once again used the Lingbo micro-step to leave his current position, and the spider did not go looking for where Shen Feng was. The spider's roar continued, and the destruction it caused did not cease. The loud noise was still behind Shen Feng, and he didn't know when it might catch up. He dared not look back, fearing that even a moment's delay could be fatal. The vice dean and the others gradually heard louder noises, indicating a significant difference between their previous position and their current one. Despite the changes, they decided to continue forward. Zhang Tao and Wang Lei, who were taken away from an exam room, made a successful choice. Finally, Zhang Tao couldn't help but say, "I wonder how Shen Feng and the others are doing. Wu Fan seems to have lost control, and it's going to be difficult to deal with." "Don't worry, the vice dean and the other teachers have gone over. There shouldn't be any major issues, and even without them, Shen Feng's abilities are more than enough." Wang Lei, who had experienced many things, believed that his understanding of Shen Feng surpassed that of others. At this moment, both he and Zhang Tao discussed Shen Feng with a sense of superiority. Due to his injury, Zhang Tao was no longer as concerned about minor details as before. Both of them had their own worries but were equally concerned about Shen Feng's situation as they followed the people from the academy back to the school. During his retreat, Shen Feng suddenly heard some noises. To avoid encountering other wild beasts, he stopped and carefully listened to the approaching sounds to determine their origin. He intermittently heard people talking and the sound of fast footsteps approaching. Shen Feng was certain that someone was coming. He glanced back in the direction where the spider had been and decided to hide in the nearby thicket. Not sure who the approaching person was, he could only hide there, holding his breath and observing the situation. The vice dean led the team to the open space where Shen Feng had been before. At this point, the team leader said to the others, "In the depths of this dark forest, there are many animals, especially at the beginning, where you might encounter a 3-meter-high spider. The deeper you go into the dark forest, the more strange creatures you will encounter. However, if our students come here and encounter those creatures, it could be a matter of life and death. The vice dean was one of the few who had a relatively good understanding of this place, while others had varying levels of experience, with some having only heard about it. As they prepared to move forward, the spider had already noticed their presence. Shinfeng shifted his gaze in the direction where the spider was located, and it was certain that the upcoming battle was inevitable. The vice dean saw the student's clothes hanging on the spider's legs, which made him even more worried. The most worrying thing has happened. They really came here, and there is even a battle. At this moment, Lu Lin said, "The clothes I see look like Yufei's." After this point, everyone fell silent, and the tension of dealing with the situation followed. The spider was naturally in a state of rage, and upon seeing movement, it began to attack. The vice dean and several other teachers quickly dispersed, taking different positions to strike the spider from different angles. Shinfeng hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not go out. The current teachers are handling it quite easily. If I go out now, it will inevitably make them suspect my identity and abilities. After some thought, Shinfeng stayed in his original place. Gradually, the vice dean and others shifted from wanting to drive the spider away to preparing to eliminate it. Shinfeng slowly retreated until he was no longer there, using his likeness technique to move further away. However, a sudden explosion made Shinfeng stop in his tracks. He finally grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it on his face and body. Then, he used the likeness technique to head towards the spider's original location. I thought the vice dean and the others were capable enough, and the spider was no match for them, but now it seems a bit different. There was still some worry that the teachers might not be able to deal with the spider and could be affected instead. Compared to his own strength being discovered, Shinfeng was more willing to save other people's lives. As he ran quickly towards them, he found the spider lying on the ground, lifeless, while the teachers were searching the area. Lu Lin was the first to spot Shinfeng. "Ah, Shinfeng, you're here." He was very excited. Although Shinfeng looked quite disheveled, he could still see it. Shinfeng noticed that none of the teachers were affected, and the spider had been dealt with, which put his mind at ease. He also said, "The teachers are amazing. They actually worked together to deal with this spider." After seeing Shinfeng, the vice dean came over to check on his condition. "Luckily, you're not injured, just a bit disheveled. Have you seen any other students? We saw a few of you from the drone." When asked this question, Shinfeng briefly mentioned what happened with Yufei and Wu Fan. Then he pointed at the spider. It was this one. When everyone heard that Yufei and Wu Fan had died, they also showed disbelief, but they could see the students' clothes hanging on the spider's legs. The bloodstains on the ground were enough evidence of the fierce battle that had taken place. Although they had heard about the situation, it was still necessary to investigate further, as 2 students from the academy had been killed. "Shinfeng, we will need to ask you for more details about this matter later. Think carefully about the situation at that time. We will come to inquire when we return, and not just one group of people." Lu Lin kindly informed Shinfeng of some precautions because he knew there would be many troubles ahead. The remaining teachers were conducting on-site investigations, and professionals would come to assess the situation. Lu Lin took Shinfeng back, leaving a few people behind, while the vice dean had to deal with the current situation properly and could not leave immediately. On the way back, Lu Lin kept observing Shinfeng, and in the end, he couldn't help but say something to Shinfeng. "Know that the incident involving those 2 students has already occurred. Their parents may also find you, so just tell them the actual situation when the time comes." Shinfeng now also has some doubts. Even if I tell the truth, will they believe me? I feel like there is indeed some trouble now. They have to believe it. The on-site investigation will reveal the truth, and all evidence can be found to be indicative. With this point confirmed, Shinfeng stopped saying more. This time, their competition was terminated due to unexpected circumstances. There was no longer a distinction between winning and losing, and whether the identity cards obtained earlier would be useful in the end was another matter. After returning to school with Lu Lin, Shinfeng stopped outside the dormitory. "Teacher Lu, first of all, thank you, but you really don't need to accompany me back to the dormitory." Lu Lin immediately understood and said, "Okay, take a short rest, then contact other classmates. It can help relieve the tension." Although Shinfeng did not express his current feelings, Lu Lin felt that Shinfeng should be nervous and anxious now. After Lu Lin left, Shinfeng turned around and prepared to return to the dormitory. Thinking that Yufei was already dead, he stopped and for the first time recalled Zhang Tao mentioning where he lived, deciding to go see it now. Fortunately, the teachers at the scene believed what Shinfeng said, thinking that the spider's target was on Wu Fan, giving themselves more chances to leave without being suspected of their strength. Wang Lei and Zhang Tao were together, and when they saw Shinfeng arrive, both of them were very surprised. "Boss!" Zhang Tao, who may have already bandaged his leg, was about to get out of bed and come over. Wang Lei had already come to Shinfeng's side and after a brief inspection, found that there seemed to be no problem. What happened exactly? You know, we were really worried about you, Wang Lei said. Shinfeng found a place to sit down and said to the two in front of him, the vice dean took the teachers over, said they saw you, and then arranged for you to go back before coming to find us. Wang Lei nodded quickly. That's the situation. We didn't want to leave, but the college has already sent people over, so we can't stay there. At this point, Shinfeng looked at the injured Zhang Tao, who immediately said, my injuries are minor, not life-threatening, so I wanted to stay there and see how you were doing. Both of them were very curious and couldn't help but ask about Yu Fei and Wu Fan's situation. Wu Fan already seems a bit off. I don't know what's going on this time, Wang Lei said. Shinfeng then explained to them the situation Yu Fei and Wu Fan had encountered. Otherwise, why do you think all the matches were stopped? When Shinfeng finished speaking, Zhang Tao and Wang Lei sat there with wide eyes, not saying a word. Although Wang Lei also harbored a lot of resentment towards Yu Fei and Wu Fan, he did not expect things to escalate to this extent. Zhang Tao immediately asked, how will this matter be resolved? Did the vice dean say anything? Shinfeng shook his head. They didn't say how it will be resolved. Of course, there will be an investigation. I can't stand it. I will be called in for questioning. And the impact of this incident is quite negative. I believe everyone will be very concerned, and the heat will continue. I thought Yu Fei and Wu Fan were very powerful, especially after their training this time. Their abilities have surpassed the past. I never expected it to turn out like this. Zhang Tao also couldn't help but sigh, even looking at his injured arm and leg, feeling like he had a second chance at life. Dark forest. The forest over there is indeed a dangerous area. If your strength doesn't allow it, it's better not to go there. Although he said a lot here, Shinfeng still didn't feel like he had rested at all. He was hesitating about where to stay next, as he was not planning to return to his original dormitory. Even before completely leaving Zhang Tao's place, he was already blocked by more people at the door. Zhang Tao angrily shouted at those who came over, you guys are so rude, don't you know this is where I live? Why are you all gathered here? What's the matter? Those people ignored the owner of the room and shifted all the topics to Shinfeng. Shinfeng, tell us, what was the situation like at that time? How were you able to escape unscathed? What role did you play here? Why did you hurt those two people? With more and more people, the theories being discussed became more and more absurd. Shinfeng decided to temporarily leave this place because he felt that his presence was indeed causing more trouble and unnecessary influence on Zhang Tao. Even though Zhang Tao tried hard to persuade him to stay, he still refused. Who do you people represent? List out your respective viewpoints and find a representative figure. I believe you all must have different thoughts, so find a representative for your common thoughts. Shinfeng was ready to debate with their representative. Among the crowd, one person immediately said, stop with this act, don't you feel any guilt in your heart? Yu Fei is General Yu's son, you will face punishment next. Shinfeng showed a disdainful smile, it's clearly me who will be punished, why are you all so worked up? Is it because you can't bear it or you haven't seen it before? After pretending to think for a moment, he said, it must be that you haven't seen it or haven't used such power, so you crave for others to use this power, as if you are also using it. Zhang Tao picked up a weapon and stood in front of the group of people, gesturing with the weapon in his hand. Which one of you thinks you can beat me? Even if you can beat me, can you defeat Shinfeng? Daring to be so arrogant, it's just because you rely on Shinfeng and my kindness. We won't easily fight you, but human patience also has its limits. As he spoke, he approached, trying to provoke one of the leaders among them. However, the people gathered at the door kept retreating, cursing Shinfeng verbally but no longer having any words to prove their abilities. The people outside left, and Wang Lei poured Shinfeng a cup of tea. It seems that such people will come in waves at least a few times. We need to be mentally prepared. Shinfeng also said, I know the situation, but it's something that needs to be dealt with. There's nothing more to say. I'll leave here for now, otherwise more people will come, causing more trouble. When I return to my own territory, not being tough won't have any impact. Once the decision was made, no one could stop Shinfeng from leaving Zhang Tong's place like this. After a major incident, the college is responsible for cooperating with the relevant investigation department for the investigation. This matter will not end in a short time, so people's lives have not been completely affected, and they are still in an orderly state. Shinfeng went to a temporary residence, opened his computer, and was preparing to brainstorm for a new article. Since participating in this competition, the issue of updating the article has been neglected. Now that things have returned to normal, updating the novel is necessary. The number of people in the comments section has gradually decreased due to the lack of updates and more criticism and sarcasm. I never expected that this once-in-a-decade contracted author would leave the story unfinished. I've always said that without the author's old works, quality cannot be guaranteed, and updates cannot be guaranteed. The accidents in the dark forest have become a thing of the past. At least in daily life, people going to school and other issues have not been affected. Only some key figures can feel that things are a bit different. Shin Feng is now facing the current situation. General Yu is standing in front of Shin Feng with a domineering look. If there weren't a few other teachers from the academy beside him, he might have come over to confront Shin Feng. After several rounds of questioning, Shin Feng has become calmer, able to repeat exactly what he said before. Finally, the Vice Dean spoke first. General Yu, we have provided you with the opportunity to question Shin Feng, but you should know that our on-site investigation results have already been shared with you. This was a reminder to General Yu that he had no reason or qualification to do anything to Shin Feng. At this moment, Shin Feng cooperated with him, willing to answer some questions. Under the arrangement of the Vice Dean, they found a relatively quiet place. General Yu said directly, I want to hear about the situation at that time from you. Shin Feng continued to speak as usual, thinking there would be no special problems. However, the other party showed a disbelief. Why do you think he was targeting you? He was already after my life. Isn't that considered targeting? Do I have to die in your opinion before I can speak? My son is dead, and you are here acting indifferent. Do you have any conscience at all? I do have a conscience, but he was targeting someone, and with your attitude, it's clear that person is unnecessary. General, you seem to see Shin Feng as uncooperative. Even the teachers present had noticed the tension between Shin Feng and the other party. It seemed that Shin Feng was angry, but usually, liars tend to show such behavior, even though Shin Feng had not lied entirely. Although Shin Feng intentionally caused harm to the spider and those two individuals, General Yu could not get any useful information from Shin Feng and decided to ask others. But it was because of his desire to inquire that he heard comments he had not heard before. Shin Feng was the top student in the school, always coming first in all competitions. Yufei has always been overshadowed by Shin Feng, and everyone in the school knows Yufei's jealousy and dislike towards Shin Feng. Exactly, saying that Yufei wants to eliminate Shin Feng is a very normal situation. This is everyone's basic consensus. Such comments from classmates initially made General Yu difficult to accept, and he even came up with another interpretation. It is precisely because Yufei still has this attitude towards Shin Feng that led Shin Feng to deal with the assassin. After all, his abilities are superior to Yufei's. General Yu expressed his thoughts in front of the queen with such an attitude. Please give justice. Shin Feng must be harboring evil intentions. Su Yan also understood what had happened at the Imperial Academy, but now General Yu had come forward and placed all the blame on Shin Feng. This made him hesitate on how to handle and resolve the situation better. So General Yu believes that the difficulties encountered by Yufei and Wu Fan are all because of Shin Feng, and it is Shin Feng who. Yes, who else could it be? I strongly suggest expelling Shin Feng and making him pay a higher price. Tell me, I am more interested in knowing if there is any direct evidence proving Shin Feng's wrongdoing, but in fact, I heard that there are many pieces of evidence against Shin Feng in the case involving Wu Fan and Yufei. Naturally, Yufei could not list anything, but he was still very agitated at this moment. Are there obstacles to further investigating him? Su Yan said after listening, the investigation into him has already been conducted, and it can be confirmed that he has no issues. If you continue to baselessly accuse another person without any evidence or leverage, that is not allowed. Su Yan stood firm on this matter, while General Yu was left with a splitting headache. Unexpected. With just these words, he left the place where Queen Su Yan was. However, he was not aware that after he left, further investigations followed. If you are confident in letting me investigate Shin Feng, then I will investigate both sides to see who is hiding something, Su Yan said. General Yu's mindset became even more unsettled after leaving the palace where Queen Su Yan resided. I didn't expect the queen to stand on Shin Feng's side. I don't know what happened, but I still have some ways to resolve it. He went to the academy, found Long Lao, and said, we have known each other for many years. In this matter, I sincerely hope for a more detailed investigation. Long Lao said at this time, this is indeed a very important matter. The investigation into this matter will not suddenly improve just because you mention it. It has been ongoing all along. Your progress is too slow. I demand that Shin Feng leave now, and the investigation into him must continue. We just can't let everyone have the misconception that he has no issues. Long Lao frowned after hearing this and thought carefully before speaking to General Yu. All the evidence is conclusive now. Even if you refuse to admit it, there is no way around it. No matter where you go, there will be no special treatment. Long Lao did not give any face, which made General Yu start to wonder why Shin Feng had so much power, causing everyone to have already investigated and come to countless conclusions. After leaving Long Lao, General Yu decided to study the matter more thoroughly on his own. Long Lao had someone call Shin Feng to come and have a discussion. Shin Feng knew that many people had been busy recently because of Yu Fei's affairs. However, it was only Yu Fei's affairs that attracted so much attention, while Wu Fan seemed relatively neglected. It can be seen that no matter what the situation, people will still be divided into different categories. After Shin Feng left for Long Lao's place, Zhang Tao and Wang Lei began to discuss. Zhang Tao asked Wang Lei, "Do you know why even though General Yu was such a high-ranking official, he couldn't influence Shin Feng?" "Why?" Wang Lei asked. "Because of value, because of every step Shin Feng has taken in the past." When Shin Feng stood in front of Long Lao, he immediately cut to the chase and asked, "Long Lao, are you also going to ask about Yu Fei's matters like the others?" Asking this question made Long Lao a little surprised, but it was because of this that he hesitated seriously and nodded. Seeing the other party behave like this, Shin Feng had no intention of speaking, as everyone had been asking the same question for some time, and even he was getting tired of giving the same answer. "Do you not believe the answers I gave to others before, so you called me over to ask again?" Shin Feng asked. Long Lao immediately explained, "Absolutely not, isn't it better to hear it from the person themselves rather than from others? It's all the same anyway. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Long Lao coughed and said, "You should know that every person's advice in the academy has a great influence on you. I can't believe Long Lao is still trying to threaten me at a time like this." Shin Feng looked at him. "You don't know my personal level. In fact, I'm nothing in front of those two. Does a novelist have to have combat power? Wu Fan and Yu Fei have already reached a certain level of ability. The other students are watching. Furthermore, many people are aware of Wu Fan's situation with the black aura all over his body, his violent temper, and his arrogant attitude." As Shin Feng spoke, Long Lao also felt that it was true. After all, the facts had already been sorted out based on the information provided by others. In front of them, my abilities are nothing. I belong to the weak and helpless type. Don't overestimate me. After Shin Feng's explanation, Long Lao also realized that in terms of combat power, Shin Feng might not necessarily be a match for those people. It would be difficult for the two of them to deal with it if they really had to, so the focus should be on the spider. What they are most concerned about now is whether you know where the pillar is, so they are trying to lure you there, Long Lao asked. Shin Feng looked very helpless. If I knew where the spider was, wouldn't going there be walking into death? Yu Fei and Wu Fan couldn't escape the spider's power, so could I? This counter-question indeed left Long Lao unable to say anything further, and he even realized that some of his previous words might have offended the author. If that was the case, it would be bad if Shin Feng refused to tell him about the new arrangements. Long Lao quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "It's definitely not suspicion but concern. If you put it that way, I also know how to explain it to others." And so Shin Feng left the place where Long Lao was. He then met the vice dean, who had come over on his own this time, accompanied by a little tiger. When the vice dean saw Shin Feng, he rushed over and rubbed against him. "It looks like it really belongs to you," the vice dean said. Shin Feng was even more surprised. Why did this little tiger appear again, and in such a manner? Sensing Shin Feng's confusion, the vice dean explained, "When we were preparing to leave the dark forest, he followed us. At first, we thought of it as a friendly animal, but later we heard that it was following you, so we decided to find you to see the situation. And now, seeing it, it's true." The vice dean was even more interested. This situation is really rare. You know, whether it's an animal or a human, and it only follows one person, this is something I've only heard in stories. Shin Feng explained, "I was with Wang Lei at first, maybe because I was the first one to feed him, so he chose me. It was necessary to bring other classmates along to let people know that what Shin Feng was doing could definitely find the source and witnesses." The vice dean looked at Shin Feng with a strange look and just reminded him to take good care of it before leaving. Looking at the back of the vice dean as he left, Shin Feng shook his head, feeling that there didn't seem to be any particularly big problem. Since the little tiger had followed along, he decided to take good care of it. After bringing the tiger to where Zhang Tao and Wang Lei were, he said, "Do you have any food here? Bring it out to share with the tiger." As it was still a cub and didn't take up much space, Wang Lei was already used to it and started to find some dried meat. When Shin Feng had a little time, he decided to update the new chapter. The useless Shin Feng participated in the trial competition, but encountered setbacks from two fellow disciples. What no one expected was that the fellow disciples were dealt with by a stronger force. However, Shin Feng also faced a low point in this process, as the sect leader began to suspect his involvement and initiated a new round of investigation. While the protagonist in the book was at a low point, Shin Feng was actually about to climb out of the valley. Some people couldn't help but think of Shin Feng's situation when they read the content. However, they automatically assumed Shin Feng's innocent perspective. Based on the reputation of Yu Fei and Wu Fan at the Jingshi Hall, the final result is probably similar to the novel. But what is the force in the novel? Will Shinfeng encounter it in reality? After all, it's a novel, and the ending is still good. But in reality, Shinfeng is facing difficulties because he appears weak, pitiful, and helpless under the scrutiny from various sides. Now we need to consider why the author has only updated this chapter. It's been so long since the last update. What about the promised additional updates? Shinfeng temporarily ignored the comments about additional updates and decided to review the content of the practice in the Book of the Wordless Scripture. He only rested when he was tired. It seems that the foundation is not enough, and trying to learn more will be difficult. I need to proceed with caution in the future. Shinfeng realized that the trouble he was facing now was impatience. By the time these matters were resolved, it was already quite dark. Wang Lei had been exhausted during this time. Besides helping take care of Zhang Tao, he also voluntarily brought some food for Shinfeng's pet. Shinfeng, who had intended to rest, was awakened by a knock on the door. Wang Lei's voice came from outside the door. Shinfeng, are you there? I came to feed Xiaobu, knowing that you've been busy lately. I even brought some for you. Such care and attention were good for Shinfeng, but he still found it somewhat troublesome. Upon opening the door, Shinfeng saw Wang Lei carrying a lot of things. While the other person was feeding the little tiger, Shinfeng asked the Heavenly Dao system, I have already updated. What about the reward? The system didn't disappoint Shinfeng. Rewarding a glance at the spirit spring, please see the details. Shinfeng checked the situation of the spirit spring. Originally leaning against the door, he suddenly stood up straight, ready to pay attention. It was because the effect of the spirit spring far exceeded his previous imagination. After noticing Shinfeng's change, Wang Lei felt a bit strange. Do you need me to do something? Shinfeng waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry about me. Focus on your tasks first. I need to handle something. Finding a seat, Shinfeng sat down to carefully examine the information about the spirit spring. It turned out that the spirit spring was rich in spiritual energy. Drinking it daily could cleanse the body of impurities and absorb its inherent spiritual energy. If that's the case, compared to daily life, my cultivation speed will be much faster. It's really a good show. Shinfeng couldn't help but sigh, but as he continued reading, he discovered that this reward also had certain problems. The quantity of spring water is limited, and it is proportional to the ability of the owner. Upon seeing this part, Shinfeng quickly opened the spiritual spring, only to find that the quantity was pitifully small, probably only equivalent to the amount in a mineral water bottle. He couldn't help but complain, this little amount is still called a spring? Is there a misunderstanding about spring water? Even a small amount of spring water shouldn't fit in just one mineral water bottle. Nevertheless, Shinfeng accepted the situation because he knew that having such a thing was better than his usual practice of studying ancient texts. Another advantage was that the water would replenish to its original quantity the next day after being used. Thinking about this, Shinfeng felt much better. The arrow also had more information about this spring water. If the body is injured, it can accelerate wound healing, and that plant is called the heaven-defying grass. Heaven-defying grass? Shinfeng was still puzzled, wondering why it was a buy one, get one free deal. Indeed, next to the spring, there was a plant that was not eye-catching at first, but the scarcity of the spring water made Shinfeng pay attention to the surroundings, finally understanding the plant called heaven-defying grass. The heaven-defying grass also had the effect of repairing injuries, even better than the spring water, but the problem was that there was only one plant. Shinfeng didn't mind and happily collected the grass. Having such a thing is already good, this reward is simply amazing. After collecting all these items, Shinfeng finally came to his senses and prepared to deal with everything in real life. After all, Wang Lei was still in the residence at this time. When he looked at Wang Lei, he saw Wang Lei had finished tidying up the little tiger and came to Shinfeng. Your new residence is not bad. Are you planning to go back again? Wang Lei asked. Shinfeng nodded in response, of course. What about you? With a new place, would you still consider the old one? In theory, the investigation is still ongoing. Have they come to see you again recently? Even I have been busy these days. It should be the same, but as long as we tell the truth, we don't need to worry about anything else, Shinfeng replied. Wang Lei agreed wholeheartedly, nodding continuously. He quickly remembered, I suddenly remembered that there are some things I haven't done yet. I'll come to see you another day. After seeing him off, Shinfeng finally had some time alone. He turned on the computer and used some of his previous free time to write outlines. The recent events provided enough material for him to use. Since these events were quite familiar to the public, Shinfeng also made some adjustments to avoid revealing the truth or the real author. Maintaining a bit of mystery was necessary, especially for the type of novels he wrote. After all, in his previous world, some people were invited by the police for tea because they wrote too realistically. Although what he wrote wouldn't lead to being invited by the police for tea, it might lead to unnecessary trouble if more people speculated about the author's identity. Continuing with the system's rewards, Shinfeng was in a good mood and decided to add some new content in this update. Shinfeng obtained a long-lost martial arts manual in the trial area, which not only detailed the martial arts techniques but also included some other precautions. It is called the Wing Chun Fist. Shinfeng wrote down the details of this martial art, allowing the protagonist in the novel to undergo a trial as well. After Shinfeng obtained the Wing Chun martial arts, he walked out from where he acquired the martial arts manual and soon encountered a wild beast. He used his newly learned Wing Chun to drive away the wild beast. At this point, Shinfeng stopped writing. This was intentional on his part, as he wanted to create suspense after mastering a new martial art and receiving validation. In this novel, there must also be antagonists present. Even though the protagonist has acquired new martial arts, ultimately, there will still be a need to confront the antagonists to showcase their strength. The author is really slacking off. The competition has already ended, and there's only a new chapter, still short and small. I remember the author saying they would update more, but it seems unlikely now. Did everyone notice? It talks about Wing Chun here. I tried it briefly, and it really has significant power. With the increase in likes, more people became aware of Wing Chun's existence and were also prepared to try it. The comments section also began to change. Although this chapter is short, the content is intriguing, and this Wing Chun is indeed very useful. Looking forward to the author updating more. I'm not interested in these martial arts, I just want to know how the antagonist's storyline is progressing. If the author doesn't update soon, I might have to send razor blades. To send razor blades, you need an address. We can tell the author that if they don't update soon, everyone might find their address and go directly to their doorstep to demand updates. Shinfeng noticed everyone's comments, but he was already accustomed to it. Usually, when people demanded updates, it would be like this. It's not that he didn't care if someone found his address, even if they showed up at his doorstep, he wasn't afraid. He focused on some questions about the martial arts. Before closing the page, he detailedly replied to some inquiries about Wing Chun. His response was also noticed by readers, to the point where they started saying, "Oh my," whenever Wing Chun is discussed. The author responds. When readers realized that asking about Wing Chun related matters would get a response from Shinfeng, the comments section was flooded with Wing Chun related discussions. It's just one martial art, and there are only a few variations to discuss, so Shinfeng naturally couldn't respond to every single one. Just as he finished, there was a knock on the door. Shinfeng furrowed his brows slightly. Not everyone knew about his new residence, so he couldn't be sure who was knocking at this time. Upon reaching the door, he saw the person outside through the peephole. It turned out to be Master Long. After opening the door, Shinfeng didn't invite the other person in but asked, "Master Long, what brings you here?" Not being invited made Master Long lose a bit of face, considering he was one of the top martial arts experts in the state, with many people showing him respect. However, this young man in front of him behaved differently from others. Although he showed respect for his elders, it didn't reach the level Master Long expected, and the two were somewhat on equal footing. Master Long knew his purpose for coming, but he still said, "Shouldn't you invite guests in to sit down?" Initially, Shinfeng wanted to say something, but in the end, he stepped aside and let the elder in. "Elder, don't think too much about it. There have been many recent events, and I just want some peace and quiet. If it's about Yufei, then let's not discuss it further." Master Long quickly said, "Shinfeng, of course, it's not about that matter." With that said, Master Long paused for a moment. Sitting across from Shinfeng, under his inquiring gaze, he said, "After much thought, I actually came to ask you about the future plot of the novel. You also know the current situation. Your novel is really captivating, especially after adding Wing Chun. I really want to know how Wing Chun is applied." Shinfeng looked at the person in front of him with an incredulous look. He couldn't believe that Long Lao would come to him just for the novel. After failing to understand this point, he directly asked, "Why do you have this question? Your personal abilities are already very strong, and besides, there are battle scenes involving Wing Chun in the novel." Long Lao immediately became excited. "The battle scene you mentioned is with a beast. How can it be the same as fighting a person? We need to understand its confrontation with humans." After listening, Shinfeng explained, "If that's the case, you can practice Wing Chun and then spar with someone when the time comes." Faced with Shinfeng's rejection, Long Lao was obviously not very useful. So he said to Shinfeng, "Look at me now, I have helped you a lot. Can't you do this little thing for me?" After hearing this, Shinfeng felt a bit annoyed, especially being pestered about the plot was not very comfortable. When it came to favors, Shinfeng couldn't say much. The person in front of him mentioned past favors, even though they were not requested. It was still help, so he had to give face. Given the situation, he could only reluctantly say to the person in front of him, "Long Lao, I really didn't expect this. Rest assured, I will update more in the future." Shinfeng didn't specify how much more, but Long Lao, upon hearing that Shinfeng would update, didn't push further. He was happy, showed a satisfied smile, and stood up from his seat. Clearly, just hearing Shinfeng's words made him content, and he didn't indicate a desire to stay longer. As he was about to leave, he warned Shinfeng, "Be careful, General Yu has his eyes on you regarding the matter of Yu Fei." "I am aware of that." He is determined to find a way to resolve his doubts. Long Lao shook his head and said, "It's not as simple as you think. He has already linked this matter to you, and his investigation is not just a simple inquiry." After Long Lao's reminder, Shinfeng realized that many people were very concerned about this matter. He understood the situation and knew the consequences of a real confrontation between himself and General Yu. Considering this, Shinfeng thanked Long Lao. "Thank you for thinking about this matter." With that, Long Lao left Shinfeng's place. Shinfeng also prepared to go out for a walk, as his little pet still needed some time outside. Since the place he was in was relatively secluded, not many people came there, so he let the little tiger out. When they arrived at a more spacious area, the little tiger was naturally very happy. While Shinfeng was enjoying the moment, a few people approached, and he recognized the leader as Li Dongdong. It seemed that someone from the royal family had come, but he wasn't sure of the specifics. Shinfeng turned around, and Li Dongdong came up to him formally. "The queen requests your presence," Li Dongdong said. Since Shinfeng revealed the royal list, his status with the queen had risen. Li Dongdong, as a minister, understood this, and now he was more polite when facing Shinfeng. However, due to the current situation involving Shinfeng, he began to doubt how long Shinfeng could hold on. To the extent that his politeness was somewhat restrained, after telling Shinfeng these things, Shinfeng finally said, "Okay, let's move on." Li Dongdong did not leave, he stayed there waiting for Shinfeng. He was not planning to let Shinfeng go alone, but to go together with him. When Shinfeng discovered this situation, he didn't say much, just made some preparations and followed along. As the Empress, when she saw Shinfeng for the second time, she was no longer in her previous state. She looked much healthier and smiled at Shinfeng. At least at this moment, Shinfeng didn't feel like she was standing against him. "Regarding the matter of Yu Fei, General Yu will still investigate. Of course, I will respect his thoughts, and the proper procedures must be followed. But I am more interested in hearing your opinion." When the Empress suddenly asked this question, Shinfeng also found it unbelievable. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I believe the Empress is fair and will treat every citizen fairly." Su Yan smiled happily after hearing this. "You know how to speak." Shinfeng just smiled and said nothing. He wanted to know Su Yan's true intention for calling him over this time. In the matter of Yu Fei, Shinfeng considered himself passive, and Su Yan as the Empress did not need to listen to an ordinary citizen for the final decision. So when Su Yan asked the question, Shinfeng already realized that her main intention was not about this. He just needed to continue waiting to see what she would say. Sure enough, at that moment, Su Yan said, "Then let's not discuss the matter of Yu Fei, but talk about the recent popular trends." Shinfeng looked at the person in front of him with great confusion, expressing his lack of understanding of what she was talking about. Su Yan further explained, "You know, everyone is now thinking about practicing some spiritual power. Traditional martial arts no longer seem to have a significant advantage." Upon hearing this, Shinfeng nodded in understanding. "So it's for this reason. Everyone is indeed studying traditional martial arts seriously, and spiritual power seems to be something that has been passed down. It seems to lack authenticity. How could this be?" Su Yan said, "But some people can already absorb spiritual power, which shows that this thing does exist." After hearing this, Shinfeng became even more puzzled. Why did Su Yan specifically want to discuss spiritual power with him? Did she know about the author of the novel and the practice of spiritual power? On this point, Shinfeng was only suspicious and could not be sure. He did not want to reveal his current situation to the person in front of him. Su Yan asked again, "I always feel that Shinfeng, you are different from others. Since the last time you diagnosed and treated my illness, I have had this idea. So I want to know if you have practiced and absorbed spiritual power, and how much you know about spiritual power." Su Yan finally stated her actual purpose, and after understanding his meaning, Shinfeng knew how to respond. He simply smiled and said, "This thing is still a bit far-fetched for me. I have never been able to absorb spiritual power, and I even find it somewhat unreal." After stating his position, Shinfeng became more determined and wanted to see how the person in front of him would react. Naturally, Su Yan did not get what she wanted, so she quickly changed the subject, almost, in fact, The people of the state are mostly in this state. But as a king of a country, I also hope that everyone can make some progress. I thought you were going to be more powerful, so I wanted to see how you were progressing. If possible, it would be good to lead everyone in progress together. Shinfeng could only continue to wave his hand. I really don't even excel in martial arts, let alone matters of spiritual power. The two stopped there, not discussing any further topics, and Shinfeng left the palace because of this. Along the way, he was pondering the nature of Su Yan's inquiry about spiritual power. It seems I have to accelerate my cultivation, otherwise it might be a bit troublesome. Shinfeng never felt that he shouldn't write about spiritual power-related things, realizing that in this world, spiritual power would inevitably exist sooner or later. Instead of being the one in the spotlight, it would be better to cultivate more people to practice, than hide oneself in the background to avoid being targeted. This was Shinfeng's idea, and it would not change. After Shinfeng returned, Su Yan's smile changed, her expression turning grim. She asked Li Dongdong beside her, "Do you think Shinfeng is pretending?" Li Dongdong had no choice but to respond, "I can't tell either. He may not have much ability, but he is different from other students." Despite everyone's speculations, they couldn't reach any effective conclusions. Li Dongdong believed unanimously that Shinfeng might really not have learned spiritual power, or else he would have shown it. Su Yan did not agree with this view, as there were people around her who absorbed spiritual power but did not announce it to everyone. Back at his residence, Shinfeng immediately opened the Book of Unknown Words to practice. In this world, ability was paramount. When others doubted him, he had to practice until no one could match him. At such times, he also had to support other forces, so that when those people practiced things related to spiritual power, they would attract more attention, diverting it away from himself. Shinfeng thought about this and executed it seriously. He practiced until it was dark and he felt a bit tired before stopping. However, he suddenly realized another situation. Oops, no more updates. Shinfeng was considering updating the content. The outline had a general direction, but the filling of certain details needed to be considered on the spot. He decided to release some content on practicing spiritual power, so that others could not only absorb it but also use it for something. The content of the article mainly focused on the use of spiritual power, how to make it work in the body after absorbing it. Ultimately, the power that was set in motion would have an impact on the outside world, reaching a combat-ready state. This was just the initial change. After the combat state was achieved, adjustments could be made, and more changes could be brought about using spiritual power. However, this was just a vision. As the author, Shinfeng did not directly state the actual operational situation and the achieved effects in the book. It was enough to leave readers with this expectation. After the article was updated, Long Lao called immediately, "Shinfeng, well done. I really thank you. When you mentioned updating, I thought it was just about using Wing Chun to fight, but I gained a lot." Shinfeng smiled and said, "It's good that you feel you gained something. However, all of this is my expectations and imagination. Who can turn these things into reality is another matter. I know that in this world, there are always some people who use their brains, while others can put their ideas into action." Long Lao agreed repeatedly on the phone, and they happily ended the call. Just as Shinfeng was about to close the computer page, the increasing comments in the comments section made him unable to resist taking a look. Has everyone stopped discussing the death of Yufei that happened some time ago? Who is it that's discussing these unrelated things while I'm reading a novel? Report him immediately. Let's not comment on this matter in someone else's novel. How come it's popping up everywhere? Shinfeng closed the interface, knowing that the issue of Yufei was not only appearing here but in various places where discussions could take place. It was orchestrated. Shinfeng now knew that someone was fueling the fire behind the scenes, causing the past events to once again become the topic of discussion. He was not prepared to let this continue, as public opinion could turn something that was initially not a problem into a problem. After considering this, Shinfeng immediately sought out the vice dean. The vice dean had been busy with related matters recently and upon seeing Shinfeng, said, "Shinfeng, I was just thinking of finding you." He placed some letters he had recently collected in front of Shinfeng. "I'm sure you are aware of the contents here. This matter needs to be handled properly. Leave this matter to me, vice dean. I must bring this issue to a close." Shinfeng was so serious, but he needed the help of the person in front of him. After hearing what Shinfeng said, the vice dean asked, "What are your plans?" He understood that Shinfeng coming to him probably meant he needed to do something. He was willing to restore peace within the academy, and if there was a way to resolve it, he would certainly cooperate. Since the other party wants to use public opinion to create a sensation, I will also use public opinion to prevent them from discussing it further. However, this situation requires the vice dean to step in, to make it more official, and people are more willing to believe what comes from someone fair and just. The vice dean chuckled after hearing this. It seems you want me to step in. That's not a problem. Once you've done the preliminary work, I will cooperate. After detailing the steps and content with the vice dean, Shinfeng left his office. Just as he reached the ground floor, he was stopped by a short, thin man, who appeared to be a student from their capital academy. You must be Shinfeng. Shinfeng raised an eyebrow. Yes, I am. My name is Wu Suowei, and I came specifically to find you. Shinfeng looked at him, scrutinizing him. Wu Suowei noticed this but, true to his name, didn't care about Shinfeng's reaction and continued to explain his purpose for coming. Everyone is discussing that you are related to Yufei's death, and I also think so. That's why I'm here to hold you accountable. Shinfeng chuckled. It's really strange. If everyone is discussing that you're sick, do you really think you're sick? Obviously, this remark made the other person uncomfortable. Wu Suowei charged forward. I can't reason with someone like you, so let's settle this with fists. Keep in mind that I have already trained in Wing Chun to the 2nd level, so you better be prepared to die. You have quite the audacity, talking about death here. As he charged, Shinfeng simply pushed him aside with a finger. Your practice is just for show. If you want a real fight, find someone else to spar with. Wu Suowei, of course, did not expect Shinfeng to easily push him aside, but he was not giving up. I am a fan of Yufei, and I will definitely investigate you thoroughly. Shinfeng had already taken a few steps, but he stopped at this point. Then come at me, you can do it now. When the other party approached, Shinfeng began to use the Lingbo microstep, only dodging skills, no longer attacking. Even in this situation, Wu Suowei could not harm Shinfeng at all. Stop hiding, Wu Suowei said angrily. I don't have any special attack power myself, just a strong ability to dodge. Why not let me dodge? Are you waiting to be hit by you? If you knew a little about the skills I used during the entrance exam, you wouldn't consider what I did to Yufei. Shinfeng tried to divert the other's attention, but his words did have some effect. It was just a small effect, and he was too busy fighting to think about anything else. As Shinfeng continued to dodge, Wu Suowei made a sudden counterattack without stopping, crashing into a tree. He used too much force and knocked himself out, lying there. Shinfeng left from his current position, not kind enough to help such a person, knowing he would wake up in a while. As Shinfeng walked about 10 meters away, Wu Suowei really woke up, holding his head and watching Shinfeng leave. Could he really have no other abilities? It's possible. In the cafeteria, Shinfeng had just sat down and saw Suwei approaching. Suwei greeted him with a smile. It's been a while since I've seen you. It's like you haven't been eating in the cafeteria recently. Wang Lei brought me food, so I haven't been here recently, Shinfeng said. Suwei then realized what had happened. She teased the tiger next to her. So cute. I wish I could have a pet like that too. The little tiger seemed to dislike her, becoming very impatient and snarling when teased, then hiding to the side. Suwei knew she shouldn't tease the tiger anymore and shifted her attention to Shinfeng. Things don't seem very peaceful lately. If you need any help, just let me know, Suwei said seriously. Shinfeng replied, it's nothing, I believe justice will prevail. Some classmates around them started discussing, and whenever they saw Shinfeng, they couldn't help but talk. He may really have no combat power. He doesn't cause trouble and avoids it, so if he were really strong, he wouldn't need to do that. If he were really strong, he would have already dealt with Yufei and Wu Fan in school. But didn't he receive apologies from Wu Fan and Yufei before? Maybe he does have abilities. His abilities are all indirect. I don't think he could truly overpower others in terms of combat power. Gradually, everyone was influenced by these thoughts and found them somewhat reasonable. Shinfeng was unaware of all this, trying hard to show little presence and waiting to see the effects later. Suwei noticed that people around were looking at them, mainly discussing and watching Shinfeng. Annoyed, Suwei directly confronted those people in the distance. Eat your food properly, why are you staring? Keep staring and I'll poke your eyes out. Suwei's reprimand had an effect on the others in the cafeteria, and they stopped talking. Shinfeng, who had seen everything, finally said, thank you for standing up for justice and speaking up. Suwei thought Shinfeng cared a lot about the situation, so she looked at him seriously, only to realize he didn't seem particularly concerned about the embarrassment caused by the situation. Did you hear everything they said? Suwei asked. Of course, they deliberately wanted me to hear it. How could I not hear it? From the rumors Shinfeng knew, it seemed that it would not have any immediate impact on him, but over time there would be some trouble. I will handle this matter and not let them affect me. However, Suwei was still very worried. It's a pity that there is currently no particularly good way to stop them from talking. The matter of Yufei seems to be endless. Shinfeng did not speak again. He knew that it wouldn't take long to solve this problem. After all, he had already consulted the vice president. The final solution might really unfold as they had envisioned. Other situations need not be considered further. This time's competition ultimately did not yield results due to an unexpected incident. Everyone attributed this situation to be normal. After such a major event, discussing who ranked first or second would probably cause some displeasure. Yet, even though this matter had passed for so long, many people were still discussing it. Wang Lei said to Zhang Tao, "All the previous efforts were in vain. I even tore several pieces of clothing. Not only that, the scares and blows I received were quite something. Although there was no ranking, the college should still organize another competition, right?" Wang Lei and Shen Feng came out together, thinking that in certain rankings, he could also secure a position. After hearing his remarks, Zhang Tao shook his head and said, "Don't think about those things now, they are not particularly useful. If there were really rankings, both Shen Feng and I would be ahead of you. We are not in a hurry, why are you?" The college indeed did not hold any more competitions, but due to the previous competition, Shen Feng's name had already been firmly remembered by everyone. Whenever people gathered in the college to chat, the topic inevitably revolved around Shen Feng. This situation lasted for quite a long time. Faced with this situation, Shen Feng also began to prepare a deployment to shift the focus of these discussions elsewhere. General Yu was currently in front of the Empress. He had been here for some time, but had just met the Empress. "It's not easy to see you, Empress. Or are you really not planning to address the issue of General Yu Fei?" General Yu's attitude was extremely arrogant. Faced with General Yu's questioning, Su Yan was also a bit irritated, but she restrained herself from saying anything unpleasant. However, in the face of General Yu, Su Yan's attitude still carried some emotions. "General, speaking from the heart, there is no problem with the investigation of this matter. Even the investigation content, you yourself are clear about it, there is no favoritism or cheating, everything is normal. You have seen the scene yourself, do you still have any questions about the investigation results? Shen Feng is not the culprit. I know you can't accept it, and you are very distressed, but don't hurt another innocent person because of this." After Su Yan finished speaking, she looked at the person in front of her. The matter was clear, and this was also her attitude. When General Yu heard these words, all hope was shattered. "I thought I could get some support by coming to the Empress, but I didn't expect the final result to be like this. In that case, I have nothing more to say." General Yu stood up to leave, but Su Yan, seeing that the other party seemed to have not given up, couldn't help but say, "General, I really hope you will stop here. You have more important things to do and should not continue to insist on something that has already been concluded." Despite Su Yan's hopes, for General Yu in front of her, these words had no effect. But the Queen's face cannot be ignored. General Yu, although he doesn't hold the Queen in high regard, still needs to show some respect. General Yu, yes, I understand, I take my leave. General Yu no longer wants to stay here, there is no point in staying here, he has his own plans. Seeing General Yu leaving, Su Yan knew that her words had not been taken to heart. She didn't want General Yu to cause trouble for Shen Feng again. Considering the current situation, Su Yan also thought about how to restore peace. After leaving the palace, General Yu said to his followers, "The Queen has been bewitched by Shen Feng. Shen Feng just happened to cure her illness, and she really sees Shen Feng as a good person." The follower remained silent. General Yu was just expressing his thoughts, he didn't need a response. "Go find that Ma Yadong, isn't he a skilled assassin? Let him take care of Shen Feng for me." The follower obeyed, he would carry out the general's orders unconditionally. After receiving General Yu's orders, the follower started searching online for a person named Ma Yadong. This person had openly declared his strong abilities online, even mastering several new martial arts techniques. With such a person available, General Yu was happy to use him, it was just a matter of spending some money. For the issue he wanted to resolve, this amount of money was nothing. The follower quickly contacted the person named Ma Yadong. They hadn't met in person, they communicated through the internet, which made it convenient for arranging future tasks. However, when the person asked for a very high reward for the task, the follower informed General Yu instead of making a decision on his own. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems, the real problems are those that can't be solved with money. Tell him, money is not an issue, as long as he can take care of Shen Feng, whatever he asks for is fine, but don't ask for an exorbitant amount, I'm not a fool. With General Yu's words, the situation was easily resolved. For an assassin, all they sought was money, as long as the payment was right, everything was negotiable. However, to General Yu's surprise, this assassin not only wanted money but also proposed additional conditions. It was the first time he had heard of such conditions. But in order to deal with Shen Feng, General Yu did not refuse outright. "Tell me." General Yu responded, "What are the additional conditions?" General Yu decided to contact the person directly, rather than through the follower. Ma Yadong directly stated his additional conditions, namely that if he was seriously injured, the other party had to provide compensation and so on. There were other requests, which were trivial to General Yu and not worth negotiating. In just a few words, General Yu and Ma Yadong reached a cooperation agreement. Now, it was up to Ma Yadong. Recently, Shin Feng had been busy with something he had already discussed with the deputy dean. As long as all the preparations were in place, all the problems could be solved at once. He had just returned from Zhang Tao's place and had already noticed that someone seemed to be following him on the way back. Due to Zhang Tao's previous injury at the competition venue, his condition had not improved. Shin Feng often visited him recently. The road between Zhang Tao's residence and Shin Feng's new residence was not heavily trafficked. It was quiet and somewhat secluded. It was a good place to do things. When Ma Yadong found Shin Feng, he saw Shin Feng walking on a deserted road, the same road mentioned in the information he had received. I didn't expect it to be so accurate. I didn't even need to confirm repeatedly to find the person. It's really simple. Ma Yadong felt strange. The person he entrusted seemed to be capable of everything, not only having money but also information clues, so why hire him? The other party could easily do it themselves. Wouldn't that be simpler? However, he quickly stopped thinking about these things. The task had already been accepted. There was no need to consider these. What he should be thinking about now is how to completely get rid of Shin Feng, so he could get what he wanted. According to the information, Shin Feng is actually a useless existence, not worth mentioning compared to me. Solving him should be easy. Ma Yadong thought about what method would be more suitable. Although the other party was useless, he couldn't take it lightly, he had to take it seriously. That's what some previous incidents had taught him. Shin Feng deliberately slowed down at this moment. He knew someone was following him. There had been many people following him for some time now. But this person was different, because this person following him not only followed for a long time, but could even control their breath steadily, indicating that the other party was not an ordinary person. If it were someone else, they wouldn't pay attention to these things, but the influence Shin Feng had received before had already exceeded the normal range. It seems this person wants to confront me. If they don't come over soon, they might miss the chance. I'm about to reach a safer area. Shin Feng was almost stopping, waiting for the person behind him to make a move faster. He wanted to deal with the other party quickly. Ma Yadong finally found the opportunity. He remembered the intelligence provided by the other party. Shin Feng's skills were not that great. His personal abilities were not strong, just a bit more cunning. He decided to use all his strength to deliver the strongest blow directly, so he could get the money he wanted faster. Ma Yadong accelerated towards Shin Feng. The weapon was already raised. He was ready to strike. He was about to see his weapon deal with Shin Feng. A victorious smile appeared on Ma Yadong's face. Just as the weapon was about to hit Shin Feng, he suddenly sped up and ran forward. He managed to dodge Ma Yadong's weapon. This sudden turn of events left Ma Yadong stunned. The other party had their back to him. He was confident they wouldn't notice him, and a useless person like Shin Feng couldn't possibly have such agile reflexes to dodge. When Ma Yadong snapped out of it, he saw that Shin Feng had run a short distance away from him. If he didn't catch up now, he would have to find another opportunity. As for the recent situation, he attributed it to coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. Ma Yadong immediately caught up, but what he saw next made him unsure whether to act or not. Shin Feng was actually hiding behind two people. Originally, Shin Feng had intended to deal with the person behind him in this secluded place. However, two unexpected people showed up. He decided to respond to the current situation in a different way. He pretended to be weak and sought help from the others. After all, in his outward appearance, he had only displayed individual capabilities, nothing outstanding. So when Ma Yadong's weapon was about to hit him, he suddenly made a move. "Gentlemen, someone is chasing me. I'm no match. Please help me." Shin Feng deliberately spoke with a fearful tone. He was behind these two people. They couldn't see his expression, so they thought he was genuinely scared. In reality, Shin Feng showed no sign of fear on his face. One of the two people reassured him, "Who dares to chase someone in broad daylight? Don't be afraid, we'll help you." Looking ahead, they saw Ma Yadong chasing Shin Feng with a weapon. The two sides faced each other, looking at each other as if in a standoff. Ma Yadong realized that what he needed to do had become less secretive. He carefully weighed the vast difference in strength between himself and the others. One of the men standing in front of Shin Feng pointed at Ma Yadong and said, "Now that there are three of us, if you really want to do something bad, you should think twice." With just that sentence, Ma Yadong felt that the other party didn't have much ability either. Those with skills would choose to fight one-on-one, not gang up on someone. Only those without skills would do that. Besides, he had learned all kinds of martial arts from the latest novel recently. Who are you trying to scare? Killing one person is the same as killing three. It's like a buy one get two free deal. Ma Yadong had already made up his mind and considered the three people in front of him as his targets. The first move he used was the newly learned Wing Chun, as the distance between them was already close. He targeted one of the men first. The man reacted quickly and dodged in time. Seeing this, Maya Dongdong used the lightness skill to increase his speed. His high speed indeed surpassed the opponent's reaction speed, boosting his confidence even more. However, the opponent was strong and pushed Maya Dongdong far away, standing in front of Shinfeng. Do you think our presence here is meaningless? I'm showing you mercy now, but it doesn't mean I will later. Maya Dongdong never expected to encounter an opponent with the skills he had learned. He thought he could handle many people, but it seemed useless against the person in front of him. After some thought, he decided to leave first. There would be other opportunities to deal with Shinfeng later. Getting injured now would only prolong the time to deal with Shinfeng. The assassin finally left, and Shinfeng cautiously looked in the direction the assassin had left, finally letting out a sigh of relief. It was all part of the act, and in a way, the others had helped him. Thank you both. If you hadn't come, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just as Shinfeng was about to say something else, he noticed the two people across from him staring at him intently. What was going on? The person who had tried to save him earlier said, "You are Shinfeng, right?" Shinfeng nodded helplessly, showing a wry smile. "Are you here to find me too?" After exchanging a glance, the two people said, "We were actually planning to have a fight with you, but we didn't expect you to be so weak." Hearing this, Shinfeng felt uncomfortable. The taller one said, "However, this confirms something for me. I don't think the rumors about you are true. You seem more like a scapegoat." "Exactly," Shinfeng responded seriously. The other person said, "We think it's appropriate to take you as our disciple now. With your weak appearance, if you become our student, you will surely become strong quickly." Shinfeng felt conflicted. While he was grateful that the two had not stood idly by, he decided against becoming their disciple. He politely declined, saying, "I'll pass on becoming your disciple, but thank you both for earlier." Shinfeng's straightforward refusal caught them off guard. Of course, the two had also acted on impulse and didn't necessarily intend to take Shinfeng as their disciple. The calm taller one said, "If you don't want to be our disciple, that's fine. It seems we don't have a connection." Shinfeng felt relieved that they didn't insist. "You saved me, and I don't even know your names. How should I address you both?" The taller one said, "I'm Luo Chao, and he's Luo Yang." "Twins," the shorter one added. They had been introduced, but it was uncertain if they would have any further interactions in the future. After thanking these two people repeatedly, Shinfeng returned to his residence. Opening his computer, Shinfeng decided to add some new elements to the outline first. The protagonist did gain new skills during the period of disappearance, but also attracted more attention as a result. In order to escape from the enemies constantly coming towards him, Shinfeng decided to act like a weakling to deceive the strong, so that when he encountered danger, there were other kind-hearted people willing to help. Not only did he effectively conceal his identity, but he also managed to deal with the bad guys without even showing up. The more Shinfeng thought about this method, the more he felt it was not bad. Of course, it may not work for everyone, but achieving this level was already quite good. Discussions about the new chapters had already begun in the comments. It is said that the assassin considers himself powerful, but in reality, his abilities are limited, which is why he is just a cannon fodder. The protagonist's halo exists. As long as he is the protagonist, the plot will unfold as desired. Everything is for the sake of the plot. Everyone should just enjoy the story without taking it too seriously. The author introduced new martial arts techniques this time. Why is no one discussing it? Topics continued one after another, with more people joining in constantly. After updating a chapter, Shinfeng instantly received more requests for updates. In the comments section, Shinfeng wrote, "Suddenly got some inspiration, let me explain the Dragon Claw technique in more detail." In reality, Shinfeng didn't suddenly get inspired, it was because readers surprisingly did not discuss the Dragon Claw technique in the previous chapter, which he couldn't understand. However, after posting this comment, discussions about the Dragon Claw technique also began. This comment received more likes and even pushed him into the top comments section. With the heat of the discussions ongoing, Shinfeng integrated the application of the Dragon Claw technique into the plot and continued writing. Now, he no longer replied to any comments, focusing solely on completing the chapter updates. Fortunately, there were other readers in the comments who were enthusiastic and willing to explain things that some people didn't understand. This saved Shinfeng a lot of time, allowing him to solve problems and attend to other matters. When Shinfeng checked the comments again after a few hours, he had to admit one thing. Hardly anyone asked about the Dragon Claw technique. Is everyone too tired already? No one wants to learn the new martial arts introduced. He felt a bit frustrated, but when Zhang Tao called, that feeling of frustration lessened. Zhang Tao spoke in an exaggerated tone over the phone. Boss, the author I follow is updated with some new techniques. I find them easy to practice. I'll show you someday. No need for that. If you find it good, that's enough. Show it to me. I won't be able to reward you anyway, Shinfeng replied. Zhang Tao chuckled. I just want to get closer to my boss as much as possible, you know? I never agreed to be your boss from the beginning. The priority is to heal your injuries, and as for the new techniques, you can practice them after you recover. Shinfeng noticed he was becoming more patient with Zhang Tao, but it was also because of this situation that something seemed to be quietly changing along with it. Although there were no more competitions in the academy, a series of reforms in the curriculum had begun. In addition to their existing studies, many new topics were added regarding outdoor training and competition precautions. When they gathered together, discussions were inevitable. Since Yufei and Wu Fan were no longer there, the students in the same class seemed to treat Shinfeng a bit more gently than before. When they discussed, they deliberately approached Shinfeng, trying to ask Shinfeng about the situation encountered in the real dark forest and whether it has any similarities to what was taught in class. Shinfeng patiently responded, yes, there are similarities. As you all probably know, the reason new content was added to the class is because there were problems in the dark forest. In fact, the situation in the forest is even more dangerous than what was taught in class. Everyone showed expressions of disbelief. After all, not everyone participated in such competitions. They all looked towards where Yufei was sitting before. So, no matter how powerful your abilities are, sometimes luck is also very important. Don't rely solely on your abilities and be fearless. In my opinion, someone like Shinfeng is good. Personal strength may not be outstanding, but he is alert enough to avoid danger. As time passed, everyone's attitude towards Shinfeng seemed to have changed. Shinfeng also enjoyed the current situation, as others did not see him as a threat. In reality, he was quickly practicing absorbing spiritual power. After school, he immediately went to the spiritual spring where he was rewarded last time. He would drink a little of the spring water every day, but Shinfeng never drank it all, always leaving half. This was in case of any emergencies, where the spring water could come in handy. After this period of absorbing and practicing spiritual power, he realized he had become more proficient in controlling spiritual power. While Shinfeng was practicing to enhance his abilities, the assassin Ma Yadong was also working hard. The client contacted him that same evening. The tone was quite blunt. I gave you time and money, but you say there has been no progress? Ma Yadong wanted to retort, but considering this was his benefactor, he held back. He could only respond, surely, the benefactor knows how difficult this task is. Is Shinfeng an ordinary person? Clearly not. And if it were easy, you wouldn't have come to me. General Yu, upon hearing this, found some truth in it. He remained silent for a while without saying anything. Just when Ma Yadong thought there might not be any follow-up, the other party directly stated, I'll give you another chance, but you can't mess it up. My patience is limited, I'm sure you understand. Ma Yadong understood, if he failed again, the client would find someone else. But he needed this large sum of money. Once he had it, he wouldn't need to take on any more tasks in the future. Thinking about the possible situations he might encounter in the future, Ma Yadong immediately agreed without hesitation. But before he made his move, there was one more thing he needed to do. He had received a notification about the update of the novel and couldn't miss reading the new chapters. Dragon Claw Hand? Ma Yadong immediately noticed that the author had written a new martial arts move. Before this, he had mastered all the other moves very well. Seeing this, he became even more excited. It seems like this Dragon Claw Hand is simpler and can also be used in different situations. I will learn it soon, and I will try it out on Shinfeng next time. Talking to himself, he also didn't forget to check the specific operation method of the Dragon Claw Hand. Ma Yadong had a strong ability that others didn't possess, which was a high level of understanding. After trying it several times, he quickly grasped the essence of the Dragon Claw Hand. Another reason he continued this task was that he didn't want his big benefactor to publicize his failure if the mission went wrong. The publicity ability of a big benefactor was much stronger than that of an ordinary one. He didn't want this reputation crisis to affect him in the future. No matter what the task is, it must continue, and learning new Dragon Claw techniques is also ongoing. Once he mastered it, he immediately explained his progress in the comments. Dragon Claw is relatively simple compared to other martial arts. I have learned it. If anyone is stuck with Wing Chun, they can consider learning Dragon Claw first. Ma Yadong thought he would receive a lot of praise and compliments, but he did not expect that people would mostly mock him. Let me see who is showing off here. Just focus on your own practice, why boast about it? This person is just a keyboard warrior, do you really think he can master it? Anyone can talk big. Ma Yadong failed to gain recognition online. He decided to channel all his frustration into seeking trouble with Xin Feng. For several days in a row, he kept an eye on Xin Feng's whereabouts for any suitable opportunity. But he also noticed a new situation. The information provided to him indicated that Xin Feng used to be solitary and often went to places where no one else frequented. But now, things were different. Every time after class or school, Xin Feng was surrounded by other classmates. It was certain that those classmates were more active, probably because something special had happened, causing Xin Feng to suddenly interact more with them. Because of this, Maya Dongdong missed his chance to make a move. As Xin Feng was preparing to go to the cafeteria with his classmates, he glanced back. The assassin he had encountered one night was appearing frequently lately. However, Xin Feng was not worried at the moment. With so many classmates in the academy, there were many eyes and ears, and some people would have reservations. Later, when Xin Feng arrived at the cafeteria, he saw the two brothers, Luo Chao and Luo Yang. The two brothers walked directly towards Xin Feng. The classmates did not know what was happening and stood by. Luo Chao said directly, "Xin Feng, Luo Yang and I have considered it and we still want to spar with you." "What?" Xin Feng looked surprised at the two. "Didn't you make it clear that day that you weren't going to fight me?" "We didn't say fight," Luo Yang spoke up. "It's sparring." Xin Feng knew that these two were not going to be easily dissuaded this time. The classmates in the same class also helped Xin Feng by asking the people in front of them, "What's going on with you? Are you here to pick a fight? Don't forget we are here." They decided to stand by Xin Feng's side and support him. Xin Feng looked at the few classmates beside him and said, "Let me deal with them, you guys go eat first." "No, we have to be with you." The classmates beside him refused. Xin Feng noticed the timing of Luo Yang and Luo Chao's arrival this time, along with what had happened before, and he considered there might be another reason. He didn't want his classmates to get involved, so he told the few people beside him, "You guys go eat, they can't do anything in the cafeteria." Xin Feng said this, but no one believed it. When it comes to fighting, whether in the cafeteria or on campus, it doesn't matter. Xin Feng said this because he had the strength to deal with these two. If hiding his strength was no longer necessary, he wouldn't hide it anymore. Xin Feng insisted that everyone leave, and seeing him like this, the other classmates had no choice but to leave. Luo Chao then smiled and said, "Although we talked it out last time, we still feel that the original plan was to fight you, and not being able to fight was a bit disappointing. After all this, you two are because of this." Xin Feng also seemed a bit helpless. At this point, Luo Yang said, "It's definitely not just a simple spar. We can set a winner and loser, and there will naturally be a reward." "I don't lack anything," Xin Feng said. "But our idea is that if you win, we lose, we can agree to a condition, and vice versa," Luo Chao said. Looking at the two of them unwilling to compromise, Xin Feng completely believed that these two were intentional. Last time they understood that they couldn't win, so this time they came to practice with the purpose of letting themselves lose. "So their goal is to make me agree to something." Xin Feng looked at the others in the cafeteria and said, "Okay, practicing is no problem, but I'll go eat first." Xin Feng was ready to leave, and Luo Yang and Luo Chao followed. "We can't just watch you finish eating and then wait for you, so let's set a time," Luo Chao said. Xin Feng didn't look back. Then tomorrow, early in the morning before class, at the same place as last time. And so, Luo Yang and Luo Chao did not follow Xin Feng anymore. They left the cafeteria, leaving Xin Feng behind, who was being watched by many people. Even the classmates next to him were curious about Luo Yang and Luo Chao's situation. "Did you really agree to a match with them?" someone asked. "Didn't you all hear?" Xin Feng replied. "Someone was a bit anxious, but you didn't say one-on-one, it won't be the two of them together, right? That would be even more unfair." Xin Feng had considered this issue from the very beginning. In fact, after they helped him, he had already started investigating the identities of these two. Through Xin Feng's understanding, Luo Chao and Luo Yang were always inseparable. When they fought or practiced, they always did it together, never one-on-one. Sometimes it was 2 against 1, sometimes 2 against 3 or 4. Regardless of the number of opponents, these twin brothers always fought together. So, the practice he agreed to was most likely 1 against 2, him against the two brothers. Seeing how concerned his classmates were about the upcoming practice, Xin Feng said to them, "We'll see how it goes. Even if I'm not at my best, I still ranked first to get into our school." With that said, the classmates chuckled along, as Xin Feng's words reflected the reality. Xin Feng was not boastful, he didn't flaunt his abilities everywhere, nor did he show off how powerful he was. But being able to rank first and get into the school proved his abilities. The next morning, Xin Feng saw the two brothers waiting on the open ground through the window. Since no specific time was mentioned, they had arrived early. After getting ready, Xin Feng appeared in front of the two. Luo Chao looked at Xin Feng. "I thought you were going to break the agreement." Shin Feng smiled at the two. "You really underestimate me. Why would I break the agreement? Clearly, I can make you agree to something, which is more beneficial." Upon hearing Shin Feng's words, Luo Chao and Luo Yang both smiled. Their eyes were full of disdain for Shin Feng's words, not saying anything offensive directly, as if it was already their utmost restraint. Shin Feng didn't care about their attitude. Actions speak louder than words, sometimes more effectively. Since everyone was present, there was no need for further talk. The Luo brothers went straight to attack Shin Feng. 2 against 1, they didn't intend to let Shin Feng make the first move. Shin Feng immediately used the Wing Chun fist, as it was close combat, and the Wing Chun fist was the most effective. It was also to show the other party that this was a martial art that most people couldn't learn. Luo Chao and Luo Yang, of course, recognized Shin Feng's use of the Wing Chun fist. Surprised, they quickly began to respond. Luo Chao was a power-type player, with average speed. Each time he encountered Shin Feng's attacks, he would dodge if he could, and block directly if he couldn't. His ability to withstand attacks gave him an advantage in the midst of battle. So when Shin Feng struck him, he firmly received the blow and immediately counterattacked. A normal person would have been injured by this instant counterattack, but Shin Feng used the Lingbo microstep to swiftly evade, and then Luo Yang caught up using the Lingbo microstep and threw a punch directly. The coordination between these two brothers in offense and defense was quite clever. If it weren't for Shin Feng's mastery of Wing Chun, combined with the Lingbo microstep for attacking or dodging, they would have been in a very dire situation against these two brothers. Luo Yang and Luo Chao couldn't touch Shin Feng at all after several rounds, only finding themselves in a defensive position when Shin Feng counterattacked. This situation made their attacks even more fierce. Luo Chao took a moment to say to Shin Feng, "So you do have some skills after all. Why did you act so unheroically when that assassin came the other day?" Shin Feng replied, "My skills may not be able to handle the unknown. Of course, I would evade if I could. But you two insisted on challenging me. I had to face it head on, and now you're turning the tables on me? I think you two are a bit confused." Shin Feng's words left Luo Chao momentarily speechless, so he stopped talking altogether. However, their attacks became even more intense, as they sought to prove their abilities in front of Shin Feng. Shin Feng couldn't help but admire that these two individuals were quite formidable in the present world. He even considered whether he needed to use all his strength to deal with them. Fortunately, they hadn't reached a more formidable stage yet, and Shin Feng could handle them with his usual techniques. When martial arts were applied correctly, even seemingly insignificant moves could be used flexibly. Shin Feng was a prime example of this, as he found more powerful ways to deal with different combinations. He first used a dragon claw hand technique to grab Luo Yang's shoulder directly, then swiftly turned his hand, causing the person to retreat in pain. Seeing that his younger brother was no match for Shin Feng, Luo Chao increased the force of his attacks. As he came at Shin Feng with a punch, Shin Feng quickly ducked and used a technique called avalanche toppling the mountain to strike the opponent directly. Luo Chao was also hit by this move and staggered to the side. The two brothers stood at a distance, each nursing their injuries as they watched Shin Feng. At this point, Shin Feng had returned to his usual state. "Shall we continue?" Shin Feng asked. Luo Chao sighed. "Obviously, there's no need to continue. You've already shown how powerful you are. Do you want us to embarrass ourselves further?" "That's not my intention," Shin Feng replied. Luo Yang and Luo Chao knew that Shin Feng didn't mean it that way, it was just a casual remark. They had lost, something they hadn't anticipated before coming. They couldn't believe Shin Feng had such strength, but the reality was right in front of them. Their thoughts were starting to get confused, and Shin Feng's identity and abilities were no longer their main concern, they were more focused on their loss. "Since we're not planning to continue, we should hurry to class," Shin Feng said, checking the time. "As for the reward for winning, I'll let you know later." With that, he left the area. Shin Feng arrived in the classroom, and his classmates immediately surrounded him. Just as they were about to ask something, it was time for class. Looking at the students present, Lu Lin said, "Return to your seats. You can chat freely after class." Finally, when it was time for class to end, Shin Feng found himself surrounded once again. To be honest, no one knows where you and those two brothers met last time, and no one knows where to go to watch the battle. We originally wanted to go to where you live to check the situation, but since you moved to a new place, no one knows. Everyone looked at Shin Feng with hopeful eyes. "How was the situation this morning? Tell us quickly." The atmosphere in the current class has become harmonious with the disappearance of Yu Fei and Wu Fan. At least Shin Feng felt that these classmates no longer held indifference or hostility towards him. Although they didn't necessarily have to do this, who doesn't like a harmonious atmosphere? Shin Feng looked at everyone and said, seeing their expectant eyes, "Of course I won, do I need to tell you the result?" The students understood with an "oh" after hearing that. Those two also seem to be formidable characters, and they don't seem to be from our state. The students didn't know much about Luo Chao and Luo Yang, but that was no longer important. Shen Feng just needed to defeat the opponent. As for the opponent's abilities and what abilities Shen Feng used, the students didn't need to know too much. After school, when Shen Feng returned to his residence, he saw the two brothers again. Luo Chao asked, "Have you made up your mind? What do you want in the end?" Luo Yang added, "We can't wait forever. Patience has its limits. If you speak up early, we can consider it, but if you delay further, it will be null and void." These words made Shen Feng couldn't help but smile. So, does that mean any condition will do? After all, there were no additional conditions mentioned initially. Finally, Luo Chao nodded, "Yes, as long as it's not life-threatening. Of course, I won't ask for your lives. I just heard that your family has something related to spiritual power techniques, and I want that." With these words, Luo Yang and Luo Chao were shocked on the spot. In the current world, everyone practices martial arts, and spiritual matters are rarely involved. Even Luo Yang and Luo Chao are not proficient in spiritual matters. Their family also does not deliberately publicize these things. Now that Shen Feng knows about these things and wants spiritual power techniques, it makes people wonder. Seeing their reactions, Shen Feng asked, "Are you going back on your word?" Luo Chao shook his head, "No, but you know this belongs to our family. We need to seek permission before we can give it to you. You'll have to wait." Waiting is not a problem, credibility is. Shen Feng waved his hand, went straight into his residence, leaving the two standing there looking at each other. When these two brothers were preparing to spar with Shen Feng, General Yu had already found them. He tried to use money or other means to persuade them to use more ruthless tactics against Shen Feng. The two brothers did not agree. They were not afraid of General Yu's threats because they were not from this country, and no one knew much about their family. Shen Feng's understanding surprised Luo Chao, but he could handle it calmly. Although their family deliberately stopped mentioning it, it was not impossible for others to know about their family. The next day, Luo Chao and his younger brother found Shen Feng. "If you want to get what you mentioned last time, come with us." Shen Feng did not hesitate and followed them. After passing through several places, they finally stopped. At this moment, Shen Feng saw a woman who had been waiting for a long time. The woman, around 40 years old, still had a graceful demeanor. She asked Shen Feng directly, "How did you know about the spiritual power techniques?" Shen Feng said without hesitation, "Senior Long, I am fortunate to have heard Senior Long speak before." This reason couldn't be more appropriate, as Senior Long has a certain reputation in various countries. It is normal for Senior Long to know many things, which does not raise suspicion. The most important thing is that although their family possesses this thing, it has not prevented any information from leaking out. It's just that not many people practice this thing, so it is rarely spread. The woman nodded in understanding after hearing Shen Feng's explanation. "So that's how it is, no wonder. But you also know that in today's society, there are basically no people who can master spiritual power techniques." The woman felt the need to clarify some things to prevent Shen Feng from proposing other conditions later on. At the same time, the woman acknowledged that they were not as proficient in what the older generation had left behind. It was precisely because of this that she could confidently hand over the item to Shen Feng, as it did not seem particularly important. Shen Feng took a booklet handed to him by the other party, glanced at it briefly, and said, "This is exactly what I need. Thank you for your generosity, madam. After I have looked through it, I will return the original item." Shen Feng knew that it was not quite appropriate to ask for the other party's family techniques, so he decided to leave something behind for them, even though they might not fully understand the power of spiritual abilities. However, after Shen Feng finished speaking, the woman said, "All of that is not important, and I have another additional condition for handing you this booklet." Shen Feng looked at the booklet in his hand, realizing that he already had it, and wondered if the other party was not afraid of him leaving without fulfilling the condition. Obviously, this woman must be very powerful, so she was not concerned about Shen Feng running off with the item at this moment. Instead, because Shen Feng had already accepted the item, he had to agree to her request. "Please go ahead." The woman turned her gaze to the two men, Luo Chao and Luo Yang, beside her, and said to Shen Feng, "I hope you can take them with you." As soon as the words fell, not only Shen Feng, but even the twin brothers looked at the woman in astonishment. These two men clearly did not expect the woman in front of them to make such a request, and they obviously had different thoughts. However, before they could speak, the woman did not give them a chance. They rely on their abilities to challenge others everywhere, thinking highly of themselves, but they may not be able to reach higher levels. "I hope you can take the two of them with you, at least to help them further their martial arts skills." Shen Feng gradually began to speculate about the identity of the people in front of him, but he did not say it directly. Instead, he weighed the booklet in his hand and felt that he should agree. He just wanted to see what the two brothers were thinking when he looked at them. Luo Chao looked at the woman uncertainly and asked, "Are you sure?" The woman looked at him displeasingly and said, "This was already discussed with you before. Are you thinking of backing out now?" Luo Chao and Luo Yang stood there without saying a word. Apparently the previous discussion was just a one-sided notification. But these two brothers had no way to refute it, so they could only look at Shinfeng with resigned eyes. Shinfeng noticed the expressions of the two men and shook his head. There is no need to force this unwilling situation. Luo Chao immediately stepped forward to Shinfeng. "It's not that we are unwilling, it's just a momentary adjustment. In fact, we both admire your abilities." Luo Yang nodded frantically beside him, looking nothing like his previous unruly self. It was only at this moment that Shinfeng reluctantly believed what they were saying. "If that's the case, we can continue." With that settled, Shinfeng did not linger any longer and left. Lu Chao and Lu Yang followed Shinfeng afterwards, and that was how things were settled. However, they each had their own matters to attend to and didn't need to be by Shinfeng's side every day. After Shinfeng returned to his residence, he didn't forget to update the new chapters. In his first book, Shinfeng had already gained various abilities during the trial period, had friends standing by his side, as well as enemies in opposition. Even when fighting against the opposing party, he gained a follower. Gradually, the protagonist in the book had embarked on a different path. When readers saw this, they realized that the book was entering the next stage. The protagonist's task was not just about collecting basic martial arts knowledge but striving towards a more distant and elevated path. The direction of the comments had also changed. Doesn't every protagonist need to gather various followers during their growth process? Having followers not only makes everyone think he is the boss, but also in case the followers make mistakes, the boss needs to clean up. So it means that others take the blame, while the protagonist takes the credit, and everyone is happy. After people finished discussing these matters with laughter, some were more interested in the techniques mentioned. Besides following the plot, witnessing Shinfeng's gradual growth, they also realized that the various techniques described by the author could actually be applied in real life. Initially, they had speculated why the author knew about these, but now they were more interested in learning how to do it themselves. Shinfeng saw these comments and hesitated for a moment before replying. Whether you can learn it depends on the direction, and then it's about the methods and efforts. Obviously, he didn't guarantee that everyone could learn it completely. It was more about letting everyone understand it themselves. After all, it was just a novel. As for the book about the waste material, Shinfeng was not planning to continue writing about spiritual-related matters. After all, the current situation had not reached a level that everyone could accept. It would be better to gradually lay the groundwork when many people realized that spiritual power could be directly applied in real life. As he was about to close the page, there was another question in the comments. "I have always been curious, from which aspects did the author learn these techniques? Could it be that he simply reached this level through imagination alone? You should know that in real life now, some people have learned related techniques based on the content mentioned in this book." Such questions had appeared before, and Shinfeng usually ignored them. However, in some cases, he was influenced by such questions. In the end, Shinfeng chose an answer. Through daily observation, everything leaves traces, whether it's other living beings or some immobile plants. This answer seemed profound and mysterious, but it also seemed to make sense. The person who asked the question got an answer and also understood that if they continued to ask, they would receive the same answer. Let this answer become the universal solution, and the questions about techniques in the comments section temporarily came to a halt. However, there would still be some new questions arising. Shinfeng carefully looked at them and could confirm that those who were urging for updates had changed their tactics. Someone in the comments said, "Author, what you write is really great. Can you provide an address so I can send you a gift? I also want to send a gift to the author, but I don't know how to contact him. I really hope he can receive our gratitude and love." After seeing so much information, what Shinfeng was thinking about in his heart was actually something else. These guys are ready to package the blade mailing incident as sending gifts. Of course, neither way can succeed. Shinfeng will not tell anyone his address. After all, this is a matter of endless trouble. When he finished updating the online text, he finally prepared to relax a little. Suwei's phone call broke the calm. Although there are no outdoor competitions being prepared in the college, students can still go out to play, which can be considered as letting students relax. "So, which team will you join then? I want to be in the same team as you." Shinfeng has heard about some new arrangements in the school, but since the actual policies have not been widely promoted yet, he did not pay much attention to them. Suwei's understanding is also because she is in the circle of some promoters. Received a message about the teams going out to play from various organizations. Obviously, Sui hopes that Shinfeng can choose one so she can follow along. Without any consideration, Shinfeng promptly responded to the other party. I have no intention of going out to play, so none of these places are my choice. The answer was straightforward, leaving Sui momentarily unsure of what reasons to use to persuade Shinfeng to participate. This awkward situation continued for almost half an hour. Sui then directly found Shinfeng and said face to face, "Well, the usual courses are already so tiring, you can totally go out for a change." Shinfeng looked at her with an incredulous expression. "Courses tiring?" Sui was affected by Shinfeng's question and expression, and she immediately argued, "I suspect you are being sarcastic. It's just pure doubt, academic matters don't affect me, and I don't think I need to go out to play because of that." Shinfeng's attitude was very firm, and this matter was basically settled without further discussion. The normal class phase has arrived, which Shinfeng has already mastered. Now he is like a senior visiting a junior, seeing and learning things that he already knows and has confirmed. But he is not going to let others know that he has completely mastered them. He continues to learn at a similar pace to others. Only when the situation allows, he silently practices things related to spiritual power in the book of the wordless scriptures. He is taking a different path from the classroom situation. In another practice class, students need to demonstrate what they have learned to each other. There are even situations of mutual combat to allow everyone to practice. Shinfeng is at a similar level to one of his classmates, showing a similar state. After it ended, students began to discuss things related to Shinfeng. What's going on with him? Shinfeng's level doesn't seem to be that good, why can he still enter our side with the first score? It's simple, he has a good relationship with Master Long. There must be a reason for that. The teachers at that time all gave him high scores. Another student shook his head and said, "It's not that simple, I think it might be for other reasons." Finally, someone suddenly thought of a possibility and said, "There is a type of person who looks like a spiritual child in the early stages, but looks like a stupid goose in the later stages." Everyone seemed to understand the meaning here, and they all turned their eyes to where Shinfeng was. So, at the beginning, the environment between them had already eased. But after all, these people and Shinfeng didn't have much common language, and it was just a nodding acquaintance. So when everyone discussed things related to Shinfeng, it was still with a gossipy and bystander attitude. Shinfeng's spiritual energy has been practiced to the stage of being relatively proficient in controlling it, which has made him more keen and perceptive. The classmates whispering to each other do not realize that Shinfeng can hear everything they are saying clearly. Shinfeng also has some worries, thinking to himself, it's better not to listen to certain things. Keeping the mind calm can also help keep the heart calm. He left his current position and decided to go shopping outside the school. When he returned, he had a pair of earplugs that would help him avoid hearing too many external noises. It's a pity that my personal abilities are still limited. When my abilities improve further, I can adjust them autonomously without relying on external forces. Shinfeng muttered to himself, which caught the attention of the student sitting in front of him. The student turned around and asked Shinfeng, "Are you having some trouble? I know there have been some things revolving around you lately. Why not talk to me about it, and I can be that so-called external force?" Shinfeng glanced at him and shook his head, "Thanks, but it's not necessary." In situations where there is a disparity in strength and understanding, Shinfeng also felt a bit confused after a while. When will he no longer need to showcase his abilities to more people? This way, there would be no need to deliberately hide his abilities, as the unused stage implies less exposure. While thinking about this, he heard the sound of ping-pong in the distance. Shinfeng turned around and saw his classmates playing together. He took off his earplugs and looked carefully, and it was indeed Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao shouted at those people, "Who do you think you are to gossip behind others' backs? You think you're so capable? I can take you all down by myself." After hearing this, those people decided to confront Zhang Tao. Unfortunately, they were no match for him, whether one-on-one or in a group. When all of them were wailing, Zhang Tao finally stopped his attacks. At that moment, Zhang Tao said to those people, "Go apologize to my boss." This sentence caught Shinfeng's attention, as he was already used to Zhang Tao calling him boss. However, the so-called apology quickly made him understand that it was related to the previous discussions. Several students instantly came up to Shinfeng. "We were a bit too talkative. We're sorry for gossiping about you behind your back. I've always believed that your abilities are extraordinary, otherwise how could you get close to our Jing Shirtang? We were wrong to doubt your abilities earlier. It was out of jealousy. Please forgive us." Shinfeng frowned and said, "Just be more careful in the future." Yes, he accepted their apology and even advised them to be more cautious in the future. For Shinfeng, he was not a kind person, and in such situations, he should stand by Zhang Tao's side. After everything was settled, Shinfeng took Zhang Tao elsewhere. "You're too quick to act. Don't get involved in such situations in the future. But they were gossiping about you like that, Zhang Tao said indignantly. By hitting them, you make them hold a grudge. That shows their lack of strength. If they find the right opportunity, they might retaliate. They are just insignificant people. If you take them too seriously, you lower yourself. Instead of wasting time on them, think of something else. Zhang Tao noticed that Shinfeng didn't seem particularly concerned or vengeful about these matters. Do you really think it's okay for them to discuss like that? Or did you not hear it at all? Shinfeng sighed and said, flies buzz around me, but I don't have to chase after every one of them. After saying this, Zhang Tao seemed to understand something himself. He finally remembered the main purpose of coming this time. I heard that there seems to be a project to go out and play. The one chosen by the boss, I want to follow you. Shinfeng said again, that is impossible, I am not your boss, and I am not going out to play. Regarding strength, it is a mystery, but when you reach a certain level of strength, some small things really won't matter to you. Now it is Shinfeng looking at the attitudes of those classmates, not expecting Zhang Tao to understand, but it's okay if he can reach a state of understanding. When school was over, Zhang Tao followed Shinfeng all the way. He didn't mention those classmates again, after all, Shinfeng had already explained it thoroughly. But next in the cafeteria, Luo Yan and Luo Chao both noticed Shinfeng's presence. They naturally came to sit beside Shinfeng. Luo Chao raised an eyebrow and asked softly, Shinfeng, where do you think me and Luo Yang should start improving from? Since they agreed that Shinfeng would arrange to further enhance their abilities, they couldn't wait. They didn't care about anything else, only taking the present matters seriously. Shinfeng planned to enhance them from different directions. First, he wanted to further improve their personal strengths. When you have time, practice everything you have mastered. I will take a look and know where to start first. After coming to this world, he found that although there were some bad people, more people valued loyalty. Just like Luo Chao and Luo Yang, they were as close as brothers. Once the two of them settled their matters, it was certain that Shinfeng and they would make progress together for mutual benefit. While helping them, Shinfeng would not pay attention to other matters. Luo Chao also confidently showed Shinfeng the skills he had mastered. When Zhang Tao heard the conversation of these people, he immediately felt that the situation was different now. He looked at the twins, then at Shinfeng, and finally asked in confusion, from what I know, you were at odds before, how come the situation is completely different now? Shinfeng explained part of the situation to Zhang Tao, but did not mention the matter of spiritual energy techniques. He felt that there was no need to talk too much about it, as many words were of no use. After learning about it, Zhang Tao looked at Shinfeng somewhat sadly. I don't know what makes them different, able to gain your approval and study together, while I can't. Shinfeng could feel Zhang Tao's change in mood. He was very unhappy. Shinfeng began to hesitate a bit. After such a long time of contact, he basically understood Zhang Tao's character. But when it came to Zhang Tao wanting to be his follower, he had more considerations. He looked at Zhang Tao and helplessly said, it's best for everyone to get along harmoniously, there's no need for anything special. If you think it's okay, then let's all be together. This statement basically acknowledged Zhang Tao's presence. Zhang Tao realized that he was still part of this group now, and his mood had improved a lot. And so, a few days passed, and fewer people mentioned Yufei's matters. Everyone always had new things to deal with, and the current situation was not as difficult as before. Shinfeng now not only had to consider and plan with the people around him, but also had to rethink new issues. He no longer had much time to worry about other things. Nowadays, his daily practice and writing time were already being affected by unrelated matters. When the door was knocked, Shinfeng realized that he had been sitting at the table for half an hour. When he opened the door and saw Long Lao, he already guessed the reason for the other party's visit. He also noticed that there were several other people following behind Long Lao, whom he did not recognize. Long Lao, being familiar, introduced with a smile, this is the young man I told you about, who is acquainted with the author. He said this to the people behind him, and also explained to Shinfeng that the people he brought along were masters of martial arts. Shinfeng had encountered one of them before after completing a task at the academy, so he remained indifferent towards the current group of people. The group sensed Shinfeng's cold attitude, but they did not mind. After all, they had a purpose in coming. Long Lao, seeing the lack of expression from the group, spoke first. I came to ask you why the author hasn't updated for over 10 days. Why don't you just take everyone to find the author? Shinfeng looked at Long Lao, his inner thoughts undisturbed. Long Lao clearly knew what was going on, yet he was still pretending here. Moreover, he had brought the others over to his side, which made the situation even more troublesome. Shinfeng was feeling quite helpless at this point. The author is probably too busy. I have already mentioned the issue of updates to him, but there is nothing more I can do. Then urge him again, and if that doesn't work, bring a few of us along. Long Lao seemed impatient, and the others were more assertive, saying, "You must be the author, right? Long Lao, he must be the author, are you hiding something from us?" Long Lao, hearing this, became unhappy and immediately retorted, "I kindly brought you to meet the author's friend, and you say such things. Maybe it's better if you just leave." Shin Feng also felt that the situation had become more troublesome. Fortunately, Long Lao managed to defuse the situation in time and prevented the group from causing a scene to meet the author. As they were leaving, Long Lao turned back to Shin Feng and instructed, "Remember to help urge the author to update. Everyone is waiting for new weapons. They are looking forward to new weapons to come out." Shin Feng's novel not only allowed others to understand new martial arts techniques but also inspired the weapon masters. After dismissing the group, Shin Feng prepared to go out for some fresh air, but before he could take a few steps, he was surrounded by a group of people. He quietly watched the crowd, and eventually, a well-dressed young man stepped forward. The young man looked Shin Feng up and down. "You must be Shin Feng. Everyone says you got into the school through the back door, and I see it's true." They were only certain after seeing Long Lao and the others leave. But Shin Feng had no significant relationship with these people and saw no need to say more. Since the other party had already made such a statement, Shin Feng would not just sit back and do nothing. "If you have no evidence, don't make baseless accusations. Why did you have these people surround me?" The person's tone turned hostile. "I want to spar with you, to see what the person ranked first is really capable of." From the few moves of that person, Shin Feng could tell that he was all talk and might not even have mastered the basic movements. After confirming this, Shin Feng finally smiled. "What are the stakes? If you win, it just proves you're slightly better than me. But if you lose, it means you definitely got in through the back door." The young man spoke earnestly, showing no regard for Shin Feng. Shin Feng hesitated, unsure whether to take action. Engaging in a fight with the person in front of him would only lead to self-justification. Even if he won, it wouldn't necessarily change the others' bias against him. Seeing Shin Feng's hesitation, the young man urged, "Are you scared? If you are afraid, just admit that you are not capable enough and entered through the back door, then I will spare you." Shin Feng sighed, "Am I afraid of you? Come on, I will definitely beat you until your mother doesn't recognize you." He rarely spoke so harshly to someone who provoked him, but for this person, he felt compelled to do so. The young man rushed over recklessly, not even saying a word. When the person reached him, Shin Feng just slightly turned to the side, grabbed the opponent's clothes, and threw him out directly. The young man fell to the ground with a cry, struggled to get up, and then ordered his men to come over. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and beat him for me. He must have cheated just now, otherwise it wouldn't be possible. Why did he lay hands on me? Who does he think he is?" Upon hearing his words, the followers stepped forward one after another. However, these people were also no match for Shin Feng. What's the use of having more people when they are not capable? Obviously, these followers usually pampered this young master, making him unaware of his own abilities. These followers also did not study hard, so naturally their abilities were not high. When no one else stepped forward, the young master was taken away by his followers. Shin Feng would deliberately inquire about the people who appeared in front of him, including this young man. After hearing Shin Feng's description and seeing the image, Su Wei understood. This is the newcomer at the Capital Academy, a member of the Cartier family, named Cartier Shama, the youngest and most favored. Compared to Su Wei, Shin Feng was not particularly familiar with the happenings in the academy. After hearing these words, he understood. No wonder, he has indeed been pampered excessively. Unless the family continues to protect him, otherwise it will be troublesome. Since being beaten by Shin Feng, Cartier Shama had been resentful. Back in his residence, he threw everything on the ground in anger. Seeing his followers standing by, he was furious. He pointed directly at them. "Look at all of you, all useless. So many people and not one can defeat a fool who entered through connections." The followers hung their heads in a submissive manner. Who dared to speak out? They were tired of living. Cartier Shama sat angrily in his seat and spoke directly. "I will not spare him, I must show him how powerful I am." At this moment, someone approached him and handed him a document. Cartier Shama glanced at it impatiently. "Don't show me this kind of academy news in the future, get out quickly." The first page of the document was about Cartier Shama. It mentioned that he lost in a fight with Shin Feng, and everyone knew he entered through connections. Unhappy, Cartier Shama drove everyone away, but one person did not leave. In his anger, he threw things at the person, but Lu Zhang easily dodged. Cartier Shama then realized that the person in front of him was Lu Zhang, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "You're coming at a troublesome time. I'm angry. Aren't you afraid I'll scold you?" Lu Zhang nonchalantly replied, "I have a purpose. I know the difficulties you are facing now. Do you want to seek revenge on Shinfeng? Of course, do I even need to say it? He made me a laughingstock in the academy. Cartier Shama clenched his fists in anger. Lu Zhang sighed, he came at the right time. I have a way to help you. I recently met someone who has some pills that can enhance a person's abilities. I feel like you need it. This statement indeed caught Cartier Shama's attention, and he eagerly asked, who is it? Bring him to me. The movement arranged for them to meet, but Cartier Shama only saw a mask. The person in front of him wore a mask and did not reveal his true face. This person was actually General Yu. He would not show his true face to others. He was not a fool. The man spoke slowly. I have heard from the movement. If you need it, I can provide you with a pill. There was a pill in the brocade box. It looked like a good thing. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Cartier Shama picked up the pill, examined it, and put it in his mouth to chew. He could feel the power throughout his body. It seemed to have increased a lot. He looked at General Yu in amazement. Isn't this too useful? He had thought that this kind of thing might have some effect, but he didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. Overjoyed, Cartier Shama waved his hand and paid. He specifically had someone try it out and found that his abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. Thinking that he needed to find Shinfeng for another battle, but he was well aware that one pill was not enough to defeat Shinfeng, so he turned his eyes and found General Yu again to buy a few more pills. The problem was that when he used these things, once the effects of the pill wore off, he would become weaker than usual, and this side effect was very obvious. But he was determined and still wanted to fight Shinfeng, so he went to General Yu again, ready to buy 2 pills at once. However, General Yu disagreed this time. You know it has side effects. If you take 2 pills at once, the subsequent side effects will be even stronger. I don't care, I already know the situation. As long as I can deal with Shinfeng, we can talk about the rest later. Cartier Shama was very eager to deal with Shinfeng, and he believed he could handle the side effects of 2 pills. So he went back with the newly purchased items and started sending messages to Shinfeng. Shinfeng had just finished a class when he saw 2 of Cartier Shama's attendants at the classroom door. The 2 attendants were openly provoking. Our young master invites you to a sparring match in 5 days. The specific time and location are on this paper. Don't be afraid, don't dare to come. They arrogantly threw a piece of paper on the ground and left. The students in the class noticed, but they also knew they couldn't offend the Cartier family. One student near the door picked up the paper and placed it next to Shinfeng. Why do you always encounter troublemakers lately? Are they stupid? Insisting on confronting you? Shinfeng thought that ever since the incident with Yufei, he had been constantly under scrutiny and suspicion by others. But now he couldn't avoid it, and even the people who came over now had nothing to do with Yufei, so he had no reason to refuse. Facing the classmates' inquiries, Shinfeng answered indifferently. I'm not sure either, probably just unlucky. That was all he could say. He glanced at the time and place on the paper, crumpled it up, and threw it away. After school, those who knew the specific time asked Shinfeng in confusion. Are you not planning to go? This is a challenge. Shinfeng coldly snorted. Why should I go just because he invited me? Let him do whatever he wants, I don't have that much time to play with him. With that, Shinfeng left, and everyone watched him leave and discussed among themselves. I think Shinfeng is right. Cartier Shama is really a troublemaker. Fortunately, he didn't find trouble with us. Shinfeng is in a lot of trouble now. It may not be easy to solve this problem. Why did this happen to Shinfeng in the first place? This is a question worth pondering. Don't worry, Shinfeng's abilities are sufficient, I believe in him. Shinfeng was stopped by someone just before reaching his residence. Cartier Shama angrily pointed at Shinfeng. We had an agreement, why didn't you go to the agreed location? If I hadn't heard that you had left, I wouldn't have believed it, but when I came to check, it was true. Shinfeng looked helplessly at the person in front of him. He really didn't want to communicate with this fool. Were they familiar with each other? Why should he go just because he was invited? He was very displeased. What is your purpose? Do you want me to tell everyone that I got into the school through connections? Or do you want to prove that your abilities are better than mine? What's the difference? Cartier Shama, for a moment, didn't see any distinction in these questions. Of course there is, it's the literal meaning. You can just say it directly. If it's for different reasons, I will have different responses. Cartier Shama hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. I have both of these thoughts, and both are things I must achieve. I can't miss either one. After Cartier Shama left, Shinfeng realized that he needed to improve his abilities. But he understood that even if the opponent's combat power was high, they wouldn't be his match because he completely overwhelmed them in spiritual power. Shinfeng finally spoke, his tone cold. I didn't get in through connections. The reason you think that way is because you believe my combat power doesn't match up to being the top of the class. How high does my combat power need to be for you to believe that I truly passed the exam? Just by fighting you? Your level is nothing special. Even if we fought multiple times, it probably wouldn't prove anything. Why don't you find someone with real strength, and I'll fight that person instead? Kardiyashama, for a moment, couldn't find any other words to say. He felt that Xin Feng's words contained sarcasm towards him, but he couldn't pinpoint it. He even felt that Xin Feng's words made sense because no matter what combat power the opponent had, there were still doubts. But he quickly dismissed this thought and remembered the second reason. Anyway, I am going to defeat you personally. If I can't do that, I won't bother you again in the future. When he said this, Xin Feng knew that arguing with him was useless. The other party was determined to fight, so why should he show mercy? It seemed that only through a fight could the problem be truly resolved, and it wasn't difficult, so let's fight. Xin Feng considered the Cardia family and didn't want to bring more trouble upon himself. But from the current situation, it seemed there was no other solution. Let's fight here, I don't have time to waste with you. He wasn't just saying it casually, he started a live broadcast. Kardiyashama knew that Xin Feng had started a live broadcast and approved of it. After all, he believed that his abilities were more than enough to defeat Xin Feng, and he would prove to everyone that his guess was correct. The battle began, and the two clashed immediately. Kardiyashama's use of pill abilities meant that Xin Feng couldn't defeat him with just one move. Xin Feng also noticed the difference in his opponent. To Xin Feng's surprise, Kardiyashama was very pleased. He believed in his own power and speed. He had realized that the efficacy of these two pills exceeded his imagination. For the first time, he felt that combat could reach such a level, and his previous self was just a paper tiger. Of course, this thought did not last long as Xin Feng struck his waist acupoint. This was a basic move in martial arts, but it had a great impact on Kardiyashama. Due to his martial arts advancement, it was achieved through the use of pills. Being treated like this by Xin Feng, the damage he suffered was much greater than usual. Kardiyashama collapsed directly to the ground, completely powerless. The attendants beside him, seeing this scene, were dumbfounded. The young master remained motionless, and they thought their young master was dead. When they rushed to support the young master, they realized that Kardiyashama was really in trouble. Has the effect of the pills worn off? Is that why the side effects are showing? But this is too obvious. Quick, take him to the hospital, now is not the time to discuss this. The attendants took Kardiyashama away, two rushed to question Xin Feng. Xin Feng also read some special information from their words. Pills? Xin Feng thought it was possible after hearing that. The ability of Kardiyashama had progressed remarkably. He seriously considered the move he had just used. If it were a normal situation, it would not have caused such a big reaction. At that moment, he couldn't be sure if the other party was really affected by the side effects of the drug or by his own actions. If it was the side effects of the drug, it shouldn't have lost its effect so soon in the fight. Was it because of him? Did he use too much force? The live broadcast continued. In a place Xin Feng didn't notice, the viewers had already heatedly discussed the situation. When Xin Feng finally reacted and turned off the broadcast, he noticed the discussions. Most of them were asking if the person was still alive. Isn't that Kardiyashama and Xin Feng? I heard they agreed to fight. But now it seems like Kardiyashama is in trouble. He is from the Cardia family, Xin Feng has no background, can he really walk away unscathed? I'm really curious, what will happen next? Will he get into trouble? In a short time, Xin Feng was not affected by anyone. He briefly explained the situation to those close to him and then ignored everyone. Since the day's classes were over and there would be a 2-day break, Xin Feng didn't have to go to school. He organized his outline at home, preparing to update his novel. Xin Feng also considered the final situation of Kardiyashama. If the other party was really in danger, he decided to use the spirit spring water for treatment. In this world, perhaps no one could reach such a level. For the sake of the other's life, Xin Feng decided to take action. He couldn't stand by and watch someone die. Although he ignored everyone's inquiries, he still had a good understanding of the treatment of Kardiyashama. Every now and then, someone would update on the situation. Kardiyashama was not in any life-threatening situation, just needing some rest. As for why he had fallen and couldn't get up, people's speculations had long been suppressed. All reputations had been affected, as it seemed that someone didn't want any further discussion on the matter of the pills, probably to avoid Xin Feng influencing the situation. There was not even a single word on the internet, showing how crucial the matter of the pills was. That night, after Xin Feng knew that Kardiyashama was fine, he finally relaxed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard some noises. The place where he lived, although not the original dormitory inside the academy, was still under the care of the academy. The sounds came from the window. Xin Feng looked alertly, and he saw the person climbing in through the window. The person was clumsy but familiar. It was Kartiyashama. After Shinfeng saw that it was him, he sat up directly from the bed. Kartiyashama was startled by Shinfeng's move, but he quickly accused, "Do you know what impact your actions have brought? Isn't it just that you were defeated through the live broadcast? Is there anything else?" Kartiyashama said unhappily, "Everyone doesn't want me to come find you again, but I think it's necessary. I have to let you know my determination." He hadn't taken any pills now, but still had the courage to come and fight Shinfeng. Shinfeng saw the other party coming over and moved aside. "Why bother trying to beat me? Why don't I just admit defeat to you? If that means you won't bother me anymore, then I can admit that you're pretty good." Kartiyashama didn't want that. He wanted to defeat the other with his own strength. He pointed directly at Shinfeng. "No, I'm telling you, it's not allowed." He came directly in front of Shinfeng without saying a word, and the two began to fight. But Shinfeng deliberately let the other party. Because of the daytime situation, Kartiyashama looked a bit pitiful. After all, this young man was still a young man, and Shinfeng even felt a bit sorry for him. But the young man didn't think Shinfeng's actions were of any use. He went crazy. Even if he couldn't hit Shinfeng, he had to destroy the room. This was something Shinfeng couldn't tolerate. Already disturbed from resting, now that things were being destroyed, Shinfeng restrained the other. "Calm down. I really dislike you." The door was knocked, and Shinfeng and Kartiyashama both looked over. The person who came was their apartment manager. He came to check the situation after hearing the noise. The two were originally fighting, but stopped because of this sudden situation. Kartiyashama accused Shinfeng. "He's a heartless guy, bullying a sick person, and I'm sick." Shinfeng frowned. "He broke into my place and started smashing things. Is it wrong for me to restrain him? Did I really do something wrong?" Seeing this situation, the manager felt overwhelmed and spoke directly. "I can't handle this. Go find the head of your academy." It's not that he couldn't handle it, but he didn't dare to offend Kartiyashama. The situation during the day was known to everyone. Shinfeng also noticed this problem, and Kartiyashama by his side was like a plaster that couldn't be shaken off. He decided to go find the head and see if there was a permanent solution. After tossing around until morning, they finally met the head of the academy. After understanding the situation, the head immediately blamed Shinfeng. "You did indeed do something wrong in this matter. All of Kartiyashama's clothes are torn. You need to compensate." "Then what about the issues with my furniture? Should he compensate for that too? Your furniture is worth just a few bucks? How much are his clothes worth? Can't you do the math?" "Of course, his loss is greater," the head said seriously. As one of the first batch of talented people to enter, Shinfeng was nothing in the face of capital. Shinfeng also saw the snobbishness for the first time, realizing that this kind of problem existed in any world. Shinfeng was quite helpless. "Such an argument is truly ridiculous. I will never accept such an arrangement." However, the director did not give Shinfeng a chance to continue speaking. He first had someone take Kartiyashama away. Under the pretext of the young master being tired and needing to rest, Shinfeng was left behind to be reprimanded. Kartiyashama was very pleased, and when leaving, he couldn't help but look at Shinfeng with a mocking gaze. At this moment, when Shinfeng shifted his gaze to the director, there was a change in him as well. The director glared at him. "What are you planning?" Shinfeng walked towards the door at this time, ignoring him. "You will know next." "Stop, I haven't let you go yet." The director was hysterical, but it was of no use. Shinfeng realized it was time to find a solution. He decided to visit the vice dean's office. To deal with detestable people, one must find their weaknesses. The director was easy to deal with, but as for Kartiyashama, Shinfeng was not prepared to let him off easily. Shinfeng still thought it was unfair. They were all equal, so why should he be treated unfairly? He didn't come in through the back door, so why should he endure the cold eyes of others? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He had never been so wronged before. Clenching his fists, he wanted to find the vice dean. The director ignored this and went to find his superior. He wouldn't let the director continue to act recklessly. Why should he act arrogantly? Unconditionally siding with Kartiyashama just because of his powerful family? There was no such logic in the world. If he did something wrong, it didn't matter what they said. If he didn't do anything wrong, why should he bear the consequences? Everything was caused by Kartiyashama. He challenged himself, and he was just forced to fight back. As he turned to find the vice dean, the director stopped him. "Where do you think you're going? What do you want to do? Are you so bold as to go to the vice dean to complain? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If you want to block my path, you must bear the consequences. Your stay here is up to me. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As long as I'm here, you won't make waves." Shinfeng was extremely angry and spoke coldly. "What do you mean? Are you trying to control me? Are you going too far? This matter is not my fault. If you don't give me a fair judgment, then I will seek justice from the vice dean. I didn't come in through the back door. You know who really came in through the back door. Why do you only favor him just because he has a powerful family, while I have nothing? The director snorted coldly, not taking Shinfeng seriously. The facts had been spoken by Shinfeng, so why explain further? And with his status, why should he explain to Shinfeng? What was he? Without saying a word, he directly took Shinfeng away. You do have some ability, but your ability is not enough in front of me. If you want to stay in this school, you have to consider my opinion. Otherwise, you can leave. I won't say it twice. If you don't follow me, neither you nor your friends can stay in this school. Shinfeng frowned. He couldn't let the twins suffer because of him. He could handle being kicked out of school alone, but the twins couldn't. They had finally come to the academy, and he couldn't let them be driven away because of his mistake. He could only let the director take him away, powerless to resist everything in front of him. Besides accepting, he had no other choice. He wanted to resist this evil capital, but he didn't have the power. He looked at the owner beside him and said coldly, "You will regret your decision today. I guarantee it, but let me make it clear, there is no regret medicine in this world. Even if there was a regret medicine, I wouldn't give it to someone like you. You will bear all the consequences of this matter." The director seemed to have heard the biggest joke, and he burst into laughter. "Then I'll wait for your so-called consequences. Before that, you come with me." The director then locked Shinfeng in a dark room. He had said enough. Who made the other party unyielding? He had given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Who could he blame? He compromised with Cartier and bowed his head low, making it easier for himself. Not only did he not apologize, but he also wanted to seek justice from the vice dean. Then don't blame yourself for being ruthless. He had worked hard to reach his current position and couldn't let Shinfeng ruin his big plans. The twins were very angry when they found out about the situation and wanted to confront the director. Luo Yang's face was extremely ugly, filled with indignation. Why does he treat Shinfeng like this? It wasn't his fault to begin with. Anyone with eyes can see that it was caused by Cartier's provocation. He provoked us time and time again, and we're not allowed to fight back? He really takes us for granted. Even a mud bodhisattva has a temper. The director went too far. They say he is the most upright. But in my opinion, he is a weather vane, swaying with the wind. Luo Chao shared the same thoughts, and the two of them didn't want to sit idly by, so they went to the director to inquire about the outcome. They had a close relationship with Shinfeng, and seeing him being treated unfairly, they couldn't turn a blind eye. Shinfeng had helped them countless times, and they couldn't ignore it. Wasn't it too heartless of them? Their conscience was troubled. They then went to see the director. When the director saw them, he didn't even lift his eyelids. "If you're here to plead for Shinfeng, you can leave now. I've locked him up in a dark room." Maybe you don't know where the dark room is, so let me reluctantly tell you, it's a solitary confinement room. If any of you say another word, you'll be locked up with him. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I treat you all the same. The twins were furious, especially Luo Yang, who couldn't contain his emotions and wanted to retort. Luo Chao quickly covered his mouth, as Shinfeng was already in solitary confinement. If they were also locked up, no one would be able to help Shinfeng. They couldn't let things get worse. At least they were safe for now and could find a way to rescue Shinfeng. "Director, we understand. We'll leave now." The director sneered and waved his hand dismissively at the two. Shinfeng considered the twins as good brothers, but they were extremely timid. There is a saying, those who understand the situation are the wise ones. Everyone was as difficult to control as Shinfeng, so what was the point of being the director? Shinfeng didn't wallow in self-pity after being locked up. He started updating his novel, with Long Lao and others urging him to do so. He couldn't delay the manuscript. He had to write about being locked up to let everyone know the true face of the academy. If the director joined forces with the capitalists to block his path, he wouldn't show mercy either. He still had some ability and wouldn't be too oppressed. But what about the ordinary students? By writing about it, he wasn't just doing it for himself but for the oppressed students. They needed to resist and fight against the capitalists. He included his experience in the novel, and most of his fans, upon seeing it, expressed anger towards the academy. One fan commented first, "I thought this academy was great, but it turns out it's just like this. To collude with capitalists to suppress our authors. Our author is definitely not the first one to be bullied. Before this, who knows how many people were bullied and dared not speak up. This academy is terrible. Let's all boycott it together." After seeing Dragon Lao, he immediately went to question him. Faced with Dragon Lao's incessant questioning, the vice dean couldn't say a word. His face turned red, and he angrily slammed the table. Go bring Shinfeng here. What's going on in the academy? How did such unfavorable rumors spread? Who did what? The Vice Dean's confidant dared not show any anger and quickly went to find Shinfeng, respectfully inviting him out. Shinfeng, seeing the situation, knew that his novel had worked. He must handle the situation properly today. He couldn't allow the director to continue to be arrogant. He had given the director a chance before. As long as he was fair and just, today's scene wouldn't have happened. Who made him stubbornly protect Cartier Shama, or he wouldn't have to suffer the consequences. The Vice Dean asked Shinfeng in a low voice, trying to be as gentle as possible. What's going on? Shinfeng didn't hide anything and explained everything word by word. The director protected Cartier Shama, even though it was Cartier Shama's fault. He blamed me. He even put me in solitary confinement. If you hadn't let me out, I might still be in the dark room. The Vice Dean was very angry and immediately sent people to find the director. It's really outrageous. When did this academy change leadership? How can the director protect students who make mistakes? Not only did he not handle it well, but he was also widely criticized by outsiders. Do I still have a face? Can the academy continue to develop? How come I didn't know when you became the one in charge? What are you? Do you know how bad this incident has affected our academy? Explain to me the cause and effect of this matter. Faced with the Vice Dean's anger, the director dared not hide anything. He couldn't even protect his position. Who else could he manage? The director saw the comments under the updated novel, all criticizing the academy, and he knew something big was wrong. He wanted to discuss countermeasures with the Vice Dean, but before he could, he was forced to bear the other's anger. He had nothing to say at the moment, so he had to tell the truth. At this time, Cartier Shama also came to the Vice Dean's office, feeling aggrieved, thinking that Shinfeng was useless. Why should he live under the same roof as Shinfeng? Someone who came in through the back door still wanted to compare with him. Since Shinfeng came to the academy, he had lost his place in everyone's eyes. He used to be charming and handsome, but now Shinfeng had ruined everything. He couldn't contain his anger towards Shinfeng. He was impulsive and couldn't help but scold Shinfeng in front of the Vice Dean. Shinfeng, you are useless, you came in through the back door. Why are you studying with us? I will bully you, what can you do? Everyone has to give face to my family behind me. What do you have? If you apologize now, I will let you go. Why is everyone siding with you? Just because you have some ability? Your abilities are not enough in my eyes. You are just a waste, and you still want to oppose me? Shinfeng didn't want to pay attention to Cartier Shama, who was foolish. Clearly, he was a loser under his command, yet he dared to show off at this moment. The last person who challenged him was almost dead. Cartier Shama, where did he get the courage to say such things? How dare he challenge Shinfeng, who had always been superior in their multiple confrontations? Dragon Lao on the side was gasping heavily, taking a few deep breaths to calm down. He slammed the table hard. Absurd! What's so powerful about your family? Tell me. How dare you? Your mediocre skills are not even worthy of being a shoe shiner for Shinfeng. You let him defeat you so easily, have you forgotten? And you have the nerve to say Shinfeng got in through the back door. How did you get in? Are you brave enough to say it? The Vice Dean quickly handed a cup of tea to Master Long, asking him to calm down and not let the incident with Katayashama affect his health, as they couldn't afford it. The Vice Dean then gave a meaningful look to the headmaster, who immediately understood. A poor Taoist does not betray a fellow Taoist, but today, he could only choose between Katayashama and himself. He had worked hard to reach his current position and couldn't let it be ruined because of Katayashama. He spoke sternly, Katayashama, if you don't apologize, you will have to leave the academy. I will have a serious talk with your parents. We can clearly see who is at fault. This is your last chance. If you don't apologize, then pack your things and leave. Katayashama realized that the headmaster was unyielding and had no room for negotiation. He didn't want to bow down to Shinfeng, but the reality was that his words didn't count. The headmaster might consider his family background, but the Vice Dean and Master Long wouldn't. Besides apologizing, he had no other choice. Reluctantly, he lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, I went too far. His voice was so soft that it was barely audible. The headmaster didn't force him further. Katayashama was too proud, and the fact that he apologized already cost him half of his dignity. It was best to stop there. He couldn't force someone to do something against their will. Shinfeng was finally satisfied and indicated that he wouldn't hold a grudge. He got the answer he wanted and wouldn't trouble anyone anymore. Katayashama left with his head down, but deep down, he harbored resentment towards Shinfeng. Later, the Vice Dean offered compensation. I heard that Katayashama caused damage to your family's property. I will take care of the compensation. Can you check the contents of the document? If it's acceptable, you can fill in your name. Once this matter is settled, you should explain it properly in your novel. Our academy is still a good place. This was just an accident, let bygones be bygones, don't hold a grudge against Katayashama. Normally, anyone else would have been grateful, but Shinfeng was not an ordinary person. He didn't care about money, he wanted access to the library. I don't want these material possessions, I want access to the library. I know only third-year students are allowed in, but my abilities are not inferior to theirs. This is my only request. If you can't fulfill it, I don't need the compensation. The vice dean was exasperated. Why couldn't Shinfeng just accept it? Giving him compensation was a simple gesture, but he was pushing for more and making new demands. Unfortunately, he had no reason to refuse, and if he did, how would others perceive him? The followers of that novel could easily turn against him. He looked very troubled, but in the end, he reluctantly agreed to Shinfeng's request. Since you've made this request, I can't refuse. I agree, consider this as your compensation. Shinfeng nodded and didn't say much, then left with the little tiger. He hurried to the library, searching for martial arts secrets. With the help of the little tiger, he found a few books, but he was unimpressed. The library was not as great as he had imagined. The books he found were not as extensive as he had hoped and didn't offer much help. He continued his search with the little tiger by his side, muttering to himself, "This library is far worse than I imagined, and there's a lack of books on martial arts secrets." He continued searching without stopping. Finally, he found a book, but as he was about to set it aside, the will of heaven reminded him, "This book is very helpful for you, it can cultivate spiritual power, very suitable for beginners." Shinfeng carefully read through it. Indeed, as Tian Dao said, it was very suitable for a beginner like him. After reading it a few times, he remembered the content, which was similar to the books he had read before. It was just the method of cultivating spiritual power that differed slightly. His ability was here, he had the ability to remember things at a glance, learning things much faster than others. Shinfeng left with the little tiger, putting the book back on the shelf. When he returned, he wrote about the secret of the protagonist's cultivation in the novel. Joy shared as a joy doubled. Since he knew the secret, it was only right to share it with everyone. Many people in the comments said that with this secret, their cultivation speed had increased. A comment from someone named Pineapple Little Sister, author, "I really like you. Because of your secret, my cultivation speed has increased, I am much stronger now than before. This is really a good way to cultivate spiritual power, author, you are too kind to us." Shinfeng couldn't help but smile when he saw this, then he wrote down the cultivation levels. He just wanted to help more people, so that those who were experiencing bottlenecks could make a breakthrough. Seeing that everyone liked him, he couldn't contain his inner joy. After he wrote down the cultivation levels, everyone was extremely shocked, they were astonished and at a loss. Everyone kept asking Shinfeng who he really was, how could he know so many secrets? Secrets aside, they originally thought the author was deceiving children, but when they actually cultivated, they realized the benefits of the secret. Even the fact that the author knew about cultivation levels left them in shock. A devout dream chaser kept asking in the comments section, "Author, who are you really? What is your identity?" To know the cultivation levels, and to know so much about the academy, are you a member of the academy? People with partners also study at the academy, how come we have never heard of your existence? Please reveal your identity, we really can't wait to meet you. Shinfeng read countless comments, all wanting to know his identity. He wouldn't reveal this information. If he exposed his identity, he would only have the luxury of focusing on cultivation. He wouldn't ruin his own path, he wouldn't let himself stop here. Shinfeng still didn't respond in the comments section, he avoided the question and wrote down a few more secrets. At this moment, when Long Lao saw it, he sprayed tea on the table. Shinfeng was really daring, he actually wrote this down. Was he not afraid for his life? Or what? Wasn't he afraid of the endless dangers that would follow? Long Lao couldn't wait, he went straight to find him. Shinfeng was not clear about the details, he wanted to analyze it with him. Shinfeng was somewhat surprised to see Long Lao at his door, but then he understood, and asked softly about the purpose of the visit. "Long Lao, you rarely visit without a reason, so just tell me what's on your mind. As long as I can help, I will do my best. If I can't help, then so be it." Long Lao waved his hand and sat down on the side. "I'm not here to ask for your help today, I'm here to remind you. You must be careful and beware of those around you, you never know who might have ill intentions. You have written this thing, there will definitely be danger ahead. People will go to great lengths to investigate your identity will eventually be exposed, you must be careful. You are a good seedling, I don't want to see you perish here." Shinfeng lightly tapped the table with his fingers, he understood Long Lao's meaning. This person came to remind him, he appreciated the good intentions, but he was not afraid. When the enemy comes, the soldier will meet them, When the water comes, the earth will embrace it. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Narrow roads meet the brave. Who can know their true identity? As long as Long Lao does not reveal it, no one can find out. He will not allow those people to investigate. Since he has made this decision, he will not give up halfway. Long Lao saw that Shen Feng was not persuaded, and continued to advise. Why don't you understand what I mean? Just try this good thing yourself. Why do you have to announce it to the world? And in the form of a novel. Do you know how much danger this will bring you? Aren't you afraid of being divided by them? I kindly remind you, don't be stubborn, I really have your best interests at heart. Shen Feng nodded slightly, hesitating to speak. Why hide when everyone can share? Why not provide a platform for others to progress? Wanting everyone to progress, why should one progress alone while others remain stagnant? There is no such reason in the world. As a member of the academy, he holds lofty ideals. When Long Lao thought he wouldn't speak, Shen Feng slowly spoke up. I don't want to hide. If there is a secret to enhance abilities, it should be made known to the world. I have lofty ideals. I want all companions to progress. What's the point of one person's progress? Only when everyone progresses can the academy develop, and even drive the development of the whole world. Long Lao was stunned for a moment upon hearing Shen Feng's words. He realized that he was not as thoughtful as this young man, as he was only concerned with his own interests. Compared to Shen Feng, he was too petty. With more people like Shen Feng, how could the academy not develop? Long Lao couldn't contain his excitement and chuckled. Good lad, you are impressive. I underestimated your abilities before. In the future, if you need any help, just come to me. I will spare no effort to assist you. As long as you walk the right path, I will be your strongest support. Shen Feng nodded, his eyes slightly red. He understood Long Lao's intentions. He was no longer fighting alone. He believed that their team would grow stronger in the near future. After seeing off Long Lao, the Empress sent someone to find Shen Feng. Shen Feng pursed his lips, knowing what the Empress would say. Presumably, he and Long Lao had the same idea, but he had to go through with it. Shen Feng followed the person to meet the Empress. He bowed to the Empress, but before he could speak, the Empress spoke first. The purpose of my summoning you must be aware of. Where did these spiritual cultivation methods come from? Do you still intend to deceive me? Since I have called you today, it means I have my own plans. If you don't speak, you won't be able to leave here. Shen Feng pretended to be confused and did not want to answer the Empress's questions. Why did everyone have to be so concerned about where the cultivation secrets came from? As long as they were useful, wasn't that enough? Why worry so much? What difference does it make? He really didn't understand why everyone always wanted to get to the bottom of things. The more you know, the more you lose. Don't they understand such a simple truth? Seeing this, the Empress knew she wouldn't get a straight answer, but she was not willing to give up. She had made up her mind today to get Shen Feng to talk. She continued to ask, do you really have spiritual power? I am very curious about this. Why do you have such a powerful ability? Shen Feng replied as usual, without any change. I don't, I just want to benefit everyone. The secret I saw in a book, I didn't want to reveal it, but you are the Empress, so I can only answer truthfully. Many people ask me if I have spiritual power, but I really don't. The Empress nodded and gestured to the people in the shadows to come forward and test Shen Feng. Actually, Shen Feng knew the Queen's intentions from the beginning. He knew someone was hiding in the dark, but he chose to ignore it. The Queen wouldn't give up without probing the truth. Besides defending himself, everything else was futile. After a few people appeared, they all tried to attack Shen Feng one after another, but he pretended to be oblivious. The Queen coughed and made those people retreat. Her probing had failed. Since it had failed, there was no point in embarrassing herself further. Shen Feng indicated that he didn't care, and the Queen asked about the secret before letting him leave. The Queen watched his departing figure and pondered to herself, there was a secret about this person. Since he didn't want to tell her, she would explore it herself. One day, she would reveal his secret to the world. After returning, Shen Feng studied the books that were originally there. He had exposed too much and couldn't flaunt it recklessly anymore. Today, the Queen's probing indicated everything. She already suspected him. In order to clear his name, he had to be restrained. Shen Feng had actually known those moves for a long time, but he still had to pretend to be like everyone else. He couldn't show his extraordinary abilities, and recently, his classmates had been discussing who the author of that book was. Little did they know, the author was among the people they interacted with every day, and it was often during those times that Shen Feng would join in the discussion. People who didn't fit in would be the first to be suspected and, of course, the first to be excluded. Cardi Ashamaze was not giving up, and he found Shen Feng after class. He looked at Shen Feng, full of spirit, and thought about how he had been knocked out by him, which made him furious. He didn't believe that Shin Feng had that kind of strength. He was the cloud in the sky, and Shin Feng was the mud under his feet. What right did he have to compete with him? What qualifications did he have? Kardia-shama challenged Shin Feng without giving him a chance to refute. Today, the two of them had to compete. This wasn't up to Shin Feng. The initiative was in Kardia-shama's hands. I want to compete with you, this is my tactic, you wouldn't dare not to, right? The last competition was an accident. I won't be defeated by you with just one move again, this time I will prove my strength. Shin Feng could only reluctantly accept the challenge. Kardia-shama wouldn't stop until he had beaten him thoroughly. He would frequently disturb him, and his studies were affected. Hopefully, this time everything would be resolved. They agreed on the time and place, tomorrow at noon on the arena. During the lunch break, the twins and Zhang Tao spared no effort to mock Kardia-shama. They had witnessed the battle between Shin Feng and Kardia-shama last time. Kardia-shama was not Shin Feng's opponent at all. Even with a way to rapidly improve his abilities, he was still beaten down by Shin Feng. They didn't understand what was going on with Kardia-shama. Was he invincible? The more he fought, the braver he became. Zhang Tao sneered coldly. Kardia-shama really has some ability. He wants to compete with you again. Who doesn't know about his triangle cat kung fu? That simple flower fist and showy legs. I want to see you fight. I look forward to your competition. You must make him cry for mercy. Crush his arrogance. He always bullies ordinary students with the backing of his family. This is also an opportunity for everyone to vent their anger. The twins nodded heavily, looking like little chicks pecking at grains. They thought the same as Zhang Tao. It was time to teach Kardia-shama a lesson. He shouldn't rely on his family background to oppress capable ordinary students. Shin Feng was helpless. If he could, he really didn't want to deal with Kardia-shama. Competing with Kardia-shama was just a waste of time. Meanwhile, Kardia-shama had already found General Yu. He wanted to improve his abilities, otherwise, he would only be defeated by Shin Feng. This is their final match, and he must win. He looked at General Yu in front of him, speaking with flattery. I still want those pills. I want to enhance my abilities. I will be fighting with Shin Feng tomorrow. This is my last fight. If I lose, I will lose face. I can give you as much money as you want, as long as you give me the pills. General Yu pretended to be hesitant, first telling Kardia-shama about the side effects, then pretending to be worried about him. But under Kardia-shama's constant demands, General Yu still gave it to him. Then I'll give you some, but don't forget, these pills have side effects. Don't take them all at once, you can't handle the side effects. Kardia-shama remained indifferent, ignoring General Yu's warning, his mind set on defeating Shin Feng. In the evening, Shin Feng received many reminders to rest early. He commented that he needed rest for the fight tomorrow and couldn't write the plot. Everyone called Shin Feng nonsense, urging him to update and even saying they would send razor blades to him. The next day during the match, many people had already gathered to watch. Before going on stage, Kardia-shama secretly took those pills and felt a surge in strength. He looked at Shin Feng in the distance and sneered twice. With the boost of the pills, he was confident he could defeat Shin Feng. He was determined to either succeed or die trying. He must deal with Shin Feng. Remembering how Shin Feng had defeated him last time, he was furious. He had never been so humiliated before, and after becoming familiar with Shin Feng, he felt even more embarrassed. This time he had to prove himself to everyone, to show that his strength should not be underestimated. He began to battle Shin Feng, speaking disdainfully. I advise you to surrender. Surrendering now might give you a chance. My strength has increased. You are not my match. I will prove to everyone that you are beneath me. You only got here through the back door. You can never compare to me. Shin Feng didn't want to pay attention to this fool. He couldn't understand why Kardia-shama was against him. What did he do to offend Kardia-shama? They were not even familiar with each other. Shin Feng's indifference made Kardia-shama even more furious. Who was Shin Feng to ignore him? His family was so powerful. Shin Feng had no backing. What right did he have to look down on himself? Kardia-shama was furious. Why are you ignoring me? Are you scared? If you're scared, just surrender. I'll beat you until you pee, then you'll know what's what. Even the vice dean is speaking up for you. I don't believe you really have the ability. Shin Feng rolled his eyes, indicating that they could start. He didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters. Kardia-shama was too annoying. He hoped this would be the end of it, and Kardia-shama would never come looking for him again. Then Kardia-shama took the initiative, his strength increased, and his fighting techniques became more refined. He not only used what he learned at school but also learned techniques from the Kardia family. Baya skill 3 stars can quickly throw out weapons. Every move of his hit Shin Feng accurately, which amazed Shin Feng. He never expected Kardia-shama's strength to be so powerful. It was beyond his expectations, completely different from what he had imagined. He realized Kardiyashama's strength was completely different from before. His strength shouldn't be this strong, and while feeling his abilities, he also sensed some emptiness within Kardiyashama. Kardiyashama must have taken drugs. How else could he have increased his strength in such a short time? He couldn't understand why Kardiyashama had to compete with him. They were not mortal enemies, why go to such extremes? He actually took banned drugs, which the academy absolutely does not allow. If everyone takes this kind of medicine to enhance their own strength, who will seriously cultivate? He must stop this trend. He must teach Kardiyashama a lesson. Maybe it was just a minor incident before, but now at this moment, there is a big difference. He must make Kardiyashama realize what is right and what is wrong. Shinfeng pretended to be defeated and embarrassed. He took 3 steps back holding his chest, pretending to be helpless. Kardiyashama laughed heartily, his eyes slightly red. I told you that my strength has improved a lot, and you still want to fight me? If you had surrendered earlier, you wouldn't be in this situation now. You would have become the dirt under my feet. I reminded you so many times. Why don't you believe me? Kardiyashama was proud. He never thought Shinfeng was deliberate. He just thought his own strength had increased, and Shinfeng was no match for him. He became even stronger. He had already decided that he must defeat Shinfeng today. He was eager to prove himself. Everyone praised Shinfeng, and he felt helpless in front of himself. Why do they look down on him? Why don't they see his existence in their eyes? Shinfeng shook his head at Kardiyashama and spoke his mind. Do you really want to deal with me? I'm standing right in front of you, come on. Why has your ability increased so much in a short time? Can you explain it to me? In other words, if you don't explain it to me, should you explain it to the academy? You used your family's moves, what's the point? If you want to deal with me, just come at me. Kardiyashama was even more delighted to see this. He acted faster, his eyes were bloodshot. Because there were no teachers around, no one noticed that something was wrong. Kardiyashama was becoming more and more radical. He was already crazy inside. He looked at Shinfeng's provocation, not taking the other party seriously at all. It was just a low-level move that couldn't be put on the table, and he wanted to mock himself? Was he joking? Kardiyashama snorted, just a strong bow. What else do you want to persist with me? Shinfeng, you will never regret what you did today. From the moment you challenged me, today has already been decided. It's either you die or I live. Of course, I will live to the end. After you fall, I'll see what others say. Who will praise you, who will stand by your side? Shinfeng raised his eyebrows, ignoring his sarcasm. Kardiyashama attacked him as if he were crazy, just because he had a way to enhance his abilities? Otherwise, how could he stand in front of himself? Kardiyashama used to be a waste. His flashy moves were completely inadequate. The ransom was indeed very different. Kardiyashama kept attacking, realizing he couldn't kill Shinfeng. This realization made him very panicked. How could he not solve Shinfeng? He had taken pills, had powerful strength. Why couldn't he deal with Shinfeng? He couldn't solve Shinfeng. All his efforts were in vain. He couldn't let others know his true level. How much price he had paid to enhance his abilities, he himself couldn't count. These pills had side effects. He had never been afraid. He did all this just to defeat Shinfeng, right? He couldn't fail. Today he had to give everything to solve Shinfeng. He was already bloodthirsty, on the brink of collapse. His eyes were full of killing intent, but no one noticed that something was wrong with Kardiyashama. Everyone just treated this as a normal competition, who knew it was a matter of life and death. Kardiyashama directly used the spiritual power he had learned to deal with Shinfeng. This was his trump card, and also his killer move. If he failed again, he was afraid he would have no way out. Shinfeng slightly dodged and counterattacked. He could see the murderous intent in Kardiyashama's eyes, and realized that the opponent was using all means to deal with him. If he didn't fight back, what was he waiting for? Was he waiting for the opponent to deal with him? He wasn't that foolish. Kardiyashama was so ruthless, he shouldn't be timid. In front of everyone, Shinfeng counterattacked. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the final outcome of the match. With just a small counterattack, Kardiyashama actually took a big step back and spat out blood. Everyone was shocked. How could a small acupoint strike make Kardiyashama look like this? They couldn't understand why this scene had occurred. They were worried for Shinfeng, as Kardiyashama had a powerful family backing him. If Shinfeng really killed Kardiyashama, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. In fact, whether he could survive at all was another matter. Kardiyashama gritted his teeth in anger, feeling that Shinfeng was toying with him. He had the ability to defeat him, yet pretended to be unable to. Who was he putting on a show for? Shinfeng had no right to treat him like this. He was determined to deal with Shinfeng today, and had to act. He gathered all his energy in his right hand to deliver a fatal blow. Shinfeng noticed Kardiyashama's madness. and quietly reminded him of the methods he had used to enhance his strength. Kadia Shama's use of energy continued to increase, and his body turned increasingly red, almost to the point of bursting. People were shocked to see Kadia Shama in such a state. They had never seen anything like it, and realized that their organization would be of no use. In the end, Shinfeng used the sunflower acupoint technique, and Kadia Shama tried to dodge, intending to injure Shinfeng in the process. However, the result was not what he expected. He fell heavily to the ground, and after a few movements, he lay still. He spat out a large amount of blood and tried to say something to Shinfeng, but ultimately collapsed and ceased to breathe. People were startled, and some couldn't believe it. Upon closer inspection, they found that he was dead, and his body was red, having died from bursting. They attempted to save him, but found that all his meridians were destroyed, leaving no chance for rescue. Kadia Shama disappeared from this world without leaving a word. The vice dean was alarmed by the news from the academy. In a small match at the academy, a life had been lost. He couldn't turn a blind eye, as he was the highest leader of the academy. With the death of a student, he bore the greatest responsibility. He broke out in a cold sweat and was caught off guard. He knew about the match between Kadia Shama and Shinfeng, but hadn't taken it seriously, and now a life had been lost. Was Shinfeng too ruthless, or was there something else at play? He shook his head, not wanting to think about it. Shinfeng had always been measured in his actions, and wouldn't seek personal revenge. At the same time, members of the Kadia family learned of the news from the academy and sent people to take revenge on Shinfeng. Their family member had died at Shinfeng's hands, and they couldn't just sit idly by. This is a great shame and humiliation, a competition that actually cost a life. Who would believe it when it spreads? They cannot ignore it. They all think Shinfeng was ruthless. They have long known about the dirty dealings between Shinfeng and Cardia. They just didn't take it seriously, but it was their indifference that cost Cardia's life. The family members were furious and wanted to question Shinfeng. Shinfeng was the one who competed with Cardia, and he had to bear the anger of everyone. The vice dean and the Cardia family confronted each other. The vice dean stood in front of Shinfeng. He wanted to defend Shinfeng. He believed Shinfeng would not do such a terrible thing. Shinfeng had always ignored Cardia. This time the challenge was a last resort. How could he have killed Cardia? So many people were watching, he couldn't do it. The vice dean spoke coldly. It's absolutely impossible for you to take away my student. I believe in him. He wouldn't have maliciously killed Cardia. There were people watching. They can all testify for Shinfeng. I will investigate this matter. The academy will give you an explanation. Why did Cardia die? We will investigate thoroughly. Before that, I won't allow you to take away Shinfeng. He has done nothing wrong. He shouldn't bear the ultimate responsibility. The Cardia family was very unwilling. Their faces were solemn. Cardia was their hope for the next generation, and now he was lost at the hands of Shinfeng. They would not let Shinfeng off. But now the vice dean was speaking up for Shinfeng. It was extremely difficult for them to take Shinfeng away. A family member questioned loudly, so many people saw him hit Cardia, do you still want to distort the truth? We are taking Shinfeng away today, otherwise you will have to answer to us. The vice dean took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. I have said that I will investigate and find out the truth, and I will inform you of the final result. If you are not satisfied, you can also investigate privately. I believe Shinfeng is innocent. The Cardia family saw the situation and knew they couldn't take Shinfeng away. They had no choice but to endure. There was no other way. In the end, they could only leave unwillingly, but before leaving, they threatened Shinfeng. Don't think that the vice dean protecting you means we won't come after you. You better not travel alone. Shinfeng and the vice dean knew in their hearts that the Cardia family had already left, but they still held a grudge against Shinfeng. There was no resolution to this matter, and Shinfeng did not have the peace he had hoped for. The vice dean asked Shinfeng for some details, and Shinfeng told him everything, including Cardia's rapid improvement in abilities and his internal emptiness, leaving nothing out. The vice dean understood, rapid improvement in abilities was the key, and he would investigate in that direction. He comforted Shinfeng softly, okay, I understand the situation, we will investigate here, you go back and rest. Be careful. The Cardia family will not let this go easily. Shinfeng expressed his understanding, and then left the office. After he left, his brothers immediately approached, asking about Shinfeng's injuries, especially the twins, with obvious concern on their faces. How are you? Is there anywhere that doesn't feel right? Shinfeng shook his head, and no one knew that he was doing it on purpose. Because he had noticed that Cardia had a problem with his body, in order to prevent framing and entrapment, he had to pretend to be weak and injured. He didn't know who wanted to harm Cardia, and he had to push everything onto himself. He didn't want to take the blame, so he had to pretend to be incompetent. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Shinfeng was not capable of defeating Cardia, let alone killing him. Shinfeng reassured everyone, "I'm fine, my injuries will heal after a while. The only tricky thing is that Cardia Shama died. I don't know how he did it, he collapsed on the ground. I didn't kill him, I don't know how he lost his breath." Others sighed, they saw the scene clearly at that time. Shinfeng couldn't beat Cardia Shama at all. How could he have killed Cardia Shama? There is no definite reason why Cardia Shama died. We can only wait for the Academy's investigation. Zhang Tao was worried. He knew the powerful family behind Cardia Shama. If they don't let go of Shinfeng, it would be troublesome. What does the Cardia family say? I saw them leave, will they come after you? Shinfeng understood in his heart, it was inevitable that they would come after him. Cardia Shama is dead, they will definitely blame him. This is inevitable, the vice dean supported me, he said the Academy will find out the truth. I just need to go back and wait, I won't go out recently, to avoid running into the Cardia family. The crowd gave Shinfeng advice, asking him to be careful on his way home from school. They wanted to escort Shinfeng back, not letting him act alone. Who knows what the Cardia family will do? When people are extremely angry, they can do anything. Shinfeng felt warm in his heart, his brothers were not in vain. At night, Shinfeng quietly went to the morgue where Cardia Shama's body was kept for examination. He asked the system, quickly check if there is anything unusual about Cardia Shama. The system conducted a full-body check on Cardia Shama and concluded that it was caused by drug use. Cardia Shama died from taking performance-enhancing drugs. Shinfeng learned the final result and thought about leaving. Just as he reached the door, he sensed someone approaching, so he had to hide his identity. Who would come to check on Cardia Shama at this late hour? Besides the real culprit behind the scenes, he couldn't think of anyone else. He wanted to see who had woven a huge net behind his back, trying to frame him. No matter who it was, he wouldn't let himself be made a scapegoat. He observed from the shadows and saw the person trying to destroy the body. The system kept reminding Shinfeng to protect Cardia Shama's body, otherwise he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Shinfeng had to take action to deal with the person, using his spiritual power first without revealing his identity. He had to use the Academy's techniques, which would surely alert others. He was familiar with these things, and no matter who wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be afraid. He was already surrounded by enemies, would he care about one more enemy? He would expose that person and make them pay for their wrongdoings in public. Regardless of who it was, they shouldn't disregard their life. Although Cardia Shama was not innocent, his methods were too cruel, and Shinfeng couldn't ignore it. Moreover, now this matter has been pushed onto him. If he continued to ignore it, he would have to wait for the Cardia family to deal with him. The strength of Cardia Shama alone is not terrifying, but he has a powerful family behind him. He could deal with 3 to 5 people, but to deal with a whole family, what price would he have to pay? There were still many things he hadn't finished, and his spiritual power had not reached the highest level. He couldn't stop here. Besides resolving the current situation, he had no other choice. After dealing with the man in black, Shinfeng did not leave immediately. He believed he should inform the vice dean. The Academy would surely have a solution. Investigating the final truth alone might be difficult. With the Academy's involvement, the Cardia family could trust it. Otherwise, even if he found out the truth, the Cardia family would not acknowledge it. They would only blame themselves, thinking they had solved the problem of Cardia Shama. He went directly to the vice dean, and when the vice dean saw Shinfeng coming to find him, he felt a headache. Although she believed in Shinfeng, it could not be denied that it was because of Shinfeng's presence that brought him so much trouble. Shinfeng was not one to visit the Sanbao temple without reason. He must have made a new discovery. It was only after he had a cup of tea that he slowly spoke. Have you found anything or not? Is it the Cartier family causing trouble for you again? If the Cartier family of the Mar family comes after you, I will talk to them. After all, you are a member of the Academy, and I believe in you. Shinfeng shook his head at him, his face very serious, and told him about what had just happened. I just went to check on the body of Cartier Mar, and made an unexpected discovery. Cartier Mar died from taking medicine, and someone went to check his body and even tried to destroy it. I hid in the dark and dealt with that person directly. If Cartier Mar's body is really destroyed, then our investigation will be meaningless. What should we do now? It's all up to you to consider. The vice dean was shocked to hear this, and paced back and forth. He was restless. It was one thing for Cartier Mar to die, and another for him to die from taking medicine. And now someone wanted to destroy Cartier Mar's body. What did they take the Academy for? Who could just come and go as they pleased? Wasn't this going too far? There must be someone behind this. He couldn't just let it go, and immediately gave orders. You, at the door, quickly take people to protect Cartier Mar's body. This is a very important matter. and no one can take it lightly. If I find anyone letting their guard down, don't blame me for not showing mercy. This is your biggest task, and if you don't do it well, don't come back to see me." The head of the door was trembling with fear, and hurriedly went to guard Cartier Mar's body personally. This was no small matter. The vice dean was furious, and they couldn't just let it go. If they really angered the vice dean, their positions would be in jeopardy. They didn't know how many years of effort it took to climb to their current positions. No one wanted to fall again, so what if they had to guard a body? What were they afraid of? Later, the vice dean arranged for people to inspect, and the people from the academy acted quickly, directly finding the drugs. The academy prohibited the use of drugs, which proved Xinfeng's innocence. After the vice dean obtained the results of the investigation, he immediately summoned the members of the Cartier family. He handed over the documents to the Cartier family and explained the situation to them. Cartier Mar died from taking medicine, and our academy prohibits the use of drugs. So these drugs are not circulated in the academy, and we don't know where Cartier Mar got them from. After all, he has his own channels, and all of this proves that Xinfeng is innocent. At that time, Xinfeng was no match for Cartier March. He was pushed back several steps, and he was far away from Cartier Mar, and had no chance to make a move. The Cartier family slammed the documents on the table. They didn't believe it. Their family member died inexplicably, and the school only provided 2 flimsy pieces of paper. They simply didn't believe it. Why would Cartier Mar take medicine? Did he need to take medicine to enhance his strength in a simple competition? The head of the family threw the documents on the vice dean's desk. "We do not accept this result, and our family does not have any drugs. Your academy also does not have any drugs, so where did Cartier Mar get them from? Your academy has a direct responsibility. Xinfeng, who competed with Cartier Mar, is the culprit, and this matter will not end here." After speaking, he left with the family members, leaving the vice dean and Xinfeng looking at each other. They had obtained the results of the investigation, but the members of the Cartier Mar family did not accept it, and they had nothing to say. The vice dean quietly reminded Xinfeng, "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you can avoid it, then do so. You've really gotten on their bad side, and now you'll have to face the consequences. These people are targeting you like crazy, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'll arrange for people to protect you as much as possible, but most of the time, you'll have to rely on yourself." Xinfeng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. "When the enemy comes, we'll meet them head-on, and when the water comes, we'll cover the earth. They want to deal with him and will use all sorts of tactics, which he can't handle on his own. He can only evade them for a while and come back when the coast is clear." After that, Xinfeng resumed his normal classes, keeping a low profile. The people around the deceased Cartier Shama didn't believe it and came to warn Xinfeng repeatedly. Cartier Shama's most trusted subordinate pointed at Xinfeng and cursed loudly. "The academy is biased towards you, thinking you're not at fault, but we don't believe it. You're the murderer, and the academy is sheltering the real culprit. We won't let you off the hook. You should go and accompany the young master. He's very lonely underground by himself. We will definitely make you pay the price. This won't end here." Faced with the angry accusations of several people, Xinfeng remained calm and composed. If a dog bites him, does he have to bite back? These people have gone mad with grief over Cartier Shama's death. Why should he lower himself to their level? Xinfeng turned a blind eye and left. If they want to deal with him, they'll have to bring out their best. He still has the deputy dean's arranged people by his side, so he won't be harmed. Xinfeng's indifference made those people feel frustrated. They jumped and accused Xinfeng. "We've made it clear to you, you won't live to see another day." Xinfeng responded with an "oh" and gracefully left, paying no attention to their threats. Over the next 2 days, Xinfeng faced danger, but thanks to the deputy dean's arranged people, he remained unharmed. The Cartier family was angry because their people failed due to the academy's strength. They wanted revenge for Cartier Shama, but they were at a loss. They couldn't swallow this anger. Their child went to school in good spirits, so how did he end up dead? How could they accept this? They couldn't openly confront the academy. The academy's power was stronger than theirs, and if they really clashed with the academy, what would happen to the other members of their family? Suddenly, an elder of the Cartier family had a person's figure in mind. The enemy of their enemy is their friend, and Xinfeng has a rival in General Yu. If they join forces, can't they deal with Xinfeng? They have a common goal and a common enemy. He's not afraid of General Yu not taking action. He directly contacts his subordinates to meet with General Yu. The moment he sees General Yu, he doesn't beat around the bush. "I'll tell you my purpose directly. I want to deal with Xinfeng, and my strength alone is not enough. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Xinfeng shouldn't be allowed to live anymore. Cartier Shama is dead, and he should be buried with Cartier Shama. I heard that Cartier Shama had some connection with your son. As a father, I understand the pain of losing a loved one. We should avenge them, otherwise, they won't be able to rest in peace underground. General Yu didn't agree on the surface, but he was secretly delighted. This move by Kardiyashama was the most accurate one he had made, and Kardiyashama's death united the Kardiya family against a common enemy. Shinfeng gained another enemy, which was exactly what he wanted. Why should his son be gone while Shinfeng thrives? He had wanted to deal with Shinfeng for a long time, not just today. This was a trap set specifically for Shinfeng from the moment he gave Kardiyashama the pill. He knew Kardiyashama's temper too well. Kardiyashama and Shinfeng were like water and fire. The pill he provided would give Kardiyashama confidence, and then he would battle Shinfeng. In the end, Kardiya's death triggered a battle between the family and Shinfeng. But he couldn't say it directly. He pretended to be reluctant and heartbroken. I also want to deal with Shinfeng, but the academy has always protected him. I can't find a way to deal with him. It's not that I don't want to avenge my son, I did my best. These are the names of the people in the academy who have a grudge against Shinfeng. I hope it helps you. I can't do anything else. I can't get over the fact in my heart. I can't join forces with you to deal with him. The Kardiya family was overjoyed. With this list, were they still afraid of not being able to deal with Shinfeng? They didn't have a chance to act outside the academy, but it would be much easier to act against these people within the academy. Kardiya's father nodded and said a few words of thanks before leaving. I'm leaving. If things work out, I will thank you more. He tightly held the list in his hand. This was the key to avenging his son. He must seek revenge. He must make Shinfeng regret challenging Kardiya to a fight. Shinfeng's fate was sealed. After the Kardiya family left, General Yu looked at his son's photo and muttered to himself, "Son, I will avenge you. Rest in peace. I will send Shinfeng to accompany you. Look at the situation now. How many enemies does he have? I don't need to take action. They are all eager to take Shinfeng's life. As long as I gently push things forward, they will act for me. This is using another's hand to kill." Meanwhile, Shinfeng was cultivating his spiritual power, reaching the mid-stage of foundation building. Suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't updated his work, and he didn't know how many people were urging him to do so. If he didn't update soon, everyone might give up on following the updates. If I don't update soon, everyone might lose interest. I must update more today. Shinfeng encouraged himself and continued to update the story of his cultivation. The main theme was about the protagonist being hated by others but being untouchable, and how others disliked him but couldn't do anything to him. He transferred the scenes from his life into the novel. He wanted everyone to know about his every move, but this was just the content of the novel, and no one would associate it with his identity. He had always kept his identity well hidden, and he didn't leave a single word in the comments section. Everyone in the comments section was discussing, and each person was concerned about Shinfeng's safety, fearing that he might be harmed. A person named Don't Break Up was fervently expressing their opinions. Author, you must be safe. If something happens to you, how can we read your book? We are worried about your safety. If you have something to tell us, we will help you. You must protect yourself. Safety comes first, it's the most important. Another person named Flowers Bloom and Fall asked Shinfeng, Author, when will you update your other novel? I look forward to your updates every day. You can't favor one over the other. You can't update one and not the other. We will support you, so you must update properly. We are your most loyal fans, and of course, you must protect yourself. However, Shinfeng directly ignored these messages and chose to sleep. He didn't have time to update yet, and he would decide when to update. Although he didn't like being urged to update, he also knew that this was a way for everyone to express their fondness for him. Without the support of these people, he would have long forgotten about them. Who else would know about the novels he wrote? The next day, someone came to ask him to do a task together. Doing tasks could earn points for the academy. When the points reached a certain level, they could obtain martial arts and learn from the academy. Who didn't know Shinfeng's strength? If they could team up with Shinfeng, it wouldn't be so difficult to earn points. Shinfeng's strength had been fully demonstrated when he sparred with Kardiyashama. The man took the initiative to ask, and Shinfeng did not turn him away. Shinfeng, still half asleep, asked in a low voice, What do you want from me? The man replied in a low voice, I want to ask if you want to go on a mission together. Completing missions can earn points and obtain martial arts techniques, which can enhance your strength. Are you willing to travel with us? Our team is missing only one person, you. I know you are powerful, and you won't lose out with us. We won't hold you back. Shinfeng frowned slightly. He could do missions on his own, but there was no need to join forces with strangers. He could take missions with his twin brother Zhang Tao, so why choose unfamiliar strangers? Why did they come to him? He knew it was because of his strong abilities. They were trying to use him to achieve their own goals. Since Shinfeng saw through their intentions, they didn't need to persist. Later, Shinfeng found Zhang Tao and the twins and introduced the benefits of doing missions to them. Only by doing missions could they earn points and learn more martial arts techniques. No one wants their abilities to stagnate. If the twins didn't want to progress, why would they train with Shinfeng? There was no reason for that. Zhang Tao was also eager to go. Shinfeng looked at them and smiled. Alright, in that case, let's go together. I will take on the missions. Of course, we'll go together. I won't leave you alone. The twins and Zhang Tao smiled. They knew Shinfeng wouldn't abandon them. Although their strength was not enough, their sincerity towards Shinfeng was genuine. Shinfeng had kept them by his side before, and now there was no reason to abandon them. They took on a mission together to escort a box to Linen City. Half a month on the journey, during this half month, no one could give up. If anyone fell behind, their mission would fail. The box was the key to completing the mission, and they had to protect it at all costs. Shinfeng tirelessly reminded everyone of this. Everyone must protect this box. This is our first mission. There are many requirements we don't know about. Everyone must be careful. There will be many difficulties along the way, but as long as we stay united, we can complete the mission. You must stay close to me and not fall behind. The twins and Zhang Tao understood Shinfeng's concerns. Zhang Tao joked to ease everyone's anxiety. It's just a box. We can definitely deliver it safely. Our small team is the best. Can this mission really challenge us? We will definitely succeed. The twins couldn't help but chuckle. Shinfeng chuckled lightly, and they set off on their journey. The half-month experience might lead to significant progress for them. At this time, someone came looking for Shinfeng and others. This person's name is He Ping. He had a sincere expression and no false pretenses on his face. Can I do the mission with you guys? My home is there. I mainly want to go home. I won't ask for the points from the mission. As long as we move forward together on this journey, it's enough for me. I won't ask for much. I'm not a greedy person. Shinfeng and the others looked at each other. Since he had pleaded with them, they naturally had no reason to refuse. Zhang Tao spoke first. This person has no ill intentions, so let's take him with us. He himself said he doesn't want the points from completing the mission. He just wants to go home. We have no reason to refuse him. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to make a request. This person is quite bold. Maybe he's made up his mind that we won't refuse. The twins also had no objections. If someone wants to go home, they want to complete the mission. This is not a contradictory issue. In the end, everyone agreed, and Shinfeng quietly reminded the person, you will have a share of the points from completing the mission. We know you want to go home. You are more familiar with this journey, so we will rely on you along the way. If there's anything wrong, tell us in advance, we will consider your opinion. If you don't want the points from completing the mission, we will feel uneasy. That's it, let's move forward together. He Ping's smile became even more sincere. He thought that the group would back out and not give him the points from completing the mission. It seems he had worried too much. With a leader like Shinfeng, he shouldn't worry about them not completing the mission. He was really lucky to have found Shinfeng. In fact, he had approached other people before, but they had all rejected him in similar ways. They all thought he would be a burden. Shinfeng and the others were different. When they set off, the box was placed with Shinfeng, which was unanimously agreed upon. After all, Shinfeng was the strongest and could protect the box. They used transportation for the journey, and they encountered many obstacles along the way. They couldn't just walk there. For half a month, they couldn't reach their destination. They weren't fools and knew the most efficient way. There were many people on the transportation, and someone noticed the existence of the box and tried to take it. The twins were not to be trifled with, and they noticed the person's actions. Luo Yang took the lead and grabbed the person's hand. You want to take the box in front of us, you're not taking us seriously. Do you think we're pushovers? Do you think you can do whatever you want with us? Luo Chao also stood up, and together they drove the person away. The person was in a sorry state, as if they had been beaten up. After reaching a place, everyone started to rest, while also keeping an eye on the box. They didn't know what was inside. The person who assigned the mission only said that the contents of the box were very important and they must protect it at all costs. Even if they lost everything else, they couldn't lose the box. Zhang Tao was very curious and kept asking the others, what's inside the box? Why is it so important? And just now, someone wanted to take the box. Could there be something valuable inside? Shinfeng rolled his eyes. When you're away from home, don't ask about everything. Curiosity killed the cat. The contents of the box have nothing to do with us. Our task is to deliver it to the destination. Zhang Tao scratched his head in embarrassment. He understood this reasoning, but he couldn't control his curiosity. The twins took Zhang Tao to rest. There's no point in being curious when they have to rest and will be tired on the road again. They were all curious about the contents of the box, but what's the use of curiosity? They couldn't open the box to take a look. He Ping was a man of few words and had not expressed any opinions along the way. Shen Feng could tell he was introverted and didn't initiate a conversation with him. While they were eating, they happened to overhear someone discussing Shen Feng's book. Several big guys were very angry, their faces red and necks thick. The eldest brother spoke first. "You all don't know how long I've been waiting for updates. I remind him every day, but maybe he just doesn't want to update. Especially that novel about losers. I've been waiting for an update for over a month. He hasn't responded at all, and my comments are ignored. It's one thing to delay updates, but he even stops updating. He doesn't say whether he wants to continue that book. If he says no, I'll unsubscribe, wasting my time for nothing. But to be honest, his 2 books are written so well. I've practiced his secret. Look at the spiritual power on me, it's much stronger than before." As the eldest brother spoke, he was so angry that he split the table with the machete in his hand. He clenched his teeth tightly, never been so angry before. Authors who delay and stop updates are the most disgusting, especially when they write so well. They can't help but keep reading, so they have to remind for updates countless times a day. That kid, do you think that's the reason? What do you think of people who delay updates? I won't say anything offensive, but I'm really angry. The other big guys laughed, their thoughts were roughly the same. They all detested authors who delayed updates, not realizing that the author was right in front of them. Shen Feng was not ashamed and echoed along. These were devout readers of his novels, indirectly showing how good his novels were. Otherwise, why would they keep waiting for updates? Despite his long absence, they didn't give up on his work. This was still something that moved him. Shen Feng scratched his head. "What you guys said makes sense. I also detest authors who delay updates the most. I've read the book you mentioned, and the time between updates is getting longer. If this continues, I'll have to give up on this book. I can tolerate delays, but not stopping updates." Several big guys nodded, agreeing with Shen Feng's thoughts. They cursed the author a few more times, then returned to their rooms to rest after venting their anger. While sleeping at night, Shen Feng suddenly remembered something and quietly reminded everyone to avoid being overheard. "Let's take turns resting, don't all fall asleep. This box is very important, we must assign someone to guard it." Everyone agreed, knowing that Shen Feng was thoughtful, so following his lead was the right choice. In the middle of the night, someone came to steal the box, and the twins and Zhang Tao were ready to fight. This box was crucial to their mission, and they couldn't let it be taken away. Shen Feng held the box and hid aside, not willing to act unless absolutely necessary. Zhang Tao and the others were strong enough to handle the situation. He Ping reminded Shen Feng, "Quick, take the box and hide, we've got this. We'll clean up the mess." Shen Feng agreed and hid in a secluded spot. But halfway through the fight, another group of people arrived. They seemed to be after the box, but they kept getting closer to Shen Feng. Shen Feng suspected they were targeting him. Why else would they approach him? If they really wanted the box, shouldn't they deal with the twins and others first? Their actions were unexpected, and Shen Feng couldn't let his guard down. Who exactly wanted to harm him? These people were too obvious. Shen Feng ran away with the box using light-footed steps, and the others followed closely behind. Zhang Tao spat on the ground. "Damn, these people are really tricky, like a dogskin plaster that won't come off. Are they going this far for a box? This box is our mission, they're going too far." Fortunately, we left the box with Shen Feng, giving him a chance to escape. If we had kept it with us, it would have been stolen long ago. He Ping deeply realized Shen Feng's intelligence. They stayed up all night. Guarding the box was the right decision. If they had fallen asleep, they might have been taken care of by those people in their sleep. It can only be said that Shen Feng does not fight unprepared battles. Following Shen Feng, one can definitely arrive home safely. Shen Feng used his spiritual power, but he did not expose himself. Those people clearly came for him, and stealing the box was secondary. They wanted his life. He could guess who was behind it to some extent. Could it be the people from the Cartier-Chama family? What are the chances of that? Shen Feng dared not guarantee this matter. Perhaps he had too many enemies behind him. These people had not shown themselves to him, and he did not know who wanted to take action. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was surrounded by enemies. He had offended so many people before that he had forgotten. General Yu was watching closely in the background. This was their chance. They would inevitably take advantage of the situation and target their own people. The twins and Zhang Tao were safe. The most dangerous one was himself. He had to come up with a plan to deal with it and not give these people a chance. Once they decided to act, he had no choice but to fight back. There was no other way. He had spiritual power, but he did not want to expose it too early. Revealing it now would only bring endless trouble. He did not want to be approached by countless people every day. That was not the life he wanted. They managed to shake off the tail behind them, and a few people were panting. Led by Shinfeng, they reached a safe place. The twins were out of breath, and several others were panting. Zhang Tao asked softly, "What's the secret of this box? Why do so many people want it? Even late at night, they are still fighting over the box. What's inside this box? I'm getting more and more curious. I really want to see what's inside." After Zhang Tao finished speaking, Shinfeng ignored him, and the twins did not say much. Zhang Tao was just talking, he did not mean it. If he really wanted to open it, he would not have taken on this task. This was the most basic part of completing their mission. If they rashly opened the box, what would the others think? When questioned upon reaching their destination, they would not be able to answer. It was simple, no one would say much. Since they had chosen this mission in the first place, they had to go through with it without hesitation until the end. If anyone gave up halfway, their mission would fail, and they would not earn any points. Even if it was for the sake of progress in gaining techniques, they would not take risks. Moreover, such behavior was unethical. They quickly set off and could not linger in this place any longer. The people behind them were still lurking, and they did not know when they would strike again. If they did not leave soon, they might be caught off guard. Those people were not easy to provoke, and if they really clashed with them, it would not end well. After all, those people were capable. Shinfeng whispered, "We can't stay here, everyone prepare to leave quickly. Those people are persistent, they will follow us and investigate our whereabouts. We must head to the next location, only by leaving here do we have a chance. I don't intend to confront them, and you should not act on your own. The outcome of a confrontation could be something we don't want to see." Upon hearing Shinfeng's words, everyone quickly set off. Shinfeng's sixth sense was always accurate. After they left, those who had been fighting over the box looked into the distance, preparing to set sail. They intended to follow Shinfeng and snatch the box. When they arrived at the next location, He Ping could no longer control himself. This box had brought them too many disasters. Why couldn't they just open it and see what was inside? Could it be that they are not qualified? By taking on this task, doesn't it prove that they can open this box? Who would say they are wrong? He spoke frankly, "Can we open it and see what's inside? What is this box? We've attracted so many enemies to attack us. If we weren't agile, we would have been dealt with by now. Is this the Academy's mission? The Academy's mission is pushing us into an endless abyss. It's reasonable to open and see." Shinfeng firmly refused. He absolutely could not open the box. The box is the key to completing their mission, and he wouldn't make a mistake. A small choice could very likely lead to heaven or hell. He couldn't gamble with everyone's abilities, this concerns their points. "We can't open it, the mission order prohibits opening the box. The contents of the box will be damaged if opened, as instructed by the task distributor." He repeatedly emphasized not to open it. If we do, it would be considered a failure. Others felt a bit strange but didn't think much of it. They didn't know why He Ping wanted to open the box. Although they were curious, no one had thought of opening it. With Shinfeng's instructions, they had to obey. Without Shinfeng accompanying them, it would be a pipe dream to expect a smooth journey to the end. The twins and Zhang Tao had no objections. Shinfeng was their leader, and whatever he said was final. They didn't think much of He Ping, he was just a passerby. They had traveled this journey together, and it wasn't certain if they would meet again in the future. There was no need to think so badly of people. Those who came out of the academy were mostly upright. Shinfeng held the box tightly, not allowing anyone to covet it. Along the way, they encountered a young girl being bullied. Several men were laying hands on the girl, and she kept evading, but her efforts were futile. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, especially since she was a weak girl. Zhang Tao was indignant and rushed to rescue the girl. "You big men are going too far, bullying someone like her. I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow and see if you dare to do it again." The men didn't take Zhang Tao seriously as he stood alone and spat, sneering. "Thinking you're a hero saving the damsel in distress? Who do you think you are? Do you even know your own strength? Coming here to act tough in front of us. Today, we won't let you off the hook. You want to save this girl? She belongs to us." Zhang Tao snorted and gave the twins a look, and the 3 of them fought together, taking down the men. The men fled, leaving the girl behind. Shinfeng waved to the girl, "The bad guys have been driven away, you can leave now. We need to continue on our way." The girl hesitated and didn't agree with Shinfeng's words. She decided to follow Shinfeng and the others. They had the ability, and she would be safest with them. Otherwise, she didn't know how many bad people she would encounter on her own. She was weak and had no resistance. It was better to stick with these strong individuals and let them lead the way. Later, the girl approached Shinfeng, pleading pitifully. Can you take me with you? I'm really scared. They've been driven away for now, but after you leave, they will come back to bully me. Please take me with you, I won't be a burden to you. I won't cause you trouble, I'll do as you say. As long as you take me with you, I'm willing to do anything. Shinfeng straightforwardly refused. The timing of this girl's appearance was not right. There must be something fishy about her. Bringing her along would invisibly increase a lot of danger. He wanted to nip all the dangers in the bud, and the best situation was to not bring the girl along. We will encounter many dangers on our way, and no one can take care of you. Do you know what you will experience if you travel with us? We still have a long journey ahead. It's not convenient to bring you along. We are here to complete a mission, not for leisure. The girl pursed her lips, tears uncontrollably streaming down, like beads off a broken string. Shinfeng was halfway through his refusal when a group of Yiping rushed to take her along. Oh, you guys don't even think about it. What danger can a little girl pose? Can she handle us? Are we afraid of her? I'm soft-hearted, so let's take her along. Leave her here, she doesn't know what she will go through. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Shinfeng sighed, his helplessness evident on his face. If it were someone else, they would no longer insist on following. But the girl was not someone else, she was determined to follow Shinfeng. In the end, Shinfeng could only go along with it. Zhang Tao and the twins rolled their eyes. They were not soft-hearted towards the girl. They unconditionally believed in Shinfeng, and if Shinfeng said not to bring her, there must be a reason. The girl introduced herself to the group. Her name was Yuji. My name is Yuji, I'm really happy to be able to walk with you. Shinfeng did not mention his own name, only Yiping informed her. The girl was delicate, wanting to rest every now and then, and she wanted to eat good food. They made frequent stops along the way, greatly delaying the journey. Yuji wanted to stop again. Can we rest for a while? I'm really tired. I don't want to eat this kind of food, I want to eat good pastries. You all brought me along, isn't it reasonable to meet my conditions? I'm really grateful to you. The others couldn't be bothered, especially Shinfeng, who didn't agree to bring Yuji along in the first place. It was Yiping's insistence that made him agree. Shinfeng couldn't understand, why did Yiping want to bring Yuji along? They had only just met, why were they so familiar with each other? Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Yuji sat down and complained, you all brought me along, why don't you listen to me? We are a team, don't be so heartless. Can't you treat me well? I'm a little girl, what's wrong with resting for a while? Is this request too much? Shinfeng and the others remained silent, passing the ball to Yiping. If Yuji had any requests, she should go to Yiping. The indifference of the others formed a sharp contrast with Yiping's warmth. Only Yiping chatted with the girl, protected her, and gave her good food. We bought these pastries when we set off, have some. The girl took it, timidly said thank you, and began to eat heartily. If someone offered her food, why wouldn't she eat it? She knew Yiping's name, but she didn't know Shinfeng's name. Yuji was curious about Shinfeng and asked him many questions. What's your name? How come you're so good-looking? Do these people all listen to you? You ignore me, and they ignore me too. Why don't you want to talk to me? Just now you didn't want to bring me along. Do you think bringing me along will be dangerous? Don't you want to protect me? You really don't cherish me. I've told you so much. Why don't you pay attention to me? The Moon Princess muttered to herself, but Shinfeng completely ignored her. Who would be so familiar with someone they just met? She claimed to have no ulterior motives, but he didn't believe it for a second. After experiencing so much over the years, he would never fall into someone else's trap. He not only wanted to protect his own safety but also the safety of those around him. Zhang Tao and the twins listened to him and wouldn't interact much with the Moon Princess. Only Yiping, what did he have to do with himself? Why so much attention on their first meeting? Yiping felt a bit aggrieved. He showed concern for the young girl, but Shinfeng was so indifferent to her. The young girl only talked to Shinfeng, ignoring him. What was he lacking compared to Shinfeng? He admitted that Shinfeng was more powerful, but did he have to act so superior? Who was he trying to impress with this attitude? He was also outstanding in the academy, a top performer. But when facing Shinfeng, he felt inadequate. The twins and Zhang Tao also found it strange. Why was Shinfeng ignoring the Moon Princess? Luo Chao scratched his head and voiced his doubts. Why are you ignoring the young girl? She already told us her name, should we tell her ours? It's a matter of courtesy, wouldn't it be impolite if we didn't? Or should we just tell her where we're going? Maybe she'll back off and leave on her own. Shinfeng chuckled, the young girl hadn't achieved her goal yet, so she wouldn't leave. He told the others, don't pay attention to her, just follow my lead. Am I going to harm you? How can you fully trust someone who appears out of nowhere? If she claims to have no ulterior motives, would you believe her? Why is she latching onto us, following us? The timing of her appearance is too coincidental. There are no such coincidences in the world. The others understood Xin Feng's meaning. Caution was key when outside. One misstep could easily be taken advantage of by others, especially since they had a mission. They continued on their way, and along the journey, the Moon Princess wanted to touch Xin Feng's little tiger. Without Xin Feng's permission, she tried to touch it secretly. Tigers are not to be trifled with, and it scratched the Moon Princess. Xin Feng ignored it, as it was the Moon Princess's own doing. He had warned her before that his tiger was not friendly. Why did the Moon Princess still want to touch the tiger? Hadn't she heard that you shouldn't touch a tiger's tail? He Ping couldn't help but reprimand, Xin Feng, can't you keep an eye on your tiger? Your indifferent attitude is one thing, but letting your tiger scratch the Moon Princess is another. Shouldn't you apologize to her? I can't bear to watch this. You should give the Moon Princess an explanation, shouldn't you? Su Xian didn't want to say much, he simply ignored it. It wasn't him who let the Moon Princess touch the tiger, it was her own choice. Why blame himself? He had reminded her multiple times not to touch it. If she didn't listen, who could she blame for getting hurt now? In the end, it wasn't his fault. Su Xian's indifference made He Ping even more furious. He pointed at Su Xian and scolded, you should at least give a reason, why are you like this? Will saying sorry make a difference? As if it would make you lose a piece of flesh. I traveled with you before, thinking you were good people. But now I have to change my opinion, I didn't expect you to be so selfish. Su Xian still ignored him. What was there to say to a fool? Engaging in arguments with such people would only lower his own status. Zhang Tao couldn't stand it anymore. Su Xian wasn't like that at all. He Ping and the Moon Princess were going too far. He would always support Su Xian. He couldn't let Su Xian be wronged, and anyone with eyes could see that this wasn't Su Xian's fault at all. Why should they blame Su Xian? They were the ones who didn't care. He Ping came to them on his own initiative. Can't he recognize his own identity? Zhang Tao stood up and accused him. He Ping, don't forget, both of you were taken in by us. It was you who came to us, wanting to travel with us. No one forced you to walk with us. Including Yu Ji, it was her who actively stuck with us. We never intended to bring her along. Who knows what she's up to? What if she wants to harm us? We are not prepared. You even argued with Su Xian over the tiger incident. Where do you get the nerve? Everyone can see that this isn't Su Xian's fault. Why should he be blamed innocently? He Ping didn't want to lose face in front of Yu Ji. It turned out that Su Xian and the others all thought of him this way. He finally saw everything clearly, but the reality was too cruel. Anger surged in his heart. He had helped Su Xian and the others all the way. Why did they despise him like this? Did they really think he was a pushover with no temper? Su Xian could scold him a bit, but what is Zhang Tao? Just a dog trying to please Su Xian. Does he think he's worthy of competing with him? He Ping snorted coldly, his tone mocking. What do you mean by saying this to me? Didn't you all disagree to bring me along in the first place? How could Yu Ji have bad intentions? Why do you say that? Do you think this mission is easy? Without me, you would have failed long ago. How far have I led you on this journey? Have you all forgotten? The two argued. Su Xian sat by and watched. Zhang Tao was sensible in his actions. He didn't need to worry. If He Ping dared to act, then don't blame him for not considering the consequences. Yu Ji apologized on the side, but her attitude in apologizing was problematic. It seemed like an apology on the surface, but in reality, she was inciting conflict. Brother He Ping, don't argue with brother Zhang Tao. It's my fault. I shouldn't have touched the tiger. If you want to scold someone, scold me. It's my problem. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Su Xian told me not to touch the tiger, but I still wanted to. I didn't dare stick with you, to walk with you. But if I didn't walk with you at that time, I would have had no way out. Those men were eyeing me. I really had no choice. I was at my wit's end. Brother He Ping, Su Xian is willing to take us along. That's already good enough. We shouldn't ask for more. With Yu Ji inciting conflict, the two became even more angry. No one was giving in to anyone. Everyone was acting like they were the first to be human. Why should they yield to each other? In the end, Su Xian couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table. What's the point of arguing? Even if we argue, we must move forward. Don't waste time on these trivial matters. Be quiet. Whoever argues again, get out. Let's continue our journey. I don't want to talk about these trivial matters with you anymore. With Su Xian's mediation, they continued on their journey. But no one expected that they would encounter danger again on the road. Many people targeted them, wanting to snatch the box. He Ping protected Yu Ji on the side, harboring resentment towards Su Xian. He sincerely wanted to help Su Xin, but ended up with this kind of outcome. He couldn't bear it, he wouldn't act again. And he also wanted to know Su Xin's true strength, at what level. Su Xin, along with Zhang Tao and the others, drove away the thieves trying to steal the box. He tightly protected the box, as it was the most crucial step in completing their mission. They couldn't afford to lose the box, he understood this principle. He wouldn't let He Ping and Eugene near the box, he always felt that something was off about the two of them. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but something was definitely off. Why should they walk forward with him? There are so many people taking on the task, why did they find themselves in trouble? This is a big problem. Su Xin knew that the only ones he could trust were the twins and Zhang Tao. Everyone else was approaching him with ulterior motives. They had been avoiding confrontation all along, and after this move, they also understood a truth, that hiding and evading could help them survive until the end. If they acted recklessly, it would only lead to losses. There were too many people trying to snatch the box, they couldn't engage with each one individually. They didn't have much time to waste, they were willing to do anything to complete the task. What did avoiding confrontation achieve? Just losing face, without getting hurt. Su Xin didn't have time to update, they stopped at a restaurant on the way. He overheard a few people discussing a novel, a young girl looking worried. This author hasn't updated for several days, I keep urging for updates every day, I really don't know when he will update. I really want to read this book, it's the most exciting one I've read in recent years. I hope the author sees my comments and updates crazily, must add more chapters. Otherwise, it won't be enough for me to read, don't you all agree? Others nodded continuously, their opinions aligned with the young girl. Who wouldn't want to read the next part? They were all curious, wondering how the story would unfold. Su Xin suddenly realized they were discussing his novel, indeed he hadn't updated for several days. He really had no time, having experienced so many dangers on this journey, he couldn't even find time to hide, let alone write. But seeing how excited everyone was, he couldn't delay the updates anymore. He had 2 novels, this one was the one he wrote more frequently, the other one he hadn't opened in a long time. He needed to find time to update. Su Xin made up his mind, this time he must add more chapters, let the fans who had been waiting for so long have their fill. By nightfall, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Su Xin specifically instructed everyone, don't sleep too deeply at night, I'm afraid someone will come to snatch the box. What happened last time could happen again this time, everyone must be careful. He Ping, no matter what you think, you must ensure your own safety. We are not obligated to protect you, and no one can be by your side all the time. Enough said, everyone go rest. Su Xin returned to his room alone, listening to the sounds outside, no one approached, so he started updating the novel. He didn't want others to know his identity as an author. Exposing too much would only bring endless danger. He didn't want to live in constant danger, too many people wanted to harm him. Su Xin knew very well that he already had too many enemies, he couldn't afford to have more, he couldn't handle it. Now, keeping his identity veiled was the best situation. Su Xin began writing the content, including the incident with rose green tea. This novel could be said to be a testament to his real life. He left everything from his life in it. His original intention was to ensure that when he grew old, he could still remember the things from his youth. In case he got Alzheimer's, he wouldn't forget everything. With this novel, he could slowly reminisce. Readers saw the green tea and what the young girl did, and they all felt angry. In real life, they despised the existence of green tea the most, but in the novel, green tea was even more annoying than in real life. A reader commented, "This green tea is too much, I really hate her. Can't we go on the journey without her? I always feel she has a secret. Do you think she might be a spy sent by someone to find out the protagonist's identity?" Others agreed, believing in their sixth sense, that this young girl must have a problem. Sushin did not comment much, and he also thought so. The appearance of Yueji was too coincidental. There was no one on the small island at the time, so how did those big men rob the girl? How did they get to the island? Can anyone explain this? He didn't communicate much with the girl, just afraid that his side of the information would be leaked. Too many people wanted to take action against him, and he couldn't give them the opportunity. Success is just a step away now, and if he fails, all the previous efforts will be in vain. He cannot accept that result, he still needs to protect the twins and Zhang Tao and others. He wants everyone to successfully complete the mission and earn points for the academy. This way, they can learn more martial arts, isn't that a good thing? If the appearance of the girl makes all their efforts in vain, then he won't spare his subordinates. They were originally strangers, he had no right to protect them, and no reason to trust them. After everyone rested, there was a commotion outside. Sushin went out to see and found it was the landlady. He asked softly, "I don't know what you're doing, we didn't order anything." The landlady chuckled and said, This is the wine from our inn, specially delivered to you. Drink it before bed, it will help you sleep better. I can see you've been on the road, it's not easy. Sushin and the others accepted and said a few words of thanks. Sushin appeared to drink it, but he had been observing all along. He felt something was wrong, there seemed to be a sedative in the wine. The landlady in this inn exuded an unusual atmosphere. What exactly did they want to do? He didn't know yet, but he knew he couldn't let his guard down. He asked Zheng Tao and the others to return to their rooms, and he stood guard at the door alone. He still held the box tightly, the box couldn't have any problems. He didn't know if these people were after the box or after him. It was probably midnight when the door was opened. The landlady directed a few men, quickly grab them, especially the leader. His flesh must be delicious, I can see he's capable. After eating his flesh, we will all become stronger. What are you all dawdling for? It's not the first time you've done this kind of thing. You've killed and plundered before. Why are you afraid today? The men shook their heads quickly, afraid the landlady would deal with them. They had no choice but to go and capture Sushin and the others. Fortunately, these people who had taken the sedative wouldn't fight back, otherwise it would take some time to subdue Sushin. They looked at Sushin and felt he was sweet and delicious. They were definitely going to get a piece of him today. But they didn't expect that Sushin was a police officer. He suddenly opened his eyes and questioned the landlady. I knew it, we met by chance. Why would you kindly send us wine? You were waiting for us here, and you want to eat our flesh. You're not just a black market, you're a human flesh market. You think too much if you want to take me down with just a few of you. The landlady was shocked to see Sushin awake, but she quickly regained her composure, with a look of anger and a hint of obsession on her face. The landlady really wanted to eat Sushin's flesh. He looked like he had spiritual power, eating his flesh would elevate her. Young man, if you had drunk that wine, you would have died in your sleep. Since you don't want to, you can't escape some suffering. I can't let you go, and I can't let you leave. Since you've entered my shop, don't expect to leave in one piece. Then the landlady clapped her hands and signaled the strong men to rush forward. They surrounded Su Xian and wouldn't let him leave. The leader was the first to make a move, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag. Any other person would not have been able to withstand that punch, but Su Xian was no ordinary person. He didn't want to reveal his spiritual power, so he had to rely on his true abilities to fight. In his eyes, these strong men were nothing, and he had more than enough to deal with them. Did they really think they could eat his flesh? It was unbelievable. Why couldn't these people do something legitimate and had to resort to killing and robbing here? They were asking for trouble, and he had every reason to fight back. Su Xian directly revealed his identity. I am a police officer. Aren't you afraid? Do you still want to fight me? I not only want to deal with you, but also expose this shop. I will reveal the truth to the public and make you all despised by everyone. The boss snorted, completely ignoring Su Xian's words, thinking he was just bragging. Many people had boasted about dealing with them before, but in the end, they became their meal. Su Xian fought back with the others and easily defeated the strong men. They lay on the ground, yelling in pain. Su Xian stepped on one of the men's chests and spat. I told you not to think about fighting me. You don't have the ability. But you didn't believe me. Since that's the case, don't expect to live. There's a way to enhance your abilities. Why don't you want to work hard? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll send you to the Western Heaven. Zhang Tao and the twins followed suit, and they directly dealt with the boss and her group. Su Xian's performance was outstanding, even Yue Hui's eyes turned starry. He Ping had nothing to say. Su Xian was indeed powerful, and he had underestimated him. He regretted it. He had wanted to establish a good relationship with Su Xian and learn a few moves from him. But because of his previous attitude, Su Xian was extremely indifferent to him. After everything was settled, the yin returned to calm. Su Xian yawned and was about to go back to his room to sleep. He had wasted his energy and needed to replenish it. The boss and the strong men had been dealt with, and there was no potential danger. He asked the twins and Zhang Tao to rest. Alright, everyone rest well. We still have to continue our journey tomorrow. Everyone returned to their respective rooms, and Yue Hui, with a sly look in her eyes, knocked on Su Xian's door. Annoyed, Su Xian opened the door. Who would disturb him after he fell asleep? Wasn't the boss already taken care of? Who else could be knocking? The twins and Zhang Tao were staying together, so did they have a reason to find him? He opened the door and found Yue Hui standing there, looking pitiful. Why are you looking for me so late? Yue Hui pretended to be pitiful. I'm scared. Can I sleep with you for one night? I'm really scared. Even though you defeated them, I'm still haunted by the experience. Su Xian coldly refused. I'm sorry, it's not possible. Go back to your room. There won't be any danger. Yue Hui tried to persuade him, but Su Xian adamantly refused. With no other choice, Yue went to Yiping's room. The next day, Su Xian noticed something from the expressions of the two. If Yue could come to him, she could naturally go to Yiping. Their relationship seemed to have subtly improved, and there seemed to be something going on that he didn't know about. Su Xian sneered and did not speak. It was enough to know in his heart, no need to announce it. No one can come down from the stage once it's said out loud. There are too many things wrong with Yuji. Yuji was acting coyly around Yiping, who was all smiles. After finishing breakfast, they were about to hit the road again, but always encountered some dangers along the way. Su Xian felt like their position was always exposed. He couldn't understand how someone kept knowing their whereabouts and finding them accurately. He wondered if that person had X-ray vision. Even if they were powerful, it shouldn't happen so frequently. He felt there was a traitor among them, but couldn't determine the person's identity. He had to find that person, or they would face even more danger on the road. The recent reinforcements were much stronger than before, and if this continued, he might not be able to protect the box anymore. The difficulty of his mission kept increasing, and Su Xian looked at the people beside him, gritting his teeth. Everyone must be careful. We have encountered many more enemies than before. You must protect yourselves. I can't be by your side all the time. Besides self-protection, nothing else matters. I have never asked much of you, but now I ask one thing: you must protect yourselves. Don't lag behind, don't leave any traces. I will take care of the aftermath. The group nodded in agreement without saying a word. Su Xian only trusted the twins and Zhang Tao, so he took them aside. He quietly voiced his suspicion: there must be a traitor among us. I absolutely trust you three. If you suspect anyone, tell me. Let's see if we have the same person in mind. We have been through too much on this journey. We can't afford to expose our location again. More and more people are after the box. I can't guarantee its safety. The twins and Zhang Tao exchanged glances, a figure appearing in their minds, and they all suspected Yuji. Yuji's presence was puzzling, and she insisted on following them. She always talked to Su Xian about the box, which they found unacceptable. Luo Chao's face darkened as he directly voiced his suspicions. I just feel that girl is suspicious. There must be something wrong with her identity. What's her name? Yuji. But we have no evidence now. We can suspect her, but we need evidence. Otherwise, if she denies it to death, what can we do? I can't just leave her halfway. Su Xian frowned, thinking the same way. The only thing they lacked was evidence, and they all suspected the girl. But without evidence, it was meaningless to say anything. Zhang Tao snorted. I also feel Yi Ping is suspicious. Both of them are suspicious. Can we drive them away? Having them around us poses a lot of danger. We shouldn't have brought him along in the first place. He's always insinuating and criticizing behind our backs. I detest this kind of behavior the most. If you have something to say it to my face, not behind my back. I must ostracize him and try to make him leave on his own. Su Xian shook his head. They wouldn't leave voluntarily. After finally following him, they wouldn't leave now without any information. He had to find evidence to uncover Yuji's true identity. He hoped the two wouldn't disappoint him, otherwise, he wouldn't show mercy when the time came. He was always ruthless, just not in front of everyone. Zhang Tao changed the subject, sincerity in his eyes. Su Xin, do you have any extraordinary martial arts skills? I want to become stronger. My abilities are too weak. Like yesterday when I dealt with the boss's wife, I was taken down by two strong men. If I had extraordinary martial arts skills, I could definitely defeat them easily. They still want to make a move on me. That's absolutely impossible. Don't try to hide your abilities from us. I know what you are capable of. Su Xin lowered his head in thought, realizing there was something that could quickly enhance his abilities. This pill had a significant difference, but the sunflower scripture also had its requirements. He thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. He could already imagine Zhang Tao's expression when he heard about it. Zhang Tao kept urging him to reveal his extraordinary martial arts skills. I'll be straightforward with you, there is a sunflower scripture, but it has a requirement. To achieve high martial arts skills, one must first undergo self-castration. Can you do that? If you can, I will give you the sunflower scripture. Zhang Tao widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and his face turned red instantly. He hadn't even dated or married yet. How could he castrate himself for martial arts practice? This was something he couldn't do, so he directly gave up. He even hit Su Xin's chest and said, "You're just teasing me. How could I agree to that? I shouldn't aim for the sky in one step. I'll focus on completing tasks and gaining points to practice martial arts." They then discussed their strategy, realizing that Yue couldn't continue following them. Their position was too exposed, and Yue underestimated them, trying to deceive them? What was she trying to achieve by constantly passing on information? Perhaps Yuehui was a pawn placed by someone else among them, waiting for the right time to take them all down. In the evening, they gathered in Sushin's room. Both Yuehui and Happing were present. This time, Sushin was ready to implement his plan without hiding his intentions from anyone. It could be said that this move was to use the enemy's tactics against them or to lure the tiger out of the mountain. Sushin expressed his opinion first. How about we split into 2 groups? This way, our chances of success are higher. Continuing like this will only waste time. There are too many people following us, so we have to come up with a different plan. I'll leave first with the box, you take a chaotic route, and we'll meet at the destination. Don't worry, I will protect the box, and the route issue will be up to you. No one objected, not even Happing. However, Yuehui was not entirely in agreement. She clenched her fists, feeling that if Sushin left alone, her plans would be ruined. She followed Sushin to obtain the box, but now that Sushin was going alone, what should she do? She hesitantly said, I don't quite agree, it's too dangerous this way. Can you really go alone? Can you protect the box? The contents inside must be important, so why don't we leave together? Happing didn't see any problem. He had witnessed Sushin's abilities and didn't think those people could get close to Sushin. Without them, Sushin could move forward faster. In a way, they were holding Sushin back, not just him, but also the twins and Zhang Tao. No one agreed with Yuehui's objections. The next day, they split into 2 groups. In reality, Sushin didn't have any treasure in his hands, just an empty box. He wanted to see what Yuehui would do, forcing her into a corner to see her reaction. He quietly followed behind Yuehui, leaving clues for her to find. When the time was right, he appeared directly in front of Yuehui. He clicked his tongue twice. I knew something was off about you. I split into 2 groups just to force you to show yourself. I have long suspected that you are a spy, but I had no evidence, and now there is evidence. Now that the truth is out, can you reveal your identity? Ping followed the twins and others, and also witnessed this scene. He was shocked. How could the girl he cared about turn out to be like this? Was Yu Ji using him all along? Using him to deal with Su Xin? It turns out he was the fool. Yu Ji had been manipulating him all along, and he had thought it was true love. Yu Ji did not answer, but instead made a move towards Su Xin. She knew she had been exposed, and her only chance was to deal with Su Xin and the others in order to get the box. She had been disguising herself with Su Xin and the others along the way, and was now exhausted. Now that she didn't have to pretend anymore, what was she waiting for? Su Xin stood still, his strength making it clear that he was not one to be trifled with. Yu Ji answered truthfully, hoping for a way out. But given the current situation, there was no way to resolve this peacefully. If you stop now, I will let you go. Those people were all attracted by you, right? How come our location was always known to others? It was because of you, right? You have been leaking information to others. We helped you, but you repay us with enmity. Are you too heartless? You want to attack me, don't you know my abilities? Yu Ji snorted coldly, showing arrogance on her face. She didn't even consider Su Xin a threat. Even if she died today, she would drag Su Xin down to hell with her. There was no room for compromise between them. Her only option now was to fight, even if it meant both sides getting hurt. She didn't care anymore. She had to deal with Su Xin. That was her mission. As long as she took care of Su Xin, she had nothing to fear from the twins or Zhang Tao. She had wanted to see Su Xin before to gauge his true strength. Now, there was no need for further observation. They had been on opposite sides from the beginning. Each to their own, seeking their own interests. I can't back down now. I've come this far. I must deal with you today, or I can't go back. You are all fools, deceived by me for so long, only now realizing my true identity. If those people hadn't been so hasty, how could I have been exposed? Today, you will see my true power. Her speed increased, and her strength was formidable. She was about to strike Su Xin. Yu Ji was confident she would send Su Xin to his doom. At a critical moment, Su Xin used a powerful move to redirect the damage back to Yu Ji. Yu Ji spat out blood and collapsed slowly to the ground. With a look of unwillingness on her face, she wanted to say something, but no words came out before she fell to the ground and died. Su Xin looked at her and simply said, "You reap what you sow." She was not innocent to begin with, so there was no need to pity her. The most heartbroken was Ping. He first apologized to Su Xin and the others. I was confused. I said those things to you, but that wasn't my intention. I finally understand why you stopped contacting Yu Ji. I realized it too late. Yu Ji deceived my heart. I truly liked her. Ping was still in despair. All he wanted was to find a good girl. He had thought Yu Ji was that girl, but she only used him. He was truly in pain, constantly venting to Shinfeng and the others. You don't know how good I was to her. If you knew, you wouldn't look at me like that. Can't you comfort me? Anyway, we've been through a lot together. I admit this is my fault. I shouldn't have blamed Shinfeng without knowing the whole story. But you didn't discuss it with me in advance, nor did you tell me that there was an issue with this woman's identity. If you had told me in advance, would it have turned out like this? Several people didn't want to pay attention to Yiping. They weren't that familiar with Yiping. It was Yiping who wanted to travel with them in the first place. Now that Yiping was in trouble, he wanted to blame them. How could there be such a reason in the world? They really had nothing to say. The twins and Zhang Tao looked at each other, none of them spoke. If it had been before, Zhang Tao could have given him some face. But since Yiping scolded Shinfeng, he didn't want to deal with him anymore. Even though Yiping said he wouldn't be angry, he insisted on mentioning Shinfeng. What right did he have to talk about Shinfeng? He absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He looked at the scene in front of him and knew that Yiping would leave. It was just a matter of time. They didn't need to waste time on Yiping. Yiping felt embarrassed when the others ignored him. He admitted that what happened before was his fault, otherwise, why would they look at him like that now? They were determined not to pay attention to him, but he couldn't give up. What he wanted to know most was Shinfeng's moves. If he was strong enough, should he continue to travel with them? He could also walk alone. He kept asking Shinfeng beside him, I'm curious about the moves you use. Won't you tell me? We are partners after all. I admit I was a bit out of line before, don't take it to heart. Forgive and forget, let's move on. I was confused and said those things without thinking. It was my first time acting, how would I know if she was sincere or not? I was misled by that girl, don't be mad at me. Shinfeng simply ignored Yiping. When things happened, Yiping stood firmly by the girl's side. Now that the truth was out, Shinfeng wanted to stand on his own side. He was just a typical opportunist, going wherever the wind blew. He had nothing to say. He would never be close to someone like Yiping, not knowing when he might be betrayed. He had doubts not only about the girl but also about Yiping, who joined them halfway. Shinfeng waved his hand at Yiping and didn't say more. It was pointless to talk to him, it would only waste his time. He decided to continue forward. Seeing Shinfeng's indifference, Yiping snorted. If you ignore me, I'll ignore you too. Let's not talk to each other. Why are you acting so aloof? I don't understand why you won't talk to me. I've said it many times, I was wrong before. Fine, let's not talk to each other on this journey. Without the annoying girl, they were finally making faster progress. When the girl was around, she always had complaints about the roads. Their whereabouts were always exposed, and they had to rack their brains to stay safe. Now, without the girl, they were moving swiftly. They arrived at a county town below and saw an auction being held there. Shinfeng observed and saw no one following them. It seemed that the girl was the key to their whereabouts being exposed. Fortunately, he lured her out and dealt with her. Otherwise, they would have been in great danger. He glanced at the notices around, all of them about the auction. Shinfeng wasn't interested. He had participated in many auctions before. Would he care about such things now? The most important thing for them is to deliver the box to its destination. That is their mission. This time, aren't they just here to complete the task? If it's not for the academy points, why take on this task? But Yiping on the side has other ideas. He is very excited, urging everyone to go. I haven't seen an auction before, let's go see it together. I know you are tired of me, it was my fault before, I realize I was wrong, just give me a chance. I promise this won't happen a second time, let's go see this auction together. Look at all the people gathered around the notice, this auction is definitely going to be interesting. Just trust me this once, I have a very accurate eye for things. If I'm wrong, you can do as you please, you can leave me behind, I have no objections. The twins shook their heads, they really didn't know how to answer Yiping. He could be smart, but he also acted foolishly, and when he acted foolishly, he could be particularly clever at times. For example, when danger approached, Yiping would be the first to find a safe place, which they did not possess. What they needed to do was to resolve those potential dangers, so that they could proceed smoothly on their journey, that was their purpose. Now they didn't want to attend the auction either, Zhang Tao sneered. You are such a failure, you've grown up and never attended an auction, we don't know how many auctions we've been to. Let's not join in the fun this time, we still have a task at hand, aren't you also eager to go home? That box is our task, if we fail the task, we won't get the academy points, and we won't be able to take on tasks in the future. Which is more important, can't you see? Shinfeng on the side also felt the same way, none of them had the idea to go, because they knew what was most important. If they were always attracted to new things, when would they be able to deliver the box to its destination? He Ping lowered his head in frustration, waved his hand at the others. He didn't mean that, he looked embarrassed. He just wanted to go see the auction, but he was being made to seem like a troublemaker by the others. He had realized his mistake. It was indeed his fault before. He shouldn't have spoken arrogantly to the others, saying those hurtful words without shame. And to say they were good to him, as if it were a matter of course, how could he be so foolish? He thought about it, wanting to bury the person he was at that time in the dirt. He looked down on everyone. There was no reason to look down on Xin Feng. Xin Feng's strength, who knew how much stronger it was, before it was just him giving in to him. The twins and Zhang Tao stood on the side, waiting for Xin Feng to make the final decision. Xin Feng also didn't want to go, but the system suddenly spoke up. There are good things there that can greatly enhance your strength. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Xin Feng dissuaded them. Alright, since we're here and we've encountered the auction, why don't we go? We can gain more by going. It's such a simple principle, don't you know? Let's go and see. He Ping also knows he was wrong. He knows he was reckless before. The rest of us shouldn't take it to heart. When we reach the destination, we will part ways. We meet by chance. There's no need for so much hatred. He Ping nodded incessantly, following closely behind Xin Feng. He had completely changed his view of Xin Feng. Xin Feng was a good person. If anyone said Xin Feng was not good, he would be the first to refute it. They successfully entered the auction, but the items being auctioned off in front had no highlights, and they were not what Xin Feng liked. His expression was very indifferent. Could it be that the system had made a mistake? There were no good items at all, otherwise why hadn't they appeared yet? Until later, there was a person who said that it was a manuscript signed by Tian Dao, with a lot of martial arts and the like inside. You guys don't know, do you? This is a signed author of Tian Dao. There are many secrets to enhance spiritual power, called Starfire. If someone gets this manuscript, won't they become extraordinary? Who doesn't want to be high and mighty? Who doesn't want to be superior? This manuscript belongs to me, I must get it. When they mentioned the author's name, Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this himself? What are they curious about here? Curious about their own identity, or something else? The secrets inside are indeed useful, but not as mystical as they have spread, as if the manuscript is omnipotent. He Ping was incredulous. Can a manuscript be auctioned for a sky-high price? He pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Am I dreaming? Someone actually wants to auction a manuscript. Is this manuscript so valuable? Do any of you have any interest? Otherwise, we can bid for it and see what's inside. Xin Feng couldn't help but smile. He didn't even want to remind He Ping. The author is right in front of him, and he still wants to auction that insignificant manuscript. Of course, these people don't know his true identity. If they knew, their jaws would drop. Xin Feng also didn't tell them the meaning. Now telling them would be meaningless. And when his identity is exposed, it will definitely attract a lot of trouble. He can't handle it now, and if there are more enemies, he can only wait for his doom. Enhancing spiritual power? That's just wishful thinking. Many people are auctioning this manuscript, and Xin Feng is worried that everyone is being deceived. Doesn't he know the magical aspects of this manuscript? If it were another manuscript, he could just let it go, but this one happens to be written by himself, and it's so popular elsewhere? He really has no words. He wants to remind these people, but these auctioneers are acting like they're crazy, and no one can stop them. What's the use of saying anything? He's afraid that everyone will be deceived because of him. The author's name is clearly his, Starfire. Who else would use it? Xin Feng is ready to take action. He looks at He Ping and others and shakes his head slightly. I'll be right back. You guys wait here for me. If I don't come back for a long time, wait here. If you leave me a message. I have to deal with some personal matters. Don't worry, it won't be dangerous. After saying that, he left without waiting for the others' response. After he left the door, he put on a mask and went to find the person in charge, He Ping, but in the end, he was unsuccessful. When He Ping followed him, he felt the presence of a stranger, and he heard the familiar footsteps, confirming that it was He Ping. If they weren't together, he would have acted long ago. He Ping still wants to know his true identity and knows his moves. It seems that he can't let his guard down. He Ping's true identity is still worth considering. He Ping is not attacking them at this time, probably because they still have some utility. When they have no utility, He Ping is likely to abandon them. Of course, he doesn't fully believe him, but in any case, he has been good to him. He wants to follow him. That's absolutely not possible. What he has to do next is very important. How can he let outsiders know? He didn't even tell the twins and Zhang Tao. Why should He Ping have any reason to find out? After Xin Feng turned around several times, he shook off He Ping and directly informed the person in charge that he was the author of Tian Dao. The person in charge was shocked to hear this and looked at his subordinates for answers. How come another Tian Dao author has come to find me, also called Starfire? How many Starfires are there in this world? How many authors has Tian Dao actually signed? The subordinates were completely confused and did not understand what the person in charge was asking. The person in charge shook his head, wondering why there were two people. He was a fan of Starfire and this auction was to get closer to his idol. He had urged for updates many times before because he loved Starfire so much. Having two Starfires this time was overwhelming for him. He had to figure out who the real author was. He then went to see Shen Feng and found the imposter, preparing to confront both. The person in charge whispered, "Both of you claim to be Starfire. I don't know who is real and who is fake. I am also a fan of Starfire, and both claim to be authors signed by Tian Dao. I can't blindly believe either of you, you need to provide evidence." Shen Feng patted the person in charge on the shoulder. "You have no reason to doubt me, because I am the real author, the others are imposters. If I hadn't encountered this, how many people would have been deceived? Do you know the price you would have to pay? It's so simple, you don't need me to remind you, he is an imposter, yet you believed him and auctioned off the manuscript. How could an author signed by Tian Dao auction off a manuscript? It's foolish to even think about." The person in charge scratched his head, suddenly feeling that Shen Feng's words made sense. Would a Tian Dao signed author really auction off a manuscript? It would be too embarrassing. Moreover, the manuscript contained a lot of martial arts knowledge, which the author had previously shared for free. Auctioning it off this time seemed questionable and not in line with the author's character. What was going on? The imposter also claimed to be real, pointing fingers at Shen Feng. "What makes you think you're real? What evidence do you have to prove all this? You're just an imposter. I have been living here for so long, I wrote those novels, and the secrets in them were passed down to me by Tian Dao. What do you have? Do you want to challenge me? I advise you to leave now, or I will inform the person in charge to deal with you." Shen Feng agreed 3 times, then prepared to present evidence to expose the imposter. Claiming to be fake, what audacity! His appearance today was to prevent innocent people from being deceived, otherwise he wouldn't have revealed his identity. He directly accessed the backstage to expose the imposter. "You are an imposter, and you dare to accuse me. Look at this backstage, these manuscripts were all updated by me. What evidence do you have? I doubt you can ever provide any. You have nothing, yet you dare to impersonate me. Who gave you the courage? Do you think the real deal won't find you?" The imposter was caught off guard, never expecting to be exposed by the real author so quickly. With no room for explanation, all he could do was run away. The imposter turned pale, not giving anyone a chance to question him, and fled with a smoke bomb. Shen Feng was puzzled by his sudden escape, as he hadn't even said anything yet. If he had spoken, the imposter could have still escaped. The person in charge stood nervously next to Shen Feng, afraid of making him angry. He was his idol, his favorite author, and there was no need to have a bad impression over such trivial matters. First impressions were important. He apologized with a smile. "I'm really sorry, Starfire, this was my mistake. I misunderstood and mistook him for you." At that time, he spoke convincingly, and I truly believed he was the author signed by Tian Dao. Shen Feng shook his head, his eyes revealing disgust. "Of all people to impersonate, why choose me? There is a chance to make amends for your actions. Bring that person back, I forbid anyone to impersonate me. I want to ask him who he listened to impersonate me. Am I really that easy to impersonate? I haven't appeared in public for a long time, no one knows my true identity. But do they really need to go to such lengths, abandoning everything for their own gain?" The person in charge dared not speak, quickly instructing a few subordinates to capture the imposter. Fortunately, they had seen the imposter's true appearance before, so it wasn't too difficult to catch him. If they hadn't seen the real face, finding someone in this city would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The auction continued, with the auctioneer holding Shen Feng's hand, afraid he would leave. This was the closest he had ever been to his idol, and when he posted about it online, everyone would surely be thrilled. They weren't as lucky as him to meet Shen Feng. What did this mean? He was truly his die-hard fan. He had been following him for some time now, never giving up even when Shen Feng delayed updates. Few novels could be written so well, captivating readers and making it impossible to put down. Tears welled up in his eyes at the thought of finally meeting the author of the novel. Meanwhile, the person in charge directed the auction. "You, take down the items that were just auctioned. Those are all fake, our manuscripts cannot be auctioned. If anyone tries to auction manuscripts in the future, kick them out. How dare anyone impersonate my idol, without even considering if they are worthy. With their limited abilities, they still want to imitate a shining star. Oomph, who do they think I am?" The leaders of the auction quickly took down the items. The person in charge oversaw the entire auction, and no one dared to offend him. If they wanted to auction more items in the future, they would have to interact with him. By tearing their faces with the person in charge this time, they could forget about attending the auction in the future. After the crowd dispersed, the person in charge quietly asked, realizing that Shinfeng didn't want to reveal his identity. He deliberately lowered his voice. "When will you update, Starfire? I've been waiting for so long, you haven't updated in days. I'm looking forward to the next content. I'm your enthusiastic fan, I comment in your comments section every day. You must not have noticed, if you did, you would know my identity. I have no ill intentions, I just genuinely like you." Shinfeng felt a headache coming on, unsure how to get rid of the person in charge. He had been holding his hand tightly, and they seemed to think they had a close relationship. Who would have thought it was their first meeting, as they had never met before? He rarely paid attention to the names in the comments section, as there were too many people commenting on the novel. Shinfeng slowly withdrew his hand, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. "I will update later, I'll go first, you take care of your own matters. I came here to tell you that person's identity is fake, I won't auction any manuscripts. No one can impersonate me, bring him back, and you decide how to deal with him. I won't interfere with the auction." The person in charge nodded continuously, determined to make that person regret their actions, daring to deceive him. If he didn't show him some consequences, he might think he was easygoing. Only in front of Starfire could he control his temper. He would have taken action against anyone else who dared to be insolent. He had a certain status in this city, and no one would dare to act recklessly in front of him. The person in charge quickly added, "You go about your business, I'll attend to mine. Be sure to remember to update. It's not just me waiting for your draft, everyone else is waiting too." The comments section is very lively, everyone is urging for more updates. "Can I talk about meeting you? I just want to share this joy. If you don't agree, it's fine, I won't force you." Shinfeng didn't mind, after all, he was wearing a mask and no one saw his true face. The person in charge said to let it out, who could trace it back to him. Even the people close to him didn't know he was the author of this novel, let alone the fans he had never met. Even if they were enthusiastic, they wouldn't think he was right beside them. When Shinfeng left, he took another box, a gift from the person in charge. He originally said he didn't want it, but the person in charge forced it into his arms, as if not accepting it would look down on him. In the end, Shinfeng had no choice but to accept the gift. When he returned, the auction was about to end. Ping saw Shinfeng come back at a glance, and quietly followed behind him. But he didn't go far before losing track, suspecting that Shinfeng had noticed him. Otherwise, why would he shake him off? He cautiously probed, "Where did you just go? I saw you walk to the back and then you disappeared. I was afraid you were in danger, so I've been following you. How was it? Is everything going smoothly over there? Have you handled it?" Shinfeng's alarm bells rang. Ping's identity must be suspicious. Would others follow him like this? The twins in Zhangtao were equally concerned about him. Why didn't they follow him? Ping was definitely not right. There was no need to tell him everything. Some truths, when spoken, would only bring endless trouble to them. It was better to speak kind lies. Shinfeng didn't say much, just brushed it off. Ping felt Shinfeng's indifference and became even more curious. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, but he wasn't afraid. Even if he died, he wanted to know the truth. Especially Shinfeng's identity, he was very curious. In the end, Shinfeng originally thought it would be a weapon or a secret book. He thought the good things the system mentioned would appear, and it was almost over. It wouldn't be good if they didn't. When the last item came out, everyone's eyes widened, who knew it was a little girl, still innocent and lovely. The people above were incessantly introducing, the flesh and blood of this little girl can restore one's strength. And if the little girl is harmed, she can quickly recover. This is the last item of our auction, this is our treasure. If you like it, get ready to bid. Opportunity only comes once, don't miss it, it won't come again. Then the giants began to demonstrate. They used a knife to cut the little girl's hand, but it quickly healed. The little girl's eyes were filled with tears, she dared not speak out. In this moment, she was no longer a person, just an auction item. Whoever bid the highest, she would go with them. She had no personal dignity. No one cared whether the little girl was in pain or tired. They only wanted the flesh and blood that could enhance their strength. Shinfeng frowned, thinking about what would happen to the little girl if she fell into the hands of others. What the organizers of the auction just demonstrated was the little girl's special ability. Then the giant brought out a tired-looking man, and he made the man drink the little girl's blood. The man quickly became energetic. Just a moment ago he was pale and weak. In an instant, he was running and jumping, and anyone could see the special nature of the little girl's blood. The little girl didn't show any other expression when she saw her blood being drunk. She was very reserved. Her eyes turned and then returned to normal. She had no room for rebuttal at all. She had become a commodity, and how could she turn the situation around now? There was no one to save her. These people only cared about restoring their strength, they would only use her. She shouldn't have revealed her special abilities in the first place, then she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Now she has become an item for auction, and no one will treat her as a human being. The young girl stood on the side feeling very aggrieved. Shinfeng and others couldn't bear it in their hearts. She was originally a delicate little girl, but in the eyes of the auction, she was like a precious treasure. They only used her for their own benefit, who cared about her feelings? After seeing this scene, everyone felt that the little girl was a precious treasure and bid desperately. An old man with white hair offered the highest price. This girl's blood can restore strength, she won't die, she's perfect to be by my side. If any of you offer a higher price than me, don't blame me for turning hostile. Although others were reluctant, they still offered a price. They all wanted this treasure. After having this treasure, would they still be harmed? They were all businessmen, no profit, no early rising. The last item in this auction made them unable to contain their emotions. For a moment, the whole scene was boiling, everyone was shouting. The twins and Zhang Tao, following Shinfeng, couldn't bear to look. Although the girl's wounds healed quickly, the wounds in her heart would never heal. Luo Yang couldn't help but curse. These people are so hypocritical. They just said the girl was pitiful, but as soon as they saw her special abilities, they immediately started bidding. Shinfeng felt guilty, the girl shouldn't be so pitiful, so he decided to bid. Before this, he had instructed the twins and Zhang Tao. I can't bear to see this, I want to buy the girl. If she falls into the hands of others, she won't have a good life. Didn't you hear what those people said? A life is more precious than a 7-tier pagoda. By helping her, we are also accumulating virtue for ourselves. She's still young and shouldn't suffer so much. I'll bid first, if my money isn't enough, you can top up. The twins and Zhang Tao readily agreed. They had long had this intention, they were just afraid that Shinfeng wouldn't agree. Previously, the rose had caused them a lot of trouble, and they didn't want to travel with a stranger. But this girl was too pitiful, if they didn't act today, they would definitely regret it in the future. Zhang Tao quickly nodded, don't worry, we have enough money, we will definitely be able to buy the girl. This girl is too pitiful, damn it, these scoundrels. If we don't buy her, we'll just wait for the girl's blood to be drained. Shinfeng remained expressionless and stood up to bid. The old man with a white beard looked at Shinfeng with disdain. It was clear that he was not a local, how dare a local compete with him? An outsider like him shouldn't even think about leaving, the girl must be his. The old man sneered and mockingly reminded Shinfeng. Young man, don't compete with me, go outside and inquire about my identity. If you compete with me today, don't think about leaving here. Shinfeng didn't care at all, the old man's strength was not comparable to his, why should he be so arrogant? The old man's arrogance and bullying made Zhang Tao and the twins indignant. Several of them also contributed money to buy together, and in the end, they successfully bought the girl. Shinfeng patted the shoulders of the others to express his gratitude. They didn't need to say much to each other, everything was understood without words. The old man was furious, his eyes filled with malice as he looked at Shinfeng, but his bid was not higher, so he had to admit defeat. Reluctantly, they could only endure, even though their hearts were unwilling. He Ping walked over and looked at the little girl with a click of his tongue. You should thank us, we saved you, otherwise you would have been bled dry by them. Zhang Tao didn't let He Ping have his way, and directly asked him to shut up. You didn't spend a penny, the money was contributed by a few of us. The little girl didn't say a word, unsure of how to respond. She thought she would be taken away by the old man with the white beard, to be bled, but unexpectedly, things took a turn and someone came to her rescue. At this point, others also noticed Shinfeng, who had taken the little girl away. They felt guilty, thinking the little girl should have been with them, and wondered what right an outsider had to participate in the auction. Sensing the situation was not right, Shinfeng led everyone away from the secluded place. He looked at the others and quickly cautioned, don't you see everyone watching us? If we don't leave now, we might not be able to later. You all see the current situation, we saved the little girl, others will surely see us as a thorn in their side. They might even come after us, let's not get into a fight with them. Hearing Shinfeng's words, the group looked at each other with suspicion. Shinfeng's words made sense, so why delay leaving now? Subsequently, they quietly left the auction. Upon safely returning to the inn, Shinfeng bought the little girl a few sets of clothes and asked about her identity. What is your name? Where are you from? We saved you, you can go home now. We have no ill intentions, we just couldn't bear to leave you. The little girl's eyes revealed confusion as she shook her head. I don't remember anything, I don't know where I came from, I really don't know. As long as you don't hurt me, I'm willing to do anything you ask. You bought me, so you are my master, I will obey your orders. As long as you don't drink my blood, eat my flesh, I can do many things, Please don't leave me. Shin Feng and the others didn't know how to proceed upon seeing this scene. They couldn't just leave the girl behind, having already rescued her. Abandoning her there would not end well, as many were eyeing her, eager to drink her blood. Shin Feng sighed deeply, his face showing helplessness. He couldn't bring himself to abandon her. His conscience troubled him, so he decided to take the girl with him. Finally, Shin Feng made a decision. This girl has no ill intentions, we will take her with us. If anything unexpected happens, we will leave her behind. I don't want to leave her behind, but I can't bear it. She doesn't remember anything, how can we abandon her? Others felt the same discomfort and were willing to take the girl with them. The girl especially relied on Shin Feng, crying whenever others approached her. She clung tightly to Shin Feng, holding onto his clothes. Her voice was humble and timid. I can do many things, as long as you don't abandon me, I will do anything. Just let me stay by your side, I only trust you, I know you saved me. I saw you bidding at the auction. I never expected to be abandoned at the auction. I don't remember anything. I don't know where my home is. I don't know if I have any family left. Just give me some food to eat. Shin Feng comforted her softly. Don't worry, we won't leave you. We are on a mission this time, stopping in this small town along the way. When you want to leave, just tell us, we won't stop you. The little girl nodded heavily, like a chick pecking at grains. The heavy stone hanging in her heart also fell, as Shin Feng's willingness to take her was the best outcome. Zhang Tao and the twins walked up to the little girl, and her tears fell uncontrollably like broken beads. Although they didn't look fierce, the little girl was still afraid. They awkwardly scratched their heads, keeping their distance from the little girl. Besides Shin Feng, the little girl didn't want to get close to anyone. Shin Feng was worried about being targeted, so he led everyone away. We quickly leave this town. We are leaving. The little girl is not the only one at risk, others will have opinions too. We are outsiders, unable to compete with the local powers. This is not the best opportunity for us to act. If we act now, we will only suffer the most damage. Upon hearing Shin Feng's words, everyone agreed that he was right. They couldn't stay here any longer. The longer they stayed, the more harm they would face. They couldn't bear this outcome, as they hadn't completed their mission yet. Later, they set off on their journey once again. Along the way, Shin Feng casually opened a box. Inside, he found a blade, and a row of black lines was drawn over his head. This was the box he had been protecting all along, containing only a small blade with no special features. Was this a joke on himself? Was this the task assigned by the academy? How could the academy be so boring, treating them like monkeys? Shin Feng looked at it, and there was a note on top that read update. The little girl curiously came over to see, staring at the box intently. What is this box? What's inside? I see you've been holding on to it. Shin Feng evaded the question and said a few perfunctory words. This box is the key to our mission. Go rest, I will protect you. No one will drink your blood, no one will forcibly take you away. As long as I'm by your side, you are the safest. The little girl expressed her gratitude several times, her eyes red with excitement. When it was time for night watch, Shin Feng updated the content. Everyone else was asleep, making it the best opportunity for him to update without revealing his identity. He could only update in the late hours. He specifically stated in the content, I will not sell outlines or martial arts. I write wherever inspiration strikes. So the update schedule is uncertain. If you don't like it, you can drop it. People in the comments section were calling for more updates from Shin Feng, with one named Huangni Chiegao being the loudest. Author, you must update more. What you write is not enough for me to read. I'm waiting for your novel every day, you write so well. I heard there's an auction somewhere for your manuscripts, I want to go there too. Later, I found out it was a fake. I knew no one was worthy of impersonating you. You are unique in our hearts. Shin Feng liked this comment, as these were his loyal fans. They genuinely liked the novel, not just to gain strength through secrets. Shin Feng, seeing the faces of these people in the comments, updated a few more chapters, and finally issued a statement. After this update, the next update will be a long time coming. Please stay tuned. Later in the night, He Ping took over the night watch. He Ping raised an eyebrow at Shin Feng. Nothing happened in the first half of the night, and nothing will happen in the second half. Leave it to me. You don't know my abilities yet. Although I may be unreliable at times, my strength is still good. Shin Feng was speechless. He Ping was too confident. His strength was indeed impressive, but how could he say such things in front of him? Shortly after, Shin Feng returned to the room and found that He Ping was about to go somewhere. This aroused Shin Feng's curiosity. Who did He Ping know on the way? Where are you going so late at night? It's not safe outside. Being cautious is always the best option. He Ping felt embarrassed, never expecting to be discovered by Shin Feng just as he was about to leave. He quickly made up an excuse. I'm just taking a walk, feeling tired of staying up all night here. Shenfeng seemed skeptical, suspecting that He Ping had other motives. He pretended to be asleep in the room and saw He Ping leave, only to return shortly after. He kept a close eye on He Ping, wanting to know his intentions. Throughout the journey, He Ping kept asking about the contents of the box, making Shenfeng suspicious. Besides the twins and Zhang Tao, he couldn't trust anyone. When away from home, caution was paramount. He couldn't risk the lives of a few people, nor could he afford such a gamble. He Ping then began to take the night watch seriously, feeling nervous as he sensed Shenfeng's suspicion. Just as he was about to leave, Shenfeng stopped him, indicating that he needed to be more careful. He hadn't achieved his goal yet, and he couldn't afford for anything to happen at that moment. The next morning, as they were eating, He Ping volunteered to go find food. He wiped his mouth and suggested, "Our food is running out. You've been protecting me all this time, and I feel guilty. I'll go find food. This is the way back to my home, and I'm familiar with this area. You guys wait here, I'll be fine. Don't leave this place without permission. It's chaotic outside, and you might get lost." Shenfeng didn't know what to say or expect from He Ping's behavior. If he had been more proactive earlier, he would have had nothing to say. Perhaps he had been too forward, and how could he believe there was no ulterior motive? He had been in this position for a while and understood people's thoughts well. Shenfeng nodded in agreement. "In that case, go find food. We don't mind, but come back quickly. We can't stay here for too long. We don't know how many people are watching us in secret. If no one is watching us, we can stay as long as we want. But now it's not just up to us." He Ping said okay and went to find food, keeping his thoughts to himself. This was his last chance, and he was about to achieve his goal. He knew whose orders to follow, and if he betrayed that person, he wouldn't have a good outcome. He knew how powerful that person was and wouldn't pick a fight he couldn't win. He also envied Shenfeng's strength. Why did all the good things happen to Shenfeng and not to him? It made him angry, and he soon returned with 2 wild chickens. Not only that, He Ping also willingly shared the food with Shenfeng. With a sincere smile, he said, "I brought back this food. You guys eat more. It took me a long time to find these 2 wild chickens. I don't know what's wrong with this place. Has it been so long since I last came? Many things are hard to find. These wild chickens were hard to come by. Let's share them among us. Shenfeng, eat more. I appreciate your help along the way." Seeing He Ping's attempt to please, Shenfeng knew something was wrong. How could He Ping, who was usually so proud, bow down to him? And since he came to his side, more and more bad things have happened on his side. He Ping must have taken the lead in these things, and he didn't know who sent him. But it doesn't matter, He Ping will soon be exposed. He will force him to take action, and once he shows his true colors, he can act accordingly. He does not allow anyone to act against him in secret. There are also twins and Zhang Tao by his side, and he still has the ability to protect himself, but they don't. Moreover, there is now a little girl, and he must protect the safety of the people around him. This is his task. He took on this box, and he must bear this responsibility. He leads everyone towards the light, and they must earn points from the academy. He also knows what is more important. As long as the box is delivered to its destination, they can part ways with He Ping. He can only endure this for the time being. Shenfeng looked at He Ping's determined appearance, and he could only pretend to eat the food. After pretending to eat, he vomited to the side and had the system check it. The system immediately issued a warning: "This is poison. Once activated, it will cause the body's energy to reverse and burst, leading to death. This is the most vicious poison, clearly targeting you. You must be on guard against everyone around you. He Ping is not a good person." Shenfeng expressed understanding. He had never believed in He Ping. The little girl who appeared before was not a good person, but he had not relaxed his vigilance against He Ping. He had always suspected He Ping's identity. There are many ways to go home, so why did he have to follow him? And with so many people walking on this road, why did he specifically choose him? Just thinking about it felt wrong, so Shenfeng did not directly expose He Ping. Although there was ample evidence, He Ping was stubborn, and he couldn't do anything to him. He might even turn the tables and blame everything on him in the end, saying that he was unjustly accusing him because he didn't like him, and he was adept at handling these things. He understood He Ping's temperament too well, so this matter needed to be carefully considered. He would not sacrifice the greater good for a small gain. Shenfeng pretended not to know, and the group continued on their way. After walking for a few days, they finally arrived at the county they were heading to. Shenfeng breathed a sigh of relief. This time He Ping should finally leave. It was unreasonable for He Ping to continue following them. Zhang Tao spoke up first. "He Ping, we have also reached our destination. You should go home, and we should part ways." He Ping understood in his heart that these people were giving him a dismissal. But his mission was not yet complete, so he couldn't separate from Shenfeng and the others now. He had to kill Shenfeng before he could leave, as he had taken on this task. Shenfeng and the others' task was to escort this box, while his task was to deal with Shenfeng's people. He didn't want to target the twins and Zhang Tao, as they were not part of his plan, but they were very loyal to Shenfeng, and their bond was strong. He had no way to sow discord among them, no opportunity to exploit, so he could only deal with all of them, which would be considered overfulfilling his task. When he returned, he didn't know how he would be rewarded. People die for wealth, birds die for food. If he didn't act for himself, he would be condemned by heaven and earth. He had to live for himself. What did other people's lives have to do with him? He was a cold-blooded person, and going home was just an excuse. He shook his head at the group. I still have a distance to go before I reach home. Let's walk together for now. Zhang Tao glanced at Shenfeng, who nodded slightly, and the group arrived at the house. But the result was unexpected. Their employer had already died, and now the one in charge was the employer's brother, Li Wanwu. Li Wanwu warmly welcomed Shenfeng. My brother is no longer here. He died suddenly some time ago. He is seriously ill, and we have been treating him for a long time without any improvement. I know why you are here. It's to deliver that box, right? Now that you've given me the box, the task is considered complete, and you can leave. Of course, you all can rest here for the night. It's getting late, and it's not safe to travel. Shenfeng couldn't hand the box to Li Wumu, he could only give it to the employer, and if the employer wasn't there, then to his wife or child. Li Wumu claimed to be the employer's brother, but did he have any evidence? Although this location was the employer's home, he couldn't prove Li Wumu's identity. He had a feeling that there was something sinister in Li Wumu's eyes, but it was just a guess. Seeing Shenfeng's silence, Li Wumu continued to inquire. I've already said, just give me the box, I am his brother. We are brothers, do you still doubt that? I know you are very cautious in your line of work, but you don't need to be wary of me. What benefit would I have from harming you? Shenfeng directly shook his head in refusal. He absolutely couldn't give the box to Li Wumu. No, we cannot give you the box, we have rules to follow. If we can't find the employer, we will give the box to his wife or child. We cannot give it to anyone else. That was the employer's request from the beginning. We traveled for half a month to get here, never expecting the employer to have an accident. No one wanted this, and the box cannot be given to anyone else. I hope you understand, and I hope you can forgive us. Li Wumu was very angry, clenching his fists. He didn't expect Shenfeng to be so difficult. He had already said he was the employer's brother, but Shenfeng still didn't believe him. What reason did Shenfeng have not to believe him? He wanted that box. He wanted to see what secrets were inside that made his brother so worried. He believed there must be treasures inside, otherwise, why would it be brought here by someone else? If it were just ordinary items, it wouldn't be worth wasting time. Li Wumu's face showed regret and a hint of pain. My sister-in-law followed my brother and left. After my brother left, she committed suicide. My brother's son is still studying abroad and can't come back for the time being. I also can't find him. Now, give me the box, and I will keep it for my brother's son. I absolutely won't open the box or see what's inside. By saying this, you should be willing to give me the box, right? I'm not asking for much. You give me the box, and your task will be completed, right? Do you want to continue delaying here? Or have you taken the contents of the box? Suddenly, Shenfeng stood up, his attitude changing drastically, his face looking very unpleasant. I don't want to cooperate with you because I have principles. You can't suspect whether I have seen the contents of the box or not. I haven't seen it, nor have I opened it. This is our dignity, and we won't allow you to tarnish it. You said your brother's son is studying abroad, right? Then I'll contact him. After that, Shenfeng called the employer's son, and he answered quickly. Hello, do you need something? I am a friend of your father's. He entrusted a box to me to deliver to your home. But now your parents are both deceased, and only Li Wumu is there. According to our rules, the box can only be handed to you. So can you come back soon? How long will it take for you to return? Upon hearing this news, the other side sounded incredulous. When he left, his parents were still fine. How could they suddenly fall seriously ill and pass away? He didn't receive any news at all. Li Wenwu didn't inform him about what happened at home. If it wasn't for Shenfeng notifying him, he would have been completely unaware. I will rush back in 3 to 5 days. I am currently studying abroad. I will make arrangements here. You keep the box for now. Give it to me when I arrive. Shenfeng said a few words and hung up the phone, indifferent. If I can contact the employer's son, then you won't be able to keep the box. And he doesn't even know that his parents have passed away. Have you not informed him yet, or what? Isn't this unacceptable? His parents are gone, and he doesn't know. Being a filial child is about one word, filial piety. Isn't this going too far? Li Wenwu's face looked very unpleasant. He really wanted to deal with Shin Feng directly. He is not the employer's relative at all, he is just pretending. How could he inform the employer's son? If the employer's son returns, won't he be exposed? He must deal with Shin Feng and take back the box before the employer's son returns. That box must be his, including the secrets inside. He cannot allow anyone to get it. How much has he sacrificed to seize this box? Should he just give up now? Li Wenwu awkwardly smiled. In that case, you give the box to him. His parents' situation is urgent. It happened in the last 2 days. I haven't had a chance to inform him. And he has been studying abroad all this time. I don't know where he is. How can I contact him? He doesn't keep in touch with his parents much. What can I do? If you hadn't called him, I wouldn't even know where he is now. You guys stay here for a few days, wait for him to return before leaving. If you think it's a waste of time, you can give me the box. Shin Feng interrupted him directly. I don't think it's a waste of time, we will wait here for his return. Then Li Wenwu arranged a place for everyone to stay. The location was very remote, and everyone was scattered. This was Li Wenwu's purpose, to break them down one by one. It was the best way. He couldn't confront them directly. He hadn't figured out Shin Feng's strength. Confronting them directly would put him at a disadvantage. And his goal was not to seize the box or deal with Shin Feng. If he acted now, everything would be exposed. Because of the remote location, everyone felt something was wrong. The twins took Zheng Tao to find Shin Feng. Luo Yan looked at Shin Feng, his face very pale, slowly expressing his doubts. I feel something is very wrong. What should we do? Li Wenwu's identity must be suspicious. He is definitely not the employer's brother. He can't even contact the employer's son. He keeps emphasizing the issue of the box. He keeps wanting us to give him the box. How can a normal person act like this? Doesn't he care about the brotherly bond between us? He is so enthusiastic, but he doesn't feel sad about the death of his brother. Shin Feng understood their thoughts, but they could only wait and watch. He hadn't seen through Li Wenwu's true intentions yet. Leaving now would play into Li Wenwu's hands. He still had to wait for the employer's son. If they left, the employer's son would be in danger. He couldn't ignore all of this. Turning a blind eye would only put the employer's son in danger. I also feel something is wrong. Let's wait and watch for now. Keep the box with me. I will protect the box, and give it to the employer's son when he returns. Everyone rest well. Although this place is remote, it is still relatively safe. We are living separately. We must ensure our own safety. I can't protect you by your side. You must be vigilant at night. In the dark night with strong winds, it's the best time for them to act. Several people believed in Shin Feng. They didn't trust anyone, but they wouldn't doubt Shin Feng. They each returned to their living places. While practicing at night, Shin Feng felt a presence outside. He concealed his figure and quietly followed. He found He Ping and Li Wu together, not knowing what they were discussing. Later, Li Wu gave He Ping some money. Shin Feng stared closely at the two people, not taking his eyes off them. As expected, He Ping and Li Wu were working together. They were targeting him and the box, planning to kill and steal. How could he let them succeed? Their schemes were all seen through by him. The two were also involved in a money transaction. He Ping should be working for Li Wu. The encounters along the way were closely related to He Ping. Shin Feng did not act directly. He wanted to see what the two were up to. The next day, He Ping took the initiative to serve food to Shin Feng. He kept offering Shin Feng dishes, saying, "These dishes are all good, let's eat more. When the employer's son returns, we will have to leave, and then we won't be able to eat like this. Shin Feng, you have been through a lot on this journey. You don't know how many people you've fought with. It must have consumed a lot of your energy. The wild chicken from before wasn't enough. These dishes are all nourishing. You must ensure your own safety, otherwise what will we do?" Shin Feng sensed something was wrong and didn't drink. He burped and set aside the drink. He Ping noticed something was amiss. He questioned Shin Feng with a displeased look on his face. Everyone at the table noticed, but no one spoke up.